Eternal Heart Chapter 722 to Chapter 774. Chen Yu, you shameless thief. You stole the treasure from the cave when I lured the stupid bear away. Hearing the voice, Chen Yu guessed that the newcomer was Sun Xianxia, ranked 72nd on the prodigy roll. However, he had not exposed himself. How did he know that after Chen Yu lured the bear away, he entered the cave and plundered the treasure? Whoosh whoosh, the wind howled like sharp knives, slicing through the surroundings. The trees were cut down, and the ground was left with knife marks. Boom, an ancient tree behind the small-eyed man collapsed. He immediately got up to dodge, but was almost crushed under the tree. Who is this? The small-eyed man was still in a state of shock. He looked into the distance and saw a figure in gray approaching at high speed. The blade in the figure's hand had a strange shape and looked slightly ferocious. Frenzied blade of chaos, Sun Xianxia. The small-eyed man shuddered, and his face turned pale. Chen Yu, ranked 94th on the prodigy roll, had defeated him with one move, and Sun Xianxia's ranking was more than 20 places higher than Chen Yu's. There were only 100 places on the prodigy roll. The difference of 20 places was already very large. No, Sun Xianxia is here to cause trouble for Chen Yu. I can take the chance to escape. The small-eyed man suddenly woke up from his fear. Sun Xianxia was very strong, but he was here to cause trouble for Chen Yu. With Chen Yu's strength, he should be able to exchange a few blows with Sun Xianxia, and he could take the chance to escape. Suddenly, Sun Xianxia descended and floated behind Chen Yu. In the forest, a huge green snake slithered over, flicking its cold tongue at Chen Yu. Although the snake had changed its color, Chen Yu could still recognize it at a glance. It was the snake he had met in the canyon. Suddenly, he understood why Sun Xianxia had left, but he knew that he had slipped into the cave afterwards. Chen Yu, hand over the things you stole and the mark, and I can let you live. Sun Xianxia's disdainful gaze fell on Chen Yu as he said in an incomparably domineering manner. Then, he looked at the small-eyed man and said with an even more disdainful tone, give the mark to Grandpa Sun and get lost. It's over. The small-eyed man fell into despair once more. Sun Xianxia did not directly attack Chen Yu. Instead, he first dealt with him as an outsider. As the small-eyed man was about to hand over the seal, Chen Yu suddenly said, your seal is mine. The small-eyed man's body stiffened. When he came to his senses, he looked at Chen Yu as if he was looking at an idiot. Chen Yu was facing imminent disaster, yet he was still concerned about the mark in his hand. Even if Chen Yu got his hands on it, he would still have to obediently hand it over to Sun Xianxia. What was the point of doing this? Behind him, Sun Xianxia's eyes glimmered, and a sharp and powerful aura spread out. Interesting. Chen Yu, do you really think you can escape from Grandpa Sun? Sun Xianxia asked with interest, his lips curling into a cold smile. Escape? Chen Yu turned to look at Sun Xianxia with a similar smile. His next words caused the small-eyed man's jaw to drop, and Sun Xianxia to freeze for a moment. Hand over your mark, or I won't let you go so easily. Ha ha ha, you've got guts. But that depends on whether you have the strength to back it up. Sun Xianxia let out a loud laugh, and the wind around him rose again. Countless blades danced wildly with him as the center, turning everything within 100 feet into dust. These two lunatics are too scary. The small-eyed man trembled, not daring to stay any longer. On the back of his hand, the white pentagram floated out, glowing faintly in the air. Whoosh, Sun Xianxia's body flashed, and like a hurricane, he rushed out to grab the mark. But Chen Yu was closer to the mark. He approached it first and grabbed it. Instantly, the pentagram turned into bits of starlight and merged into the pentagram on the back of Chen Yu's hand, causing it to shine even brighter. You're courting death. Sun Xianxia raised his eyebrows and slashed out with his blade. A dazzling saber radiance flashed out. Before the blade aura arrived, several blade-like whirlwinds slashed over. Chen Yu stood where he was, motionless. The true essence and demonic will around him gathered, turning into layers of black waves that blocked the attack. Hiss. The next moment, the blade aura descended, instantly splitting the black waves into two parts. Almost at the same time, Chen Yu raised his fist, and his power exploded. The surface of his black skin was surrounded by demonic patterns, emitting a terrifying aura. Facing Sun Xianxia's powerful blade, Chen Yu suddenly made a move. It was just a simple punch. Bang, the black fist collided with the snow-white blade aura, releasing a tyrannical power that caused the air to tremble. If Qianyu's secret pattern demonic body hadn't reached the peak of the early stage of the Void Sea state, he wouldn't have dared to take such a risk. After all, his opponent was a genius on the Heaven's Chosen roll. On the other hand, before the first round started, he had seen many geniuses. His mood was high, and his goal was set higher. The 72nd place on the Heaven's Chosen roll was just a stepping stone for him. Crack, the blade aura shattered, turning into countless snow-white blades that shot out to both sides. A surge of brute force mixed with demonic true essence rushed out towards Sun Xianhao. What? Sun Xianhao's expression changed. That clash happened in an instant, and he didn't expect Qianyu to have such strength. The small-eyed man, who was leaving, was suddenly chased by a bunch of snow-white blades. He jumped up and down in fear, dodging. He turned around and saw the scene. He was so shocked that he almost hit his head on a tree in front of him. It seems like the 92nd place on the Heaven's Chosen roll isn't your true strength. Sun Xianhao's eyes lit up, revealing a trace of interest. A surge of true essence surged out and poured into the blade in his hand. He slashed out, but there were hundreds of blade shadows that cut through the remaining power of Qianyu's fist aura. Qianyu didn't reply. The only way to make Sun Xianhao hand over his mark was to beat him into submission. Whoosh, the true essence under his feet exploded, and he turned into a black light, dragging a black dragon tail as he approached Sun Xianhao. I, Sun Xianhao, am not afraid of close combat. Sun Xianhao smiled disdainfully, and the blade in his hand danced. Breaking wind blade. Boom, a snow-white blade aura flashed out, and a hurricane rose in the surroundings. There seemed to be countless snow-white blade shadows stacked on top of each other. If one got too close, they would be cut into countless pieces in an instant. Break! Qianyu shouted, and a shocking demonic intent suddenly exploded. The surrounding pitch-black demonic chi churned. In the black demonic chi, a huge demonic fist shadow and a sinister, ancient demonic claw attacked together. Pung, there was an earth-shattering explosion, and the hurricane formed by the countless snow-white blade shadows was suddenly dispersed. Sun Xianhao, who was originally hiding, was suddenly exposed in front of Qianyu. The moment Sun Xianhao saw Qianyu, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. His killing move was actually easily broken by Qianyu. At this moment, he finally realized that he had placed too much importance on Qianyu's ranking on the prodigy roll. As a result, he had constantly underestimated Qianyu. Sun Xianhao immediately slashed out, and the snow-white blade aura condensed into countless blades that rushed towards Qianyu. He himself immediately retreated. He is a body cultivator, and is better at close combat. I will first pull some distance away from him. If I can injure him through long-range combat, I still have a chance of winning. Sun Xianhao had a plan in his mind. As the 72nd ranker on the prodigy roll, his ranking was much higher than Qianyu's, and he would not easily run away. However, just as Sun Xianhao was retreating, he suddenly felt something and quickly dodged. Poof, but he was still one step too late. A dark red and cold flame finger light pierced into his back. What is this? Sun Xianhao panicked. He felt as if there was a cold flame that had entered his body and quickly dispersed. It flowed around his meridians, devouring his blood and vitality. Sun Xianhao, who was originally prepared to fight a war of attrition, immediately pulled a long face. If he did not find time to expel the cold flame that had entered his body, his blood and vitality would be continuously devoured. Then, how could he fight a war of attrition? After exchanging 2 blows with Qianyu, Sun Xianhao could feel Qianyu's strength and ferocity. Whoosh, he gave up his original plan and turned to flee. Behind him, Qianyu blocked all of Sun Xianhao's blade attacks and immediately chased after him. Hand over the mark, or don't blame me for being merciless. How could Qianyu let Sun Xianhao leave? He used the demonic dragon shadow and immediately rushed out. On the other side, the small-eyed man had only escaped a few hundred feet. It's over? The small-eyed man saw the battle storm behind him suddenly disappear and could not help but be puzzled. Whoosh, he flew into the air and looked into the distance. He saw 2 figures, one chasing and the other fleeing, gradually getting further away. The small-eyed man blinked violently, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Sun Xianhao is being chased. In the poor mountain ancient land, there was a circular building that was more than 1,000 feet long and wide. Countless flying tools of various sizes were floating around it, and there were also countless onlookers. There are terrifying late-stage Void Sea State ancient beasts in the first round. Not long after the first round began, 2 disciples accidentally entered a dangerous place and angered late-stage Void Sea State ancient beasts. They were directly crushed to death. Look, the extinctive sword fairy, Xianxia, has already defeated 5 people and obtained 5 marks. Other than Venerable Fallen Moon, she ranks second in terms of number of marks. At the mention of Venerable Fallen Moon, the surrounding people all sighed. It would be great if such a genius came from their family or faction. Qinyu, ranked 94th on the prodigy roll, is actually chasing Sun Xinhao, ranked 72nd. How is that possible? There is a difference of 22 places between the two. There were only 100 places on the prodigy roll, and a difference of 22 places was already very large. For example, the Sky Dragon Spear Shangguan Feiyun could completely defeat a genius ranked in the 40s in less than 10 moves. But now, Sun Xinhao, who was ranked higher, was actually being chased by Qinyu. This is also considered a dark horse. There would be dark horses appearing in every prodigy roll ranking battle, sometimes even 2 or 3. There was no doubt that Qinyu was the first dark horse to appear on the prodigy roll this time. The Black Demon Valley upper echelons were also stunned after seeing Qinyu's performance. They clearly did not expect Qinyu to have such strength. Sun Xinhao was surrounded by howling winds. His speed was incomparably fast. He was like a sharp, wild knife as he flew forward. Speed was also something he was good at. He thought that Qinyu, who was a body cultivator, would not be as fast as him. However, after a few breaths, Sun Xinhao found that the powerful demonic pressure behind him was still there. There was no trace of him getting rid of it. Instead, there were signs of it slowly approaching him. He scanned with his spiritual awareness. Sun Xinhao found that Qinyu was wearing a purple wind pattern cloak, stirring up a black-purple demonic wind. He was closing in on him at a speed that was slightly faster than him. Purple cloud cloak. Sun Xinhao recognized this item. It was the spirit weapon of the purple robe demon. Damn it, this little bastard's attack, defense, and speed are all above mine. With this level of strength, he should be in the top 60 of the prodigy list, but he is only at 94. Is he pretending to be a pig to eat me? Sun Xinhao cursed Qinyu dozens of times in his heart. Swoosh! Swoosh, the 2 of them flew past, one chasing and the other fleeing. In the nearby forest, a head popped out, staring into the distance with a surprised expression. Isn't that Mad Blade Sun Xinhao? Why is he being chased by Qinyu? His heart was full of doubts and shock, but he did not dare to think too much and immediately left. Suddenly, Sun Xinhao, who was running away, felt a weak and cold wind blowing from behind him. He immediately dodged. Poof, however, he was still a step too late. A dark red coldine flame chi finger light pierced into his back. What kind of finger technique is this? It's so strange. Sun Xinhao was slightly shocked. The finger technique that Qinyu used was very quiet. If he did not raise his guard, it would be difficult to dodge. Moreover, after being hit, the finger technique's power would quickly disperse and travel around the body, devouring the qi and blood. It was very difficult to expel it. Under such circumstances, Sun Xinhao would definitely be defeated and had no way to escape. He hesitated for a moment and decided to give the mark to Qinyu. After all, the first part had just begun. However, Sun Xinhao suddenly found that Qinyu had slowed down. At this rate, the possibility of him catching up to him was not high. Could it be that this kid's hidden illness is acting up or something else that's causing him to be unable to fly at full speed? Sun Xinhao pondered. If that was the case, he might have a chance to turn defeat into victory. He decided to observe for a while longer. However, what happened next left Sun Xinhao in complete despair. Qinyu, who was behind Xiao Chen, occasionally sent out a lunar sword finger. It was soft and ethereal, catching others off guard. Moreover, he felt that Qinyu's finger technique was improving bit by bit. Sun Xinhao finally understood that Qinyu had purposely slowed down his speed, and the reason seemed to be that he was using him to practice his finger technique. Damn it, Grandpa Sun's frenzied blade of chaos, you bastard actually used me as a human target to practice your secret technique. The accumulated anger in Sun Xianhao's heart suddenly exploded, and he cursed angrily. Qinyu turned a deaf ear to his curses. Sun Xianhao was not weak, and he might have some trump cards up his sleeves. Even if they caught up to him, a fight would be inevitable. Since that was the case, he might as well use this expert on the prodigy ranking to practice his tying sword finger. Because the opponent was strong, they would try their best to dodge, increasing the difficulty of the training, but it would be more effective. After a few tries, Qinyu found that his finger technique had improved a lot. At this moment, Sun Xianhao looked weak, as if his body had been emptied. His speed was much slower than before, and he was struggling to hold on. Sun Xianhao, hand over the mark. Qinyu shouted. Sun Xianhao's depressed face revealed an expression that he did not know whether to laugh or cry. In fact, he had this plan a long time ago. However, Qinyu had been focused on practicing his finger technique all the way, and did not ask for the mark. Was he going to hand over the mark himself? Then wouldn't his reputation as the frenzied blade of chaos be completely ruined? Therefore, Sun Xianhao had been waiting for Qinyu to speak. Now that he had finally spoken, he felt as if he had finally seen rain after a long drought. However, at this moment. Ah! Run! In the forest ahead, two screams of pain and fear could be heard. Boom! A violent force suddenly burst out, and the world was dyed blood red at this moment. A strange and sinister aura spread out. A giant crimson saber glow swept forward in a ferocious manner, resulting in a crimson storm, resulting in a terrifying aura. Instantly, Qinyu and Sun Xianhao felt a sign of life suddenly disappear. There's one more, second brother, go kill him. A rough, loud voice rang out. Yes. A dark-skinned man in leather armor, holding a blood axe, laughed evilly and flew to the other side. In that direction, a heavily injured woman lay on the ground, her face full of fear. She cried out in panic, I've already given you the mark, let me live. Hee, those who have lost to us, the bloodthirsty twin butchers, have no precedent of leaving alive. The man in leather armor revealed a cruel smile, and his body emitted a shocking bloody mist. Then, the woman was cut into dozens of pieces by the man in leather armor without any resistance. Not good, the bloodthirsty twin butchers. Sun Xianhao's face suddenly changed, turning pale. The bloodthirsty twin butchers were originally cultivators from a 3-star righteous sect. By chance, the two brothers received the inheritance of a powerful blood cultivator, and from then on, they embarked on the path of bloodthirsty blood and were expelled from the sect. They were notorious, bloodthirsty, and cruel. The eldest brother of the bloodthirsty twin butchers was ranked 30th on the genius list, and the second brother was ranked 36th. When the two joined forces, their combat power was even stronger. In addition, their rankings were also from a year ago, so it was hard to estimate how strong they were now. However, Sun Xianhao recognized the woman who had been cut into pieces by bloodthirsty force's second brother. She was also ranked 86th on the Heaven's favorite list. The mark is yours. Sun Xianhao's eyes were filled with fear. He waved his hand and threw out the 5-pointed star mark on the back of his hand. Qinyu received Sun Xianhao's mark and found that the other had stolen 2 marks. The 5-pointed star's light was a little brighter than his own. But when he received Sun Xianhao's mark, the two instantly fused, and the light became even brighter. Hee, it seems that someone is coming. I'll go and tear him apart. The rough, loud voice rang out again. Not good. Sun Xianhao's hair stood on end, and his scalp felt like it was going to explode. He was originally weak, but now he burst out with a speed that was much faster than before, and quickly fled. Go. Qinyu looked at the two ferocious men with frightening murderous auras, then turned around and left. He had a certain level of confidence in his own strength, but facing two people who were ranked so high on the genius list, he was afraid that it would be a fierce battle. If he did not kill Qinyu, the bloodthirsty twin butchers were cruel and bloodthirsty, and their minds could not be measured by common sense. Perhaps they would continue to pester Qinyu. Swoosh! Swoosh! Qinyu and Sun Xianhao quickly fled in 2 different directions. In the distant forest, there was a loud roar. Swoosh! A huge bloody light shot out, carrying a monstrous murderous aura, directly attacking the soul and mind. At this moment, Qinyu and Sun Xinhao were both affected, and their minds were shaken. Haha, there are two of them. The eldest of the bloodthirsty twin butchers laughed, and then shouted, "Second brother, come quickly, one for each of us." Then, the true Yuan and the eldest of the bloodthirsty twin butchers' body boiled, and the sea of blood around him churned, turning into many ferocious blood pythons, which made people's hearts tremble. Boom, the eldest of the bloodthirsty twin butchers thrust out a palm, and the sea of blood churned. Waves of blood surged out, and dozens of ferocious blood pythons flew out, biting towards Sun Xinhao. Sun Xinhao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The snow-white saber light lit up, turning into hundreds of whirlwind saber slashes, flying out. Pung! 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 The dozens of ferocious blood pythons twisted their huge bodies, madly dancing, smashing the whirlwind saber slashes into pieces. A cloud of blood mist rushed towards Sun Xinhao first. Sun Xinhao's surface true yuan protection was wrapped by the blood mist, and with a sizzling sound, it was finally corroded. Then, the dozens of giant blood pythons flew over, each of them 10 zhang long, and their mouths were big enough to swallow a small house. Boom, Sun Xinhao seemed to have used some kind of trump card, and a shocking snow-white saber slash soared into the sky, fiercely slashing out, the saber intent shocking the world. Good boy, you have some ability. The eldest of the bloodthirsty twin butchers laughed, and quickly thrust out a second palm, then a third palm. The blood light covered a radius of 100 zhang, and Sun Xinhao was surrounded by the blood pythons, letting out a shrill scream. No wonder he is ranked 30th on the Heaven's favorite roll. His strength is so strong. Of course, the eldest of the bloodthirsty twin butchers could kill Sun Xinhao so quickly because Sun Xinhao was already injured by Qinyu, and was very weak. Qinyu turned around and ran, leaving behind a black-purple wind pattern. Hee, where do you think you're going? Leave your little life here, and I will give you a quick death. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. A man in leather armor laughed evilly, chasing after Qinyu. He was the second brother of the bloodthirsty twin butchers, ranked 36th on the Heaven's favorite roll. If the bloodthirsty twin butchers joined hands, their strength could probably rival the top 20 of the Heaven's favorite roll. There was no need for Qinyu to fight to the death with such a strong opponent. He would not get any benefits, and it would be a waste of time. No matter what, he had to get rid of the second brother of the bloodthirsty twin butchers first. After the eldest brother of the bloodthirsty twin butchers collected Sun Xinhao's spoils, he looked at Qinyu and the second brother, and said, "Eh? Isn't that boy Qinyu, ranked 94th on the Heaven's favorite roll? He has such speed." He and the second brother were both at the peak of the early stage of the Void Sea realm. They were ranked near the top of the Heaven's favorite roll, and their strength was incomparably strong. The 86th ranked girl ran when she saw the two brothers, but they caught up to her in less than 5 breaths. 10 breaths later, she was dead. It could be said that the strong fighters ranked below 50 on the Heaven's favorite roll should have no power to resist them. The eldest brother of the bloodthirsty twin butchers felt that there was something strange about Qinyu, so he followed. Outside the arena of the first round, there were more and more onlookers. Xinji fought with Hao Liang, ranked 19th, and defeated him in 5 moves. The little devil's strength is far beyond our imagination. Look, Sun Xinhao is dead. Someone suddenly exclaimed. So it's the bloodthirsty twin butchers. No wonder, but it's a pity for a genius. The bloodthirsty twin butchers were infamous for their cruel methods. This person was not surprised at all. Unfortunately, it's not just one genius. Qinyu is also being chased by the bloodthirsty twin butchers. Bloodthirsty second chased after Qinyu. In the beginning, he was closing in on Qinyu. But the next moment, Qinyu suddenly sped up and pulled away from him. No wonder he's ranked 36th on the Heaven's chosen list. He's so fast. Qinyu was a little surprised. He'd underestimated bloodthirsty second's speed. He'd just used the purple cloud cloak and the power in his heart to catch up with bloodthirsty second and pull away from him. What he didn't know was that bloodthirsty second was even more surprised. He'd killed countless people. Few people at the same level could be faster than him. Every time he chased, it wouldn't last long, but this time. If he continued like this, he would be left behind by Qinyu. Kid, the more you struggle, the more fun it will be for me to kill you. Bloodthirsty second sneered, the muscles on his face twitching. Buzz blood-colored true essence spread around him, turning into circles of blood-colored air currents that spun around him. Swoosh, bloodthirsty second speed increased by 60%. He turned into a blood-red light shadow and dashed out with a shocking aura. Xianxia scanned bloodthirsty second with his soul consciousness. He didn't know what secret technique the other had used, but his speed suddenly increased. If this continued, he would be caught unless he used some trump cards. Boom, bloodthirsty second dashed over. The strong blood energy rushed toward Xianxu's mind, affecting him for a moment. Then, bloodthirsty second swung his axe, and the 200-meter-long blood axe shadow slashed forward. A bloody, murderous aura spread out in every direction. It was enough to make people with weak minds feel fear and lower their resistance. But as a demon cultivator, Xianxia had a domineering demon will, and his mind energy had reached the peak of the early stage of the Void Sea realm. Under the effect of the moon spirit mineral and the jade pendant, his mind energy was very pure and condensed. He wasn't affected at all. He immediately counterattacked. His sea of true essence boiled, and the true essence from the demon patterns crazily surged out, gathering on Xianxu's left arm and fusing with a strange black demon pattern. At this moment, Xianxu was surrounded by a monstrous demon chi. Bright and dark intertwined, turning into a domineering demonic power that rushed out. Bloodthirsty second felt his mind energy and blood slightly tremble, and his power weakened a little. He was a little surprised. Facing Xianxu, he felt as if he was facing an opponent at the same level. Cloud-swallowing demonic fist, an incomparably huge pitch-black demonic fist soared into the sky, madly devouring the surrounding heaven-earth yuan qi and demonic qi, constantly strengthening itself. Boom, the two domineering power fiercely collided. The nearby mountains and forests were flattened. The mountain spirit thirsty second, behind them, the bloodthirsty forces boss suddenly saw the earth-shaking explosion in the distance. He had a bad feeling. Chen said. Chen. And Demon King Yu, Hao Chen, God brothers Yu the king said bloodthirsty second. Yu had taking, Chen Yu 4 dragon demon, Chen Chen demon, Yu Chen, he T Chen. He instantly forced it out of his body. On the other side, bloodthirsty second took 3 steps back. He had never imagined that this would be the result. At this moment, he even doubted if he remembered Xianxu's ranking on the Heaven's Favorite ranking list correctly. Good, kid. You can fight with me face to face. It seems like your strength is much higher than your ranking. But this makes it more interesting. Bloodthirsty second's face returned to normal. He revealed a cruel smile again. Xianxu looked at bloodthirsty second. From that attack, he could roughly guess his opponent's strength. If he used some of his trump cards, he could win. However, at this moment, he felt a strong true essence fluctuation rapidly approaching him. It's bloodthirsty first. Xianxu nodded. The bloodthirsty first was stronger than bloodthirsty second. If they joined hands, they would be the real bloodthirsty double slaughterer. They would kill anyone who stood in their way. Swoosh, Xianxu turned around and left, leaving a wisp of black and purple air. Don't run, kid. Bloodthirsty second immediately chased after him. He was already interested in Xianxu and wouldn't let him go so easily. If he didn't cut Xianxu into pieces, he would feel sorry for his title. The enormous circular arena was like a painting, displaying all sorts of wonderful and peerless confrontations. Venerable Fallen Moon deserves to be number 1 on the Heaven's Favorite list. He has the most marks so far. As the number 1 on the Heaven's Favorite list, almost 70% of the people present were paying attention to Venerable Fallen Moon. This person looks like Li Wenyi of Xiaoyao Palace. He actually defeated Xiao Qian, who was ranked 20th. Bloodthirsty second has caught up with Xianxu. A fat middle-aged man from the Sky Jade sect chuckled. He was the great elder of the Sky Jade sect's Skyfeather Peak, and Shuobuhan was his disciple. Shuobuhan's death had nothing to do with Xianxu, but it had a great impact on the Skyfeather Peak. Therefore, he was dissatisfied with Xianxu. The higher-ups of Black Demon Valley looked a little nervous. Xianxu was the disciple of the solitary Blood King and had high hopes. He had a chance to compete for the top 10 or even the top 5 in the next Heaven's Favorite list. The bloodthirsty double butchers are really bold to hunt down a true disciple of Black Demon Valley. A long-bearded elder snorted coldly. The heaven's favorite ranking battle is a cruel competition. The winner rises and the weak are eliminated. The older generation of Black Demon Valley won't seek revenge, right? The fat middle-aged man said with a smile. At this moment, in the formation world, Xianxia and Bloodthirsty Second exchanged blows. In the outside world, everyone could only observe with their eyes and couldn't sense any aura, including the star condensation kings. Therefore, they could only see that Xianxia and Bloodthirsty Second's blows seemed to be unharmed. The fat middle-aged man was slightly surprised and frowned at this scene, but he recovered in an instant. Haha, Elder Jing is right, but please don't underestimate the true disciples of Black Demon Valley. The long-bearded elder immediately stroked his beard and smiled, looking a little proud. But in his heart, he was also very surprised. Xianxu's strength was already able to fight against Bloodthirsty Second, that was an expert ranked 36th on the Heaven's Favorite list. The confrontation between the elders of Black Demon Valley and Heavenly Jade Sect attracted the attention of many people. I think Xianxia may have used some secret technique to block Bloodthirsty Second's blow. Look, he immediately ran away. But Xianxia can't escape. Bloodthirsty Second will never let him escape alive. The rest of the people who saw the confrontation between the two geniuses also began to discuss. Time passed, and after 15 minutes, Bloodthirsty Second still hadn't caught up with Xianxia. This chase and escape had alarmed many geniuses and prodigies. During this time, Bloodthirsty Second's eldest brother was suddenly encountered by Sky Dragon Spear Shangguan Feiyun. After the two exchanged a few blows, Bloodthirsty Second's eldest brother was defeated and looked for traces of Bloodthirsty Second. This Xianxia is smart to play hide-and-seek with Bloodthirsty Second. He has the purple cloud cloak, so he is more agile. He picks places with obstacles and runs around Bloodthirsty Second. Amazing, 94th on the Heaven's Favorite list, he can fight with Bloodthirsty Second for so long. Hearing the comments around him, the fat middle-aged man from Heavenly Jade Sect's face slightly darkened. 2 hours passed. Bloodthirsty Second still hadn't caught up with Xianxia, and the distance between the two was getting bigger. Bastard, fight with me if you have the guts. Why are you hiding? Bloodthirsty Second cursed. The bloodthirsty twin slaughterers were extremely bloodthirsty. As long as they had their eyes on a prey, they had to kill it. That was why Bloodthirsty Second kept chasing after Xianxia. However, Xianxia was running around in circles. As a body cultivator, his agility was much higher than Bloodthirsty Second's. With the help of the purple cloud cloak and the occasional power accumulation in his heart, Xianxia didn't need to worry about Bloodthirsty Second's threat. I haven't seen Bloodthirsty Second's eldest brother for half a day. What's going on? Xianxia was puzzled. Normally, the bloodthirsty twin slaughterers should have joined hands to deal with him. I can't be careless. The bloodthirsty twin slaughterers are not only bloodthirsty, but also sinister and cunning. Xianxia shook his head and said to himself. But it's getting dark. 1 hour later, the sky turned dark. The distance between Xianxia and Bloodthirsty Second was getting bigger, but Bloodthirsty Second could still track Xianxia. This guy still doesn't want to give up. Xianxia looked at Bloodthirsty Second, a little depressed. The other was simply a follower. His target was not only the top 40 of the Heaven's Chosen list, but also not the top 30. At some point, Xianxia made a decision. After going around in circles, night fell. Dark moon and strong wind. Killing night. Xianxia suddenly stopped, standing on the treetop. He was motionless, and his aura was restrained. At a certain moment, a strange dark energy spread out. Xianxia's skin suddenly darkened, and there seemed to be a black light moving on the surface. In a breath, Xianxia turned pitch black, and the place where he stood was even more gloomy. He didn't move, as if he had become one with the darkness. This was the bloodline of the silent night-winged wolf. Swoosh, Bloodthirsty Second suddenly stopped in the air, looking around with doubt in his eyes. His soul consciousness also quietly spread out. Where did this kid go? He said to himself. Lost him. If Big Brother knew this, how embarrassing it would be. He chased a kid with a lower cultivation base and ranking than him, but he let him escape. All of a sudden, Bloodthirsty Second felt a chill behind him. He didn't care at first, but when he turned around, his face changed. His hair stood on end, and he swung his blood axe. Swoosh, a black shadow attacked as fast as lightning. When the black shadow got close, Bloodthirsty Second could see it clearly. He was even more shocked. This person was Qianyu. Ding! Bang, he swung the blood axe in his hand, clashing with Qianyu's fist. In the silent night, there was a sharp sound of metal colliding. Thump! Thump, thump! Thump, Bloodthirsty Second retreated 8 steps. His arms were numb and his palms were sweating. In this exchange, he was completely suppressed by Qianyu. In that instant, he actually felt a sense of danger. Bloodthirsty Second mobilized the true essence in his body, ready to swing his blood axe. But after that exchange, Qianyu had disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, Bloodthirsty Second felt some pain in his shoulder. He turned around and saw a bloody hole there. A cold and sinister flame energy entered his body and spread everywhere, devouring his blood, qi, and life force. He hurt me. Bloodthirsty Second couldn't believe it. At some point, in the darkness, a cold and weak aura came again. In the darkness, a cold and weak aura came again. Qianyu, go die. Bloodthirsty Force's second brother shouted, turned around, and swung his blood axe. A 20-meter-long blood axe shadow with a bloody, murderous aura burst out. Bang, right in front of him, a dark red cold finger light was crushed by the blood axe. It's not Qianyu. Bloodthirsty Old Second's heart jumped, his scalp tingling. The moon sword finger was soft and ethereal, the opposite of the bright sun sword finger. Thus, it was easy to change the direction of the sword finger. At this moment, Qianyu used this method to make Bloodthirsty Old Second reveal a flaw. Behind Bloodthirsty Old Second, a black shadow suddenly approached. When Qianyu was very close to Bloodthirsty Old Second and confirmed that his attack wouldn't miss, a flow of wild demonic true essence surged out from his fist. His target was Bloodthirsty Old Second's head. Not good. Bloodthirsty Old Second felt the danger of death. He crazily operated his true essence, urging a powerful force hidden deep in his body. Bang, Qianyu's fist descended, but Bloodthirsty Old Second's neck suddenly burst out a bloody light, turning into a layer of viscous and tough blood curtain, like concentrated blood. This punch didn't use any force. When it hit the blood curtain, its power was dispersed. At the same time, this viscous blood curtain also moved to wrap around Qianyu. Swoosh, Qianyu urged the power of the silent night-winged wolf's bloodline, which greatly increased his agility and perception. He quickly retreated and dodged. Gurgled that viscous blood curtain surrounded Bloodthirsty Old Second's body, protecting him as if it had a mind of its own. Qianyu, I will tear you into pieces. Bloodthirsty Old Second's face was ferocious, his eyes bloodshot. He could not tolerate being scared by Qianyu to the point that he was drenched in sweat. He had even nearly died at Qianyu's hands. The trump card he had prepared for the genius's favorite ranking tournament was used in the first round, and it was used on Qianyu. If he didn't peel off Qianyu's skin, he wouldn't be able to vent his hatred. Indeed, it's not easy to kill a top-ranked chosen among the geniuses of the Southern Domain. If Qianyu's goal was to defeat Bloodthirsty Old Second, it wouldn't be difficult. On the other hand, if he forced Bloodthirsty Old Second to use his life-saving skill, Qianyu would be one step closer to his goal. With his powerful perception, Qianyu could clearly feel that the blood curtain around Bloodthirsty Old Second was slowly disappearing. Obviously, it wouldn't last for long. He held his breath, hiding in the darkness and waiting. The audience, Bloodthirsty Old Second, held his breath and waited quietly in the darkness. The audience. The venue for the first segment was a small world that had been opened up by itself. It was already very impressive for people from the outside world to be able to observe the situation in this world. Moreover, after activating the silent night-winged wolf bloodline, Qianyu became one with the darkness. Even Bloodthirsty Second Brother, who was not far from him, would have a hard time detecting Qianyu. Old Second, the Chen Old Second, comma. It was night outside, but there were all kinds of lights shining as if it was daytime. It's amazing that the sacred empty realm formation can change the rotation of the sun and moon in the small world. Although there are many unfair places in the Heaven's Chosen list ranking battle, there are also many places where fairness is sought. For example, the night is the home ground for agility, assassins, mechanical engineers, and other Heaven's Chosen. Most of the geniuses would choose to rest and adjust their condition at night after a day of fighting. But there were also some heaven's chosen who hid during the day and acted at night. On the other side, some of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Jade sect and Black Demon Valley were paying attention to Qinyu and Bloodthirsty Old Second. When they found that Qinyu didn't continue to run away, but instead fought with Bloodthirsty Old Second, many people were shocked, thinking that Qinyu was a fool. However, the battle that followed was incomprehensible to everyone. Qinyu seemed to have changed into another person, appearing and disappearing in the dark, putting Bloodthirsty Old Second in a passive position. At night, they couldn't see very clearly. In addition, when Qinyu activated the mysterious pattern demon body, his whole body was pitch black, so no one present could see that Qinyu had activated the night-winged wolf bloodline. What's wrong with Bloodthirsty Old Second? He can't even deal with Qinyu. The fat middle-aged man frowned. During the day, although Bloodthirsty Old Second was led around by Qinyu, he still had the upper hand in a head-on battle. But at night, Bloodthirsty Old Second was completely passive. Could this Qinyu have cultivated the assassination Dao? The fat middle-aged man was suspicious. The long-bearded elder of Black Demon Valley was worried about Qinyu. Logically speaking, when night fell, Qinyu had a higher chance of escaping, but he chose to fight. Hey, Bloodthirsty Old Second's secret technique is about to dissipate. He suddenly found that the viscous blood curtain around Bloodthirsty Old Second was shrinking little by little, and finally dissipated. Qinyu, come out, you coward! Bloodthirsty Old Second roared and swung his giant axe. Terrifying blood-light shadows shuttled back and forth, destroying everything in the surroundings. His secret technique was about to disappear, but Qinyu had been hiding in the dark and hadn't made a move. Bloodthirsty Old Second was a little anxious at this moment. Qinyu continued to wait, hiding among the broken rocks and broken trees. At a certain moment, the viscous blood curtain around Bloodthirsty Old Second completely dissipated. Bang, the ground not far away suddenly exploded. Rocks and broken trees flew up. It was a mess. Bloodthirsty Old Second's body suddenly tensed up. It was hard to imagine that Qinyu had created a chaotic environment to scare Bloodthirsty Old Second, who was rumored to be ferocious and cruel. Thump thump. Thump thump thump, Qinyu's internal organs were activated, and the blood in his body surged, full of vitality. But all of this was covered by the night-winged wolf bloodline, and ordinary people couldn't detect it. The night-winged wolf, a sacred beast, was good at hiding in the dark and waiting for the right time. Once it attacked, it would use all of its power. When Qinyu was 20 zhang away from Bloodthirsty Old Second, the latter suddenly sensed it. He turned around and swung his giant axe. A ferocious blood arc with rolling blood mist roared out. Swoosh, Qinyu didn't make a move. Relying on his agility and flexibility, he dodged the attack and got closer to Bloodthirsty Old Second. With the heart eruption and the support of his bloodline, Qinyu's speed reached an unimaginable level. He was so fast that it was hard to catch his movements. So fast. Bloodthirsty Old Second found that Qinyu had disappeared in front of him in an instant. Danger was approaching. He instinctively controlled his spirit weapon and swung it. Boom, a pitch-black fist that looked like a black hole suddenly exploded with terrifying power and rolling demonic intent. This fist seemed to cover everything around it. Bloodthirsty Old Second's eyes popped out, and fear spread. Ding, before the blood axe's attack could finish, it was hit by Qinyu's fist and flew into the distance. Then, the dark demon fist smashed toward Bloodthirsty Old Second's head. Bloodthirsty Old Second couldn't dodge. Puff, a bloody head flew into the air. It was Bloodthirsty Old Second's head. His eyes almost popped out, filled with fear and disbelief. The moment he killed Bloodthirsty Old Second, Qinyu took away his storage space and mark, picked up the blood axe not far away, and dashed into a quiet forest. Then, the bloodline power in his body disappeared. Outside, the people who saw this scene were all dumbfounded. Bloodthirsty Old Second's head was sent flying by Qinyu, who had suddenly come out of hiding. Was that still the infamous Bloodthirsty Old Second who was ranked 36th on the prodigy ranking and was like an evil ghost? F***ck, a headshot in one punch. My eyes aren't deceiving me, right? Is that person Qinyu? Should be. However, the night was too dark, and Qinyu's body was pitch black. Plus, he was too fast. No one could be sure that he was the one who killed bloodthirsty old second. From 94th to 36th on the prodigy list. This is unbelievable. A moment later. Whoosh, a red shadow with a terrifying murderous aura landed where bloodthirsty old second died. Old second. Bloodthirsty old second's head saw the body and the head not far away. He froze on the spot, and his head buzzed. A dark, red oppressive blood energy filled the area, as if there were countless snakes slithering inside. It was frightening. Bloodthirsty old second thought that Xianxia might have a trump card, and Xianxia couldn't kill him alone. However, he didn't expect that it was Xianxia who died. Chen. You. A moment later, bloodthirsty old second's eyes emitted a bone-chilling bloody light as he said each word. In the dark night, Xianxia quietly moved, vigilant of his surroundings. Here, the night was more dangerous than the day. A cave? After finding a secluded cave, Xianxia killed the sleeping dire beast inside and occupied the cave. Sitting cross-legged, he let out a sigh of relief. If bloodthirsty old second didn't have a trump card, I would have killed him and wasted the power of my bloodline. Xianxia felt his heart ache. In fact, Xianxia could fight against a venerable at the middle stage of Empty Sea Realm with the silent night-winged wolf's bloodline and the power of his heart. Except for that trump card, bloodthirsty old second couldn't stop Xianxia. Thus, Xianxia killed him with only one strike. Luckily, bloodthirsty old second has a lot of marks. He has at least 7. Xianxia looked at the unusually bright 5-pointed star on the back of his hand. Then, he picked up bloodthirsty old second's blood axe. After checking it, he confirmed that it was a top-tier top-grade spiritual weapon. I hope the things in my storage space won't disappoint me. There was a strange blood-colored ring in bloodthirsty old second's storage space. The body of the ring was made of a blood snake with its head biting its tail. When Xianxia's consciousness seeped into the ring, it was repelled by an invisible barrier. Luckily, his mind power was strong, so it wasn't affected much. It's protected. This is a storage space tool that recognizes its owner. Xianxia was happy. This was much better than his own storage space. There should be a lot of treasures in it. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. He used his mind power and demonic pattern true essence to seep into the ring and slowly erase the mark left by bloodthirsty old second. Bloodthirsty old second's strength wasn't much higher than Xianxia's, and he wasn't good at Soul Dao. In just 1 hour, Xianxia had erased it. Buzz, the ring suddenly bloomed with a blurry blood-colored light. This time, Xianxia's consciousness smoothly entered the space. The interior of the blood serpent ring was a square space of more than 60 zhang in length and width. Apart from some miscellaneous items, there were many battle techniques, metal ores, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures. The bloodthirsty twin slaughterers were bloodthirsty and cruel, so they had accumulated a great deal of wealth. Apart from these resources, there were 110,000 middle-grade primordial stones. Fiend spirit blood crystals. Xianxia found 2 red crystals. Holding them in his hand, there was a cold fiendish aura. Fiend spirit blood crystals could increase the cultivation of blood cultivators, but there were certain side effects. Even so, most people would first increase their cultivation, and think of a way to deal with the side effects later. Flame spirit, refine these 2 crystals. Xianxia communicated with the flame spirit of the blood glass flame, telling it to do it itself. Yes, master. Within Xianxia's body, a bright blood glass flame flew out, wrapping around one of the red crystals. The quality of the blood glass flame was constantly improving. Previously, Xianxia had snatched a blood essence crystal from Lu Ling at the bottom of the Burning Sun Mountain. After the blood glass flame devoured it, it could easily burn ordinary empty sea experts to death. At this moment, these 2 fiend spirit blood crystals were no less beneficial to the blood glass flame than the blood essence crystal. Next, Xianxia took out 2 jars of wine from the blood serpent ring. After opening it, a fiery and pungent aroma immediately wafted out. Xianxia gently inhaled a bit, and his body involuntarily became hot. The temperature of his blood gradually rose, and it flowed faster. Even the primordial yuan in his primordial yuan seed began to ripple. Could this be fire flare wine? Xianxia inhaled a few more times, and finally confirmed that this was the legendary fire flare wine. This wine was extremely delicious, and people who loved wine would definitely treat it as a treasure. The greatest effect of the fire flare wine was to expel the impurities of primordial yuan and stabilize one's foundation. Those who frequently drank this wine would have a stable cultivation, and their primordial yuan would be pure and condensed. The bloodthirsty twin slaughterers had cultivated the evil path halfway, and their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Logically speaking, their foundation should not be stable, and their potential should be limited. It was precisely because of the fire flare wine that these hidden dangers were eliminated. In addition, the fire-scaling wine was beneficial to the body. It could strengthen one's physique and promote one's level of life. Ordinary people might not care about this effect, but body cultivators would definitely not neglect it. Good stuff. Xianxia smiled. There were 2 jars of flaming wine here, enough for him to use for a while. Immediately, Xianxia took a small sip. Bzzz, it was as if he had swallowed a ball of flame, which suddenly exploded in his body, turning into countless raging flames that instantly swam around his body. Xianxia felt as if every part of his body was burning. Finally, the effects of the fire-flaming wine reached the true essence C and merged into the pitch-black and calm true essence C. Rumble, his true essence C surged and surged. It really is a good thing. Xianxia could not help but smile as he sensed the changes in his body. Another mouthful of 100-flower honey. Xianxia suddenly remembered that he had taken a jar of honey from the giant golden-armored bear during the day. The 100-flower honey could also nourish the body and improve one's life level. Apart from that, its greatest effect was to improve one's cultivation. Compared to other cultivation-boosting materials, the 100-flower honey had extremely few side effects. If it was used with the fire-flaming wine, the minor side effects would be almost negligible. Thinking of this, Xianxia took out the 100-flower honey and took a small sip. One was scorching and bitter, while the other was fresh and sweet. The 2 tastes intertwined, making Xianxia feel comfortable all over, and he couldn't help but moan. Xianxia simply sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the Sky Demon's secret pattern record. The night passed quickly. During this period, Xianxia took a small sip of the 100-flower honey and flaming wine. There's some improvement in all aspects. Xianxia checked himself and came to a conclusion. The quality of the magic pattern True Yuan had also improved, becoming purer. Xianxia's body also felt very comfortable, and he felt like he was about to start a battle right now. Let's go. Xianxia left the cave and began to plunder the mark. Just as he walked a distance away, there was a wave of energy around him, and the rock walls and trees on both sides suddenly lit up with dark blue array patterns. Array. Xianxia nodded and thought. In the next moment, a huge layer of dark blue light enveloped him. Swish, not far away, a woman in black jumped out, holding an ancient array plate in her hand. Haha, I caught a prey. The woman in black didn't say anything and activated the array. Immediately, around the array wall, hundreds of blue light arrows suddenly appeared, shining with cold light. Go to hell. The woman in black shouted. Swish, hundreds of blue light arrows all flew toward Xianxia in the center of the array. If it were an ordinary early-stage Void Sea Realm cultivator, even if they used defensive measures, they might be pierced through by so many light arrows, instantly turning into a hornet's nest. Secret pattern demonic body, an amazing demonic will burst out of Xianxia's body, causing the array to tremble slightly. Then, his body became pitch black, and strange inscriptions and patterns flashed with dark light. Bang, Xianxia punched forward with great momentum, and a ball of black demonic light, emitting a layer of demonic chi and a burning aura, roared out. Bang, bang. Crack, in front of him, more than 100 blue light arrows were all shattered by Xianxia's punch. What? The black-robed woman outside was shocked. You're Xianxia. She looked carefully, and when she saw Xianxia's face, she was so scared that there was no blood on it. If it were during the day, she wouldn't have such a reaction. But at night, a piece of news spread: Xianxia had killed the bloodthirsty second brother, ranked 36th on the Proud Son of Heaven list, and the bloodthirsty eldest brother was looking for Xianxia's whereabouts. Xianxia had even killed the bloodthirsty second brother, ranked 36th on the Proud Son of Heaven list. If she attacked Xianxia now, wasn't that the same as seeking death? Bang. The remaining arrow lights all landed on Xianxia's body, creating a blue light storm. Before the explosion subsided, a powerful demonic quintessence swept out and repelled everything. Then, Qinyu mobilized his physical strength and punched the array under his feet. Bang! The blue light array fiercely shook, and the array's energy was rapidly consumed. With Qinyu's fist as the center, a crack appeared and spread out in all directions. Pung ka! The formation shattered with a loud bang and dissipated in an instant. However, the woman in black outside the array slipped away after confirming Qinyu's identity. Whoosh! Qinyu didn't panic. He chased after her and soon saw her. The woman in black struggled for a while, but Qinyu heavily injured her with one punch. Finally, she handed over the mark. What a monster. Fortunately, he isn't like the bloodthirsty twin butchers. He didn't kill me. The woman in black was still scared. Then, Qinyu activated the purple cloud cloak and ran around. He attacked whoever he saw and collected many marks. At a certain moment, Qinyu felt a shocking sword intent fluctuation. Even though he was several miles away, he was still shocked. He slowly approached, wanting to see who it was. After all, in the Proud Son of Heaven list ranking battle, anyone could become Qinyu's opponent. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Soon, Qinyu came to the edge of the canyon and saw 3 figures at the bottom. At the front, there were 2 figures running away. One of them was a black-robed, short-haired man at the peak early stage of Void Sea Realm. The other was dressed in black. His skin was dark but very plump. His eyes were deep, and he exuded a mature sexiness. There was a black moon mark between his eyebrows. One of the Yin-Yang twin moons, Yin Moon. Qinyu couldn't help but be moved. The woman with the black moon mark between her eyebrows was one of the Yin-Yang twin moons of the Evil Moon sect, an expert in the top 10 of the Proud Son of Heaven list. The other black-robed, short-haired man wasn't weak either. But at this moment, the 2 of them were being chased by someone. Who was it? The person behind was dressed in white. Her hair was like a waterfall, and her eyes were ethereal. She was holding a sword, but the sword couldn't be seen at all. However, there were countless sword lights around her. The nearby trees were all cut down, and there were dozens of sword marks on the rocks nearby. It was a shocking sight. Absolute Sword Fairy. Guanao Shue. Qinyu recognized the beautiful Yin-Yang twin moons. Hand over the mark, and I'll spare your life. The Absolute Sword Fairy's crisp voice sounded. It was very pleasant, but it was too cold. Haha, Guanao Shue, don't even think about it. Yang Yu will be here soon, and then we'll fight again. Yin laughed. Guanao Shue didn't reply. She raised her arm, and a terrifying sword intent surged out. It was as if there were thousands of invisible swords spinning around. At this moment, Qinyu could faintly see the invisible sword in Guanao Shue's hand. His heart couldn't help but palpitate. Who is it? Guanao Shue sensed something and looked down the cliff. Immediately, an extremely sharp sword ray that could kill everything in its path flew toward him. The invisible sword intent pierced through the void and landed on Qinyu's mind. Qinyu's body shook, and he felt a sharp pain in his mind. After recovering, he turned around and fled. Swoosh! Behind him, countless translucent sword lights flew over, bringing with them a murderous intent. The speed of the sword lights was faster than Qinyu. Qinyu wanted to dodge, but there was a feeling that he couldn't dodge. The countless invisible swords had already locked onto Qinyu. In the outside world, there was an uproar of discussion. There were also some forces that were counting the number of marks obtained by the geniuses. Guanao Shue has met Yin Yu of the Yin-Yang twin moons. Damn, in just 3 moves, Yin Yu and another disciple of the Evil Moon cult were defeated. I wonder who is stronger, the Yin-Yang twin moons or the solitary sword fairy Guanao Shue. Everyone was looking forward to the battle between these 3 stunning beauties. Chen Yu. 2 high-level members of the Black Demon sect suddenly saw Qinyu approaching Guanao Shue. This boy is courting death. Sure enough, Guanao Shue keenly sensed Qinyu's existence. With a thought, an invisible killing sword attacked Qinyu. This time, Qinyu is finished. Although he killed the second brother of the bloodthirsty sect, who is the solitary sword fairy. She is in the top 5, or even the top 3. Even if the solitary sword fairy only used a fraction of her strength, it should be enough to kill Qinyu several times over. But in the next moment, the expressions of these people changed. In their field of vision, Xianxia flew out from the sword light that filled the sky. How is this possible? That boy ran out? Tens of thousands of feet above everyone's heads, there was a faint fluctuation. A figure faintly appeared. Solitary Blood King, there is no need to be so nervous. A mocking voice sounded. Haha. Solitary Blood King chuckled. However, this disciple of yours has some skill. He was able to escape from the sword of my favored disciple, even though it was just a casual strike. The voice continued. Xianxia was the disciple of a peak 3-star sect, Sky Sword Pavilion's deputy pavilion master. Then, the identity of the person speaking was self-evident. In the next Prodigy of Heaven ranking battle, he will definitely be in the top 5. Solitary Blood King casually said. In truth, Xianxu's current performance had far exceeded Solitary Blood King's expectations. He had placed Xianxia in the top 3 of the next ranking battle, but in front of others, he had to be humble. Yes, this boy is indeed not bad. He has some hope. Don't speak too early. The peak 3-star forces of the southern region are not to be trifled with. I'm afraid your Black Demon Valley will not have a place in the top 5. Several voices sounded. From the exchange, it could be seen that the few people present were all star condensation kings of the southern region. They could shake the southern region with a stomp of their feet. In the past, the Prodigy of Heaven ranking battle would not attract the attention of these giants. But this time, it was really unusual for these powerful figures to gather here. Xianxia's sword Dao attack was indeed powerful. A casual attack could crush an ordinary Void Sea state. Fortunately, Xianxu's rune demonic body had reached the peak of the early Void Sea state. He used the demonic technique Dragon Wall and safely blocked it. This woman is really fierce. She just wanted to take a look. Did she have to kill her? Xianxia snorted. From Xianxia's casual attack just now, Xianxia could roughly estimate his opponent's strength. She didn't need to use her sword. With a thought, the invisible sword would come and lock on to the enemy. If they really fought, it would be difficult for Xianxia to resist the absolute sword fairy sword Dao attack with his best defensive method. Fortunately, I didn't meet her face to face, Xianxia shook his head and thought. However, the scene just now also made Xianxia understand the gap between him and the top geniuses. I have the 100 flowers honey and fire wine. I might be able to catch up to them. There was a hint of unwillingness and fighting spirit in Xianxu's eyes. He didn't want to run away again the next time he met Xianxia. Xianxu's foundation was very solid. With the 100 flowers honey and fire wine complementing each other, he was confident that his cultivation could go further in 1 or 2 months. However, the total time for the first stage was 1 month. This method was a bit risky. Secondly, if Xianxia kept cultivating in seclusion, even if he survived in the end, the number of marks would be the least. Therefore, he gave up on this idea and decided to continue to plunder marks. Killing, fighting, and taking risks were also a kind of cultivation that could improve one's strength. But it's time to change places. Xianxia decided to change his position. Because he killed the second brother of the bloodthirsty force, his name had already spread in the nearby area. If it were at the beginning, people like Sun Xianhao would have been overjoyed to see Xianxia and would have taken the initiative to charge at him. Now, however, the majority of people would run away upon seeing Xianxia. On the other hand, the leader of the bloodthirsty force was still searching for traces of Xianxia. Xianxia wasn't afraid of the leader of the bloodthirsty force, but it was difficult to kill him in a one-on-one fight. He didn't want to waste time. They traveled westward for half a day. With a sweep of his soul sense, Xianxia suddenly discovered something. Under a huge old tree, there was a tree hole. This Citaliño is too terrifying. He's not on the prodigy roll, but his strength is at least in the top 40, maybe even higher. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the young moon of the yin-yang twin moons, I'm afraid I would have died there. A handsome man was sitting cross-legged, treating his injuries. Now that he recalled what had just happened, he still felt a lingering fear. In any case, he was ranked 67th on the prodigy roll, yet he was heavily injured by a nobody. He had lost all his face. Someone's coming. The handsome man suddenly sensed something and immediately dashed out. Pong, in the next moment, a huge fist made of demonic light descended. The thick ancient tree instantly turned into countless fragments, leaving a huge pit in the ground. Chen Yu? The handsome man saw a black figure flying towards him. You really don't know what's good for you. You're ranked 94th on the prodigy roll, but you can't last more than 10 moves against me. If he wasn't injured, the handsome man was confident that he could defeat Chen Yu within 5 moves. Is that so? Take this move from me. Chen Yu sneered and unleashed his true origin, attacking the handsome man even more fiercely. The simple punch contained the physique of an early-stage empty C-state cultivator, the powerful true origin of demonic patterns, and the intent of heaven and earth. Boom! Before the attack landed, the domineering demonic intent rushed into the handsome man's mind, causing him to panic and fear. Oh no, the handsome man's expression changed slightly. Chen Yu's punch had brought him a strong sense of danger. Gurgle, he waved his palms, and a layer of green water surged out, turning into a layer of green light shield, blocking in front of him. Since Chen Yu was so fierce, he would use softness to overcome strength. Poof! Chen Yu's punch landed on the green light shield, and the condensed energy was instantly dispersed. Break! Chen Yu let out a low roar, gathering power in his heart. A powerful force burst out from his body again, and the two forces stacked together and collided. Poof! The green light shield was broken by Chen Yu head-on, turning into countless water sparks, drifting in all directions. How is this possible? The handsome man was shocked and in disbelief. His ranking on the prodigy list was nearly 30 places higher than Chen Yu's. At this moment, he couldn't even block one move from Chen Yu. Bang! The power of Chen Yu's fist bombarded over, and his body was in extreme pain, as if his bones were falling apart. His body flew backward and smashed into the ground. Wait, I'll hand over the mark. Before Chen Yu could speak, the handsome man immediately begged for mercy. He was afraid that Chen Yu would kill him and take the mark. After all, Chen Yu had the strength to do so. After getting the mark, Chen Yu immediately left, looking for his next target. What the hell is going on? The handsome man sighed gloomily and indignantly. The unknown Citolinyu had almost killed him, and now he couldn't even take one move from Chen Yu, whose ranking was much lower than his. In a valley filled with dancing qi, 3 figures were engaged in a soul-stirring battle, and the sound of battle could be heard incessantly. One of them was dressed in white, and her skin was smooth as cream. Her body was emitting white moonlight, but it wasn't bright. Instead, it gave people a sense of evil. This person was Yang Yu, one of the yin-yang twin moons of the evil moon sect. Swish, she gently waved her jade-like palm, and a pure white moonlight transformed into a bright crescent moon. Next to her, there was also a woman. Although she wasn't as pretty as Yang Yu, she was tall and voluptuous, and had an excellent temperament. She was also a beauty. If there was anyone else here, they would definitely recognize that this woman was Han Yan of the Zhonglei Palace, ranked 15th on the prodigy list. Boom! Her body was surrounded by lightning, and the sword in her hand was like a lightning sword, dazzling and emitting a terrifying destructive aura. Han Yan slashed out with her sword. Boom! Boom! It was as if a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky and struck down with a terrifying power that could destroy everything in the world. In front of the two women, there was a man in black who was shrouded in a layer of evil ghost mist. This man was Citolinyu. His handsome face was calm, and hundreds of ghost shadows around him knelt down as if they were worshipping their king. Under the contrast of these ghostly figures, Citolinyu was like the king of ghosts, and the aura and power he exuded caused Han Yan and Yang Yu's hearts to tremble. Citolinyu's eyes flickered, and he quickly made a hand seal. Buzz, an enormous amount of yin qi and ghostly qi were rising into the sky from the valley. There were even quite a number of phantoms and evil spirits flying toward the valley. This scene made Han Yan and Yang Yu's blood freeze. Right at this moment, the bright moonlight and the lightning sword struck down, creating a vast layer of white lightning that collided with the gloomy ghost qi. The lightning and moonlight lit up the surroundings. Han Yan's Tao of lightning was a great counter to the evil Tao and ghost Tao, however. When the light dissipated, a layer of dark ghost mist floated out again, and Citolinyu was surrounded by ghost shadows. Yang Yu, who is this person? How can he be so powerful? Han Yan asked with a voice transmission. Although she was a disciple of the Tsang Thunder Palace, she knew Yang Yu from the Evil Moon sect and they had a good relationship. I don't know either. Yang Yu didn't know Situ either. That was why she was shocked. It was already very impressive that this unknown person could fight against her. However, Situ was still able to fight against them after Han Yan joined them. However, this person has just used a secret technique to mobilize the Yin Qi and has consumed a lot of his energy. Let's chase after him and kill him, Yang Yu said with a voice transmission. Situ was able to deal with them because of the geographical advantage. This valley was filled with dense Yin Qi and contained large amounts of Yin Qi and Ghost Qi. Okay. Han Yan's eyes lit up, and the thunder sword in her hand shone even brighter. If the two of them couldn't even deal with Situ after joining forces, what face would they have left if word got out? At the same time, a powerful evil moonlight rose from Yang Yu's body. In the forest not far away, Jin Yu hid there and watched the battle in the valley. What kind of fortuitous encounter did Situ have? He's so powerful, Jin Yu exclaimed in his heart. Yang Yu was in the top 10 of the prodigy roll. Meanwhile, Jin Yu also had an impression of the tall woman. When the Zhonglei Palace arrived, this woman was next to Duan Xiao. At this moment, the two women couldn't do anything to Situ. Of course, Situ could only fight against them because of the geographical advantage. Situ was already amazing to be able to do this. Jin Yu couldn't help but wonder why Situ didn't return after going to the Blood Star realm and what he had experienced in the past few years. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that Situ was usually quiet in the Kunyan's sacred ground, but he was always there at important moments. Suddenly, a soul-stirring power came from the valley. Oh no, the two women are going to use their killer moves. Jin Yu's eyes narrowed. Should I help them or not? Jin Yu didn't want to offend Han Yan and Yang Yu. He had a lot of thoughts in the blink of an eye. It wasn't easy for him to meet an old friend, so Jin Yu didn't wish to see the other party die here. On the other hand, even if Situ was no match for the two women, he could leave. Why would he stay here? Was there a secret in this valley? Whoosh, Jin Yu's eyes were full of determination as he flew out. In the valley, Yang Yu and Han Yan's aura became more and more powerful. Situ face became serious. You're too arrogant. Do you think you can fight against us? Yang Yu's voice came out with a hint of disdain. Situ let out a sigh as if he had made a decision. A powerful aura was emitted from his body. Suddenly, a black line appeared on his forehead. However, Situ suddenly sensed something. He looked to the side and the black line on his forehead disappeared. Whoosh, a black figure quickly approached, dragging a long black dragon tail. Haha, brother Situ, long time no see. Laughing heartily, Jin Yu charged forward. Han Yan and Yang Yu both frowned. Humph, 94th on the prodigy roll. Han Yan couldn't help but snort. A mere 94th on the prodigy roll dared to interfere in her battle. She felt that her dignity was being challenged. She sneered. What a touching friendship. Let me send you two to hell together. Situ looked at Jin Yu with a hint of surprise on his calm face. Then, he smiled. Oh, it's you, brother Chen. After so many years, the two of them didn't feel too distant when they met under such circumstances. Your friend is here to die. Aren't you going to stop him? Yang Yu smiled. She felt that Jin Yu was too interesting. As a member of the prodigy list, how could he not know her and Han Yan's ranking? How could he come here to die? I think he might give you a surprise. Situ smile became even wider. Thinking back to the Kunyan realm, he had lost to Jin Yu in the competition at the Demon Free Academy. In the Kunyan sacred ground, Jin Yu's speed of becoming a holy guard was also much faster than others. In short, Jin Yu's strength and potential were not much weaker than his. Bright moon illuminates the sky. Yang Yu spread her arms and a bright white crescent moon rose behind her. A silent and oppressive aura shrouded the entire area. It was daytime, but there was an illusion that the moon was shining on the earth at night. Vigorous lightning. The thunder sword in Han Yan's hand shone with dazzling lightning and the ghost chi around her turned into ashes. Swoosh, the thunder sword flew up and turned into a white lightning bolt that was more than a foot thick. It flashed across the sky and instantly descended. As expected of the prodigies of the Tsan Thunder Palace and the evil moon sect, Qianyu felt a great deal of pressure. He should have been afraid, but instead, he felt a trace of excitement. He had seen Guanaoxua's sword Dao attack before. Although the attacks of these two people were strong, they were still slightly weaker in comparison. Buzz, Qianyu activated the secret pattern Fiend Body and his body turned pitch black. He was like a demon. Standing next to Sitalinyu, the Ghost Chi and Ghost Chi merged together, creating an even more powerful evil aura, Demon Dragon Wall. At the same time, the sixth magic pattern on Qianyu's back seemed to have come to life. The demonic patterns were densely packed with demonic scale patterns, and as a massive amount of demonic pattern true essence poured in, it turned into a thick, pitch-black wall of scales, blocking the front. Sitalinyu knew that as a body cultivator, Qianyu specialized in defense. Previously, he was suppressed by the two women because their attacks were somewhat difficult to deal with. Qianyu's appearance just happened to make up for his shortcomings. Boom, that thick bolt of white lightning was the first to pierce through, instantly bombarding the demon dragon wall, emitting a thunderous sound. Chi-chi, the demonic chi dispersed, and lightning overflowed in all directions. Although Sitalinyu's intent realm was assisting Qianyu, the effect was minimal. Qianyu felt his arms go numb, and then his whole body was attacked by lightning. The demonic dragon wall lasted for less than a breath of time, and it seemed like it would shatter at any moment. Han Yan, on the other hand, opened her mouth in disbelief. She had thought that her sword strike was enough to blast Qianyu into pieces. Had his strength declined? Crack, seeing that the demon dragon wall was about to shatter, the demonic pattern true essence in Qianyu's body surged out like two black dragons, entering the demon dragon wall. At this moment, in the sky, a bright, white, and strange moon suddenly smashed down. Qianyu! Sitalinyu reminded. He waved his hand, and a portion of the ghosts surrounded Qianyu, helping Qianyu share the pressure. He himself had already started to use a secret technique. Next to him, a big-headed evil spirit floated quietly, letting out creepy sounds. There was also a powerful force brewing in its body. Boom, bang, the demon dragon wall and the lightning both collapsed. With Sitalinyu's help, Qianyu blocked Han Yan's attack and was only slightly injured. In the sky, Yang Yu's killing move descended. Yang Yu, one of the yin-yang twin moons, was even more powerful than Han Yan. This attack was stronger than the lightning attack, but Yang Yu's attack was not. At this point, Qianyu no longer held back. Boom, a scorching force suddenly exploded in his body, igniting his whole body. In the next moment, golden phoenix fire rose from Qianyu's body, and phoenix patterns appeared on his skin. A terrifying bloodline aura spread out. Even the bloodline power in Yang Yu's body trembled slightly. Yang Ming Sword Finger. Qianyu condensed the power of the blood-glazed flame and the bloodline power of the Yang Ming Sword Finger at the consummate level. A blood-red beam of light shot up into the sky. In terms of power, Yang Ming Sword Finger was not as powerful as Yang Yu's attack. However, the blood-red beam of light was domineering and penetrating. Bang, Yang Ming Sword Finger landed on the white crescent moon, and all the power poured out, leaving a pit in the center. The power of the blood-red flame seeped into it, causing the power of the attack to decrease. At the same time, the surrounding eerie ghost chi and some ghosts all pounced on it. Final attack. Qianyu gathered power in his organs and punched with all his might. Boom, a huge black and red fist shot out like a volcanic eruption. Demonic chi and flame chi intertwined, creating a black and red storm. An extremely strong and ferocious force met Yang Yu's attack. Bang, a deafening sound rang out, its might shocking the world. As Qianyu was the closest to the explosion, he immediately activated the purple cloud cloak's defensive power and protected himself within it. At the same time, Sitalinyu activated his secret technique. Evil Ghost Confusion Technique. He and the evil spirit used it together, and a dark and eerie evil ghost light burst out, turning into hundreds of streaks of gray light that shot forward, stirring up heaven and earth. The entire world was filled with ghost chi and evil chi. This is so powerful. Han Yan and Yang Yu's expressions changed at the same time. This attack was beyond their imagination, and it made their souls tremble. The two of them immediately joined forces to block it. Rumble, the loud explosion echoed in the entire valley, attracting the attention of many people. However, it also shocked them, and they did not dare to step in. In the outside world, this battle had attracted a lot of attention. At first, it was only because of Xianxia. Later on, everyone realized that Citolinu could rely on his geographical advantage to fight against Xianxia. They were shocked and praised Citolinu. However, after Han Yan joined in, Citolinu still did not lose. The crowd was in an uproar. A powerful dark horse had appeared. In the end, another dark horse, Xianxia, joined in. The two dark horses joined forces to fight against the top experts of the prodigy role. What's the result? I think Xianxia and Citolinu lost. No matter how strong Xianxia is, it will be difficult for him to block Xianxia and Han Yan's attacks. Not necessarily. The bloodline power that Xianxia displayed just now looks very powerful. Finally, the dust settled, and the result was revealed. Xianxia and Citolinu are both alive. Wait, why does it look like Xianxia and Han Yan are even weaker? This is too scary. The dark horses these days are really scary. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. They could only watch from afar and could not experience the battle up close. In the sky, the mighty figures of the southern region who had quietly gathered there also fell silent for a moment. Thunder Monarch, who said that the Black Demon Valley is not in the top 5 of the southern region? The solitary Blood Monarch was slightly proud and spoke first. Another king fell silent. This time, Xianxu's performance was too shocking. If Xianxia participated in the next ranking battle, it would not be a problem for him to get into the top 5, or even the top 3. However, that kid who cultivates the evil ghost Dao is also very impressive. A king from the evil moon sect said. There was no objection. Xianxia was a disciple of a famous teacher after all, and his name was on the roll. However, Citolinu had risen to fame in one step. The valley was full of ruins. Han Yan and Xianxu's clothes were torn and tattered, revealing their snow-white skin. They supported each other and looked at each other with panic and fear in their eyes. It was hard to imagine that the two top experts on the prodigy role could not do anything to these two men. Brother Chen, are you okay? Citolinu flew down. Xianxia was lying in a big pit, his body full of injuries. Han Yan and Xianxu's strength was too terrifying. Even the Sky Dragon Spear Shangguan Feiyun could not compare to them, and Xianxia had fought with them at the same time. I'm fine. Xianxia stood up. On the surface, he looked much better than Han Yan and Xianxia. This guy. How is this possible? The expressions of the two beauties changed as waves of shock rose in their hearts. Xianxia took out the 100-flower honey and drank a mouthful. Immediately, a refreshing and sweet fragrance spread out from his body and slowly flowed throughout his body. With Xianxu's self-healing ability and the speed at which he absorbed the medicine, his injuries healed at an amazing speed, including some internal injuries. A moment later, the small wounds on Xianxu's body were all healed. Han Yan and Xianxia were dumbfounded by the scene. Xianxia, who had recovered a little, stood up. She had put on a clean new dress. We recognize your strength. It's meaningless to continue fighting. Why don't we stop? Xianxia said calmly. Han Yan was still a little reluctant. If you knew it would be like this, you wouldn't have done it. Citolinu looked very casual. So, let's explore this treasure land together. Xianxia said again, her voice a little lower and her face a little more serious. When Citolinu said that, she didn't agree to fight with him. If he didn't agree now, there was nothing they could do. Xianxia and Han Yan didn't want to be enemies with Citolinu and Xianxia. Treasure land? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He was right. The reason why Citolinu didn't want to leave was because there was a secret here. Okay. Citolinu agreed. Then, everyone rested on the spot, as if they were adjusting their state. At this moment, someone was quietly approaching from afar. It seemed that he wanted to see the result of the battle here. Get out of here! Han Yan yelled angrily. Her voice was very pleasant, but it carried a trace of lightning that spread in all directions and shook a radius of a few hundred feet. Those who wanted to approach this place were all scared away. After a moment. Brother Situ, my injuries have healed. Let's move as soon as possible. This is the first step, and time is limited. There are other spies nearby. Yu took the initiative to say. On the other side, Han Yan and Yang Yu's mouths twitched and they both looked at Yu. Has this kid really healed? Is he faking it? With the help of elixirs, their injuries had only recovered by about 60%. Han Yan and Yang Yu looked at Yu in shock. It was already a miracle that Yu didn't die from their attacks. At the very least, he should have been severely injured. But to their surprise, Yu's injuries were already almost fully healed when the two of them had only recovered 60% to 70% under the assistance of the miraculous elixirs. Situ Lingyu and Yu had the upper hand in the current situation. Yang Yu and Han Yan could only agree and immediately started to move. After all, Yu was right. This was the first round of the prodigy ranking battle, and they couldn't spend too much time recuperating or exploring. On the other hand, there were still spies around. The longer they delayed, the more variables would appear. After reaching an agreement, Situ Lingyu and Yang Yu walked side by side into the depths of the valley. The yin qi here was cold and gloomy. Ghost qi lingered in the air, and an extremely cold yin qi constantly rushed over. If one's cultivation level was too low or their willpower was too weak, their minds would be distorted by the negative aura here. Yang Yu and Han Yan couldn't help but frown. In the battle just now, they had been injured by Situ Lingyu's mental attack, and they felt a chill in their bodies and minds. Not far away, there was a pile of pale human and beast bones, and a monstrous yin qi kept surging. Behind the remains, they could vaguely see a cave entrance. Yu shuddered. From the scene in front of him, it didn't look like a place with treasures, but more like a dangerous place. However, Situ Lingyu, Yang Yu, and Han Yan weren't fools. They definitely had some guesses and evidence. After entering the cave, a spacious passage appeared in front of them. After taking a few steps forward, the ground in front of them trembled slightly, and a powerful corpse Dao aura spread out. Swoosh, a white skeleton suddenly jumped out from the ground, and its eyes were burning with dark purple flames. The aura from the skeleton was extremely powerful, and it had reached the Void Sea realm. Roar. After the skeleton appeared, it roared, and a soul-shaking roar spread out, causing the four souls to tremble. Then, the skeleton waved its hand, and a ball of dark purple flames rolled out, emitting a chilling aura that could burn one's soul. Situ Lingyu stood in place, surrounded by a group of evil spirits. His big-headed malevolent spirit's eyes flickered with a deep, dark light. Suddenly, it shot out a beam of dark flame at the skeleton. Xiao, Yang Yu condensed her true essence in her lily-white hands, and with a gentle wave, a pure white moonlight wave shot out. The skeleton raised its arms to block and was sent flying 4 to 5 steps by Yang Yu's casual attack. Buzz buzz buzz, Han Yan swung the thunderbolt sword in her hand, and a bolt of lightning cut through the evil corpse aura in the surroundings, charging toward the skeleton. When the skeleton saw the lightning, the purple flames in its eyes trembled slightly, revealing a look of fear. Hoo-hoo, he immediately stretched out his palm, and white bones emerged from the ground, forming a bone wall in front of him. Gotcha! As the lightning slash descended, this row of skeletal defenses was shattered. Finally, Yu also casually threw a punch. Logically speaking, with the 4 of them working together, they could even easily kill a mid-stage Void Sea state cultivator. It was more than enough to kill the skeleton in front of them. However, the 4 of them were hostile toward each other and were wary of each other. When encountering an enemy, they would try their best to preserve their strength. No one would foolishly rush to the front. Miss Han Yan and Miss Yang Yu, who are ranked 15th on the prodigy list, only have this much strength. Yu curled his lips and smiled. Han Yan and Yang Yu's expression stiffened. In this situation, it was nothing to be questioned by others, but when Yu doubted their strength, the 2 of them found it difficult to calm down. Han Yan revealed an arrogant expression and said, "We haven't fully recovered from our injuries. Otherwise, we would be able to kill 1 or 2 malevolent spirits easily." However, the 2 of them were still angry, and the strength they unleashed was obviously much stronger. After a few moves, the skeleton was killed by everyone, and its bones fell to the ground. Everyone continued forward. They had only taken a few steps when a bat-winged ghost suddenly pounced out of the darkness. As it flapped its wings, a purple cloud flew over. This bat-winged ghost was slightly more powerful than the skeleton from before. It was a yin spirit that existed between the soul and the material. It was flexible and agile, and it was better at long-range combat. The two of you are seriously injured. If you stay here for too long, the environment here will be even more disadvantageous for you. I advise the two of you to show your true abilities and quickly deal with these obstacles. While fighting, Jinyu spoke again. This sentence was indeed true. In this kind of evil place, Sitolinyu was not affected at all. It could be said that in this kind of place, his combat strength was the strongest. Jinyu cultivated the demonic Tao, so his resistance was also very strong. However, Han Yan and Yang Yu were different. In addition, their minds were injured in the previous battle. In such an unfavorable environment, they continued to fight with their injured bodies. No matter how one looked at it, the outcome would not be good. Moreover, the cultivation techniques that the two of you cultivate are even more threatening to the enemy. Sitolinyu smiled wickedly and echoed Jinyu's words. Jinyu glanced at Sitolinyu. Why did he suddenly feel that there were two men bullying a little girl? You, Han Yan frowned and widened her eyes. Whoosh, she was extremely angry. She slashed the thunder sword in her hand, and a dazzling white lightning suddenly lit up. The power of the lightning spread in all directions and destroyed all the evil ghost chi in the surroundings. A lightning sword aura flew out and landed on the bat-winged ghost's wings, causing it to cry out in pain. Its body stiffened and twitched non-stop. Then, Yang Yu's body flashed with white moonlight, and a quiet and solemn aura spread out. She waved her hands, and two solid white crescent moons shot out. Pfft, the two crescent moons slashed across the bat-winged ghost's body, leaving two smooth and neat wounds. After being severely injured, the bat-winged ghost turned into a cloud of black mist and disappeared without a trace. This was the strength of a top expert on the prodigy list. Han Yan and Yang Yu began to show their true strength. The evil spirits and ghosts that popped out one after another were easily eliminated by the two of them. Jinyu and Sitolinyu looked at each other and smiled. They were very satisfied with this result. Although they had the upper hand in the battle outside the valley, the two women were too strong. However, the two women were too strong after all, and they had to take a huge risk to gain the upper hand. In order to fight for the treasures, they had to weaken their strength. Not long after, the four of them reached the end of the path and came to a huge and spacious underground cave. On a stone platform in the center of the cave, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged. The skeleton emitted a dark evil light and was surrounded by a layer of gloomy ghost chi. What a strong aura. Even if this person was not a star condensation king when he was alive, he was very close to it. Han Yan took a deep breath and felt a pressure on her body and mind. Soul fixation pearl. Yang Yu's eyes lit up as she looked at the purple pearl in the skeleton's palms. Previously, when she passed by this place and was about to snatch Sitolinu's jade mark, a pearl suddenly flew out and exuded an amazing aura. That was why she wanted to kill Sitolinu and snatch the treasure. Soul fixation pearl, a soul Dao spiritual artifact, could protect the mind and resist soul attacks. This pearl was extraordinary and was at least a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. In addition, next to the skeleton, there was a dark red dagger and a glass jade bottle. The dark red dagger was also a supreme-grade spiritual artifact, and no one knew what was in the glass jade bottle. Let's do it, Yang Yu said and immediately attacked. Her target was the soul fixation pearl that she was familiar with. Han Yan also wanted the soul fixation pearl, but in the end, she had to give up and snatch the glass jade bottle. Jinyu was also about to move. But he found that Sitolinu, who was next to him, did not move at all. His dark eyes were staring straight at the black skeleton, making it difficult to see through him. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out from the black skeleton and turned into a skeleton ghost in a black robe. This ghost was at least 50 feet tall, and the black robe on its back fluttered wildly. TSK, another creature has broken in. Let me suck your blood. The skeleton ghost shadow let out an evil laugh. It brandished its claws with an awe-inspiring might, and a cold purple flame surged out. What? Both Han Yan and Yang Yu were frightened by the scene and backed away. The aura that the skeleton ghost exuded was extremely terrifying, making them feel that they could not resist it. Go to hell. The skeleton ghost's eyes flashed with purple flames and it waved its claws. 10 dark purple light streaks with gloomy ghost chi tore through the air. While Han Yan and Yang Yu were panicking, the skeleton ghost shadow made the first move and launched a strong attack. Han Yan stepped back and waved the thunder sword in her hand. Lightning surrounded her and turned into an electric net that surrounded her. Yang Yu waved her palms and the white moonlight turned into a smooth light shield in front of her. Crack, the dark purple light streak swept over and landed on the moonlight shield and the electric net, making a series of explosions. Bang! Bang, the two girls were knocked back by the skeleton ghost. Yang Yu's clothes were torn on her shoulder. Han Yan was in a better condition. She cultivated the lightning Dao, which could suppress the power of the skeleton ghost. Useless resistance. You will all die here today. The skeleton ghost's cold roar spread in all directions. Hurry up and attack, or else no one will get the treasures here. Han Yan looked at Sita Lingyu and Qinyu and scolded. The skeleton ghost was too powerful. The four of them had to work together to have a chance of winning. Sita Lingyu slowly walked forward. His steps were steady and there was an evil smile on his face. His deep eyes stared straight at the skeleton ghost shadow. Your strength is only at the mid-stage of the Void Sea state, but you were powerful when you were alive, so you can imitate the aura of powerful cultivators. Plus, you are good at the Tao of Soul, so you can affect their minds. That's why you have the upper hand, Sita Lingyu said calmly. But his words were like thunder, bombarding the mind of the skeleton ghost, Han Yan, and Yang Yu. Yang Yu and Han Yan's hearts trembled. Their minds were suddenly clear, and the two girls blushed with embarrassment. With the four of us working together, you will definitely die. Sita Lingyu spoke again. He was calm and composed. These words were powerful and resounding, and they were resolute and decisive, instantly turning the situation around. The skeleton ghost trembled slightly, and the purple flames in its eye sockets danced. It stared at Sita Lingyu and shouted, Junior, what nonsense are you talking about? Junior, what nonsense are you talking about? The skeletal figure let out a roar as a chilling ghostly aura and a boundless dark purple frosty flame surged in all directions, its might boundless. But in fact, the skeleton ghost was a little flustered. Not long ago, it had activated the soul fixation pearl to lure creatures here and then devour them. This matter, the skeleton and ghostly shadow was already familiar with it. But this time, there was an accident, and 4 people were attracted over at once. All 4 of them were at the empty sea state and were difficult to deal with. So the skeleton ghost adopted the corresponding strategy, exactly as Sita Lingyu said, but it didn't expect that it would be seen through. Han Yan and Yang Yu thought carefully. When they fought with the skeleton ghost just now, the power it showed was actually not strong. It was just that it was good at the soul Tao and had blinded their spiritual senses. Now that they saw it clearly, they were a little ashamed. Attack! Sita Lingyu didn't answer the skeleton ghost. As soon as he said that, the 2 women unconsciously obeyed the order and jumped up. One's body emitted white moonlight, and the other was surrounded by lightning. Both of them were dazzling. Ladies, please be the main attack. Sita Lingyu said again. This time, Han Yan and Yang Yu didn't refute, because it was too embarrassing. Han Yan waved the thunder sword in her hand, dragging out a series of lightning chains and sweeping out. Sizzle, the evil ghost chi in front of her was all destroyed by the lightning, and the frightening lightning sword arc pressed on towards the skeleton ghost. Han Yan's attack was enough to shock a mid-stage empty sea state cultivator. And the skeleton ghost was restrained by the thunder Tao, so it didn't dare to underestimate it. Boom! Whoosh, the skeleton ghost's robe fluttered, and it waved its claws. A dense purple light mark, like a big purple net, enveloped. The purple fire net and the lightning arc suddenly collided, and the terrible power continued to intertwine, making a series of explosions. On the other side, a bright crescent moon condensed above Yang Yu's head. She waved her hand gently, and the cold crescent moon drew a white light and slashed at the skeleton ghost. The skeleton ghost's eyes flashed with cold light, and its claws were surrounded by purple flames. But at this moment, Sita Lingyu and the big-headed bloody demon unleashed their spirit secret technique. Their spirit merged into one and turned into a dark flame that instantly fell on the skull's head. The gray flames exploded, and the skeleton screeched as it turned its claws towards Sita Lingyu. Whoosh, Qinyu immediately appeared beside Sita Lin's jade. The sixth demonic pattern appeared behind him and turned into a black demonic scale wall, blocking in front of him. Boom! When the dark purple flame claw landed on the demon dragon wall, a series of explosions rang out and finally broke through the demon dragon wall's defense. However, Qinyu and Sitolinyu had already left their original positions, so this attack missed. At this moment, Han Yan and Yang Yu's attacks came again. After the first round of attacks were ineffective, the skeleton ghost shadow fell into a passive and vulnerable state. These bastards. The skeleton ghost shadow cursed angrily, mobilizing the nearby evil ghost chi to strengthen itself. However, Qinyu, Yang Yu, and Sitolinyu were too strong. Yang Yu, Han Yan, and Sitolinyu would interfere, and Qinyu would take care of the damage. A bunch of ignorant fools. Now, I'll show you my true strength. The skeleton ghost let out a furious roar, and its aura surged. A purple flame evil aura swept out in all directions. Whoosh! With a wave of the ghostly skeleton's claws, the soul fixation pearl and the crimson dagger fell on his hands. Sizzle! The skeleton ghost shadow held the crimson dagger and slashed out a huge red and purple light mark. Han Yan's lightning sword was immediately cut in half, and the lightning dissipated. What a powerful ultra-quality spiritual weapon. Han Yan's eyes fell on the crimson dagger. Attack with all your strength. Don't let him escape. Sitolinyu suddenly said. Don't let him escape. Han Yan and Yang Yu were stunned. The soul fixation pearl is a spiritual weapon of the soul principle. If we don't use spiritual attacks, this spiritual weapon will be useless. That dagger is not compatible with him, so the power it can exert is limited. Therefore, his combat strength is still inferior to ours. He just wants to deceive us. Once we adopt a defensive strategy, this ghost will take the opportunity to escape. Sitolinyu said slowly. The skeleton ghost shadow's body stiffened. It felt as if this human in front of it could read its mind. His plan was exposed again. The skeleton ghost shadow was furious and hated Sitolinyu to the core. Sizzle! The skeleton ghost shadow continued to slash the crimson dagger, and streaks of shocking red and purple light marks continuously attacked Sitolinyu. Black Sky Palm, Qinyu had the power of the will of space. The moment the skeleton ghost shadow attacked, he took action. Bang! Bang! Two gray palm prints flashed with silver light and bombarded the red and purple light marks, causing them to tremble slightly and lose some of their power. The next moment, two pillars of blood flame sword chi bombarded the red and purple light marks and pierced through them. As for the remaining attacks, Qinyu used the demon dragon wall to block them. Ah! Bastard! The skeleton ghost shadow was furious. He had never been so aggrieved and couldn't think of any other plan. The four humans in front of him were too powerful. And their cooperation was ingenious. A moment later, the skeleton ghost shadow was seriously injured and fell into a state of weakness. Damn it, these B***stards just want to steal my treasure. If that's the case. If I die, I'll drag you down with me. The skeleton ghost shadow's face was extremely gloomy and full of hatred. Attack with all your strength. He's going to self-destruct. Sitolinyu's voice sounded in the minds of the three of them. Self-destruct, this was not a joke. In this narrow space, if the ghost in the middle stage of the void sea state self-destructed, if he was lucky, he could drag all four of them down with him. Go to hell. Han Yan's eyes flashed like lightning, and her aura surged. An extremely powerful lightning power burst out of her body and poured into the thunder sword in her hand. Sizzle, the sword slashed out, and lightning lit up the entire cave. The dazzling lightning sword chi flew out and instantly arrived in front of the skeleton ghost shadow. On the other side, the true essence in Yang Yu's hand fluctuated and formed a crescent moon mark, emitting a pure white moonlight. When facing an enemy who was about to self-destruct, they always chose fast attacks and pursued power second. Without saying a word, Qinyu mobilized the blood-glazed flame and performed Yang Ming's sword finger. Swoosh, a beam of blood-colored flame shot out in a straight line. Sitolinyu and the big-headed evil spirit used their eye sorcery at the same time, and a ball of dark flame fell on the skeleton ghost shadow's head. The skeleton ghost shadow was completely dumbfounded. Why did everyone suddenly launch a lightning-fast attack? This terrifying attack made him feel fear, and he felt an intense sense of danger. The black robe behind him fluttered, and he curled up into a ball to protect himself. Bang, there was an explosion, and all kinds of energy spread in all directions. Whoosh, the four of them immediately rushed over and approached the skeleton ghost shadow. They had worked together to kill the enemy, and now they were fighting for the treasure. It belonged to whoever had the ability to get it. When the smoke and dust settled, the skeleton ghost shadow looked extremely weak, as if it was about to completely disappear. Treasure! Han Yan's eyes fell on the glass bottle on the stone platform, and she was about to rush over to grab it. Yang Yu looked at the soul fixation pearl in the skeleton ghost shadow's left hand. Retreat, he's not dead yet. He might fight back before he dies. Sita Lin suddenly said. What? Hearing this, the two women immediately hesitated. Sita Lin had played an important role in this expedition, and he had influenced the battle at many critical moments. Therefore, their first reaction was to believe him, and then they would think about it. However, the two women saw Chen Yu and Sita Lin, and with evil smiles on their faces, they rushed out with a slightly excited look on their faces. The two women were stunned. Seeing this scene, no matter how stupid they were, they knew that they had been tricked. Haha. Seeing that Han Yan and Yang Yu had come back to their senses, Chen Yu laughed. The true essence in his body surged, mobilized his physical strength, and punched the skeleton ghost shadow. Bang, the fist radiance was dark and violent, with a layer of blood-colored glass-like flames. Like a falling meteorite, it penetrated the weak skeleton ghost shadow. The skeleton ghost shadow was already on the verge of death, and Chen Yu's blow took its life. Whoosh, Chen Yu's speed burst out, and he approached the soul fixation pearl. The soul fixation pearl was intelligent, and it was about to fly away, but Chen Yu had mastered the power of space, so he saw through its flight path and grabbed it. Caught by Chen Yu's iron claws, the soul fixation pearl struggled, but it was useless. After removing the soul fixation orb, Chen Yu looked at the other dark red dagger. But at this moment, Yang Yu rushed over. Bastard, how dare you lie to us? Even the calm Yang Yu couldn't help but curse, not caring about her ladle-like image. Boom, a white moonlight, with a silent and terrible pressure, rushed toward Chen Yu. This woman, she's trying to kill me. Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat. Even if he withstood Yang Yu's blow, he might not be able to take the red dagger. On the other hand, if Chen Yu was seriously injured now, then the combination of him and Sita Lin would be at a disadvantage. In the end, Chen Yu chose to give up. After all, he had already obtained the soul fixation pearl, which he needed the most. As for Sita Lin, he was not aiming for the soul fixation pearl or the red dagger, but the stone platform, as if he wanted to snatch the glass jade bottle. You liar, that's mine. Han Yan's angry rebuke was accompanied by a bolt of lightning. Whoosh, she rushed over, but she was still a step behind Sita Lin. Just when she decided to give up and attack Sita Lin, don't worry, I don't want this broken bottle. Sita Lin stood on the stone platform, waved his sleeve, and put away the dark and gloomy skeleton. The glass jade bottle was still quietly standing on the stone platform. Han Yan, who was about to vent her anger, suddenly didn't know what to do. She didn't know whether to advance or retreat. In the end, Han Yan cheekily snorted and said, "At least you know what to do." She came to the stone platform and took the glass jade bottle. Sita Lin, why did you lie to us? At this time, Yang Yu had already taken the red dagger and asked. Maybe Brother Situ overestimated the enemy. I didn't expect that the ghost was so weak that it couldn't launch a dying counterattack. Chen Yu stood out, with a smug smile on his face, and shrugged, as if he couldn't blame them. Yang Yu and Han Yan's eyes widened in anger. However, they didn't have the face to pursue the matter. They had trusted their opponent's words too easily. If this matter was spread out, they would be the target of ridicule. However, if they could get rid of Sita Lin and Chen Yu, not only would they be able to wash away the humiliation, but they would also be able to get the treasures. Rumble, suddenly, there was a loud noise coming from the tunnel. A lot of people are rushing over. Han Yan scanned the area with her soul sense and frowned. If she and Yang Yu joined forces to deal with Sita Lin and Chen Yu, it was very likely that they would be taken advantage of by others. Besides, they didn't have much of a chance of winning. Let's go! Chen Yu shouted. This was the only way. Then, Sitalinyu and Chinyu rushed into the tunnel together. Han Yan and Yang Yu looked at each other and followed behind Chinyu and Sitalinyu. Han Yan, let's not get involved. Let these two take the lead. Yang Yu transmitted her voice calmly. That's what I was thinking. Han Yan glanced at Yang Yu. The two of them had the same idea. If they didn't get revenge for being cheated, they wouldn't let Chinyu and Sitalinyu off easily. Whoosh, the four of them flew quickly and rushed forward. In front of them, they could vaguely see a dozen figures. They were all geniuses participating in the prodigy ranking battle. Be careful. I heard that Yang Yu and Han Yan have gone in. A fat man in a blue robe said. Yang Yu. Han Yan, these two names made many people tremble in fear. Many people already had the idea of retreating. With the strength of these two top prodigies, those ranked below 100 on the prodigy ranking were almost no match for them. We have so many people. Why should we be afraid of them? Besides, Brother Shangguan and Miss Xiao are also here. Another man with a hooked nose shouted gloomily and looked at the man and woman walking in front of the team. The man in the green robe was Shangguan Feiyun, the Sky Dragon Spear, and the woman in purple was Xiao Qian, who was ranked 20th on the Heaven's Chosen list. With so many of them, they might be able to fight against Hing Yangyue and Han Yan. I heard that Qin Yu and another nameless kid came in with Yang Yu and Han Yan. At the back of the group, a man asked with a puzzled expression. That should be a rumor. Qin Yu is merely ranked 94th on the Heaven's Chosen list. Yang Yu could kill him with a single move. Why would she allow Qin Yu to enter with her? The hook-nosed man immediately denied it. However, at this moment, two figures flew toward them. One of them was Qin Yu. The hook-nosed man was dumbfounded. His face turned red as if he had been slapped in the face. Suddenly, Qin Yu, who was flying towards them, shouted, "Help, help us." All the treasures were taken by Yang Yu and Han Yan. They want to kill us. Qin Yu and Sitalinyu quickly ran over with fear and panic on their faces. In the previous battle, Qin Yu had taken a lot of damage and looked a little embarrassed. His current appearance was very consistent with what he had described. Yang Yu and Han Yan, who were following behind them, were ready to watch a good show. However, when Qin Yu and Sitalinyu opened their mouths, the two of them stood rooted to the spot with their mouths agape. Damn it, these two thieves. Han Yan couldn't help but curse. They had been tricked by these two thieves again. It's Yang Yu and Han Yan. The team led by Shangguan Feiyun and Xiao Qian all raised their vigilance as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Everyone, these two are lying. The real benefits are in their hands. Yang Yu was also a little angry and stood out. After hearing Yang Yu's words, the dozen people led by Shangguan Feiyun and Xiao Qian all had strange expressions on their faces and the atmosphere became strange. Yang Yu actually said that the real benefits were in the hands of Sitalinyu and Qin Yu. Everyone had a firm look on their faces, showing that they were not stupid and would never be deceived by such a simple lie. Yang Yu, do you think you can make up such a vulgar lie to deceive all the heroes present here? Qin Yu said indignantly. Everyone, Yang Yu and Han Yan got all the treasures inside, including 4 supreme-grade spiritual weapons and more than a dozen treasures worth no less than 100,000 mid-grade primordial stones. We just witnessed these and they wanted to kill us. Sitalinyu cooperated with Qin Yu and the two of them echoed each other. Among them, they exaggerated the gains of Yang Yu and Han Yan, which made everyone even more jealous. Miss Yang Yu, there are so many of us here. If you hand over some of the treasures, we will not interfere with each other. How about it? Shangguan Feiyun stood up and looked straight at this powerful enemy. He spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Yes, give us some of the benefits and we will let it go, Xiao Qian also said calmly. The rest of the people were led by Shangguan Feiyun and Xiao Qian. Even if what Qin Yu and Sitalinyu said was adulterated, the treasures must be in the hands of Han Yan and Yang Yu. Han Yan's chest heaved violently. What was going on? They had just been deceived by Qin Yu and Sitalinyu, and the most precious soul fixation pearl was obtained by Qin Yu. Now, they had to take the blame. Han Yan felt very wronged and wanted to cry but had no tears. There was a lot of anger in her heart that she wanted to vent. Alas! Yang Yu sighed, knowing that it was useless to say anything. Whoosh, her entire body emitted a pure white and solemn brilliance. With a wave of her hand, a huge crescent moon shot out with a terrifying pressure. Since it was useless to say anything, she would take the initiative. Go to hell. Han Yen shouted in a low voice, full of hatred and anger. Swoosh, she slashed the thunder sword in her hand, and a bright sword chi, covered with thunder and lightning, swept out. The moment the two women attacked together, the terrible power and attack made Shangguan Feiyun, Xiao Qian, and the others solemn. Let's attack together. Shangguan Feiyun shouted coldly. Then, more than a dozen geniuses attacked together. Qinyu and Sitalinyu were also among them, and each launched an attack. Of course, the two of them did not show too much strength, otherwise it would easily arouse suspicion. The reason why everyone believed them was that, in their eyes, Qinyu and Sitalinyu were weak. Qinyu and Sitalinyu each launched an attack and moved back. At a certain moment. Whoosh! Whoosh, the two of them directly fled and flew out of the valley passage. Let's go. Qinyu laughed. Lies could be seen through. Anyway, they had already gotten the benefits, so they might as well leave. The two of them flew for a long time before stopping to rest for a while. Ha ha ha, even if the two of them are not beaten to death, they will die of anger. Qinyu couldn't help but laugh. The smile on Sitalinyu's face became wider. The two of them looked at each other and felt that they were like-minded. We have to be careful. Once the two of them meet up with their fellow disciples, they will definitely target the two of us. Sitalinyu smiled. With the strength of Yang Yu and Han Yen, even if they could not defeat the dozen people, it would not be a problem for them to escape. All of this was thanks to Qinyu and Sitalinyu, and the two women would not give up. Not only that, they were likely to mobilize all the forces they could to deal with Qinyu and Sitalinyu. The Evil Moon sect was a 4-star ruling force, and the Blue Thunder Palace was a peak 3-star force. Among these two forces, there were many geniuses participating in this ranking battle, and none of them could be underestimated. Qinyu's face became solemn, and then he said, "Let's take a break. I will refine the soul fixation pearl first." Then, the two of them found a hidden place, opened a temporary cave residence, and hid inside. Soul fixation pearl. Qinyu's consciousness seeped into the storage ring on his hand. After getting the storage ring of the second brother of the bloodthirsty force, Qinyu changed his storage space. Swish, a dark purple bead appeared in Qinyu's palm. Suddenly, a cold purple flame spread out and seeped into Qinyu's soul, making him shudder and feel cold from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, the soul fixation pearl sprang out. "Where are you going?" Without any hesitation, Qinyu grabbed him back. "This is the soul fixation pearl? Why does it feel wrong?" Qinyu was puzzled. As a defensive spiritual weapon, the soul fixation pearl was relatively famous. Not only could it resist spiritual attacks, but it could also nourish the soul, calm the mind, and prevent chi deviation. However, the soul fixation pearl that Qinyu obtained exuded a cold aura and a certain degree of attack. "Let me see," Sitalinyu said. After taking the soul fixation pearl, Sitalinyu carefully examined it and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Brother Chen." "Congratulations?" Qinyu revealed a dumbfounded expression. "This soul fixation pearl is at the top of the superb grade. It's a very impressive spiritual weapon," Sitalinyu said with a smile. Qinyu was a little surprised. The grade of the soul fixation pearl was higher than that of the 9-bone demon spirit sword, and it was very close to the legendary magical weapon. As for the attack cold energy in the soul fixation pearl, it should be left by the previous owner of this spiritual weapon. If Brother Chen refines this spiritual weapon, you can join hands with the weapon spirit to activate the remaining energy in it. Sitalinyu said with a little envy, and then he added, "But in this way, it will be more difficult for Brother Chen to refine the soul fixation pearl." "It doesn't matter, haha." Qinyu couldn't help laughing. "Brother Chen, let me make a deal with you," Sitalinyu said with a smile. "The cold energy in the soul fixation pearl is not compatible with your cultivation method. Why don't you transfer this energy to me?" In this regard, Sitalinyu was willing to pay the corresponding price. Qinyu thought for a moment and said, "No, I have a great use for this energy." Sitolinu was a little surprised, but he didn't ask much. Although he hoped to get that energy, he didn't force it. After all, he had already obtained the black skeleton, and there was a lot of residual energy on it. It was not that Qianyu didn't want to give the benefits to Sitolinu, but he really needed it. The second level of the 6-flame sword finger that he cultivated was a Yin sword finger. So far, his cultivation progress was slow, and its power was not strong enough. But if he used the cold flame qi and the soul fixation pearl as the power to activate this finger technique, it would be more beneficial for Qianyu to comprehend this finger technique. And the level of the owner of the soul fixation pearl when he was alive was definitely higher than that of Qianyu, Yangyu, and the others. He was probably close to the star condensation realm. The power left by this expert must be very powerful. Qianyu was looking forward to seeing how powerful the Taiyin sword finger would become with this energy. Brother Chen took the initiative to help me this time. I have a secret magic that can be used to speed up the process of refining spirit tools. Sitolinu did not mind Qianyu's refusal and offered him some benefits. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Qianyu's eyes lit up and he smiled. The grade of the soul fixation pearl was relatively high, and with its special characteristics, it was more difficult to refine. And the time for the first step was limited. With Sitolinu's secret skill, Qianyu would be able to refine the soul fixation pearl in a short period of time, and his spirit would also be guaranteed. Secondly, he could use the Yin flame power left by the unknown expert earlier, and he would have one more trump card. Next, Sitolinu passed the secret skill to Qianyu. This secret skill was not very profound and precious, but at this time, it was equivalent to sending charcoal in the snow. Brother Situ, why did you choose the skeleton? Qianyu was quite puzzled. Among all the items present, the soul fixation pearl, the red dagger, and the glass jade bottle were of higher value than the skeleton. This skeleton is not of much use to you, but it is of some use to me. Sitolinu's words were very simple, and it might involve some personal issues, so Qianyu did not ask more. Next, Qianyu began to refine the soul fixation pearl. Sitolinu took out the black skeleton that exuded a gloomy and evil aura. He did not know what secret skill he had used, but it seemed that he could transform the remaining aura and strong ghost qi on the skeleton for his own use. Under normal circumstances, the power of others and one's own power were completely different and could not be merged. If one tried to force it, it might backfire. For example, in the soul fixation pearl, there was also the residual power of a certain expert. But Sitolinu suggested that Qianyu and the artifact spirit should jointly activate this power, instead of turning it into his own. Qianyu did not care much, and first practiced the secret skill that Sitolinu passed on to him. In just 4 hours, he almost mastered it. Next, Qianyu began to refine the soul fixation pearl. Inside the soul fixation pearl, the device spirit had long been prepared. When Qianyu was about to refine it, he was strongly hindered. Coupled with the deterrence of the residual aura in the soul fixation pearl, if Qianyu did not have this secret technique, it would indeed take him a long time to refine it. Surrender obediently. I am your future master. Qianyu snorted coldly. 4 hours later, Qianyu finally refined a bit of the soul fixation pearl. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Since he had already taken the first step, the next step would be much simpler. 2 days later, Qianyu completely refined the soul fixation pearl. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk a dark purple orb floated around Qianyu. After refining the pearl, Qianyu felt a cool and tranquil aura emanating from the soul fixation pearl all the time and acting on him. Spiritual force poured in and activated the ability of the soul fixation pearl. Suddenly, a layer of dark light film diffused out and shrouded the surroundings. With Qianyu's spiritual force at the peak of the early stage of the empty sea realm, this dark light film could at least block the spiritual attack of an ordinary expert at the peak of the middle stage of the empty sea realm. With this spiritual weapon, Qianyu's weakness in the spiritual aspect was made up. Next, he began to try to use the power in the soul fixation pearl. Whoosh on the soul fixation pearl, a small cluster of dark purple and cold flames jumped out. It was indeed easier to control it with the device spirit. If Qianyu did it himself, there was a possibility of losing control, and the consequences would be unpredictable. Qianyu attached this small cluster of flames to the thumb of his right hand and integrated it into the mental cultivation method of the moon sword finger. After a moment of preparation, swoosh, a light purple finger light, exuding a cold and gloomy aura, suddenly burst out. Its trajectory was erratic and elusive, and it finally hit the barrier in front of it. There was not much power and loud noise. The power of the moon sword finger turned into countless strands of purple flame airflow, scattered in all directions, and instantly made the entire barrier disappear. Huh? Citolinu suddenly opened his eyes and looked ahead. The barrier had disappeared, and there was a faint cold flame power left in its place. It seems that you really need that power. Citolinu smiled. I have a secret skill that happens to need this type of power, but I can't use it proficiently yet. Xianxia confessed. Just now, he only used a trace of the remaining power in the soul fixation pearl, but the power of the moon sword finger had changed qualitatively and instantly damaged the entire barrier. If this finger had entered a human body, the damage would have been even more terrible. On the other hand, as Xianxia continued to practice the moon sword finger, there was still a lot of room for improvement in all aspects. Xianxia found that Citolinu's aura was also a little stronger than before. After all, he was strengthening himself with external forces, so his aura could not be perfectly restrained, so Xianxia could clearly feel it. It's almost time to move. This is only the first step. The number of marks may be useful in the later steps, Citolinu said. That's what I was thinking. Xianxia put away the soul fixation pearl. As soon as the two left the place, they found something. Swoosh, the three silhouettes dashed through the forest. The bearded man, who was the leader, suddenly stopped and glanced to the right. Someone is coming. The other man and the woman immediately got ready for battle. Hand over the marks. Before they saw anyone, a powerful voice came, setting off gusts of wind and shaking the world. The three people's eardrums trembled and their chi and blood surged. The newcomer is not simple. The other two people in the team thought to themselves. Soon, two men appeared in their field of vision. They were Xianxia and Citolinu. The 94th on the Tianjiao list, Xianxia? The bearded man looked at Xianxia with a suspicious look in his eyes. His ranking on the Tianjiao list was higher than that of Xianxia. Could it be that the voice that made his heart palpitate came from the young man next to Xianxia? The three of them did not have any impression of Citolinu. Haha, I should be the one saying that. Hand over the marks. The bearded man relaxed and chuckled. Among the two people in front of him, the only famous one was Xianxia, but his ranking on the Tianjiao list was lower than his. On the other hand, they had the advantage in numbers. Then it depends on your own abilities. Xianxia did not waste any time and immediately attacked. He activated the mysterious demonic body and his body emitted a layer of black demonic light. Activating his physique and demonic true essence, he punched out. Although it was a simple punch, it gave the bearded man and the others a feeling that it was extremely heavy and difficult to resist. What a powerful punch. The bearded man was shocked. Just from this punch, it could be seen that Xianxu's strength was definitely not just 94th on the Tianjiao list. Just as the bearded man and the others were about to counterattack. Boom, a powerful and evil ghost Dao spiritual power spread out from the man next to Xianxia. In the void, a dark gray ripple swept towards the three of them. The spiritual attack was much faster than the physical world. It arrived first and hit the bearded man and the others. But their minds seemed to have been hit hard, and they felt dizzy and disoriented. They felt as if the world had turned dark. The bearded man, who had a stronger spiritual power, was the first to wake up. However, Xianxu's powerful punch had already arrived. In a hurry, he waved his sword. Bang, the sword light was instantly crushed by the black fist. At this moment, the other two people had just woken up when they saw a black and heavy fist descending. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. The three of them were sent flying by Xianxu's punch and smashed onto the ground. One of them was the weakest and was killed by Xianxu's punch. The other two, including the bearded man, were severely injured. How is this possible? The bearded man was shocked. He could not believe it. His ranking was much higher than Xianxu's, and they also had more people than the other side. However, after exchanging one blow, one of them died and two of them were injured. They were instantly defeated. Stop, I am willing to hand over the mark. The bearded man immediately said. The person in front of him was too powerful, and he did not want to die. There was still a long time before the first round. As long as they could obtain 1 mark, they would pass. In the end, the marks of the 3 people were taken by Qinyu and Citilinyu. At this moment, Qinyu thought of a small-eyed man called Wu Xiao who wanted to team up with Qinyu at the beginning of the first round. However, not everyone could be a teammate. Next, Qinyu and Citilinyu began to plunder the marks. Citilinyu controlled the evil spirits to spread out in all directions to search for the target more effectively. After locking onto the target, the 2 of them immediately rushed over to plunder the marks. After a day, the 2 of them had obtained a total of 152 marks. The first round had just ended, and the others did not have many marks, unless they were the top 10 or top 5 prodigies of the prodigy roll. So far, Qinyu and Citilinyu had not included such experts in the scope of plundering. The next day, the 2 of them changed to another place and continued to plunder. Their harvest exceeded the previous day. Gradually, 2 dark horses, a powerful combination, rose to prominence in this trial by fire. In the outside world, many forces in the southern region were paying attention to the performance of all the geniuses in the first round. These 2 dark horses are too powerful. The number of marks they have is already close to the top 10 of the prodigy roll. So far, no one below the top 30 of the prodigy roll has been spared from their plundering. The upper echelons of the ancient Yu temple were all smiles. Citilinu's performance caused the ancient Yu temple to gain a lot of face in front of all the sects in the southern region. However, some of the upper echelons of some forces did not like the 2 dark horses because the marks of their disciples had been stolen. The long-bearded old man from the evil moon cult was holding a stone plate in his other hand. A layer of hazy radiance floated above the plate. Countless starlights flickered inside the plate. Some of them were weak, while others were bright and dazzling. So far, there are still 1,258 people with marks. There is still a distance to the number of 500 people. Looks like we have to wait for the first round to end. The top 500 people with marks will advance, and the rest will be eliminated. The upper echelons of the various sects discussed. At this moment, in the venue of the first round, a dense beam of starlight shot into the sky. Many people in the trial were alarmed, and everyone in the outside world was attracted by it. When the number of marks reaches 1,000, this phenomenon will appear. This is the starlight that leads to the prodigy star. In the trial, a man was bathed in starlight. The dazzling starlight turned into a magnificent pillar of light that shot into the sky. His face was tough, and his eyes were a strange yellow, giving off a profound feeling of vicissitudes. This person was the venerable fallen moon. Even the mighty figures of the southern domain who were hiding in the air above the circular field were attracted by the starlight. The first prodigy light is indeed venerable fallen moon of the evil moon sect. The Sky Sword Pavilion's deputy pavilion master sighed. Duan Shao of the Azure Thunder Palace could be considered a genius in 100 years. His speed at collecting the seals was extremely fast, but he was still slightly slower than venerable fallen moon of the evil moon sect. I wonder how many people will be able to collect 1,000 seals and form the prodigy light. Another person casually said. I see that the 2 dark horses are collecting seals rather quickly. There might be hope. A sovereign of the Azure Thunder Palace said with a smile. Qinyu's performance had exceeded his expectations, allowing the solitary Blood King to show off in front of him. At this moment, he purposely praised Qinyu. The solitary Blood King did not reply. There was a limit to the number of people participating in the prodigy ranking tournament. It was extremely difficult to collect 1,000 seals. Although the combination of Qinyu and Citilinyu was strong, it was unrealistic for them to obtain so many seals. The solitary Blood King knew that the Thunderclap Sovereign was only joking about his disciple, so he did not say anything. Hehe, the shocking Thunder King really knows how to joke. Qinyu and Citilinu's team is indeed very strong, but they've also offended Yang Yu and Han Yan by plundering without restraint. They've made too many enemies in the first stage. When the seals reach a certain level, there will be a phenomenon similar to the prodigy light. By then, the 2 of them will have nowhere to hide. They will be defeated by their enemies sooner or later, and all the seals will be taken. An old man with a goatee in the Heavenly Jade sect said disdainfully. Old goat, what nonsense are you talking about? the solitary Blood King snorted. He could ignore the thunderclap sovereign purposely praising Qianyu previously. However, he could not tolerate the goatee of the Heavenly Jade sect belittling his disciple. The Demon King Valley Master frowned and did not stop him. The solitary Blood King and the goatee of the Heavenly Jade sect, the Dark Feather King, had a deep grudge and could be said to be old enemies. The Dark Feather King was the leader of one of the peaks in the Heavenly Jade sect, and Shuabuhan, who was possessed by the blood race, was the young sect master of this peak. Previously, the Dark Feather King was in the wrong and the solitary Blood King took advantage of him. Qianyu was the solitary Blood King's disciple, so the Dark Feather King naturally didn't like Qianyu. That was why he said that. That disciple of yours, Luo Qiumei, doesn't seem like much. There are actually rumors in the outside world that she has a chance of entering the top 5. I think she'll have to use up all her luck to enter the top 10. The solitary Blood King retaliated by belittling the Dark Feather King's disciple, Luo Qiumei. Hehe, my disciple is not that great? What if she could get into the top 5? What if she can collect 1,000 marks? The Dark Feather King sneered and asked. He was well aware of Luo Qiumei's talent. She still had a chance to enter the top 5. No matter what, Luo Qiumei was definitely stronger than Qianyu, so he was very confident. The solitary Blood King's eyes were gloomy. He couldn't stand the old goat showing off in front of him. After thinking for a moment, he said, if your disciple can collect 1,000 marks in the first round or get into the top 5, I'll give you the Frosty Heaven Blood Bamboo. The Dark Feather King was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the solitary Blood King to be so prideful and say something like that. The Frosty Heaven Blood Bamboo. It was said that the solitary Blood King had entered an ancient relic 8 years ago and obtained an extremely precious ancient material. The solitary Blood King was still keeping it and was prepared to use it at a crucial moment. However, the chances of Luo Qiumei collecting 1,000 marks or getting into the top 5 were not high. What if she could do it? The Dark Feather King was slightly tempted. After thinking for a moment, he said, you said it. Everyone here heard it, right? If Luo Qiumei performed exceedingly well and reached one of the standards, then he could get the Frosty Heaven Blood Bamboo. The solitary Blood King frowned slightly. This Dark Feather King actually took his joke seriously. However, it wouldn't be easy for Luo Qiumei to reach this goal. Wait, Dark Feather King, this alone isn't enough. The solitary Blood King said again. Regardless of whether the Dark Feather King won or lost, he wouldn't lose anything. How could the solitary Blood King agree? What else do you want? The Dark Feather King harumphed coldly. If my disciple collects 800 marks in the first round or gets into the top 20, you will also have to take out a treasure of the same value. The solitary Blood King stated his conditions. Hehe, aren't your conditions a little too low? The Dark Feather King laughed coldly and bargained. In reality, with Qianyu's strength, it would be harder for him to collect 800 marks than for Luo Qiumei to collect 1,000 marks. The key was the top 20. The Dark Feather King wasn't sure about this. Separated by a world barrier, he couldn't judge Qianyu's strength. Finally, after a few more words of debate, the two changed the conditions. As long as Qianyu collected 800 marks in the first round or got into the top 15, the Dark Feather King would give a Demon Dao mystic weapon that he had accidentally obtained to the solitary Blood King. The other monarchs didn't make a sound from beginning to end. It was fine as long as the two monarchs didn't fight. As for this bet, from what they could see, the chances of either side winning were slim. In other words, the majority of the monarchs didn't think there would be a winner in this bet. The solitary Blood King looked down and thought, little brat, work harder. Don't count on getting into the top 15. If you're lucky, you'll get 800 marks. After we return to the valley, I won't mistreat you. I might as well get Sitalinyu to give all the marks to you. The solitary Blood King thought of all sorts of possibilities. However, even the consciousness of a monarch couldn't penetrate the sacred empty realm array and communicate with the living beings inside. Inside the proud sky center, Qianyu and Sitalinyu suddenly raised their heads and looked at a pillar of starlight not far away. What is that? Qianyu was slightly surprised. It's probably a phenomenon triggered when the number of marks reaches a certain level. Sitalinyu's eyes flashed as he answered. How many marks is that? Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim. There was no doubt that the one who had triggered such a phenomenon was definitely a member of the top group of people. Xianxia looked down at the 5-pointed star mark on the back of his hand. He had already accumulated 512 marks. The 5-pointed star was dazzling and surrounded by starlight. There was a certain phenomenon, but it hadn't reached that level. Once the phenomenon reaches that level, it will be more difficult to take more marks. Xianxia speculated. Perhaps this was to maintain the normal operation of the prodigy ranking tournament and prevent the top experts from killing and plundering. Should we continue to take marks? Citilinho asked Xianxia's opinion. With the number of marks they had, they could at least be ranked in the top 20. There were only 10 days left until the end of the first round. Now, only an extremely small portion of people held imprints in their hands, perhaps not many. Most of the marks were in the hands of the top experts. There's no need to pursue this too much. If there's a target, then let's do it. Xianxia thought for a while and felt that he didn't need to push too hard. He didn't know that his master had already made a bet with the king of the Heavenly Jade sect on the number of marks he and Luo Qiumei had. If the solitary Blood King heard Xianxu's words, he would probably spit out blood on the spot and beat Xianxu up. We will act at night and rest during the day. Xianxu expressed his opinion. Okay. Citilinho also agreed with Xianxu's opinion. In the following days, the two cultivated in seclusion during the day, strengthening their bodies. They would act at night and occasionally gain something, but it wasn't much. 2 days later. Another beam of light shot into the sky. Time flew by. There were 2 days until the end of the first round. At this moment, within the proud sky center, one could faintly see 4 pillars of light, dazzling and dazzling. This was a kind of glory, but also a kind of status. The weak could not avoid this light at all costs. Experts who were confident in their own strength could take the initiative to approach and challenge that prodigy. In a desolate basin. Some disciples of the Black Demon Valley had gathered here. Senior brother Shen, how many marks have you collected? A male disciple widened his eyes, looking reverently at the little demon king Xianxia. Xianxia floated upright in midair, his expression arrogant and his aura extraordinary. Starlight circled around his body, fluctuating in all directions, illuminating a radius of tens of feet. 651. Xianxia grinned, revealing 2 sharp canine teeth. 651, heavens, so many. The disciples exclaimed in admiration. Xianxia was indeed the leader of the Black Demon Valley. The number of marks he had should be the highest among all the disciples. In the crowd, Tu Zhixion's beautiful brows drooped. Seeing Xianxia's glorious appearance, she was somewhat depressed. With the number of marks senior brother Shen has now, there is hope for him to reach 1,000 and trigger the light of heaven's chosen. Xianxia's follower, the black-robed man, suddenly said. That's right. At that time, senior brother Xianxia will be the 5th heaven's chosen alongside the other 4. Another girl said with a smile. These 2 were the true disciples who usually followed Xianxia. Hearing their words, the rest of the people admired Xianxia even more. In the Black Demon Valley, if someone could trigger the light of heaven's chosen, they would all feel a sense of pride and glory. Therefore, I hope that everyone will hand over a portion of your marks to me so that I can attack the light of heaven's chosen. The little demon king's clear and bright voice sounded, bringing with it a strong and domineering aura that oppressed the crowd to the point that it was difficult to breathe. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they all fell silent. According to the current situation, the first round would only end after 2 days, and the top 500 marks would be able to advance. But no one knew how many marks were needed to successfully advance. Or perhaps, there would be a corresponding reward for those with more marks, therefore, the majority of people were unwilling. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's face darkened. With a cold snort, a huge demonic aura erupted. Forget about those with less than 20 marks. The rest, take out half of your marks. The weaker ones simply could not resist the aura that Xianxia exuded. Growing increasingly fearful, they handed over some marks. With the first, there was a second, and the rest more or less took out 7 or 8, or even 11 or 20 marks. Tu Zhixiong, where's your mark? Xianxia glanced at Tu Zhixiong with a disdainful smirk. Why should I give it to you? Tu Zhixiang raised her snow-white neck and stared straight at Shinji. We're all from the same sect. Isn't it reasonable for us to help each other in times of emergency? Shinji glanced down at Tu Zhixiang with an evil grin and said in a cold tone, if you're unwilling, I'll pretend that you're not a disciple of the Black Demon Valley. If that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony with you. You. Tu Zhixiang glared at him. However, Shinji's strength was too strong, and he had an arrogant and domineering personality. In the end, Tu Zhixiang gave in and handed over a portion of her marks. Buzz, a ray of starlight burst out from Shinji's body, but it was only 5 zhang tall, incomparable to the 4 pillars of light. 801. Shinji wore a huge grin. His eyes were filled with a strong sense of ambition. Tu Zhixiang, I've heard that your junior brother is doing quite well recently, and has acquired quite a number of marks. Shinji glanced at Tu Zhixiang with a wild grin. If he's willing to help me, 1,000 marks shouldn't be a problem. There were only 2 days left until the end of the first stage. Currently, the number of imprints in Qinyu's hands had reached 611. It was too difficult to collect seals in the later stages. The distribution of the seals was polarized. Most of them didn't have any seals or only had a few. Some of the top geniuses had the majority of the seals. In addition, Qinyu and Sitolinyu had become lazy, so they didn't have many seals. However, during this time, Qinyu had practiced the Taiyin sword finger many times and had reached the Xiaoqing stage. In addition, he had consumed the 100-flower honey and fiery wine. His body had become stronger, and his true yuan cultivation had also improved. He was only 1 step away from the peak stage of the early stage of the Void Sea state. Sitolinyu had also absorbed all the energy from the black skeleton, and his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Brother Chen, I plan to make a breakthrough in the next 2 days, Sitolinyu said. If he could make a breakthrough before the first stage, he would be more confident in the next stage. In fact, Qinyu had the same plan, but he hadn't made a decision yet. I'll protect you. Qinyu understood Sitolinyu's intentions and took the initiative to offer. Sitolinyu didn't refuse. The two searched for a while and found a cave under a gorge. Sitolinyu sent out ghosts and big-headed evil spirits to spread out and began to break through to the mid-stage of the Void Sea state. Once Sitolinyu makes a breakthrough, his strength will increase by a lot. Qinyu glanced at Sitolinyu in the cave. He decided to cultivate nearby to consolidate his cultivation and prepare to break through to the early stage of the Void Sea state. Qinyu took out the 100 flowers honey and firecracker wine and took a small sip each. The warm and sweet energy and the fiery and ferocious energy spread throughout his body. The 100-flower honey and fiery wine are indeed worthy of being called the 100-flower honey and fiery wine. It's all thanks to these 2 treasures that my cultivation has improved so much in such a short time. Qinyu felt the changes in his body and was overjoyed. The 100-flower honey and fiery wine had the effect of improving one's state of life and tempering one's body respectively. Apart from that, the 100-flower honey's main effect was to improve one's cultivation, while the fiery wine's main effect was to condense true yuan. The combination of the 2 was extremely effective. A moment later, the nearby qi of heaven and earth stirred restlessly and gathered towards this place. To be exact, it was flowing into Sitolinyu's body. Qinyu was nearby, so he also benefited a little from it and absorbed some of the heaven-earth yuan qi. On the other side, Shinji and the others were searching for Qinyu. The first reason he did this was because he wanted to suppress Qinyu. Especially when Shinji heard that Qinyu's fame had spread far and wide, and that he was plundering imprints all over the place, he felt very uncomfortable. In his eyes, Qinyu was just an ant. But in the first segment, Qinyu's actions and his rapid rise to power were not something an ant should do. Secondly, Shinji wanted to reach 1,000 marks, and Qinyu had a large number of them. Senior brother Shen, I heard that Qinyu appeared in the ancient forest in the north 2 days ago. Qinyu appeared in the 3 Rivers region in the north a day ago. Information after information was sent to Shinji, allowing him to roughly determine Qinyu's location. Chen, I'm coming. I hope the number of marks you have won't disappoint me. Shinji sneered and flew towards the north. 3 silhouettes descended from the canyon. What's going on here? A lady in red asked. Someone is making a breakthrough here. Beside her, a green-haired man's cold eyes flickered and a smile appeared on his lips. Looks like we're quite lucky. The third person couldn't help but laugh. The three of them flew down. Suddenly, a figure appeared in their vision. Chen Yu. The green-haired man was shocked when he saw Chen Yu. There were many dark horses in the ranking battle of the prodigies this time. As for Chen Yu and Sitalin Yu, they were the two darkest dark horses. They were practically the darkest of all the dark horses. It was said that even Han Yan from the Zhonglei Palace and Yang Yu from the Evil Moon sect had been defeated by them. What? It's Chen Yu. The other man and lady shuddered and fear flashed in their eyes. Get lost, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Chen Yu shouted coldly. The thunderous sound set off a strong gust of wind, causing the robes of the three of them to flutter loudly. Senior brother, let's go. The lady in red had the intention to retreat. The green-haired man stared at Chen Yu coldly and his face darkened. To be honest, he didn't want to be enemies with Chen Yu and Sitalin Yu, but Chen Yu was too arrogant and didn't take him seriously at all. After all, he was ranked 42nd on the prodigy roll and was known as the Azure Flame Demon. You're too arrogant. The green-haired man had a ferocious look on his face. Although the combination of Chen Yu and Sitalin Yu was powerful, in his opinion, they were only strong because they made up for each other's weaknesses. And the stronger one should be Sitalin Yu. Right now, Sitalin Yu was in seclusion to break through to the mid-stage Void Sea state. If Chen Yu was alone, what was there to fear? Moreover, as long as he defeated Chen Yu, Sitalin Yu would be easy to deal with. Looking at the starlight on Chen Yu's body, the two of them had at least 1,000 marks. And after defeating Chen Yu and Sitalin Yu, his prestige instantly soared. The other two gradually came to their senses, and the fear in their hearts was greatly reduced. You're courting death. Chen Yu's face turned cold. He was a little unhappy to be looked down upon. Haha, it's not certain who will die. The green-haired man sneered. After gesturing to his two companions, he suddenly attacked. Boom, the power of the intent realm was unleashed, and green flames burned crazily, covering a radius of 1,000 feet. Some of the flowers and trees in his field of vision were instantly incinerated. The red-cloaked woman and the other person came to Chen Yu's side and unleashed their intent realm. 3 powerful auras of heaven and earth pressed down on Chen Yu. Chen Yu frowned slightly. The 3 Void Sea Realm cultivators were frantically absorbing the nearby heaven and earth yuan qi, which would affect Sitalin Yu's breakthrough, and it would also delay his breakthrough. It's impossible to lure these people away. Since that's the case, let's end this quickly. Chen Yu made a decision. The green-haired man saw that Chen Yu had no signs of attacking, and he smiled coldly with a hint of smugness. If you take the initiative to hand over the mark, I can spare your life. The green-haired man smiled. However, at this moment, Chen Yu suddenly raised his head and pointed with his right index finger. Boom, an imposing blood flame sword chi flew out, like a crimson pillar of light, quickly crossing the sky, burning everything in its way, and killing towards the green-haired man. What? The green-haired man's expression suddenly changed. Chen Yu had attacked without any warning. Moreover, this attack was so fast that it made him feel an intense sense of danger. Fortunately, the green-haired man had already unleashed the power of the intent realm, and with a slight thought, the surrounding green flames gathered. However, swish, the blood-red pillar of light instantly pierced through the sky of green flames, leaving a circular passage inside. Bang, Yang Ming's sword finger hit the green-haired man, and his body smashed into the ground in the distance, stirring up a layer of smoke and dust. Cough, cough, so strong. The green-haired man felt something sweet in his throat, coughed twice, and spat out blood. His inner armor was pierced, leaving a bloody hole in his chest, and the surrounding blood-red flames frantically devoured his blood and vitality. If he hadn't reacted quickly and defended with all his might, Chen Yu's attack would have killed him. Too terrifying, he actually used a killing move the moment he started, but he definitely can't use a second attack. The green-haired man thought to himself. At this moment, a cold dark purple finger of light suddenly appeared on his left. This finger's aura was restrained, and it didn't have much power, but it made the green-haired man feel the danger of death. Poof, this light purple sword chi finger light pierced through the green-haired man's temple. The power of the tying sword finger instantly spread out, swimming around the green-haired man's body, corroding his flesh and vitality, including his soul. In less than 2 breaths, the green-haired man stopped breathing, and his corpse emitted waves of cold aura. In the sky, the remaining 2 people looked at the scene in front of them dumbfounded, and an unprecedented fear instantly swept through their bodies, causing them to tremble. The battle really ended too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the green flame-mad demon, who was ranked 42nd on the prodigy list, died on the spot. Run! The 2 looked at each other, and this word naturally appeared in their minds. Swish, the 2 turned and fled, one to the left, and the other to the right. Don't even think of leaving. Jinyu looked at the red-shirt lady, and he struck out 2 mystic sky palms at the same time. With his attainments in space, the red-shirt lady couldn't dodge at all, and she could only watch as death descended upon her. Pung, 2 gray spatial palm lights flashed with silver light, and they hit the red-shirt lady. Blood splattered everywhere, and her corpse fell to the ground. Immediately after, Jinyu used demonic dragon's shadow and chased after the other person. Only by cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots would he be able to avoid future troubles. Jinyu didn't want to let the 2 of them off just because he was merciful and let them attract even more powerful enemies. After all, he and Sitolinyu had made many enemies. After Jinyu left, a dark figure appeared behind a rock not far away. A dark light flickered, and a small man appeared. Too scary, I was prepared to be the fisherman. The small man quickly retreated. With Jinyu's strength, he could kill the remaining person in a few breaths of time and return here. Thus, he didn't want to take the risk. I didn't expect Jinyu to leave like this. In this prodigy list ranking battle, he might even have a chance to enter the top 20. There's also that Sitolinyu. After breaking through, his strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. The little man fled and flew for half an hour. Right at this moment, 3 figures flew out from a river below and instantly sealed off all the small man's paths of retreat. Hand over the seal. One of them, a rather handsome man, shouted coldly. This person was Dong Quanjian, the disciple of the Heavenly Jade sect who had been defeated by Jinyu in one move before the ranking battle. The small man shook his head and sighed. He could only hand over the seal. Only 10? That's too little. You can pay with your life. Another bloodthirsty disciple of the Heavenly Jade sect said with a cruel expression. Wait, I have important information. The small man was so scared that his face turned pale. Speak. If you let me live, I'll tell you. The little man curled up his body and said timidly. What's with all this nonsense? Do you believe that I won't cut off your head right now? The bloodthirsty disciple threatened impatiently. I have information on Jinyu. The small man immediately said. He knew that the Black Demon Valley and the Heavenly Jade sect were enemies, so he decided to exchange this information for a way out. Jinyu. Dong Quanjian's expression changed. He was extremely indignant when he thought of how he had been defeated by Jinyu in one move. At this moment, the river below suddenly froze, and the cold air was oppressive. Following this, countless icy sword intents were fired, puncturing the frozen river full of holes. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, streaks of bone-chilling sword chi soared into the sky. Then, a figure in white flew out. Her skin was as white as snow, and she had an outstanding temperament. Her eyes were cold, and she was surrounded by starlight, which made her look like a beautiful fairy. The leader of the Heavenly Jade sect, Luo Chome. Fear and coldness surged through the small man's body. Luo Chome was the leader of the Tanyu sect. It was rumored that she had a chance of making it to the top 5 in the ranking battle. This alone proved that she was more terrifying than Yangyu, Han Yen, and the others. The man didn't expect Luo Chome to be hiding here. Although she was a beauty, the man didn't dare to have any thoughts of blasphemy. Whoosh whoosh, a few people followed Luo Chome and flew out from the shattered ice river. It turned out to be the gathering place of some of the Tanyu sect's disciples. The man felt that he was too unlucky to have barged into this place. Senior Sister Luo. Dong Quanjian and the others immediately took a step back and moved their swords away from the man's neck. With Luo Chome here, it was impossible for the man to escape. What do you know about Jinyu? Luo Chome asked coldly. Before the ranking battle, Shinji had insulted the disciples of the Tianyu sect. However, considering Shinji's character and his strength, it was expected that he would say those words. However, Jinyu had also insulted the Tianyu sect. Then, he defeated Dong Quanjian in one move, causing the disciples of the Tianyu sect to lose face, but they couldn't refute him. However, there was a chance to wash away the humiliation. That was to humiliate Jinyu and kill Jinyu in the first round. On the other hand, Luo Qiumei heard that in the first round, Jinyu was like a fish in water and had accumulated a lot of marks. If she could get all the marks on Jinyu, she would be able to activate the light of the elite. I know where he is now. He's with Sitolinyu. With Luo Qiumei asking questions, there was no need for threats. The man told her everything he had seen and heard. After listening to the man's narration, Luo Qiumei's face lit up and she said coldly, "I'll spare your life. If you lie to me, I'll take your life myself." Whoosh, the man turned and ran, not daring to stay there any longer. "Let's go." Luo Qiumei turned and flew in the direction that the man came from. The disciples of the Tianyu sect immediately followed, looking extremely excited. "Jinyu, I'll make sure you die without a burial this time." A sinister light flashed in Dong Quanjian's eyes. Before the ranking battles, he had been defeated by Jinyu in a single move. He had lost all his face, and the female disciple he had taken a liking to had stopped bothering him. Dong Quanjian had always kept this grudge in mind. Below the canyon, Jinyu squatted in front of a corpse and took away its storage space. This is already the fourth batch. Jinyu could not help but sigh. Logically speaking, the place they were searching for was considered remote and wouldn't attract enemies so easily. However, Sitolinhu's breakthrough was too powerful, and all the heaven and earth essence energy within a 10,000 feet radius was drawn toward him. Above the canyon, there was a huge yuan-chi whirlpool, emitting a sinister, evil, and terrifying aura. Originally, Jinyu wanted to take advantage of Sitolinhu's fame to cultivate and increase his cultivation. In the end, he was busy killing enemies. My luck is pretty good. I didn't encounter any strong opponents in the top 20 or even the top 10. Jinyu nodded and thought to himself. However, right at this moment, his heart suddenly felt a powerful energy fluctuation rapidly approaching from the south. It can't be. Jinyu wanted to take back what he had said just now. Whoosh, in his vision, a few light spots appeared and rapidly approached him. Jinyu narrowed his eyes and stared at the fastest person in front of him. Before he could see the person's appearance clearly, Jinyu could already feel the starlight phenomenon formed by many imprints. This person was definitely not easy to deal with. Luo Qiumei. A breath later, Jinyu saw an indifferent face in front of him. It turned out to be the disciples of the Tianyu sect, and Luo Qiumei was among them. Even if Jinyu did not have any enmity with the disciples of the Tianyu sect, they would not let him off. Furthermore, before the ranking battles, Jinyu had humiliated the disciples of the Tianyu sect. This time, he was in big trouble. "Jinyu, how have you been?" Luo Qiumei smiled and said in a casual tone of greeting. "Haha, it's really Jinyu. Jinyu, you're doomed this time." The other disciples of the Tianyu sect were all excited when they saw Jinyu. As the little man had said, Sitolinyu was in seclusion and Jinyu was guarding him. Whoosh, after Luo Qiumei arrived, a cold aura covered everything around her with a layer of frost. Her gaze was like an icicle, sharp and cold, piercing Jinyu's mind. Seeing Luo Qiumei stop, the other disciples of the Tianyu sect also stopped and stood behind her. "You're not running away?" Luo Qiumei was arrogant and there was a hint of surprise in her tone. "I think he knows he can't escape, so he gave up struggling and accepted his fate." Dong Quanjian had a mocking smile on his face. "Why should I run?" Jinyu smiled and asked. Then, he said, "You can't kill me now." "Haha, I can't kill you?" Luo Qiumei laughed and asked. Her gaze suddenly became incomparably sharp. It was as if there was a sword of ice in the air, pointing straight at Jinyu. With her strength, she didn't take Jinyu seriously at all. Luo Qiumei estimated that she could kill Jinyu in 1 or 2 moves. However, at this moment, in another direction, there was a fluctuation of essence chi and several figures suddenly appeared. The leader of these men and women was wearing black armor, and he was surrounded by demonic chi and starlight. Previously, Qianyu's mysterious heart had sensed that another team was approaching, so he deliberately said those words to stall for time, hoping that the situation would turn for the better. At this moment, when Qianyu saw who it was, he immediately relaxed his eyebrows. I didn't expect senior brother Shen to come to help. Thank you in advance. Qianyu's voice came with a smile. Shenji. Luo Qiumei also looked at the little demon king Shenji with a gloomy expression. Shenji was very displeased when he heard Qianyu's words. Why are the people of the Tianyu sect here? He looked at the situation in front of him, his brows knitted together. Shenji had planned to directly force Qianyu to hand over the mark after finding him. The reason why the sect let disciples participate in the Heaven's Favorite ranking battle was for glory, and his behavior was to win glory for the Black Demon Valley to a certain extent. Moreover, his master was the Demon King Valley Master, so Shenji had nothing to fear. However, he didn't expect the people of the Tianyu sect to appear here. In this way, the situation was completely different. Qianyu looked at Shenji and Luo Qiumei. He knew that the target of these two was him. Luo Qiumei, didn't you ask me about the whereabouts of senior brother Shen? He's here now. The corners of Qianyu's mouth curled into a smirk. Luo Qiumei's beautiful brows were slightly knitted together on her cold face. Qianyu's words were obviously nonsense, but she couldn't deny it. Otherwise, in the eyes of outsiders, she would seem to be afraid of Shenji. And when Shenji heard this, he thought to himself, so Luo Qiumei wants to deal with me. Luo Qiumei, you want to deal with me? You're still too inexperienced. Shenji's expression was arrogant, and he shouted disdainfully. He was originally a conceited person, and cared more about his face. If anyone was rude to him, he might directly attack them. How could Shenji show weakness when Luo Qiumei wanted to deal with him? Humph, your stinky mouth really can't spit out ivory. Luo Qiumei revealed a look of disgust. She hated Shenji's character, and hated his mouth even more. You're courting death. Shenji's eyes were burning fiercely. He had never been insulted like this before. Shenji spread open his arms, and a dense demonic will surged out. A faint shadow of a demon condensed behind him, and its might was terrifying. Not far away. Seeing this development, Qianyu suppressed a smile. Given the hostile relationship between the Tianyu sect and Black Demon Valley, coupled with Shenji's character, he gently provoked the two to fight. Qianyu's crisis was thus resolved, suddenly. Little Demon King Shenji struck out with his claws, and within a radius of hundreds of feet, violent demonic qi raged. Two pitch-black giant demonic claws stretched out from the darkness, and with a powerful and disdainful posture, struck out. Shenji made the first move. Although he did not want to fight with Luo Qiumei now, and wanted to force Qianyu to hand over the mark, but the situation did not allow him to do so. If facing a Tianyu sect disciple, he did not fight the enemy, but instead forced Qianyu. This violated the bottom line of the sect, and even the Demon King Valley Master would not protect him. Shua, in Luo Qiumei's jade-like hand, a slender ice all suddenly appeared, shaped like a sword, and emitted a bone-chilling cold mist. The ice all swept out, and a snow-white icy sword qi, dragging a majestic cold sword shadow, shot out. The piercingly cold sword will made many Black Demon Valley disciples shiver. Attack! Qianyu could not help laughing, and also joined the battle. He found an acquaintance, and took the initiative to go over. Qianyu! Dong Quanjian saw Qianyu flying over, his whole body quivered. Before the start of the Heaven's Chosen List ranking battle, he was not convinced that he was defeated by Qianyu in one move. But after hearing the various achievements of Qianyu in the first round, he completely had no complaints. Now facing Qianyu, he had no intention to fight. But Luo Qiumei and other disciples were fighting here, how could he escape? Boom! Qianyu threw out an attack, and a pitch-black and domineering fist light shot out. Feeling the power of this blow, Dong Quanjian's expression suddenly changed. Huh? This blow is not as strong as I imagined. Although Qianyu's attack was strong, it did not make him feel a strong sense of crisis, and he had a feeling that he could resist. Puff! Dong Quanjian slashed out with his sword, and a purple sword wave swept out. After 2 sword strikes, he successfully destroyed Qianyu's move. Could the rumors be exaggerated? The combination of Qianyu and Sitilinyu should be Sitilinyu, and Qianyu has benefited from him, but his real battle strength is only SOSO. Dong Quanjian was puzzled and guessed. Boom. Bang. The two exchanged a few more blows. Although Dong Quanjian felt strenuous, he blocked all the attacks from Chen Yu, and only suffered some minor injuries. Sigh, this guy is too weak. Chen Yu sighed inwardly. He deliberately concealed his strength, just to delay the battle. Once a winner was decided between Shinji and Luo Qiumei, then the remaining party would deal with him. Thus, Chen Yu did not use his full strength, and instead, he casually played around, delaying the battle. He could delay until Sito Lingyu came out of seclusion, or until Shinji and Luo Qiumei were both injured. However, this Dong Quanjian was too weak. Chen Yu only used 50% of his strength, and he almost killed him. The Heavenly Jade Sect and Black Demon Valley are fighting. I didn't expect Little Demon King Shinji to be so strong that he can stand up to Luo Qiumei. What a fool. Can't you see that Little Demon King Shinji has been hiding his true strength all this while? He wants to make a name for himself in the Heaven's favorite ranking battle. Many people in the outside world were watching the battle. After all, it was very likely that another owner of 1,000 marks would be born in this battle. Even the powerful figures of the southern region, who were hiding in the sky, diverted most of their attention to this battle. They all remembered the bet between Solitary Blood King and Dark Feather King. If Luo Qiumei wins, then Solitary Blood King will lose. The Demon Valley Master said inwardly. However, he felt that the possibility was not high. As Shinji's master, he was very confident in Shinji's strength. Some of the rumors in the outside world were deliberately spread by Black Demon Valley to make others underestimate and look down on Shinji. Dark Feather King's eyes were all on Shinji and Luo Qiumei. There was no obvious joy or anger on his face. Unable to feel the battle scene, he could only observe with his eyes. He could not judge the outcome of the battle. Shinji, if you lose, this old man will definitely not forgive you. Solitary Blood King's eyes narrowed. If the two had not met, then Luo Qiumei might not have been able to collect 1,000 marks. At least he would not have lost. At the same time, he glanced at Chen Yu. Solitary Blood King wished he could send a voice transmission to Chen Yu and tell him about the bet with Dark Feather King, so that Chen Yu could seize the marks. Unfortunately, neither he nor Dark Feather King could interfere with the world within the sacred empty realm formation. The disciples of Black Demon Valley and Heavenly Jade Sect were fighting in chaos. Chen Yu, you're only SOSO. Dong Quanjian smiled. In the beginning, he was so afraid of Chen Yu that he even wanted to run away. But as they fought, he found that Chen Yu was not as strong as the rumors said. In fact, he even had a feeling that he had become stronger and that he could stand on equal footing with Chen Yu. A sense of pride welled up in his heart. After this battle, my name will definitely spread far and wide. His heart longed for it. Chen Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Dong Quanjian's appearance. Since he had decided to delay the battle, no matter how Dong Quanjian provoked him, he would not get angry. Eat my Eastern Birth purple smoke. Dong Quanjian shouted, preparing to unleash his ultimate move. The treasured sword danced in the air. True Yuan surged and sword chi drifted in the air. It was as if a purple mist was floating in the air. It was as if a powerful force was about to burst out. However, from Qing Yu's point of view, Dong Quanjian clearly wasn't proficient in using this move, and he revealed 3 flaws at once. Thinking that his goal was to delay the battle, Qing Yu ignored these few openings and allowed Dong Quanjian to smoothly release his ultimate move. Boom. Swish, countless tiny purple sword energies turned into a cloud of purple smoke and surged towards Qing Yu. In the past, I didn't even manage to use it against my enemies. But this time, I actually succeeded. Could it be that my strength has increased invisibly? Dong Quanjian's face lit up with joy. Bang! Bang, bang! Qing Yu waved his palms repeatedly. The demonic pattern True Yuan turned into waves of black light that swept around and blocked Dong Quanjian's attack. Qing Yu, weren't you very arrogant before? If you have the ability, use the move you used before the ranking battle again. I, Dong Quanjian, will definitely be able to block it. Dong Quanjian's confidence soared. Thinking of the humiliation of being defeated by Qing Yu in one move, he shouted. Qing Yu glanced at him. Back when he had just learned the tying sword finger, he didn't use his full strength and only left a small wound on Dong Quanjian. Now, the power of his tying sword finger had greatly increased, and it could be said to be one of his killing moves. Once he used it, it was enough to kill Dong Quanjian several times. I can't waste the power in the soul fixation pearl on this trash. Xianxia thought to himself and endured it. Bang! A terrifying storm came from afar, causing many disciples of the two sects who were fighting to tremble. The strength of those two people is too terrifying. Many people moved away to avoid being affected by the battle between Xinji and Luo Qiumei. Luo Qiumei, with your strength, you want to enter the top 5? You're a toad trying to eat swan meat. Xinji laughed. The shadow of the demon behind him became more and more solid, and two huge arms appeared on both sides. Whoosh! Whoosh! Waving the arms, the huge demon claws stirred up a black demon whirlwind and attacked Luo Qiumei. Ice edge cut. Luo Qiumei kept a straight face. She didn't want to argue with Xinji, lest her mind was disturbed. She focused on her sword and suddenly slashed out with the ice all in her hand. A huge ice sword light suddenly appeared, which was 40 or 50 feet long. The sword light was extremely sharp, and the surrounding cold air was overflowing. Bang! The first giant demon's claw was sliced in half by the icy sword light. However, the second giant demon's claw grabbed the ice sword of light. The ice sword chi spread, and the violent demon chi raged. The two forces crazily intertwined, and finally shattered, turning into a black and white storm, shocking all. Directions. I can win this battle. At this point, Xinji had already figured out Luo Qiumei's strength. Rumor had it that she had hopes of entering the top 5. In Xinji's opinion, this evaluation was too exaggerated. Luo Qiumei was at most ranked 8th or 9th. Even so, if he wanted to win, he still had to put in some effort. If only someone could help him and share Luo Qiumei's attacks. Right, Qianyu. Xinji suddenly thought of Qianyu. He came this time to deal with Qianyu, but in the end, he helped Qianyu resolve the crisis. Xinji was very depressed about this. Now, there was a chance for revenge in front of him. When Qianyu came to help, he purposely let Qianyu block most of Luo Qiumei's attacks. At that time, Qianyu would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Qianyu, what are you doing? Quickly finish off the others and help me defeat Luo Qiumei. Xinji immediately sent a voice transmission to Qianyu. At this moment, he discovered that Qianyu was actually fighting with a person with mediocre strength. Wasn't it rumored that Qianyu was a dark horse this time? He was extremely powerful, and when he teamed up with Sita Linyu, no one could stop him from plundering the seals. Why was he being pestered by a small fry now? Senior brother Shen, I'm injured, and my combat strength has been reduced. I'm afraid I can't help you. Qianyu casually made up a lie. He wasn't so stupid as to ask a tiger for its skin. Xinji definitely didn't have any good intentions. Xinji couldn't do anything about Qianyu's reason. Right at this moment, Luo Qiumei seemed to realize that Xinji was difficult to deal with. Her attack suddenly became ferocious, and she prepared to fight with all her might. It would be great if she could win, otherwise, she would retreat first. Courting death, Xinji was a little angry. Boom, the demon head and arm phantoms behind him gradually completed, and a huge demon body with only an upper body appeared. Boundless demonic aura surged in all directions. Xinji was a person who liked to crush his enemies. At this moment, he was prepared to use his killer move to defeat Luo Qiumei. At that time, his prestige would reach an unprecedented height, and Qianyu would also realize the difference between them. Sky Ice Falling River Sword. Luo Qiumei gradually felt strained. Her eyes suddenly narrowed, and the icicle in her hand emitted bone-chilling ice sword chi. Swish swish swish, countless ice sword shadows seemed to have turned into a snow-white river, falling from the sky with terrifying momentum, as though it was going to freeze and destroy everything. World-destroying demonic strike. Little Demon King Xinji's aura was like a rainbow, and the demonic aura on his body was extremely dense. He also used his killer move to fight against Luo Qiumei. The demon body that only had half a body left roared, and it crossed its claws, tearing out a layer of pitch-black demonic light, as though it wanted to devour everything in front of it. Bang! in the confrontation of killer moves, a terrifying storm destroyed everything within a radius of 100 feet. Luo Qiumei spurted out a mouthful of blood, which dyed her white robe red, and her figure was sent flying. Die. Xinji's armor was slightly damaged, and his face was slightly pale, but he was extremely excited, and he rushed towards Luo Qiumei. Luo Qiumei's expression was slightly pained, and she was shocked. Xinji's strength was stronger than she had imagined. Frozen Ice Domain. Seeing Xinji charging towards her, Luo Qiumei threw out the icicle in her hand, and formed a hand seal. A terrifying ice quintessential chi was released, condensing towards little demon king Xinji. What is this? Xinji felt an extremely cold power converging from all directions. His body was frozen, and the circulation of his quintessential chi also slowed down. Moreover, the power of the ice was still increasing. Fortunately, this power's focus was not on destructive power, but on freezing control. Not far away, the others were also affected by this cold power, and frost condensed on their bodies, as though they were turning into bloody people. What's going on? Help! This is senior sister Luo's life-saving secret technique. It can instantly freeze an area. In 3 breaths, a huge ice block condensed around Xinji, and he was sealed inside. And the others in the distance, including Qinyu, were also affected to varying degrees. Swoosh, Luo Qiumei, who used the secret technique, spat out a large mouthful of blood, put away her spirit weapon, and fled far away. Although she had lost this battle, her loss was not great. As long as she recovered from her injuries, she would still have a chance. Luo Qiumei lost. Qinyu murmured. Xinji's strength was stronger than he had expected. 5 breaths later. Crack, the ice block shattered and exploded, and a black shadow burst out. Damn it, he escaped. Xinji furrowed his brows and roared. Go to hell, all of you go to hell. Xinji swept a glance at the rest of the Heavenly Jade sect members, and began a massacre. In a short while, the rest of the Heavenly Jade sect members were either dead or fled. Qinyu, why didn't you come to help me just now? Xinji furiously glared at Qinyu. His furious expression became even more dignified, and a frightening aura poured down on Qinyu. Now that Luo Qiumei had left, he could still deal with Qinyu according to the original plan and force him to hand over the mark. Without waiting for Qinyu's reply, he continued, hand over half of the mark in your hand to me. In this way, I can activate the light of Heaven's pride and show the might of Black Demon Valley. I believe you also want to see Black Demon Valley shine in front of the experts of the entire southern region. Xinji used the name of Black Demon Valley, as if it was for the greater good, and Qinyu could not refuse. At this moment. Boom, the Yuan Qi vortex in the sky suddenly disappeared, and a powerful evil ghost Qi came from a cave below the canyon, causing the souls of everyone present to tremble. At that moment, their souls were inexplicably frightened. Swoosh, a black shadow flew out. Sitalinyu came in front of Qinyu. He had just broken through, and his aura could not be perfectly restrained. The terrifying aura of the middle stage of the Void Sea realm spread out. Brother Chen, is this your fellow disciple? Sitalinyu looked at Xinji, a faint evil smile hanging on the corners of his mouth, and casually sized him up. Xinji's eyes darkened slightly. The man who had just broken through to the middle stage of the Void Sea realm gave him an unfathomable and mysterious feeling. It was obvious that Sitalinyu was on Qinyu's side. If Xinji forced Qinyu to hand over the mark, the other party would not ignore it. Xinji was also injured in the battle with Luo Qiumei, and did not want to fight with Sitalinyu at this time. If he was careless and made a mistake, then his brilliant life would be ruined right here. Qinyu, you're on your own. Xinji coldly snorted and turned to leave. His original plan was to force Qinyu to hand over the mark, but in the end, not only did he not succeed, but he also helped Qinyu drive away a powerful enemy. Thinking of this, Xinji was extremely angry and aggrieved. If it was someone who did not know, they would really think that Xinji and Qinyu had a good relationship and came all the way to help. Take care, senior brother Xin. Qinyu's laughing voice came from behind. Qinyu, let's see how long you can be proud. Xinji's eyes flashed fiercely. He swallowed his anger and left with the other Black Demon Valley disciples. In the outside world, the battle between the Black Demon Valley and the Heavenly Jade sect disciples caused a great commotion. I didn't expect Luo Qiumei to be no match for Shinji. Shinji is also a dark horse. He might be able to fight his way into the top 5. I have overestimated Luo Qiumei. It seems that the rumors are not credible. Before the ranking battle began, the outside world said that Luo Qiumei had a chance of entering the top 5, and Little Demon King Shinji could enter the top 20. But the result was unexpected. Sita Linyu has broken through. There will be a good show to watch. The competition for the top 5 will most likely be even more intense. Above, the Solitary Blood King and the Dark Feather King breathed a sigh of relief. Shinji is so strong. Fortunately, Luo Qiumei used a secret technique to escape. Otherwise, there would be no hope if the mark was taken. The Dark Feather King still had a glimmer of hope. Once Luo Qiumei collected 1,000 marks, he would win the bet with the Solitary Blood King. On the other side, the Solitary Blood King was worried that Shinji would lose to Luo Qiumei. I didn't expect Old Wang to be so low-key. He must have secretly given Shinji a lot of benefits. Solitary Blood King cursed inwardly as he glanced at the Demon King Valley Master. However, it was really fortunate that the Demon King Valley Master was good at teaching disciples. Otherwise, Shinji would have lost to Luo Qiumei, and his wintry blood bamboo would have been given to the Dark Feather King. Dark Feather King, your disciple is only SOSO. Solitary Blood King laughed. Luo Qiumei's crushing defeat was the perfect opportunity to mock the Dark Feather King. The Dark Feather Monarch's expression darkened. He suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, "Hee, isn't your disciple the same? He's on par with an average disciple of my Heavenly Jade sect." The two kings didn't say anything else after mocking each other. The first segment was not over yet. In the blink of an eye, only Qinyu and Sita Linyu were left in the canyon. "It's really not a good job to protect you," Qinyu joked. It was unknown how many people had died here from the beginning to the end. These two groups of people should be coming for you. Sita Lin's heart was as clear as a mirror. That's true, Qinyu laughed. In the end, Sita Linyu came out of seclusion and ruined Shinji's plan. However, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to make a breakthrough. Sita Linyu expressed his gratitude and revealed a mysterious smile. So, I have a big gift for you. Big gift? Qinyu's expression changed slightly. Let's talk while we walk. Sita Linyu took the lead, and Qinyu followed behind him. On the way, Sita Linyu finally explained what the big gift was. What? You know where Luo Qiumei is? Qinyu said with surprise and joy. Maybe I can find her. Before I went into seclusion, I sent the evil spirits and my ghost servants away. If anyone comes near, they will stop them, Sita Linyu said. Qinyu also knew about this. Those who came close to Sita Linyu's seclusion were all powerful and capable. In fact, there were even more small fries that had been chased away. When Luo Qiumei escaped, she was coincidentally seen by one of my ghost servants. Sita Linyu smiled. Therefore, he could roughly determine Luo Qiumei's escape route. However, he had to act as soon as possible. If he delayed for too long, Luo Qiumei would escape far away, and it would be difficult for Sita Linyu to find her. Soon, the two of them came to a continuous mountain range. She's here. A sinister smile appeared on Sita Linyu's face. Luo Qiumei did not run too far away. Instead, she found a hiding place nearby. It seemed that her injuries were not light and she was in a hurry to recover. Brother Chen, do you want me to do it, or do you want to go and get it yourself? Sita Linyu asked with a smile. Of course. Qinyu asked and then replied with certainty, of course I'll do it myself. In the previous battle, Qinyu had deliberately hidden his strength to delay the battle. His opponent, Dong Quanjian, had been provoking him, and Qinyu had to endure it. Furthermore, Luo Qiumei's target was Qinyu. Now, Qinyu naturally wanted to take revenge himself. In a cave inside the mountain, Luo Qiumei sat cross-legged and used her cultivation technique to heal her injuries. I didn't expect Little Devil King Shinji to be so strong. Although I lost to him today, it doesn't mean that I won't be able to defeat him in the future. I, Luo Qiumei, will definitely take revenge. Luo Qiumei's face was cold and her eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. Phew. A moment later, Luo Qiumei let out a breath of cold air. Luckily, I have the heaven return pill. Otherwise, my injuries would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Luo Qiumei estimated that she would be able to recover 70% to 80% in 2 days. There was still hope for the prodigy role ranking battle. Suddenly, Luo Qiumei sensed something strange. Boom, a loud clap of thunder suddenly rang out. The mountain rocks collapsed, and the originally pitch-black cave was suddenly exposed to the outside world. Luo Qiumei, hand over the seal. An ear-piercing voice rang out. In the pile of rubble, Luo Qiumei was surrounded by a layer of cold air, protecting her from any injuries. Seeing Chen Yu, Luo Qiumei's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. What a joke. Even if I'm injured, you won't be able to withstand 10 moves from me. Luo Qiumei revealed a mocking expression. It seemed that Chen Yu was the fisherman who benefited from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam. Unfortunately, Chen Yu had overestimated himself. You, on the other hand, obviously escaped death, but now you've taken the initiative to send yourself to me. Since that's the case, I'll take your seal and life. If it wasn't for Shinji's sudden arrival, Chen Yu would have already died under her sword. Haha, I won't do such a good thing. Laughing loudly, Chen Yu abruptly launched an attack. Boom. Boom, he quickly struck out 2 palms. 2 translucent palm lights that flickered with a silver luster flew out. Space concept, Luo Qiumei instantly felt that something was wrong. She immediately took out her weapon and blocked in front of her. Bang bang, the 2 spatial palm techniques instantly hit their target and hit an ice-all sword. Cold light instantly overflowed. Luo Qiumei took 3 steps back and stopped her body. What a shocking strength. She thought in her heart and circulated her true yuan to relieve the numbness in her arm. As expected of the leader of the Heavenly Jade sect. Even with injuries, you still have such combat strength. Chen Yu said loudly. There wasn't any disappointment in his tone. Instead, there was a hint of excitement and fighting spirit. Boom, a terrifying fire bloodline power surged through his body. In an instant, golden wind feather patterns appeared on Chen Yu's skin and a pair of golden wings formed on his back. An ancient bloodline aura that could burn heaven and earth spread in all directions. His opponent was Luo Qiumei. Even if she was injured, he couldn't be careless. This kid actually has such a bloodline power? Luo Qiumei's blood froze and she felt a powerful bloodline pressure. Chen Yu swooped down from the sky and punched out. Boom, the black fist light suddenly seemed to be ignited. Flames burst out and turned into a huge meteor-like attack that smashed towards the ground. Luo Qiumei looked up and felt a terrifying attack that could shake the mountains. Ice blade slash, her complexion was calm, the icicle in her hand suddenly slashed out, and a huge ice sword light suddenly condensed. It was 400 to 500 feet long. The sword light was extremely sharp and the surrounding cold was shocking as it met Chen Yu's punch. Bang, the 2 forces collided and the ice sword light cut into the fist light, but it only cut halfway. In the next moment, the huge force in the fist light shattered the icy sword light. The 2 forces instantly broke apart and intertwined in all directions. However, Chen Yu activated the fire power of the golden-winged phoenix bloodline so that his attack could suppress the cold. It instantly engulfed all the cold and burned towards Luo Qiumei. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Luo Qiumei's expression changed. Although she had been seriously injured in the battle with Shinji, she had already taken the heaven-returning pill and her injuries had healed by 30 to 40%. Unexpectedly, she was at a disadvantage in a head-on clash. Swoosh, Luo Qiumei attacked again. The bone-chilling ice sword intent spread out and interweaved into an ice sword net. Chen Yu was not the least bit afraid and met her head-on, punching and kicking. The greatest amplification of the golden-winged phoenix bloodline was life force and attack power. Chen Yu's attacks were heavy and ferocious. At this moment, with the amplification of the fire bloodline, it formed a certain restraint on Luo Qiumei. After exchanging a few blows, Luo Qiumei was even more shocked. Chen Yu's defense could be said to be an iron wall. Her attacks could occasionally hurt Chen Yu, but only left small wounds. What made her even more dumbfounded was that the small wounds she left disappeared after a while and healed. Bright sun sword finger, Chen Yu activated the blood-glazed flame and condensed it on his right index finger. It suddenly turned into a blood-chi sword pillar and shot out. Bang! The ice sword net in front of Luo Qiumei was instantly broken by the blood-chi sword pillar. Before the sword finger landed, a strong and yang flame aura came towards her. Blood-glazed flame? Luo Qiumei frowned. She had originally thought that Jinyu's trump card was the power of the bloodline. She was not afraid. The power of the bloodline could not last long. Once Jinyu's bloodline was exhausted, victory would be hers. Unexpectedly, Jinyu also had the blood-glazed flame. This attack was also extremely fierce. It must be another of Jinyu's trump cards. Swoosh, Luo Qiumei fiercely stabbed out with her sword. The cold and sharp sword light stabbed towards the blood-chi sword finger. In an instant, the sword finger shattered the sword light and descended. Bang! Bright sun sword finger shattered Luo Qiumei's true essence defense and hit her shoulder, taking away a piece of flesh. Hiss, Luo Qiumei took 6 steps back. Feeling the burning pain on her shoulder, she could not help but grit her teeth and scream. Luo Qiumei looked at the wound on her shoulder. A piece of flesh was missing, and there was a blood-colored flame burning, devouring her blood and vitality. She immediately circulated her quintessential essence and forced the power of the blood flame out of her body. At this moment, Jinyu charged over once more and launched an attack. Luo Qiumei was an expert in the top 10 of the prodigy ranking, and she had to seize every opportunity to attack. Demonic Destruction Claw. Cloud-devouring demonic fist, Jinyu activated 2 demonic patterns at the same time, and the pitch-black demonic patterns surged on his left and right arms. After gathering a large amount of quintessential essence, Jinyu waved his arms and released 2 powerful attacks. Damn it. If I wasn't injured, killing you would be as easy as pinching an ant. Luo Qiumei gritted her teeth, and her face was gloomy. If she was in her peak state, Jinyu's golden-winged phoenix bloodline might not be able to restrain her ice-type quintessential essence. Swoosh, Luo Qiumei threw out the icicle in her hand, and it drew a brilliant white ice arc, leaving behind a layer of cold mist wherever it passed. Bam, bam. Bam, Luo Qiumei's spirit artifact clashed with Jinyu's attack, and streaks of icy sword chi shot out. It was as if a net of icy swords had formed in the sky, blocking Jinyu's 2 attacks and isolating the 2 from each other. Demonic Scale Armor, Demonic Scale Protection. Jinyu activated the 2nd and 3rd demonic patterns, and a sinister black demonic armor appeared on his body, forming a demonic scale light shield around him. Under the double protection, Jinyu swooped down and passed through Luo Qiumei's spirit artifact. Swoosh, the icy icicle flew over quickly and left a mark on the demonic scale light shield. In just 3 slashes, the demonic scale light shield was shattered. Then, the icicle attack landed on the demonic scale armor. But at this moment, Jinyu was already close to Luo Qiumei. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, Jinyu's mysterious heart entered an explosive state, and his body changed. His strength increased, and he punched out. Boom, this punch was infused with the power of the golden-winged phoenix's bloodline. It seemed to hammer the void, erupting with endless flames. A black and red light ball fell like a meteor, and a heavy shadow covered Luo Qiumei. Not good. Luo Qiumei's body sank as she felt a great pressure. It was hard to imagine that Jinyu could actually erupt with such power. She immediately controlled the icicle to return to her hand, otherwise her life would be in danger. Icicle Spike. Luo Qiumei pierced the icicle into the ground and formed a spell. An extremely cold energy burst forth, and the ground within a radius of 1,000 feet instantly froze into ice. Boom, in front of Luo Qiumei, ice and sword essence quickly merged together. A straight and sharp giant icicle soared into the sky, blocking in front of her. Right at this moment, Jinyu's fist smashed down with a violent and ferocious force. Kacha, the sound of something breaking rang out. Jinyu had smashed the huge icicle apart with a single punch. Pung, a layer of black and red storm stirred up on the ground, drowning Luo Qiumei's figure within. Jinyu immediately rushed in, only to see a huge pit on the ground, with ice shards everywhere. Luo Qiumei was lying in the ice shards in the center of the huge pit. Looking at the clear scene, Jinyu guessed that in that instant, Luo Qiumei had used a defensive method to seal herself in ice to reduce the damage. However, Jinyu's punch directly shattered the ice, seriously injuring Luo Qiumei who was inside. I'm willing to hand over the imprint. Before Qinyu could speak, Luo Qiumei crawled up, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Qinyu was slightly surprised. He did not expect such a determined and cold woman like Luo Qiumei to surrender so easily. Suddenly, swoosh, at the same time an icicle shot out of the block of ice near Qinyu, emitting a frightening chill. This was Luo Qiumei's spirit weapon. Frost Domain. Luo Qiumei's gaze suddenly became cold and determined. Forming a hand seal, the power of her bloodline was activated, and a terrifying cold power was born from all directions, condensing towards Qinyu. This is the move from before. Qinyu's expression changed. Previously, when Luo Qiumei was defeated in the battle with Xinji, she used this move to temporarily trap Xinji and then escaped. Now, she was using the same move to deal with Qinyu. At this moment, Qinyu seemed to be in a world of ice. The biting cold chi frantically gathered towards him, as if it wanted to freeze everything about him. In an instant, a layer of ice condensed on the surface of Qinyu's body, and it rapidly thickened. Shatter! Qinyu roared, his heart pounding. The power of the golden-winged phoenix's bloodline flowed throughout his body, dispersing the cold energy. A powerful wave of scorching flame energy erupted from Qinyu's body. Crack! Qinyu's body turned dark red, and cracks appeared on the surface of the ice. Luo Qiumei's cold eyes were bloodshot as she stared at Qinyu. She gritted her teeth and released her true essence. The power of the ice suddenly increased. Blood glass flame. Qinyu did not back down, and released the blood glass flame as well. After the blood glass flame had devoured the fiend's spirit blood crystal, its power had increased significantly. At this moment, it merged with the bloodline of the golden-winged phoenix and flowed out of Qinyu's body. At a certain moment, with a crack, the ice on Qinyu's arm cracked, and flames leaked out. Boom! Qinyu took the opportunity to mobilize his strength. With a swing of his arm, the ice on his arm shattered inch by inch and fell to the ground. His heart was still in an explosive state, and the bloodline of the golden-winged phoenix and the power of the blood glass flame burst out, attacking this icy world. Crack, 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 countless cracks appeared on the ice that sealed Qinyu's body. Break! Qinyu roared. His heart beat vigorously, and all the power he had been accumulating burst out. Boom! With a loud noise, he broke free. The power of extreme cold around him was expelled and spread outwards. Whoosh! This wave of cold power blew on Luo Qiumei's body. In an instant, a layer of ice formed on the surface of her body, and she stood on the snowy plain like an ice sculpture. I've lost. Luo Qiumei sighed. Originally, she had planned to use the same trick and escape. Unexpectedly, the secret technique that had trapped Xinji was not able to trap Qinyu. The man in front of her had actually broken free from the restraints of her bloodline secret technique. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in the distance. It was Sitolinyu. A look of surprise flashed across his handsome face. Just now, when Sitolinyu saw Luo Qiumei use this move, he was prepared to help. At the very least, he could not let Luo Qiumei escape. Unexpectedly, Qinyu had broken Luo Qiumei's frozen ice domain head-on. This was beyond his expectations. Even though he has the power of his bloodline and the blood-glazed flame, he would still need an explosive force in order to break this move. But in that state, even Xinji would be powerless. How could he still explode with power that far exceeds his usual strength? Sitolinyu thought to himself. He suddenly felt that he could not see through Qinyu. Previously, when Xinji faced this move, he had also wanted to use all his power to break the ice. However, his body, blood, and true essence were all frozen and suppressed. It was difficult for him to release his power. However, there seemed to be a power in Qinyu that was not affected. This was naturally his mysterious heart. Swords and sabers could not hurt it, and this little bit of cold could not affect it at all. Sitolinyu? When Luo Qiumei saw Sitolinyu, she sighed in her heart. It turned out that Sitolinyu had already broken through to the mid-stage Void Sea realm, and he was nearby. Even if she had successfully trapped Qinyu, it would have been difficult for her to escape. However, what shocked her even more was that Qinyu did not let Sitolinyu attack. Could it be that from the beginning, Qinyu had been determined to win? Boom! Crack! The coldness slowly dissipated, and cracks appeared on the ice on Luo Qiumei's body. The ice continued to fall, revealing her weak body. In the sky, Jinyu stood proudly, golden flames surging around his body, and he looked down at Luo Chome coldly. I've lost. The mark is yours. Luo Chome immediately said. After all, she had said the same thing earlier, but she had suddenly attacked Jinyu. This time, as she spoke, the dazzling five-pointed star on the back of her hand flew out. Swoosh, Jinyu descended from the sky and grabbed at the resplendent five-pointed star. Outside, there was a commotion. How is this possible? Jinyu actually forced Luo Chome to retreat. Even if Luo Chome is severely injured, it shouldn't be like this. Sigh, but Sita Linyu is right next to her. Luo Chome can't escape. Why didn't he let Sita Linyu attack? That way, Jinyu won't have to take the risk. Look, Luo Chome has used her life-saving secret skill again. But all of a sudden, the noisy discussions quietened down. Then, there was a deafening sound of discussion. Luo Chome has lost. Oh my god, Jinyu defeated Luo Chome alone. No one could remain calm in the face of such an outcome. It was simply too unexpected. Everyone thought that Luo Chome would use her life-saving secret skill to trap Jinyu and then escape. In the end, she was stopped by Sita Linyu. Sita Linyu had already taken action and had already flown over. However, in the end, there was a huge reversal. In the sky, many powerful figures of the southern region were shocked. This kid actually broke Luo Chome's life-saving secret skill. Looks like he still has a hidden trump card. I didn't expect Luo Chome to be defeated by Jinyu just like that. No, if Luo Chome wasn't seriously injured, it's hard to say who would have won. Suddenly, the solitary Blood King laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Old goat, your disciple has lost to my disciple. The solitary Blood King relaxed his brows and was overjoyed. He did not care about his image and laughed loudly. Previously, he had only thought that even if Jinyu was defeated, Sita Linyu would be fine. The solitary Blood King did not expect this to be the result. His disciple had defeated the Dark Feather King's favored disciple. It was too satisfying. On the side, the Dark Feather King frowned. His eyes were gloomy, and his face was livid. How could this be? He felt extremely aggrieved and depressed. Although he was not happy that Luo Chome had defeated Shinji, it was not a big deal. However, how could Luo Chome lose to Jinyu? Boom! A series of explosions echoed in the sacred empty realm formation as a brilliant beam of starlight gathered together, emitting a blinding starlight pillar that soared into the sky. This was the prodigy's light. The fifth prodigy's light. It came from Jinyu. The solitary blood monarch was slightly stunned when he saw the pillar of starlight. He immediately reacted and laughed. Dark Feather Monarch, you've lost our bet. As Jinyu had defeated Luo Chome, the solitary blood monarch was overjoyed and had forgotten about the bet. Now that he thought about it, he was even more delighted, and his face was flushed. He had bet with the Dark Feather Monarch that if Jinyu collected 800 star marks or entered the top 15 in the first round, the Dark Feather Monarch would lose. Now, not only had Jinyu obtained 800 star marks, but he had also completed the task and activated the proud Son of Heaven's Light phenomenon. Take it. The Dark Feather Monarch gritted his teeth and took out a mystic artifact from his storage space. In order to shut the solitary blood monarch's mouth and stop the other party's arrogance, the Dark Feather Monarch handed over the wager. Swish, a ball of black light surged out and turned into a huge weapon. It was 10 meters long and had 3 points and 2 blades. It was a halberd. When the halberd appeared, the surrounding void darkened, and black flames rose. On the long shaft of the halberd, there was a layer of dense scales. When the cold crescent blade slashed through the air, the shadow of a black flaming dragon could be faintly seen, its tyrannical power disdainful in all directions. The surroundings were all star condensation monarchs, so it was not a big deal. However, if an ordinary void sea realm was here, it would be very difficult for them to even stand in front of this halberd. The solitary blood monarch immediately took it and inspected it carefully. He then said, I thought you would take out a pseudo-mystic artifact to fool me. This weapon is not bad. At least you have some conscience. Humph, this monarch is willing to accept his loss. Why would I do such a thing? The Dark Feather Monarch snorted in disdain. However, this was not what he thought in his heart. This old man only has this demonic mystic artifact. If I had other pseudo-mystic artifacts, I would definitely take them out and screw you over. Mystic artifacts contain the profound truths of heaven and earth and possessed powerful abilities. Even in the great cosmos realm, they were extremely rare. The appearance of a mystic artifact was enough to set off a bloodbath. Old goat, why don't we continue to bet? If my disciple reaches the second standard and enters the top 15, will you take out another profound level weapon? The solitary blood king blinked, and his expression eased up as he smiled. Do you really think that profound armaments are so common? How could he casually take one out? The dark feather king glanced at the solitary blood king and scolded. He rejected solitary blood king's suggestion. With the strength that Xianxia had displayed just now, entering the top 15 would not be a problem for him. Therefore, he would definitely lose this bet. Why would he still want to fight? The solitary blood king smiled and did not say anything else. He brought this up because he wanted the dark feather king to personally acknowledge Xianxia and praise his own disciple. If the dark feather king really agreed, then there must be something wrong with his head. However, the dark feather king did not personally acknowledge Xianxia's strength. Instead, he used the lack of profound armaments as an excuse, which made the solitary blood king feel rather regretful. The solitary blood king's gaze looked down and landed on Xianxia. He sighed deeply in his heart. This prodigy ranking battle is a great opportunity that will be hard to come by in the history of the great cosmos realm. You must grasp this opportunity well. In the sacred empty realm formation, resplendent starlight scattered everywhere. When a new light soared, the other four people all sensed something. In a dark valley, the surroundings were silent. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and cold killing intent. A man slowly floated forward. He was dressed in white and had a head full of white hair. He had a faint smile on his face and was extraordinarily handsome. The starlight on his body was dazzling and intense, making him the most dazzling existence in this dark valley. Suddenly, a startled roar suddenly rang out. Not far away, a cluster of black shadows flew out from a crack in the mountain, revealing sharp fangs. Following that, black shadows rushed out from all directions. There was actually a pack of shadow wolves in this valley. In the darkness, they were like fish in water, and their speed was extremely fast. At this moment, the entire pack of shadow wolves attacked the white-robed man. Die. The white-haired man lightly spat out a word. In the next instant, a terrifying bolt of lightning emanated from his entire body, and it transformed into an arc of lightning that swept out in all directions. Rumble. Buzz, a series of thunderous explosions, accompanied by the howls of the shadow wolves, spread throughout the entire valley. The white-robed man floated in the void, untainted by even a speck of dust. His pitch-black eyes flickered with lightning, and his body emitted a shocking aura. However, in the next instant, the lightning disappeared without a trace. He looked like a handsome and gentle young man again. Suddenly, the starlight around him fluctuated, as if it had sensed its own kind. Another light of prodigy. Now, there are 5 people. However, this light of prodigy condensed too late. My opponent is only the fallen moon venerable. The white-robed man, Duan Shao, slowly said to himself. On the other side, amidst the crowd of disciples, there was a man with curly hair in a dark green robe. The starlight around him was dense, and the starlight shot into the sky. Brother Chen, you're too amazing. You've already collected 1,000 marks before we met up. A pretty girl with braids followed closely behind the curly-haired man and said with a pout. Before Xianxia had formed the light of prodigy, the curly-haired man, Ho Chen, had risen to prominence, which was the most unexpected. Soon after, the reputation of the Middle Ages Marquis clan gradually spread. Among the 6 medieval clans of the great cosmos realm, the Ho clan was considered a hidden clan. Normally, there was no trace of them. Suddenly, the starlight above Ho Chen's head fluctuated, and a beam of starlight drifted out, pointing in a certain direction. At the same time, everyone could see a new pillar of starlight shooting into the sky in the distance, dazzling and resplendent. Someone has collected 1,000 marks on the last day. I wonder which genius it is. Ho Chen's clear eyes looked into the distance and immediately said, Cousin, I'll go meet this person. Sigh, Brother Chen, don't go. He's also collected 1,000 marks, so he's definitely not an ordinary person. Don't take the risk at the last moment. The pretty girl immediately said and was about to grab Ho Chen's sleeve. However, she was still too late. Ho Chen soared into the sky, stirring up spatial ripples as he quickly left. Brother Chen is running again. Why didn't you guys stop him? The pretty girl stomped her foot. The surrounding people shrugged helplessly, indicating that no one could stop Ho Chen if he really wanted to leave. After flying for a few miles, Ho Chen stopped and curled his lips. It's more comfortable to be alone. It's so troublesome to have a bunch of people following behind me all day. Saying that, Ho Chen changed his direction, no longer caring about the new light of prodigy. On the other side, at the peak of a giant mountain, Xianxia stood there proudly. She had blue hair and a white dress. Her eyes were cold and emotionless as she calmly looked down at the creatures below. At a certain moment, the starlight on her body fluctuated as if she had sensed something. Who is the new light of prodigy? Xianxia looked into the distance as if she could see through everything. Suddenly, the starlight on top of Xianxia's head sensed something again and emitted a strong fluctuation. Layers of starlight drifted out, illuminating the world. At the same time, another brilliant pillar of starlight suddenly appeared. In the starlight, a man stepped out alone. He had his hands behind his back and his face was tough. His eyes were dark yellow, like an endless desert. The man's every move exuded the demeanor of an expert and absolute confidence, as well as the loneliness of reaching the top alone. Venerable Fallen Moon. Xianxia stared at the man who was flying towards her. She raised her hand slightly and an invisible sword appeared, making people's hearts tremble. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless transparent sword lights flew up from all directions, making dense and sharp whistling sounds. The world was filled with a peerless sword intent. Fairy of the extinctive sword, how many moves can you take? Venerable Fallen Moon asked calmly. Swish! Xianxia did not answer. She flew down from the mountain peak like a fairy. The tens of thousands of swords around her whistled and headed straight for Venerable Fallen Moon. The mark is over 1,000. Looking up, Xianxia was greeted by a dazzling starlight. In the state of the light of prodigy, he suddenly felt like he had reached the peak and was looking down on his peers. At the same time, Xianxia felt a huge invisible fortune blessing his body. Whoosh! Not far away, several people from the Heavenly Jade sect who had just arrived were scared out of their wits. They had received Luo Chomei's message and rushed over to meet her. They did not expect to witness the birth of the light of prodigy. In the crowd, Dong Quanjian was dumbfounded. His mind was in turmoil. Wasn't the person who had condensed the light of prodigy, Xianxia, who had fought evenly with him before? At that time, he felt that Xianxia was unworthy of his reputation, or that his strength had improved invisibly. Later, he even felt that he had a chance to reach the top 50 or even higher in the ranking battle of the prodigy list. But what was going on in front of him? How did Xianxia condense the light of prodigy? Whoosh! Luo Chomei immediately flew over. Let's go. Suppressing her injuries, she growled in a low voice without raising her head. Brother Chen, how do you feel? Sitolinu ignored the others and asked with a smile. When he observed the light of prodigy at a close distance, he found that it was not just a simple light. It seemed to contain some strange and mysterious power. I'm going into seclusion to break through to the peak of the early stage. Xianxia immediately answered. When he collected 1,000 marks, his cultivation base seemed to be on the verge of breaking through a bottleneck. How could he let go of such an opportunity? There were still 2 days before the end of the first stage. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to break through before the end of the first stage. Okay, I'll protect you this time. Sitolinu nodded. Then, the two of them left the place and found a place with dense essence qi. After opening up a temporary cave abode, Xianxia sat cross-legged and set up a restrictive array. Through the rock stratum, the light of prodigy on his body still shone through and illuminated the area. Xianxia took out the 100 flowers honey and fiery wine and took a sip each. Feeling the two forces moving in his body, he slowly circulated the heavenly demon's secret pattern and the true essence in his body. With the help of the light of heaven's pride, his cultivation was very stable after his breakthrough. For example, if two experts with the strength to enter the Heaven's Pride list met, one of them would definitely be eliminated. At that time, they could use the mark to change their route. Citolinu sat cross-legged on a mountainside not far from the starlight pillar. Chenyu, those marks are mine. The first round of the Proud Sky Center has ended. Citolinu's eyes flickered. She had rushed over to plunder Chenyu's mark. However, before she could find Chenyu, she heard that Shinji had led the Black Demon Valley disciples to fight with Luo Chome and the Sky Jade sect disciples, and was eventually defeated. After his breakthrough, Chenyu's confidence increased again. If I had known this would happen, I would have worked harder from the beginning. The silver-robed man's magnetic voice sounded with a faint sense of vicissitudes. The most obvious change was that his life force had taken a step forward. It seems that the light of Heaven's Pride is indeed extraordinary, allowing Brother Chen to advance so smoothly. What is the light of Heaven's Pride? Swoosh, Shinji's heart was filled with hatred, and he felt extremely wronged. The silver-robed man turned slightly to look at the woman, his eyes flashing. The silver-robed man, Dongmen Jingyu, was the #1 genius of the Eight-Sword Saint Gates. The next day. I only know that the first four are Venerable Fallen Moon of the Evil Moon sect, Guanao Xue of the Absolute Sword Fairy, Duan Shao of the Lightning Prince, and Ho Chen of the Middle Ancient Clan. No matter how many times he looked at the woman in front of him, she gave him a soul-stirring beauty. From within the formation, a mechanical voice could be heard clearly. The power of the Sacred Region Empty Boundary Formation was activated once again. All the geniuses within felt as if the entire world was trembling. His eyes were gloomy as he spoke coldly, temporarily giving up on dealing with Chenyu. Beside him, a man in a cloth robe with a gentle face said with a smile. And those who did not have a mark or had very few marks were all thinking of ways to plunder the mark. But in the end, he injured Luo Chome, and Chenyu ran over to take advantage of the situation, taking the mark on Luo Chome's forehead. The appearance of the fifth light of Heaven's Pride gradually spread to the genius's ears. Suddenly, his eyes flickered. He seemed to have guessed something, so he sent out his ghost servant. This feeling of smoothness was rare in the past. Tu Zhixiang's smile was like a blooming flower, beautiful and alluring. A woman in a green dress with a blue ribbon tied around her willowy waist asked with a smile. He clearly wanted to target Chenyu, but in the end, he had helped Chenyu twice. I know. This starlight itself contains heaven and earth yuan qi. It also contains the yuan qi of a star condensation king. If one is exposed to this energy for a long time, one's talent and potential will be improved. In the sky, a huge ship moved quickly, braving the wind and waves. There are still 2 days left. Let's go collect the imprints. Senior Brother Shin, please wait. The goal in his heart grew bigger. Now that she knew that Luo Chome had been defeated by Chenyu, she could sort out the whole thing with just a little thought. Haha, if Senior Brother Dongmen participates, he will definitely snatch the first place on the Southern Region Heaven's Pride list. I'm afraid that's not a good idea. In the end, Luo Chome also came. Because of the sex position, he had to deal with Luo Chome first. His physical strength and mental state had long since reached this level. In the process of breaking through his cultivation, Chenyu had also benefited and improved a little in these aspects. What? Chenyu defeated Luo Chome, obtained the imprint, and triggered the phenomenon of the light of Heaven's Pride? Closing his eyes, he could feel the existence of the other 4 light of Heaven's Pride. On the other side, where the disciples of the Black Demon Valley had gathered. Eastern Region Eight-Sword Sacred Sect. What are they doing in the southern region? The old man muttered. Suddenly, he carefully looked at the rich brilliance emitted from Chenyu's body. The silver-robed man stood indifferently and did not answer. Among the mountains, there was a pillar of starlight that stood perfectly straight. In other words, those who reach the end are on the Heaven's Pride list. She was dressed in a white gauze dress and looked graceful. After knowing all this, Shinji felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood rooted to the ground. Eastern region of the southern region. Shinji roared and was ready to move. From afar, it looked like countless intertwining tentacles that were scattered all over the ground. The plain-clothed man smiled. Finally. Senior Brother Dongmen is interested in the Southern Region Heaven's Pride List battle? Eh? That's the symbol of the giant boat. There were only 2 days left. If he accidentally encountered Xianxia and his imprint was taken, he would be done for. 8 swords. He was also bathed in starlight, but if the number of imprints was too small, the effect would be very small. Citolinu could not help but smile. The path of heaven's pride has a total of 500 paths. Every 5 paths are like streams that flow into a river, and eventually converge into a path of heaven that leads to the end. Heaven's prideless battle? If he encountered a powerful opponent that he could not defeat, he could use 500 imprints to randomly change a path. As Xianxia cultivated, the surrounding essence chi gathered and formed a huge essence chi whirlpool. With the starlight pillar as the center, the essence chi entered Xianxia's body. Citolinu walked over and took the initiative. The huge starlight pattern slowly rotated and finally opened up a pentagonal tunnel. It was pitch black inside and led to the unknown. The second segment, Path of Heaven's Pride, begins. The black-robed man who had been following Xianxia immediately stopped him. 90% of the geniuses who participated in the first segment had already regarded Xianxia as a terrifying existence that could not be approached. Xianxia came out of seclusion and had broken through to the early-stage Void Sea realm. In the sky, starlight flashed and surged, finally turning into a huge starlight pattern. Buzz. What a powerful essence chi. At this moment, another woman walked out of the hall. A terrifying demonic aura exuded from her body and turned into a wave of black chi that crushed the surrounding vegetation. Citolinu couldn't help but say. Her skin was as white as snow and as smooth as jade, untainted by dust, like a fairy. Rumble, he originally had more than 600, and Luo Qiumei also had the same number of imprints. The two of them added up to more than 1,000. Xianxia thought, brimming with confidence. Senior brother Shen, now that Xianxia has activated the light of heaven's pride and is fighting for glory for the sect, if you forcefully destroy his light of heaven's pride, it's no different from going against the sect. It was already the last 2 days, and he still had to protect Xianxia, so he probably wouldn't have time to collect 1,000 imprints. A long while later, the terrifying aura on Xianxia's body gradually dissipated. In the eastern region, everyone knew that the 8-sword sacred gate was the most sacred ground for sword cultivators. He could even faintly sense the power of other intents. Buzz, Xianxia had already activated the light of heaven's pride, so it wasn't difficult to find him. The black-robed man advised. 500 paths will eventually converge into 100 paths, and only 100 people will make it to the end. The second stage, the Path of Heaven's Pride, has begun. The leader was wearing a silver robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, giving him a handsome appearance. His every move was emitting an extraordinary aura, which completely outshone the other 2 handsome men and women. His hair danced in the wind, revealing his flawless face, nose, and eyebrows. His eyes were like ice crystals, emitting a faint icy glow. The old man pondered for a while, before his eyes suddenly flickered. I remember now, the 8-sword sacred gate, a peak 3-starred faction in the eastern region. We've arrived at the southern region, and I heard that the southern region is holding a ranking battle of the prodigy ranking. Citolinu said, it's fine, there's not much time left for the ranking battle of the prodigy ranking. Who's the 5th person? While in seclusion, Xianxia felt that his cultivation this time was unprecedentedly smooth. Everything was going smoothly. Junior sister Luofeng? 2 men and a woman walked out from the 8-sword sacred gate's arc. There was also a ranking battle of the prodigy ranking in the eastern region, but it was held at a different time than the southern region. The old man suddenly stopped and turned to look at the giant arc that had already disappeared into the sea of clouds. His understanding of the demon realm and space realm was also gradually deepening. Chen. You. Rays of white light extended out from the pentagonal passage and landed on the ground. Xianxia understood the rules of the second stage. Next, he told Xianxia about his speculation about the seals. The first stage ended. I heard that the 5th person is Xianxia from the Black Demon Valley. He fought with Luo Qiumei from the Heavenly Jade sect and obtained all the seals. When she learned that Xianxia was going to deal with Xianxia, she left alone to find Xianxia and get him away from Xianxia. The chi of heaven and earth continuously flowed into his body from all directions, and the demonic True Yuan swam rapidly in his meridians, devouring other energy essences, and finally converged into his vital essence C. A moment later, Citolinu revealed a look of surprise. Perhaps this is the effect of the prodigy light. Not far away, a figure swept past the giant arc. Blue veins popped out on Shinji's forehead, and his eyes emitted a bone-chilling coldness as he spoke. However, because of the prodigy light on Xianyu's body, almost no one dared to approach within 1,000 feet radius. He can actually mobilize the chi of heaven and earth within 1,000 feet radius. At the same time, many geniuses without seals, or those with too few seals, were all teleported out. On the other side, Tu Zhixiang immediately burst into laughter when she heard the news. Ha ha ha. No wonder the people of the great cosmos realm often say that those who enter the prodigy ranking have the qualifications to be named a monarch. In fact, these pentagonal rays themselves are a precious resource that can pave the way for one to become a monarch. A moment later, there were only 500 people left in the entire space. I'm confident that I can defeat Luo Qiumei in her peak condition. In that case, I still have many seals on me. Why don't I give some to you? What? Xianyu has such strength? Apart from that, his spiritual consciousness spread out and merged with heaven and earth, gradually extending. Almost every 5 people fought for one spot. So the seals can be used like this. However, halfway through his words, Xianyu found that the pentagonal rays on the back of his hands seemed to have become a hole, and he could not separate the seals. The giant arc was extremely large, at least 500 feet long. There was a pavilion on the arc, and there was a symbol at the top, which was formed by 8 different swords. The next moment, Xianyu suddenly found that the countless twisting white ribbons of light could not be seen clearly, as if there was some kind of powerful force interfering. However, this was the southern region, so the old man thought for a while. On the last day of the first stage, the two continued to plunder the seals. Citolinu could not help but sigh as he sensed the situation of the chi of heaven and earth around him. In the space, the mechanical voice sounded again. Also, consume 500 seals, and you can randomly change a route. Shinji has probably never suffered such a loss in his life. I'm afraid he's going to die from anger this time, haha. Previously, when he was in seclusion to reach the mid-stage of the empty sea realm, he could also mobilize the chi of heaven and earth within 1,000 feet radius, but that was because of his special secret technique. Junior sister Luofeng seems to be very interested in the southern region. The girl in green asked with a smile. The plain-clothed man nodded. Has junior sister Luofeng been to the southern region before? In the 8-sword sacred gate, the ice lotus fairy Yi Luofeng almost never left the mountain. She didn't participate in the sex competitions either. It was as if she was isolated from the world and only focused on her swordsmanship. In the past few years, many disciples of the 8-sword sacred gate only had 2 or 3 chances to see the ice lotus fairy. But just one was enough to make countless men fall for her. Yi Luofeng, who rarely left the mountain and only focused on her swordsmanship, was surprised that she took the initiative to go to the southern region. The silver-robed man, Dongmen Jingyu, slowly walked over. He had an extraordinary temperament and said in a magnetic voice, "Junior sister Luofeng, we'll reach our destination soon." I know. Yi Luofeng looked into the distance. Dongmen Jingyu's expression froze. He was the undisputed number 1 among the male disciples of the 8-sword sacred gate. Countless women admired him and wanted nothing more than to throw themselves into his arms. But this girl in front of him treated him like any other ordinary person. This made Dongmen Jingyu feel a sense of defeat. But the more it was like this, the more he felt that Yi Luofeng was different from ordinary women. The girl in green felt a little down when she saw Dongmen Jingyu staring at Yi Luofeng. At the same time, Yi Luofeng's attitude toward Dongmen Jingyu made her feel that Yi Luofeng didn't know how to appreciate favors. Not far away, the plain-clothed man kept sizing up Yi Luofeng. What's so great about her? She's just a little prettier. The girl in green said disdainfully. This was a world of martial power. With Dongmen Jingyu's talent, he would definitely become a king in the future. The girl in green didn't believe that Yi Luofeng could keep up with Dongmen Jingyu's pace. When that happened, they wouldn't be in the same world anymore. We'll have to cross paths with the geniuses of the southern region this time. Junior sister Yi doesn't reveal herself in the sect, so we don't know how strong she is. It's best if we have an idea so that we can make arrangements if anything happens. The green-robed woman smiled with good intentions. Originally, there were only 3 places, but Yi Luofeng suddenly joined in the end. It was said that her master, the Absolute Ice King, had personally intervened. Otherwise, Yi Luofeng would not have qualified. Yi Luofeng rarely showed her face, so her strength was unknown. However, she didn't think that Yi Luofeng's strength could be compared to the 3 of them. Before Yi Luofeng could speak, Dongmen Jingyu said seriously, "You're no match for her." What? The green-robed woman was astonished. She didn't expect that the most outstanding genius of the 8 Swords Sacred Gate, the man she admired, would say that. She was ranked 3rd in the 8 Swords Sacred Sect tournament, so how could she not be a match for Yi Luofeng? Senior brother Dongmen, did you spar with junior sister Yi before? The green-dressed woman didn't refute Dongmen Jingyu immediately. Instead, she changed her approach. No. Dongmen Jingyu gave a simple reply, as if he didn't want to say anything more. The green-dressed woman shook her head slightly and sighed in her heart. It seemed that her senior apprentice brother Dongmen thought that she was bullying Yi Luofeng, so he said those words to protect her and warn her. Yi Luofeng gazed into the distance. Her world was quiet, and she didn't seem to hear the 3 people in front of her. I wonder if you're here, Yi Luofeng sighed in her heart. Back when she, Qinyu, and Luo Tianshang headed to the great cosmos world, Luo Tianshang had lost Qinyu along the way. Luo Tianshang didn't know where Qinyu had gone, and whether he was dead or alive, so there was no way for her to know. However, Yi Luofeng didn't think that Qinyu was dead. There was no news about Qinyu in the eastern region, so she came to take a look when she heard that the sect was going to send a few geniuses to the southern region. Who knew, maybe this was their hope. In the Poor Mountain ancient land, at the venue of the prodigy ranking battle, a pentagram-shaped hole was suddenly torn open in a huge array, and 500 intertwining prodigy paths extended out from it. There was a huge circular plaza on the array, and there were 100 exits on it. Anyone who walked out from here would be a member of the prodigy ranking. Something doesn't seem right. A blue-haired lady from the Evil Moon sect exclaimed. Elder Huai, isn't the 3rd round the prodigy seats? Why aren't there any seats for prodigies on the plaza? The blue-haired lady asked telepathically. She had participated in the discussion of the prodigy ranking battle, but had left the Evil Moon sect due to some matters. But the 3 rounds of the prodigy ranking battle had long been decided. The first round, elimination round, Proud Sky Center. The second round, advancement round, prodigy path. The third round, ranking round, prodigy seats. Not far away, a long-bearded elder holding a wooden staff, who was in charge of the array, replied to the blue-haired lady, "The 3rd round has been changed." Such a big thing, how can it be changed so easily? The blue-haired lady frowned, continuing to ask. The rules were set by the major sect forces of the southern region, and every change in the rules was extremely troublesome. Moreover, the last segment of the previous competitions had always been like this. In reality, the blue-haired lady didn't care. She was more curious about what the 3rd round would be changed to. We are no longer in charge of the 3rd round. The elder with the wooden staff thought for a moment. He didn't want to say it, but the blue-haired lady had some history with him, so he decided to reveal some information. What? The blue-haired lady looked over in shock. The Evil Moon sect was a 4-star force in the southern region. If the Evil Moon sect was not in charge of the prodigy ranking battle, who else would be qualified? Moreover, the blue-haired lady felt that the we that Elder Huai mentioned was not just the Evil Moon sect, but the entire southern region sect forces. What had happened in the prodigy ranking battle? She looked at the Holy Region empty boundary array with deep doubts. Within the array, the remaining 500 geniuses had already begun to search for their own paths. Of course, there were also some geniuses who were observing the top, as though they wanted to see the distribution of the 500 paths, in order to avoid encountering strong enemies. However, whenever they looked at the intersection of the 500 paths, they suddenly felt that everything in front of them was unreal. They couldn't see anything clearly, and if they stared for a long time, they would feel dizzy. Qinyu and Sitolinyu didn't pay too much attention to this, and they chose the 2 closest paths. In front of them was a huge circular path, and it was completely dark inside. Qinyu flew in and slowly moved forward. The path seemed to be isolated from the outside world. Even his divine sense couldn't penetrate it, let alone hear any movement. At first, Jinyu didn't feel anything strange, but after flying for a few steps, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Gravity? Jinyu felt that there was a gravitational force in the path. However, as a body cultivator, he had a strong physique, so he didn't feel it at first, and only noticed it now. I wonder if everyone's feeling the same. Jinyu pondered. Gravitational force was a common method used by the major sect forces in some of the trials to squeeze out the potential of the participants. Therefore, it wasn't strange for gravitational force to appear in the prodigy ranking battle. As he continued to move forward, Jinyu finally felt a heavy pressure. After a while, he had to stop and move forward. It was easier this way, after all, he would encounter enemies next. According to the rules, only 1 out of 5 people can advance to the next round, which means I have to defeat at least 4 enemies. At this moment, a fork appeared in front of Jinyu. This was the place where the 2 paths of the prodigy ranking battle intersected. There was a huge circular field here, which seemed to be specially prepared for battles. Jinyu walked to the circular field and saw that the path in front of him was blocked by a layer of star-patterned light film. It seems that I have to defeat my opponent in order to move forward. Jinyu had an answer in his mind. He sat down and waited for his opponent to arrive. In the path that he was walking on, there was gravitational force. The paths that other geniuses walked on might also have gravitational force or other disturbances. Therefore, their speeds differed from one another. Some were fast, some were slow. It was obvious that Jinyu was the one who walked faster. Not long later, a man with a black mole at the corner of his mouth appeared from another path. The path intersection? I wonder who my opponent is. However, he is unlucky. My goal is the top 60 of the prodigy ranking. I will definitely pass the second round. The man with a black mole smiled and walked over confidently. Wait, why is it so bright? The man with a black mole suddenly felt that something was wrong. After a few steps, he finally saw a figure on the circular field in front of him. The other party was dressed in a black and red robe, sitting peacefully on the ground. His expression was calm and steady, and he looked slightly robust. What shocked him the most was that this person's body was surrounded by endless starlight, which turned into a bright pillar of light. It rushed to the top and lit up the entire circular field. It was even a little dazzling. Suddenly, the person who was sitting cross-legged opened his eyes. There seemed to be a violent and terrifying light flashing in his dark and deep eyes, causing the man with a black mole to tremble. This must be the 5th person to trigger the prodigy light, Chin. Supremacy Jinyu. The man with a black mole instantly bowed, lowered his head, and said with a flattering smile. Hand over the mark. Jinyu looked at his opponent. From his point of view, only when the other person's mark disappeared and they were teleported away would the starlight film in front of them open and they could continue to move forward. Seeing that Jinyu did not want to waste any more words, the man with a black mole smiled bitterly. He never thought that his first opponent would be Jinyu, who had the prodigy light. Although there were rumors that the reason why Jinyu could defeat Luo Qiumei was because Xianxia had severely injured Luo Qiumei. But Jinyu was still not someone he could contend against. The man with a black mole's face was twisted in pain. After struggling for a moment, he handed over all the marks on the back of his hand. At this moment, a beam of teleportation light landed on his body. At the same time, the light film in front of the square dissipated. Jinyu took the man with a black mole's mark, turned around, and continued to move forward. After taking care of the first opponent, the gravitational force on the path ahead had increased by another level. At this moment, Jinyu was almost certain that everyone participating in the second stage was affected by the gravitational force. This was good news for him. Body cultivators had a greater resistance to gravitational force than ordinary people. My body constitution is unique, and I have a lot of stamina. If that's the case, I should spend some effort to reach the intersection first. It won't take long for my stamina to recover, an idea formed in Chinyu's mind. After making up his mind, the power in his body burst forth, and a terrifying demonic aura spread out. The aura was similar to the gravitational force, and it could exert pressure on the enemy in battle. Bang, Qinyu stomped his foot and leaped into the air. His mysterious patterned demonic body had surpassed the peak of the early-stage Konghai realm. When he exerted his full strength, its power was astonishing. Bang! 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 Qinyu sprinted forward. Each step he took was like a clap of thunder. The people inside the path were completely isolated, and they could not sense the situation outside. However, the people outside could roughly see the situation inside the path. The 5 geniuses who have activated the Light of Prodigy have all their enemies surrender. Those with the Light of Prodigy were like dazzling stars in the path, completely distinguishable from the other geniuses. Look, Qinyu's speed is so fast. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. He had lost his composure because Qinyu's speed was too fast. It was as if he was not affected by the gravitational force, and he was like a sprinting leopard. This person is a body cultivator, so he has a slight advantage in the second stage. However, maintaining such a fast speed is very taxing on his stamina. If his opponent is of the same cultivation level, he will be at a disadvantage if he expends too much stamina. The blue-haired lady analyzed and expressed her opinion. Even so, the crowd still felt that Qinyu's speed was too fast. Soon, Qinyu arrived at the intersection of the paths, while his opponent was still halfway there. In the sky, the powerful figures of the southern region were paying close attention to the situation on the path of prodigy. The people inside didn't know who they were going to face, but the people outside could. None of Yu's opponents are strong. It shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the next round. The solitary Blood King squinted his eyes and scanned the messy and crisscrossing passageways. That's not right, his last opponent, the solitary Blood Monarch, had a complicated expression as he fell silent. Qinyu arrived at the intersection of the passages and sat down cross-legged. My opponent should need a very long time to arrive here. Qinyu could not help but smile. He felt a little tired after running all the way here, but now that he sat down cross-legged, his strength rapidly recovered. During this period of time, I can use the powerful gravity in the passageway to refine my enigmatic demonic body. This was the reason why Qinyu arrived at the intersection of the passages so quickly. When he broke through to the peak of the early stage of Void Sea, his life level and mental state both benefited and improved. At this time, the effect of tempering the mystic pattern's MO body was obvious. What's more, there was also the gravitational suppression of the cultivation environment. Gurgle, gurgle. Qinyu drank a large mouthful of fireskin wine and immediately felt like a volcano had erupted in his body. Countless scalding magma flowed in his body, burning every inch of his body. Fireskin wine could condense veritable essence and was suitable for people like Qinyu who had just broken through. Apart from that, this wine could strengthen the physique and improve one's life level. Then, Qinyu circulated his demonic pattern veritable essence, which turned into 2 pitch-black and sinister demonic claws. Mysterious and ancient patterns were carved on the surface of his body. These patterns were like inscriptions and contained a special power. Every time a pattern was carved, the enigmatic demonic body would become stronger. At the same time, the gravitational suppression constantly affected Qinyu and squeezed out his potential. With both internal and external effects, Qinyu's enigmatic demonic body improved faster than usual. Not long later, Qinyu's second opponent appeared. I'm so tired. There's still gravitational suppression in the second stage. I hope my opponent isn't too strong. A voice that Qinyu found familiar came from the passage. So bright? Why is it so bright? Is there something different about the first stage? The voice continued to ring out. Soon, a man walked out from the crowd. Qinyu opened his eyes and was slightly startled. He looked at the person in front of him and couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Opposite him was a white-robed man with a jade crown on his head. He had a handsome face. It was Dong Quanjian. He froze on the spot, his body stiff as if he had become an idiot. Suddenly, he woke up, but it was worse than not waking up. Damn, why is it like this? Why is it him? Why did I encounter the person who activated the prodigy light, and it's Qinyu? Dong Quanjian's entire person was not right. His expression was extremely complicated. He kept struggling, helpless, and smiling bitterly. Brother Dong, we were evenly matched last time. It seems that even the heavens feel sorry for us and specially arranged for us to compete again. Xianxia said politely. Upon hearing the words, Dong Quanjian felt even more uncomfortable, and his face blushed. How could he not know that Xianxia had purposely preserved his strength to delay the battle? He even thought that Xianxia was only SOSO, and said all sorts of arrogant words in front of Xianxia. Now that he thought about it, he was extremely regretful, as he had completely embarrassed himself. Come, Brother Dong, didn't you ask me to use the same move to injure you before the ranking battles? You even said that you'd be able to resist it this time. Xianxia rose to his feet and walked toward Dong Quanjian with a mocking smile. Dong Quanjian let out a hollow laugh. He did say the same thing before. Every time he recalled being defeated by Xianxia with a single move before the ranking battles, he would feel humiliated. However, the feeling of humiliation had long disappeared. Wasn't it reasonable for him to be defeated by Xianxia? It's a misunderstanding, Brother Chen. Everything that happened before was a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart. Dong Quanjian smiled awkwardly and bowed. Didn't Brother Dong say that I'm SOSO? Let's compete again. Xianxia's smile widened as he walked toward Dong Quanjian. I wouldn't dare. Brother Chen, Big Brother Chen, Venerable Xianxia, that was purely a small slip of the tongue. Dong Quanjian was so frightened that he immediately took 2 steps back and hurriedly explained. He was not on the genius ranking, but he actually said that to Xianxia, who had the light of the genius ranking. Just thinking about it made him feel that he was overestimating himself. Also, it was a little exciting. Brother Dong, you're too humble. You're someone who once fought me to a draw. Xianxia said again. Opposite him, Dong Quanjian had a pitiful look and did not know what to say. Take this. Xianxia shouted. Dong Quanjian immediately jumped up in fright. His hair stood on end as he threw the mark and turned to run. Ha ha ha, this guy. Xianxia kept the mark and could not be bothered with Dong Quanjian. He turned around and prepared to move forward. However, this time, the light film in front of him did not dissipate, which surprised Xianxia. At this moment, in the center of the square, a beam of light formed by silver starlight shone down. Swish, a tall figure appeared in it, wearing red leather armor and exuding a shocking blood qi. This person should have used 500 marks to change his route. Xianxia guessed. When he explained the rules before, it was mentioned that 500 marks could be used to change a route at random. The person in front of him had obviously changed to Xianxia's route. When Xianxia saw the other party's face, he could not help but blurt out, "Bloodthirsty boss." Xianxia. The bloodthirsty boss looked horrified and his gloomy eyes were filled with complicated emotions. His brother was killed by Xianxia and he had been searching for Xianxia's whereabouts. However, when he learned that Xianxia and Situ Lingyu teamed up and defeated many teams, he hesitated and did not continue to search for Xianxia. Later, when he heard that Xianxia defeated Luo Qiumei and activated the light of the Chosen One, he was dumbfounded. At this moment, the person standing in front of the bloodthirsty boss was one of the 5 geniuses who activated the light of the Chosen One and also the beast who killed his brother. Xianxia, I am not your opponent. I will not pursue the matter of my brother's death in the future. I will give the mark to you. The bloodthirsty forces boss sighed, lowering his head with a disappointed face as if he was a prodigal son who had returned. He stretched out his hand as if he was going to hand over the mark. However, suddenly, a ball of blood-colored powder was sprinkled from his hand. This blood-colored powder glowed faintly and merged into the air. It could not be seen or touched as it floated towards Xianxia. The bloodthirsty boss had once obtained a blood Dao inheritance which contained the secret technique to refine the burning blood poison powder. The burning blood poison powder had the ability to penetrate true Yuan defenses. Once it came into contact with a person's skin, it would seep into the body and turn into a blood poison. Furthermore, if his blood Dao attacks were merged with this powder, the power would multiply. Xianxia, die. The bloodthirsty boss roared as his true Yuan surged out of his body and a sea of blood surged in all directions. Within the sea of blood, ferocious blood pythons rushed out and opened their mouths to bite. When these blood pythons came into contact with the burning blood poison powder in the air, their forms changed slightly. As if they had gone crazy, they crazily attacked. At this moment, the bloodthirsty boss released his peak battle power and ambushed Qinyu. Although he knew that Qinyu had defeated Luo Qiumei and activated the prodigy's light, he also knew that Luo Qiumei had been severely injured by Shenji before Qinyu succeeded. It wasn't that he didn't have a chance to defeat Qinyu. Furthermore, Qinyu was the person who killed his younger brother. Boom, boom. 36 ferocious blood pythons charged at him from all directions. Naive. Qinyu stood still with a calm expression. Suddenly, he made his move. Demonic True Yuan revolved around his palm and he waved it, creating a black storm. At the same time, a layer of bright glazed blood flame was ignited above the black storm. It turned into a black and red whirlwind that swept in all directions and attacked the 36 blood pythons. Instantly, a layer of glazed blood flame spread crazily above the sea of blood and the blood pythons. The blood pythons roared and disappeared. At the start of the first round, the leader of the bloodthirsty clan might have been a strong opponent. But after a month, Qinyu had undergone earth-shattering changes. His cultivation had broken through, and the blood glass flame had devoured the fiend's spirit blood crystals. Its quality had increased. Kaboom! With one move, the surroundings were filled with blood-colored flames, crazily devouring all blood and vitality. In the blink of an eye, the attack that the leader of the bloodthirsty clan had released disappeared, devoured by the blood glass flame. It's the blood glass flame. The leader of the bloodthirsty clan was shocked, as if his soul had been dealt a heavy blow. In his heart, Qinyu had always been a strong opponent. Thus, he had lied to Qinyu, launched a surprise attack, and even used the burning blood poison powder. Unexpectedly, Qinyu also had the blood-glazed flame. This innate spirit flame was the nemesis of blood cultivators. But I still have a chance. After the burning blood poison powder takes effect, his blood will boil and burn, making him feel unbearable pain and weakness. The leader of the bloodthirsty clan calculated. He was not in a hurry to attack Qinyu. Instead, he waited for the burning blood poison powder to take effect. If the leader of the bloodthirsty clan did not attack, how could Qinyu just wait? Boom! He activated the power of the mysterious pattern demonic body and threw a simple punch. The black fist light immediately ignited with the blood glass flame, pressing down on the leader of the bloodthirsty clan. This punch gave the leader of the bloodthirsty clan a great sense of danger. I must delay until the poison takes effect. The leader of the bloodthirsty clan grit his teeth and said with a fierce expression. Facing Qinyu's attack, he waved his palms repeatedly as if he was facing a great enemy. Bang! 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 Blood python light palms continuously hit the fist light that Qinyu threw out, weakening the power of Qinyu's attack. The blood glass flame was the bane of blood elementalists. Since that was the case, he had to pay a greater price. Bang! The leader of the bloodthirsty clan waved his palms, releasing a thick layer of elemental energy to block Qinyu's punch. His arms went numb, and he felt a dull pain. Then, Qinyu's second punch came. What's going on? There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with him. The power of this punch is even greater than before. After resolving Qinyu's first move, the bloodthirsty clan's boss watched Qinyu's second move with an ashen face, beads of sweat the size of beans forming on his forehead. Left with no choice, he could only defend with all his might and resolve the attack. But before he could completely resolve it, Qinyu's third punch descended. Each punch was dangerous for the bloodthirsty force's boss, but for Qinyu, it was just a simple strike. Pung! Puff! The true essence protective shield in front of the bloodthirsty clan's boss was broken. He retreated several steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. The burning blood poison powder hasn't taken effect? No matter how strong a body cultivator's physique is, it should have taken effect by now. The leader of the bloodthirsty clan looked terrified. Are you still waiting for the poison to take effect? Qinyu sneered. The enigmatic pattern MO physique had a strong defense against the attacks of evil spirits. It was the same for poisons. On the other hand, Qinyu's physique had been modified by the mysterious heart, so he was almost immune to all poisons. Even some of the world's strange poisons would have less effect on him. But Qinyu didn't answer the bloodthirsty clan's boss's question. He didn't waste any more time. He erupted with his full power, and a terrifying demonic aura surged out. Boom! He punched out. Blood-colored flames ignited and merged with the demonic intent domain and space intent domain. Its power was far greater than before, and it turned into a surging black and red demonic light that smashed down. This strike was like breaking dry weeds and smashing the true essence defense of the bloodthirsty force's eldest brother. Pung, the bloodthirsty clan's boss, was sent flying into the wall. His body was a bloody mess, and his aura was weak. The bloodthirsty clan's boss realized that he had no chance of winning and might even be killed by Xianxia. He immediately threw out a seal, hoping to be teleported away. But all of a sudden, a cold purple light flew over. It was agile and swift like a venomous snake. It bit towards his chest and slithered inside. In the next moment, the power of the moon sword finger turned into thousands of thin threads that swam through the bloodthirsty clan's boss's body, turning him into a lifeless cold corpse. Bzzz, the seal on the back of the bloodthirsty clan's boss's hand floated out on its own. As if attracted, it merged into Xianxu's seal, adding a bit of brilliance to his chosen light. Behind him, the starry light barrier dissipated. Xianxia continued forward. He used the same strategy as before and charged at the intersection of the passages with all his strength. The further he went, the stronger the gravity in the passages became. Even he felt some pressure. After a while, Xianxia arrived at the intersection of the passages. He sat down cross-legged and continued to refine the mystic pattern demonic body. The chosen light was also helpful to cultivation. When the prodigy ranking battle ended, the chosen light would probably dissipate. Moreover, this was the prodigy ranking battle, a battle for glory. That was why Xianxia was racing against time to increase his strength. This time, Xianxia cultivated for a longer time. Maybe it was because the gravity was too strong, but his opponent's speed was slower. This was a good thing for Xianxia. Not long after, a wave of quintessential essence came from another passage. Xianxia stood up and welcomed his opponent. Currently, this was the intersection of the third passage. If he defeated another opponent, he would pass the second stage. Therefore, no one who could reach this stage was weak. In his field of vision, a man in blue clothes walked over with steady steps. He was handsome and had a calm expression. Xianxia looked at this person and thought, this time, my opponent is not someone I know. However, when the opponent saw Xianxia, he was shocked and a complicated emotion flashed through his eyes. I didn't expect to meet him in the second stage. The man in blue clothes, Li Wenyi, had a complicated emotion in his heart. He was the #1 disciple of Xiaoyao Palace, Li Wenyi. When he found out that Xianxia stole a treasure that originally belonged to Xiaoyao Palace and even killed an outstanding disciple of Xiaoyao Palace, he swore that in this ranking tournament of the prodigy role, he would definitely teach Xianxia a heavy lesson. At the beginning of the first stage, he searched for Xianxia, but to no avail. Then, Xianxia activated the light of the Chosen One, which was a big blow to him. Originally, Li Wenyi had given up on the idea, but he didn't expect to meet Xianxia in the second stage. Since it was like this, he would fight with all his strength. Swoosh, an azure sword suddenly appeared in Li Wenyi's hand, emitting a dazzling azure sword glow. This sword was called the Azure Flower Sword. It was given to him by the sovereign of Xiaoyao Palace to help him enter the top 20. However, Li Wenyi's goal was to enter the top 10. A top-grade spiritual weapon. Xianxia thought to himself, it seems like this opponent is not simple. Swoosh swoosh, Li Wenyi waved the azure flower sword in his hand. A wave of azure sword light flew towards Xianxia like an elegant whirlwind. His sword art focused on agility, making it hard for his opponent to predict his attack. Therefore, it was easy for Li Wenyi to take the initiative in the battle. Xianxia bellowed. Regardless of how nimble and difficult his opponent's swordsmanship was, he simply threw out a punch. His punch was majestic and unstoppable, crushing everything in its path with tyrannical strength. Bang! Bang, bang! Xianxia's attack covered a large area. He crushed all the sword energy in this area and charged towards Li Wenyi. The power of this punch shocked Li Wenyi. He immediately used his body art. After a few flashes, dozens of dark shadows appeared. It was hard to tell which were real and which were fake. Xianxia's punch pierced through the shadows and crushed dozens of shadows. What a brilliant body art. I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Xianxia thought to himself and used the power of the space concept. The second move of the mysterious sky palm, he made a move like lightning. A palm of light with a silver luster in the dark suddenly shot out. It rapidly passed through the void and charged towards Li Wenyi. Space concept, this palm was so fast that Li Wenyi couldn't dodge it in time. At the same time, he felt a strange force around him, locking him in place. He immediately held his sword horizontally in front of him, activating a dazzling blue sword energy barrier. Bang, the dark palm of light slapped over, scattering about 80% of the sword energy and finally dissipating. However, the enormous power contained in this palm pushed Li Wenyi back more than 10 steps. His arms felt numb. This was the result of taking on Qianyu's attack head-on. Rumor has it that Luo Qiumei was heavily injured by Shenji first, and Qianyu was the fisherman who benefited from it, thus activating the light of the chosen. However, his strength is also powerful. Li Wenyi immediately circulated his true essence to relieve the numbness in his arms. His goal was to enter the top 10. At this moment, facing Qianyu, he felt a heavy pressure. One could imagine that Qianyu's strength was very strong. Otherwise, even if he faced the heavily injured Luo Qiumei, it would be impossible for him to win. Boom, a terrifying and violent power rushed over. Qianyu launched an attack on Li Wenyi. Li Wenyi didn't dare to fight head-on with Qianyu, so he could only rely on his body movements and sword techniques to deal with Qianyu. However, the prediction and locking of the power of the space concept made Li Wenyi's body movements no longer have an advantage. Facing Qianyu's violent and direct attacks, Li Wenyi's elegant and agile sword techniques were also firmly suppressed. After a while, Li Wenyi was completely at a disadvantage. He could only try his best to deal with Qianyu. If it weren't for the supreme-grade spiritual weapon, Qinghua sword, he would have been defeated within 20 moves. So strong. He didn't even give me a chance. Li Wenyi was shocked. On the other side, Qianyu also found that his opponent this time was extremely strong, even stronger than the leader of the bloodthirsty force and comparable to Han Yan. So far, he could only gain an advantage with some ordinary means, but he couldn't defeat him. Suddenly, seeing the patterns on Li Wenyi's sleeves, Qianyu suddenly remembered that in the Blood Star realm, the Fang siblings also had such patterns on their clothes. He's from Xiaoyao Palace. Qianyu's face darkened. Xiaoyao Palace might already know that Qianyu had obtained the Blood Star Saint Elixir, which made him feel uneasy. He didn't want to have anything to do with Xiaoyao Palace, and he didn't want to see anyone from Xiaoyao Palace. Cloud-swallowing demonic fist, demonic destruction claw. On Qianyu's left and right arms, the two demonic patterns seemed to come to life, surging up and releasing a shocking demonic pressure. His heart accumulated power, increasing his strength, the power of the space concept locked, Qianyu punched and clawed. His attacks were like mountains and rivers collapsing, crazily crushing over. How could it be? Did he hide his strength just now? Li Wenyi's expression changed greatly. Facing Qianyu's violent attacks, he felt powerless. Realizing that he had no chance of winning, he immediately activated the marks on the back of his hand and consumed 500 marks to change his route. If he waited until he was seriously injured and couldn't defeat his opponent, then changing his route would be stupid. Swoosh, a layer of starry light enveloped him and teleported him away. He ran away? Only Qianyu was left in the circular field. The obstacle in front of him disappeared automatically, indicating that he could continue moving forward. He didn't dwell too much on Xiaoyao Palace's matters. His mind was still on the Heaven's Favorite ranking tournament. After all, he relied on the Black Demon Valley, which was much stronger than Xiaoyao Palace. With his powerful strength, he could easily solve all the hidden dangers. Swoosh, Qianyu sprinted all the way. Soon, he arrived at the intersection of the last passageway. The starry light film in front of him was the last hurdle. As long as he defeated one more person, he could pass the second stage. Qianyu sat down cross-legged and continued to practice the secret pattern demonic body while waiting for his last enemy. In the outside world, everyone's attention was focused on the 500 passages. So far, 200 to 300 people had been eliminated. Most of the people were still between the intersection of the second and third passageways. Of the 5 geniuses who activated the Light of Prodigy, Qianyu and Venerable Fallen Moon reached the 4th passage at the same time. As a body cultivator, Qianyu has a slight advantage. But it's already very impressive that he's able to keep pace with Venerable Fallen Moon. In everyone's mind, the most interesting part of this year's Prodigy ranking tournament was the second place. There was no doubt that the first place belonged to the Fallen Moon Venerable. He had been in this position for 3 whole years and no one could shake him. Before the second stage, Venerable Fallen Moon and the Absolute Sword Fairy had fought. Everyone had thought that the Absolute Sword Fairy might be able to create a miracle. But in the end, Venerable Fallen Moon still defeated the Absolute Sword Fairy with an overwhelming advantage. Above the Sacred Region Empty Realm formation, the powerful figures of the southern region were mainly focused on the top few. Among them was Xianxia. I didn't expect the Solitary Blood Monarch's disciple to create a miracle step by step in the first stage. Now, he's on par with Venerable Fallen Moon in the second stage. A challenger from the Firestorm Way said with a smile. He had a good relationship with the Solitary Blood Monarch and was not stingy with his compliments. Not far away, the Dark Feather Monarch's expression was gloomy. He had previously said that his disciple far surpassed the Solitary Blood Monarch's disciple. But what was the result? Luo Chome had lost to Xianxia in the first round. In the second round, however, Xianxia was far ahead of everyone else. He was now neck and neck with the Venerable Moonfall. Who was Xianxia's opponent in this stage? When the Dark Feather Monarch was sizing up Xianxia, he also observed Xianxia's next opponent. He couldn't help but smirk. What a pity, Solitary Blood Monarch. Your disciple's light of prodigy is about to disappear. The light of prodigy that isn't activated with true ability is only a flash in the pan. The other challengers were confused. Why would the Dark Feather Monarch say this? Xianxia's opponent is Shinji. The King of the Firestorm Way said as his voice started to fade. On the Black Demon Valley's side, the Solitary Blood King and the Demon King Valley Master remained silent. There had always been some conflict between the two of them, and their relationship was not very good. As for Xianxia and Shinji, one was the leader of the younger generation of Black Demon Valley and represented the face of the sect, while the other was the genius who had triggered the light of Heaven's Chosen and represented the glory of the sect. Who would have thought that the two of them would meet at the end of the second round? There was no need to mention Shinji's strength. Everyone felt that he was stronger than Xianxia, and he had a chance of entering the top 5. If Shinji won, wouldn't Xianxia be eliminated, or perhaps Xianxia would choose to use up 500 marks to change his route? In this way, the glory of the Chosen One would be gone. In fact, the sect wanted to preserve the glory of the Heaven's Pridelings, which would make the Black Demon Valley more famous. But with Shinji's personality, he would never use his mark to change routes. Solitary Blood King, do you want to continue betting? Bet that your disciple can win, haha. Dark Feather King's face was full of a smirk. Solitary Blood King did not respond. As one of the Valley Masters of Black Demon Valley, how could he use this to bet in a battle between two disciples of Black Demon Valley? Moreover, Shinji was indeed very strong, and he had no confidence in Xianxia. Haha. Seeing that Solitary Blood King was silent, Dark Feather King felt refreshed. It was ironic that his sect's light of Heaven's Chosen One was deprived by a disciple of his own sect. At the intersection of the passageways, Xianxia began to refine his mysterious pattern demon body after drinking the fire-splendent wine. Behind him, there was a star-patterned light film. Once he passed it, he would pass the second round. It was also because of this that the gravity here was very astonishing. If it were an ordinary middle-stage Void Sea expert, it would be very exhausting to fly here. But for Xianxia, who was refining his body, it was a good thing. Under such a powerful external force, the effect of the fire-splendent wine was quickly stimulated and played its best role. After a while, he took out the fire-splendent wine and took a big gulp. There were 2 jars of fire-splendent wine in the storage space of the bloodthirsty sect's second brother. Otherwise, it would not have been enough for Xianxia. There should be fire-splendent wine in the storage space of the bloodthirsty sect's second brother. Xianxia suddenly remembered that he had killed the bloodthirsty sect's first brother. He had not sorted out the spoils of war. Right now, the Heaven's Chosen ranking battle was his priority. After a while. At this time, Xianxia's mysterious heart suddenly sensed a powerful fluctuation. It's coming. Xianxia finished refining his body, stood up, and waited for the last opponent. Wuxie. Powerful and berserk demonic chi spread out, and Xianxia felt a sense of familiarity. could it be him? Qin Yu had a guess in his mind. The next moment, a burly man in armor walked over. His eyes were gloomy and fierce, and his expression was arrogant, as if he had absolute confidence. This person was Shinji. When he saw Qin Yu standing in front of him, he was stunned for a moment before a look of astonishment appeared on his face. However, a grin appeared on his face as the ferocious glint in his eyes grew stronger. His body emitted an imperious demonic aura, causing black rays to be emitted, which combined into the illusionary figure of a giant demon. His body and mind were boiling with fighting spirit. Chen, I didn't expect that my last opponent in the second round would be you. Shinji wore a bright smile on his face. I didn't expect it either. Qin Yu's eyes darkened. You won't run away, right? Didn't you say a long time ago that if there was a chance in the Heaven's Chosen ranking battle, you must ask me for advice? Now, your wish has been fulfilled. You have this opportunity. Perhaps because he was in a good mood, Shinji said so much to Qin Yu. In fact, he was worried that Qin Yu would use 500 marks to change his route. If that happened, how could he vent his anger? How could he trample on Qin Yu? That's right, I do want to ask for advice, but I'll have to see if you have the capabilities first. A sharp glint shone in Qin Yu's eyes as he glared at Shinji with a heavy physique aura. Although they were from the same sect, Shinji's actions displeased Qin Yu. Before the ranking battle, Shinji intentionally set up Qin Yu in front of Heavenly Jade sect. In the first round, Shinji even wanted to force him to hand over his mark. All right. Shinji hollered, his voice as loud as a bell. After confirming that Qin Yu would not run away, he did not say anything more. Boom, he hollered, and the shadow of the demon behind him opened its mouth and roared as well. A soul-shaking demonic sound spread in all directions like the wails of ghosts. Shinji attacked first. Not only could his attack increase his might, it was also accompanied by a mental attack that targeted Qin Yu's weakness. If it was in the past, even if Qin Yu had the Jade of 4 Souls, he would not be able to defend against Shinji's attack. Buzz, Qin Yu took out the soul fixation pearl and infused his mental energy into it. A layer of dark light surged out and rapidly expanded, wrapping Qin Yu within. The demonic sound swept over and caused a ripple on the dark light film, but it did nothing else. Soul fixation pearl? Shinji's eyes widened as he blurted out. He had guessed that Qin Yu might have a defensive soul technique, but he did not expect it to be an extremely outstanding spirit artifact like the soul fixation pearl. Could it be a gift from the solitary Blood King? But the soul fixation pearl was only a defensive tool. Boom. Whoosh, Shinji's body released a black demonic light, and the shadow of the demon behind him rose slightly, forming 2 huge black arms on both sides. Boom, one of the arms attacked from the right, grabbing at Qin Yu. Above Qin Yu's head, the other black demonic claw pressed down with a momentum that covered the sky. Facing such a situation, Qin Yu had to unleash his full speed to have a chance to dodge. But sometimes, the best defense was to attack. Qin Yu did not retreat or dodge. He fully activated the mysterious pattern demonic body, and the demonic tattoos on his body slowly slithered like black demonic snakes. Demonic destruction claw, Qin Yu took the initiative to rush out and meet the huge demonic claw above his head. He also used a demonic claw to fight it head-on. The black and sinister demonic claw was covered in scales, and suddenly, a blood-red glazed flame was ignited. Bang, a hole was punched in the huge black demonic claw, and there were flames around it. Immediately afterward, Qin Yu punched out, shattering the gigantic demonic claw into pieces. Shinji was silent, but a gloomy and angry expression appeared on his face. Boom, he shouted, releasing his demonic primordial essence and demonic concept. The demon behind him and the shadow of the arms gradually completed, forming a huge demonic body with only the upper body. Boundless demonic might surged in all directions. Facing an enemy like Shinji, how could Qin Yu hold back? Furthermore, he had to win. It had nothing to do with the sect, and it was only for himself. Suddenly, a faint phoenix cry came from Qin Yu's body, and a trace of incomparably scorching pressure came from his body. Shinji frowned slightly, and his blood flow stagnated. In his vision, golden patterns suddenly appeared on Qin Yu's black body, like feathers, dazzling and beautiful. In the next instant, a vigorous flame power erupted from Qin Yu's body, forming a pair of golden flame wings on his back. A scorching wave of golden flame swept in all directions. Kill! Xianxia shouted, and the instant he activated the golden-winged phoenix bloodline, he took the initiative to attack. His speed increased, and he used demonic dragon imperial shadow. When he got close to Xianxia, he clenched his claw covered in phoenix feather patterns and punched out. Boom! A heavy pitch-black shadow surrounded by a layer of golden phoenix flames and a layer of blood-colored glassy flames smashed towards Xianxia with a scorching and domineering aura. The aura that Xianxia released instantly suppressed Xianxia, and the latter felt even more pressure from that attack. Xianxia's eyes widened. He actually felt pressure from Xianxia. With a furious expression, he roared, "Apocalyptic Fiend Strike." Against enemies, he never defended, offense was everything. The fiend phantom behind Xianxia roared and crossed its claws, gathering a massive amount of fiend chi and quintessential essence before tearing out. Boom! Rumble, two powerful and overbearing forces collided with each other. Space trembled faintly and Xianxia could not help but take 3 steps back, his blood flow surging. However, Xianxia did not retreat in the face of the powerful explosion. Instead, he charged headfirst into it. Suddenly, a sinister-looking bone sword appeared in his hand. The bone sword was pitch black and there were 9 bone spikes on it. The sound of bones rubbing against each other was chilling. Swoosh, the 9-bone demon spirit sword slashed across, leaving behind a huge black sword mark that was wreaking havoc, cutting the chaotic storm in front of him into 2. Facing the sudden attack, Xianxia's eyes flashed with panic. All along, Xianxia had been known for his ferocious and violent fighting style. He could disrupt the rhythm of his enemies, causing them to be flustered and flee like rats. This time, the battle between Xianxia and Xianxia began with the two fiercely attacking each other. But now, Xianxia took the initiative to launch a strong attack. That huge dark sword mark seemed to tear apart all space cracks, splitting the chaotic and violent storm in front of it into 2, and slashed toward Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia felt a strong sense of crisis. The dark sword light gradually enlarged, as if to swallow him up. Xianxia's eyes flashed fiercely. In his world, the best defense was offense, and offense was the only way to win. Boom! The demonic image behind Xianxia charged out like a pitch-black fiend. Its claws flickered with a frightening demonic light. The demonic phantom's claws pierced forward, drawing a dark demonic mark, to meet Xianxia's powerful sword. Bang! The demonic claws met the demonic sword attack, and the moment the two collided, black light surged and swept around. The demonic phantom retreated, its claws were completely destroyed, and there were many cracks on its arms. It looked a lot weaker. On the other side, Xianxia relied on his strong physical defense to resist the aftermath of the explosion and took the lead to attack. One step ahead, Xianxia completely took the initiative. The 9-bone demon spirit sword emitted the sound of bones rubbing against each other. In the air, there were streaks of pitch-black sword waves. Outside, through the passage, the crowd could only see the general situation inside. However, he could also tell that Xianxia had the upper hand in the battle. I thought that among the 5 geniuses who activated the light of the Chosen One, Xianxia was the most exaggerated. After all, Luo Qiumei was seriously injured by Xianxia, so he could succeed. Now it seems that I was wrong. Xianxia fell into a disadvantageous situation, being attacked crazily by Xianxia, which is not his style. This battle made everyone's evaluation of Xianxia instantly improve. Xianxia could activate the light of the Chosen One, luck was one factor, but strength was also a factor. Even higher up in the sky, the Dark Feather King was convinced that the light of Black Demon Valley's heaven's pride would dissipate, and that it would be a disciple of his sect. But now, he didn't have the confidence, and he couldn't determine how this battle would develop or how it would end. Not only him, but the other mighty figures also found it hard to tell, including Xianxia and Xianxu's masters, the Demon King Valley Master and the Solitary Blood King. This kid actually has a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Solitary Blood King thought to himself. He did not have high hopes for Xianxia in the prodigy ranking battle this time. He was prepared to wait for Xianxia to participate in the next session before gifting him some powerful spirit tools or defensive tools to help Xianxia achieve glory. Who would have thought that in this year's prodigy ranking battle, Xianxia would become a dark horse, and he would be a dark horse all the way to the end. Even Xinji, the leading heaven's prideling of the Black Demon Valley, seemed unable to stop Qinyu's momentum. Time passed breath by breath. Within the passageway, Xinji was forced into a corner, his body riddled with wounds. "Old Wang, your disciple is about to lose," Solitary Blood King said calmly. The others gradually came to the same conclusion. The current situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous for Xinji, and he was about to fail. It's still too early to make a conclusion. The Demon King Valley Master's expression was unreadable, but there seemed to be some confidence in his words. Everyone was slightly surprised. Xinji still had a trump card. Solitary Blood King frowned slightly. The Demon King Valley Master would not say this for no reason. It seemed that Xinji still had a trump card. Suddenly, Solitary Blood King seemed to think of something and asked, "Old Wang, it can't be that move, right?" The Demon King Valley Master's face darkened, and he wanted to say, "Please call me Demon King Valley Master." But if he emphasized this, everyone would pay more attention to the nickname Old Wang, so he decided to forget it. "That's right." The Demon King Valley Master gave an affirmative answer. Solitary Blood King's expression immediately changed, and his calm expression turned into some worry. Although Xinji and Qinyu were both from the Black Demon Valley, he would definitely be biased towards his disciple, and hoped that Qinyu would win. "That move? Could it be the ultimate skill of your Black Demon Valley?" The Thunderclap King asked with interest. Every sect had their own heritage, or secret skills that they did not pass on. The Black Demon Valley had a powerful ultimate skill called Demon Descends to the Sixth Heaven. It was rumored that the location of the Black Demon Valley was once a battle mark left behind by a peerless expert. And the founder of the Black Demon Valley had comprehended many magical powers here, the strongest of which was the Demon Descends to the Sixth Heaven. In the passageway, Qinyu pressed forward step by step, his demon sword dancing wildly, and streams of extremely powerful pitch-black demon waves swept out. Bam! Bam! The demon body phantom was in tatters at this moment, as if it was about to shatter. Xinji, who was behind, was sweating profusely. If not for his full infusion of essential essence to control the demon body, he would have long been defeated by Qinyu. He looked blankly at Qinyu, as if he could not accept the current situation. He could not do anything to Qinyu. How could this be? Qinyu, who was once just an ant in front of him, was now like a golden phoenix soaring in the sky, shining dazzlingly. Xinji's gloomy face suddenly became ferocious, as if his facial features were distorted. "Victory is mine!" Xinji roared, revealing an extremely strong desire. "Demon Descends!" Xinji roared, as if he had exhausted all his strength to spit out these two words. The power on his body suddenly changed, and a terrifying demonic power suddenly erupted, as if endless, pouncing in all directions, causing Qinyu's figure to stagnate. Buzz, the broken demon body phantom broke apart on its own, then reassembled, turning into a shocking giant foot. A heavy demonic pressure came crashing down like a flood, causing Qinyu's body to sink. It was as if the black shadow demon foot would trample everything once it landed. What secret skill is this? Qinyu was inwardly shocked. Although he did not know what secret skill Xinji had displayed, he must not let him succeed, or even Qinyu would not be able to withstand it. Swish, Qinyu took out the soul fixation pearl, mobilized a cold purple flame from it, and integrated it into his right thumb, activating the mental cultivation method of the Tying sword finger. Go! Mobilizing his physical strength, a dark purple sword mark of finger chi suddenly shot out. The cold purple finger radiance emitted a cold and frightening aura, shuttling at an extremely fast speed, approaching Xinji. Xinji's eyes flickered slightly. The demon descends to the sixth heaven that he had displayed was not an ordinary combat skill. Although he had not displayed it yet, any attack launched by the enemy would be greatly suppressed, and its power would be sharply reduced. Qinyu's attack was extremely fast, and it should not be too lethal. If it was weakened, it would be difficult for him to exert much strength, but he suddenly had a feeling of unease. Unfortunately, he had just learned the demon descends to the sixth heaven, and he had just grasped the first heaven trampling, so he could not quickly display it at all. And Qinyu's Tying sword finger had been grasped for a long time, and now it was Xiaocheng. Left with no choice, Xinji diverted a part of his attention to circulate his true essence to defend. He continued to display his unique skill, and the power of his body rose rapidly. The violent true essence was like a tide, gathering in the sky, causing the foot to become heavier, emitting a power that could pierce through the heavens and earth. First heaven trampling. Xianxia lifted his foot and stomped. The demonic figure in the sky suddenly fell, as if the sky had collapsed. Xianxia was already prepared to receive the attack, and he displayed his strongest defensive combat skill, Demon Dragon Wall. Boom, the pitch-black demonic foot stomped towards Xianxia. However, in that instant, the power of the kick suddenly weakened a little. On the other side, Xianxia's tying sword finger had already broken through Xianxia's defensive barrier, and hit his body. The terrifying power of the tying sword finger exploded, and Xianxia felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He instantly fell to the ground, and the power of his unique skill was also affected. Boom! Rumble, the violent demonic power of the first heaven trampling poured down, and layers of black light waves surged in all directions. When everything dissipated, the demon dragon wall above Xianxia's head had already been destroyed, and there were many injuries on his body, but he was still standing straight. On the other hand, Xianxia was doing his best to circulate the true essence in his body to suppress the power of the tying sword finger. Xianxia's tying sword finger was a Yin-attributed sword finger, and it was originally a move to trick people. Xianxia had underestimated this move, and he was tricked. Just now, if he did not immediately stop and suppress the power of the tying sword finger, even if he did not die, he would be crippled. Xianxia opened his eyes with difficulty, and when he saw Xianxia in front of him, a trace of bitterness and unwillingness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Buzz, the mark on the back of his hand lit up, and the starlight on his body suddenly dimmed. After using up 500 marks, a teleportation light descended. Xianxia teleported away. I won. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. Xianxia was not only arrogant on the surface, but he actually hid his strength, and he had the strength of the top 5. In the outside world, although the crowd could not see clearly and could not feel the specific scene. But just by looking, it was enough to see that this battle was extraordinary and thrilling. What move did Xianxia use just now? Although I did not feel any aura, I could not help but feel awe and fear. I heard that Black Demon Valley has a secret skill, Demon Descents to the 6th Heaven. What Xianxia used just now should be this. But how did Xianxia win? More people could see Xianxia's strength, but it was difficult to understand how Xianxia won. However, the winner was king. In their hearts, Xianxia finally stood on the same position as the other 4 people who had stimulated the light of heaven's chosen. Above them, there was silence. Old Wang, your disciple still lost. The solitary Blood King was overjoyed and broke the silence. The Demon King Valley Master was slightly stunned, but he recovered at this moment. Xianxia is also not bad. If he successfully used First Heaven Trampling, he would have won. After all, it is the secret skill of Black Demon Valley. For thousands of years, the number of people who have successfully cultivated it can be counted on one hand. The other kings could not help but sigh. Solitary Blood King, where did you get the 6-flame sword finger? The Demon King Valley Master asked. Based on the previous battle with Xianxia, the Demon King Valley Master determined the finger technique that Xianxia had cultivated. 6-flame sword finger? Isn't that the famous unique skill of 6 fingers? 6 Fingers was an extremely famous demonic cultivator. He was ruthless and had killed countless people. His self-created unique skill, 6-flame sword finger, was also extraordinary. Haha, although you are the chief valley master of Black Demon Valley, there is no need for me to report everything to you. The solitary Blood King chuckled. If he said that it had nothing to do with him, the others would inevitably think that Xianxia had some relationship with 6 fingers. The solitary Blood King simply stopped all this, but did not say anything so that the crowd could not figure out the situation. At the same time, above the sacred empty boundary formation, there was a huge circular square with 100 exits. Suddenly, 2 people rushed out from each of the exits. One of them was the genius disciple of the Evil Moon sect, Venerable Fallen Moon. The other was Xianxia. When Venerable Fallen Moon leaped out of the passageway, he instantly sensed the sound of boiling water surging towards him from all directions. At this moment, he had already left the inner space of the sacred zone empty boundary formation. He was the only one left in the last round of the battlefield, no. A ball of dazzling starlight suddenly burst out from the other exit. I didn't expect that someone else who had activated the light of the chosen one would pass the first round at the same time as me. Venerable Fallen Moon was a little curious. He wanted to see who that person was. Although it was not important, he was destined to be the number one in the end. But the ranking battle was so boring. He had to find some fun for himself. He would take this person who had passed the second round at the same time as him as his next opponent. Venerable Fallen Moon's thoughts flashed. Whoosh, a tall and straight figure dressed in black and red leaped out from within and flew into the air. There's another person. Venerable Fallen Moon? Xianxu's eyes fell on Venerable Fallen Moon's face. Venerable Fallen Moon was also looking at him. There was a hint of surprise in his calm expression. It's him? Venerable Fallen Moon could not help but ask. This person did not seem to be famous before. He only had one impression of Xianxia. He had collected 1,000 marks and activated the light of the Chosen One. In fact, Xianxia had been ranked 94th on the Chosen One list, which was considered to be a rising name. But Venerable Fallen Moon's vision was too high. He only focused on the top 3 and 5. He did not care about what was beyond that. When he looked at Xianxia, Venerable Fallen Moon found that his eyes were unyielding. His eyes were firm and his expression was calm. Interesting, Venerable Fallen Moon muttered in a low voice. In the past, except for the top 5 on the Chosen One list, anyone who looked at him would feel ashamed and lower their head. Their gazes quickly moved away from each other. Xianxia looked around and found that there was only a simple circular square. There was nothing else. What is the third round going to do? Xianxia could not help but feel puzzled. There wasn't even a host to explain. Just like that, Xianxia and Venerable Fallen Moon were left hanging there, surrounded by countless onlookers. Venerable Fallen Moon also had the same doubts. The two of them had nothing to do, so they couldn't just stare at each other. So, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. Xianxia did the same. He sat down next to the seat he had vacated. Rumble, the sound of the crowd came from all directions. Because it was too noisy, he couldn't hear a single word clearly. In this way, it would be easy for him to enter meditation and not be disturbed by external objects. Soon, Xianxia calmed down. He began to recall his battle with Xianxia. In fact, that battle was a little dangerous. If Xianxia had been able to fully display that move, the outcome of the battle would have been hard to predict. However, it was clear that Xianxia had not fully grasped that move. His execution speed was slightly slow, giving Xianxia an opportunity to take advantage of. Gurgle, he took out the 100-flower honey and drank a mouthful. The injuries he had sustained in the earlier battle swiftly healed. Xianxia also discovered that his Enigma MO body had improved slightly after his battle with Xianxia. This was the result of combining cultivation with actual combat. In terms of physique, Xianxia's progress had always been very fast. If he wanted to achieve great results in a short period of time, he would definitely choose to cultivate body Dao. If I can improve the Enigma MO body to another level before the ranking battles, a desire appeared in Xianxu's heart. That was a desire for strength, victory, and glory. Especially in that instant when he had met Venerable Fallen Moon's gaze. Venerable Fallen Moon had once been admired by Xianxia, but he was unwilling to lower his head to the other. If the Enigma MO body successfully broke through to the middle stage of the Void Sea realm, then Xianxu's defense would reach a terrifying level. Looking at the time, this seemed impossible. But Xianxia still had to try. Even if he could not improve by a level, he would still improve a bit. This was a path that would allow him to achieve greater results in a short period of time. So, he tempered the Enigma MO body on this platform that was watched by tens of thousands of people. In the spectator area, there was a tall and sturdy foreign race male. He had a head of fiery red hair, a pair of crimson eyes, and 2 short red horns on his forehead. This boy is not bad to be able to reach this step. But compared to this king, he is still lacking. The foreign race male had a proud posture as he looked at Xianxia on the plaza. If Xianxia looked in this direction, he would definitely recognize this arrogant and narcissistic person as the Crimson Flame King. A square-faced man heard the Crimson Flame King's words and couldn't help but widen his eyes and size him up. Right now, there were only Venerable Fallen Moon and Qinyu on the plaza. So this foreign race male was definitely talking about one of them. Who is this? How dare he brag like this and call himself this king? Is there something wrong with his head? Soon. A dazzling ball of white starlight shot into the sky from the two entrances. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures leaped out from below. One of them was dressed in white and had white hair. He had fair skin and an extraordinary demeanor. Lightning surrounded his body and added a bit of momentum. This person was young Master Thunder, Duan Xiao. The other person was dressed in a light white dress. Her long hair was like a waterfall, and her ethereal and cold eyes swept across the surroundings. Guanaoxue came out. It's the extinctive sword fairy, Guanaoxue. She's so beautiful. The voices in the surroundings doubled in volume. It was easier for people to be impulsive with beautiful women. What's the third round? Duan Xiao asked. Qinyu was tempering the enigma emo body and didn't hear. Venerable Fallen Moon didn't know either and didn't want to answer. Guanaoxue glanced at Duan Xiao as if replying with her eyes that she didn't know either. Duan Xiao smiled helplessly and sat down like Venerable Fallen Moon and Qinyu. Whoosh, the fifth beam of light flashed. Ho Chen, dressed in a dark green robe with curly hair, came out. Why are all of you meditating? Where's the host of the third round? Where's the judge? Ho Chen wasn't familiar with the people in front of him, but he asked in a friendly manner. As soon as he finished speaking, an incomparably resplendent pillar of starlight similar to the one they had just shot out from another direction. Guanaoxue, Ho Chen, and Duan Xiao looked over. Didn't only 5 people activate the prodigy light? And these 5 people had already arrived. What's with the 6th beam of light? Whoosh, Sidolinyu flew out from below with an evil smile on his face. After looking around, he decisively sat down and closed his eyes. Sidolinyu? Ho Chen couldn't help but say. In the first round, he had heard a lot about Sidolinyu and Qinyu. Qinyu activated the prodigy light in the first round, and Sidolinyu actually collected 1,000 seals in the second round. In the second round, he would face a total of 4 opponents. If he defeated all of them, he would also obtain a lot of seals. Sidolinyu was quite lucky. In the second round, he encountered 2 powerful opponents, and after defeating them, he obtained more than 1,000 seals. The first 6 people who came out had all activated the prodigy light. On the spacious square, 6 beams of light shot into the sky, causing the wind and clouds to surge. A layer of hazy starlight appeared in the sky, illuminating the entire venue. After the 6 people appeared, a long time passed before the rest of the people appeared. Gradually, there were more and more people on the square. There were already 50 people. At this time, not only were the geniuses confused about what was going on in the third round. Countless voices of doubt could be heard from the surroundings. The leaders of the major sects and forces of the southern region exchanged glances and conversed with each other. What about the third round? The next round should be the ranking round. Who's going to be the host of the prodigy ranking? However, as they asked each other, they were even more confused. Not only was there no host for the third round, but no one even knew what the rules of the third round were. In the sky, the expressions of the powerful figures of the southern region all changed. Some were expectant, some were excited, and some were nervous. Even when the Fallen Moon Supremacy and Guanaoxue were fighting, and when Qinyu and Shinji were fighting, they had never shown such expressions. Why isn't the Lord here yet? A challenger asked. Could it be that the old man has forgotten? Why don't we go and call him? If he's delayed, we won't be able to explain. The monarchs discussed nervously in their hearts. More and more people appeared on the square. When the number of people reached 100. In the distant sky, a chubby middle-aged man suddenly appeared out of thin air. He was fair and chubby, and his expression was calm and relaxed. Initially, no one paid attention to him. However, this person flew directly toward the square above the sacred region empty realm formation, toward the 100 southern region prodigies. Who is this person? What is he trying to do? Is he the host of the third round? Why haven't I heard of this person before? This damn fatty isn't here to cause trouble, is he? Some people were confused, and some cursed. The 100 geniuses on the square looked at the chubby middle-aged man in confusion. They had no idea what this fatty was trying to do. However, Xianxia instantly recognized this person. It was the chubby middle-aged man that he had met on the blazing sun mountain. He had killed the eerie night-winged wolf with a single slash at a critical moment before disappearing mysteriously. It's him. Why is he here? Xianxia murmured. This person, could he be? Sitolinu squinted his eyes and stared at the chubby middle-aged man. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and the smile on his face became even wider. At that instant, boom, the chubby middle-aged man suddenly waved his hand, and layers of ripples appeared in the air. Heaven and earth shook. Everything seemed to be suppressed by the wave of his hand. The 100 geniuses' hearts skipped a beat. They felt that the wave of the chubby middle-aged man's hand was like a mysterious divine power that contained an unstoppable force. But suddenly, a huge object appeared from the ripples in the air. It was a table and chair made of white jade, and there was a milky white mist floating above it. It was the extremely dense origin chi of heaven and earth. The white jade table and chair turned into streams of light and flew toward the square. At the same time, a powerful yet gentle force pushed in all directions from the center of the square. All the geniuses, including Guanao Xue, Xianxia, and the venerable Yunyu, were pushed away forcefully without exception. This scene caused everyone to be astonished. They didn't see the chubby middle-aged man attack, but they couldn't resist this force at all. At the next moment, 3 white jade tables appeared in the center of the square. From the bottom to the top, there were a total of 3 layers. There were 100 white jade chairs around them. This set of tables and chairs was the only building on the square. A dense mist drifted out, making it look like a paradise. The chubby middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky above the square, and his calm voice echoed. The god of cookery banquet invites the prodigies of the great cosmos empire. Feast of the culinary god, invite the geniuses of the great cosmos. This voice was calm and dignified. It was not loud, but it suppressed all other sounds, as if it was the only sound in the world. The feast of the god of cookery? Is he the legendary god of cookery? Oh my god, I can actually witness the feast of the god of cookery with my own eyes. I wonder what the rules of the feast of the god of cookery are. Can I participate in the feast? Damn, I just scolded the culinary god. Did he hear it? Will I choke to death when I eat next time? In the next moment, an even louder roar erupted, 3 times, 5 times, 10 times louder than before. The god of cookery and the feast of the god of cookery could be said to have affected all realms. The culinary god created the culinary Tao. Although it was not as good as the alchemy Tao, it was still developing vigorously. After humans cultivated, they could absorb the chi of heaven and earth and consume elixirs. They no longer needed to eat grains. The emergence of the god of cookery created the culinary path, which focused on cooking. Dishes that contained the power of elixirs were also a type of enjoyment for the taste. In some big cities and spirit halls, there were many shops that focused on cooking. However, true cooking grandmasters were even rarer than alchemy grandmasters. High in the sky, all the mighty ones looked down, and their expressions changed. Culinary god is indeed punctual. I'm afraid that this year's Southern Region Heaven's Chosen ranking battle is unprecedented in the annals of history. The Thunderclap monarch could not help but sigh, feeling a little proud. They had played a part in the coincidence of the Feast of Cookery and the ranking battles of the Prodigy role. When the news of the culinary god's appearance in the Southern region spread, the top powerhouses of the sects in the Southern region went out to search for him. It was a painstaking effort. Heaven would not disappoint those who waited. They had found the god of cookery. Under their suggestion, the god of cookery changed the date of the god of cookery feast and set it as the last round of the Southern region prodigy ranking list. On the other hand, because of the god of cookery feast, the sects of the Southern region withdrew their rewards for the prodigy ranking battle. After all, in order to find the god of cookery, all the kings had set out personally and spent a lot of effort. The feast of the god of cookery was the best reward. It was unprecedented. It's a pity that we can't participate in the banquet, Dark Feather King said regretfully. To be able to let the young geniuses of the Southern region participate in the feast of the god of cookery, the Southern region will usher in a golden age in 100 years, surpassing the other regions. A king from the evil moon cult said. On the square, the 100 geniuses looked at the white jade tables and chairs in front of them and the fat middle-aged god of cookery in the sky, and their hearts trembled. Even venerable fallen moon, who had always been calm and lonely, could not help but straighten his body. His dark yellow eyes shone with a different kind of brilliance. It's actually the god of cookery's feast. No wonder Master repeatedly reminded me. Venerable falling moon found it hard to calm down, and his breathing quickened. Before he left, his master, the vice-sect leader of the evil moon sect, had warned him not to slack off in the prodigy ranking battle. He had to bring out his full strength and display his best performance. Not far away, Xianxia, who had always maintained a cold expression, could not help but open her mouth wide. Her jade-like eyes were glittering. Junior brother, it's really the god of cookery. It's the feast of the god of cookery. On the other side, Tu Zhixiang jumped up and shouted excitedly at Qianyu. Qianyu couldn't help but grin. Previously, when Tu Zhixiang mentioned the god of cookery's feast to him, Qianyu did not think it was very reliable. But now, he had really encountered the legendary god of cookery's feast. The god of cookery's feast. The god of cookery's delicacies have all kinds of nature-defying effects. Even some extremely rare elixirs are far inferior to it. Shenji clenched his fists and stared straight at the tables and chairs of the god of cookery's feast. Just now, the geniuses were still dissatisfied with the prodigy ranking battle. Now, all the geniuses were so excited that they were almost trembling. Some even spoke incoherently. Lord God of Cookery, what are the rules of this god of cookery's feast? Someone in the outer area asked loudly. Everyone knew that the god of cookery's feast had its rules. As long as the rules were followed, anyone could participate. Swoosh, the god of cookery slowly descended and sat on the chair on the highest level, on the east side. Above the huge white jade table and chair, there was a dense mist of light floating. It was like a celestial aura that did not dissipate, making him look like a god. The god of cookery's feast this time is open to all geniuses of the great cosmos below the age of 50. The god of cookery had a gentle smile on his face as he said calmly. As soon as he said that, the 100 geniuses on the square were all excited because all of them had met the rules. Many spectators in the outer area were extremely excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. I'm below the age of 50. I can also participate. The geniuses who had been eliminated earlier also seemed to want to rush over. However, at that moment, boom, the top experts of the various sects and factions unleashed their terrifying auras, forming an invisible barrier that surrounded the venue of the ranking battle of the geniuses. Swoosh, the long-bearded elder from the evil moon sect flew out with a wooden staff in his hand. His body emitted a silver brilliance, and an invisible aura covered the entire area. This is the venue of the ranking battle. No one else is allowed to enter. The old and dignified voice of the elder with the wooden staff spread in all directions with a hint of warning. At that moment, the rest of the people gradually understood the situation. Although the god of cookery had only set the rule of those below the age of 50, all the sect forces in the southern region had set another rule. Only those who had participated in the ranking battle and reached the third round were qualified to participate in the god of cookery's feast. Many people were indignant, but what could they do? On the square, Shenji laughed loudly. Haha. Judging from the current situation, the participants of the god of cookery's feast were the 100 of them. The god of cookery's feast is divided into 3 classes of seats. You can choose for yourselves. The god of cookery smiled slightly. The entire layout of the god of cookery's feast was like a flight of stairs, with a total of 3 levels. The first level was for the lower class, with 60 seats. The second level was for the middle class, with 30 seats. The third level was for the upper class, with 10 seats. Among them, the god of cookery was in the upper class. The 100 geniuses all looked at the upper class seats on the third level. This was undoubtedly the best seat in the god of cookery's feast. The dishes they could taste far exceeded the middle class and lower class seats. Moreover, they could dine with the god of cookery. What an honor! The god of cookery was a true god. Legends about him had existed since ancient times and had influenced millions of realms. Sharing a meal with the god of cookery was enough to leave their names in history. The upper-class seats. A one-eyed man looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with a strong desire. Swoosh, his figure fiercely rushed out, purple light surged around him, and a vast purple light band surged around him, dancing wildly. He was like a ferocious demon, crazily dashing toward the upper-class seats. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. He was surrounded by dazzling starlight, and his every move emitted an indescribable power. It was Venerable Falling Moon. Boom, he waved his hand, and a dark yellow broken light suddenly appeared, overbearing and disdainful as it swept across the area. Bang, bang. Bang, the surrounding figures were pushed back by Venerable Falling Moon's attack. Swoosh, Venerable Falling Moon's body flipped slightly, and he sat on the upper-class seats. On the other side, Xianxia also dashed out in an instant. This was the god of cookery's feast, which some people could only see once in their lives. Not only could he see it, but he could also participate in it. How could he not fight for it? Boom, a layer of ancient and evil patterns appeared on his body, and a peerless demonic aura surged in all directions. The terrifying physical pressure made the people around him sink. Xianxia's speed exploded, and he was like a black cannonball, overtaking the crowd. Whoosh, he went straight to the upper-class seats, found a seat, and sat down. The jade chair was extremely soft, and it gave people a warm feeling. The chair emitted a white light mist, which slowly shrouded Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia's body, and soul felt as if they were being caressed by a warm sun, and he felt indescribably comfortable. His body's condition gradually reached its peak. I'm afraid this chair and table are also priceless treasures. Xianxia sat on it, and he had a feeling that he didn't want to leave. He couldn't help but sigh. But no one could steal the god of cookery's table and chair in front of him. Get lost. I want a top-class seat. This seat is mine. Get lost. The geniuses competed fiercely for the seats, and some even used some despicable means, not caring about their image. The aftermath of the battle between Void Sea State warriors was extremely strong, but when it touched the tables and chairs, it was gently bounced off and turned into ashes. Whoosh! Whoosh! One after another, the geniuses sat on the seats. Guanao Xue, Ho Chen, Situ Linyu, Duan Xiao, and the others all sat on the top-class seats. Then, Luo Chome, Shenji, Yang Yu, and the others also sat on the top-class seats. The top-class seats were gradually filling up. In the next breath, the last seat was taken by Yang Yu. The people in the top 10 seats were either geniuses who had activated the light of prodigy or the top experts on the prodigy list. Some of them didn't want to fight to the death with these 10 people. If they were seriously injured, it would be difficult for them to even get a middle-class seat. The top 10 geniuses sat on the seats, looking at the god of cookery in the east. Some were excited, some were nervous, and some were in a daze. No one said anything. Not long after, 100 seats were filled. Many people had bruises and swollen faces, but they were still extremely excited. Xianxia found that Tu Zhixiang was in the middle-class seat. She was also injured, but her beautiful eyes were sparkling with endless enthusiasm and expectation. 100 seats are all taken. Ah, what a pity. If I was born a few years earlier, I would have had a chance to participate in this year's prodigy list. Some of the surrounding onlookers were envious and jealous, while others were grieving and lamenting. At this moment, roar, a series of low roars came from afar, emitting a boundless might and pressure. Many people with bloodlines or spiritual pets even started to tremble in fear from the bottom of their hearts. The 10,000 Beasts sect greets the god of cookery. A rough and forceful voice resounded in all directions. Then, 100 Zhonglong silver griffin flew over from the clouds. It was mighty and brave, and its silver wings reflected a dazzling silver light. On the other side, a flood dragon swam over. Its body was like jade, and the scales on its body gave off rays of azure light. Its every move emitted an ancient dragon power that looked down on the world. On the silver griffin, there was a 30-meter-tall burly man dressed in a long robe made of beast skin. On the back of the other flood dragon stood 2 men and a woman, all of them looking heroic. They are the sacred beasts, Silver Light Griffin and Azure Jade Dragon. The 10,000 Beasts sect is a peak 3-star sect in the northern region. Why are they here? A Silver Light Griffin and a Green Jade Dragon were flying in the sea of clouds. It really is the god of cookery's feast. On the Jade Azure Dragon, 2 men and a woman stood up excitedly as they stared at the 3-tiered white jade tables and chairs. Wanshou sect, what are you doing here? The cold and dignified voice of the old man with the wooden staff sounded. This is the venue of the Southern Region's Genius Ranking Tournament. Do you people from the Northern Region still want to participate? The blue-haired woman asked with a cold smile. Everyone knew that the Wanshou sect was here for the God of Cookery's feast. There were only 100 seats for the God of Cookery's feast. As people from the Southern Region, even if they couldn't participate, they definitely wouldn't want people from the Northern Region to sit there. Therefore, the voices of condemnation from all directions drowned them out. The 10-meter-tall man's voice was loud and filled with ridicule. I never thought that this would be how the Southern Territory treats its guests. As someone from the great Cosmos realm, I feel deeply ashamed. The experts of the Southern Region were infuriated when they heard this, but they resisted the urge to attack. The Northern sect had come to visit, but they were beaten back before they could do anything. If this got out, the entire Southern Region's behavior would be dragged down. May I ask what the rules of the God of Cookery's feast are? The man looked at the God of Cookery with a smile. Geniuses of the great Cosmos under 50 can participate. The God of Cookery said calmly. Did you hear that? Whichever seat the 3 of you have your eyes on, use your own abilities to get it. The man turned around and said to the 2 men and a woman on the Jade Azure Dragon. Yes, master. The man in the lead nodded. He was covered in thick hair, and his actions were similar to those of an ape. His dark eyes flashed with intelligence. I've admired the God of Cookery since I was young. Today, I, Ape Demon, would like to dine with the God of Cookery. The man with thick hair, Ape Demon, let out a strange laugh. I also prefer a top seat. The other 2 also laughed. At this moment. Boom, a tremendous force like the heavenly might poured down from the sky. How dare you? Another king from the Evil Moon sect showed up. Didn't you hear me? This is the Southern Region's prodigy ranking battle, not a place for people from the Northern Region. If your Wanshou clan pays a visit to our Tsonglei Palace, we will definitely treat you as our distinguished guests. The Thunderclap King also appeared. Although the culinary god had agreed to let the Wanshou faction participate in the Feast of Cookery, the Wanshou faction disagreed. The power of the Southern sect pressed down on them from all directions. The burly man on the silver light griffin had a gloomy and angry expression on his face. However, this was the Southern Region, and the other side had the advantage in numbers. If the people of the Southern Region were forced into a corner, it was inevitable that they would attack. While the Wanshou sect was in a difficult situation. Hee hee, it's so lively here. A gloomy and cold voice suddenly rang out. When they heard this voice, many people instantly shivered, and they were extremely terrified. Rumble, a layer of dark green mist slowly drifted over, and a dark figure gradually appeared within it. It was a giant skull. It was unknown what kind of creature it was, but it was close to 200 feet in size. The bones were dyed with a dark green color. 2 balls of green flames were emitting from the eye sockets of the skull, giving off a chilling coldness. The Poison King sect. The burly man in animal hide slowly uttered these 3 words. The faces of the experts of the Southern Region darkened slightly. It's the Poison King sect. Even the forces of the Western Region are here? The Poison King sect was a peak 3-star evil force in the Western Region. 60% of the strange poisons and poison arts on the market in the great Cosmos world came from this sect. The people of this sect all practiced strange and evil poison arts, and their disciples were vicious and merciless. Even if they won against the disciples of the Poison King sect, they rarely came out unscathed. The Poison King sect greets the God of Cookery. Within the skull, a skinny old man stood up and bowed to the God of Cookery. Hee hee, it seems that the people of the Southern Region don't welcome the Poison King sect. The old man glanced around and said in a sinister voice. Under normal circumstances, no one would want to provoke the people of the Poison King sect. If they did not handle this well, the king of the Poison King sect could poison them, and many people would die. It's not just the Poison King sect. The forces of the Southern Region don't like our Wanshou sect either. The burly man's rough voice was heard. Although he didn't want to have anything to do with the Poison King sect, they had to stand together to resist the oppression of the sects of the southern region. Just as the two forces and the southern region sect were in a stalemate. I'm a little worried. I wonder if the sects of the southern region will chase us away after the appearance of the Nine Dragons' sacred temple. A tall, sturdy old man suddenly walked out from the crowd of onlookers. Behind him were 4 young men and women. Whoosh, the robust old man's appearance changed slightly. Layers of mysterious and ancient scales slowly appeared on his body, and a pair of dragon horns appeared on his head. A terrifying sacred dragon aura spread out like a tsunami. Damn it, the people of the Nine Dragons' sacred temple have arrived long ago. The evil moon sect's old man with a wooden staff cursed in his heart. The Nine Dragons' sacred temple occupied the boundless Song Ocean and was a 4-star ruling force. There was a sacred temple not far from the southern region's Clearwater Bay. Thunder Monarch, Heavenly Crow Monarch, what do you think? The dragon-horned old man from the Nine Dragons' sacred temple looked at the 2 monarchs in the sky and said with an oppressive tone. The Nine Dragons' sacred temple was extremely powerful and intimidating. The top experts of the factions of the southern region began to communicate with each other. A moment later, there was a result. The feast of the god of cookery will be held according to the rules set by the god of cookery. Since the Thousand Beasts Gate, Poison King sect, and Nine Dragons' sacred temple want to participate, we won't stop you. In the end, the sects of the southern region gave in. The temptation of the feast of the god of cookery was too great. The factions that had come from afar would not give up so easily. It was hard to imagine what would happen in the end. If that was the case, they might as well let them participate. That way, the factions would owe the southern region a favor. Then I'll thank you all. The dragon-horned old man said slowly, before turning to the 4 geniuses of the Nine Dragons' sacred temple and said, You guys, try your best. Don't embarrass the Nine Dragons' sacred temple. Don't worry, Elder. That won't happen. One of them smiled confidently. He was wearing a white robe, and his skin was covered in white scales. He had a pair of white horns on his head, giving him an extraordinary aura. Haha, let me test the strength of the southern region's geniuses. The man with thick hair, the ape demon, was the first to charge into the center of the square. Beauty, why don't you come down and play with me? The demonic ape looked lecherously at Xianxia, who was sitting in the upper-class seats. Xianxia frowned, as if she was disgusted by the ape demon's image. Furthermore, his flirting made her even more displeased. Alright, let me see how strong the ape demon of the Thousand Beasts Gate is. Sister, be careful. If I'm not mistaken, the ape demon of the Thousand Beasts Gate is ranked 5th on the northern region's genius ranking. 5th? Xiangxia's heart skipped a beat. How could this hairy guy be so powerful? Hee hee. The ape demon's smile suddenly became more ferocious. He slapped his storage bag, and a black figure charged out from the mist on his right. Roar, the black figure let out a roar and its fur fluttered, revealing a ferocious face and white eyes. It was an ape. Its fur was extremely long, and it looked like a thin snake slithering in the air. Mutated ancient beast, hairy ancient ape. Xianxia recognized the beast. A beast tamer? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. No, the people of the Thousand Beasts Gate aren't just beast tamers. They call their spiritual pets battle beasts and form an equal contract with them. The disciples of the Thousand Beasts Gate can absorb energy from the battle beasts to strengthen themselves and unleash great power. Ho Chen of the Ho family of the Middle Ancient clans explained enthusiastically. Let's go together, Xiao Mao. The ape demon roared and charged forward with the hairy ancient ape. He activated a secret art and a layer of eerie patterns appeared on his skin. In the next second, the ape demon's body suddenly became 3 times bigger, and the fur on its body grew longer. It looked like another hairy ancient ape. The ape demon and the hairy ancient ape came to Xiangxia's side and punched. Bang! Bang! 2 claps of thunder sounded out and 2 pitch-black shockwaves rushed toward Xiangxia. A bright crescent mark appeared on Xiangxia's palms. She waved her hands and 2 white crescent moons slashed to the side. Bang! 2 powerful forces collided violently. Pretty girl, you're pretty strong. The ape demon laughed mockingly. Whoosh! Whoosh! He and the hairy ancient ape jumped out. A layer of dim light appeared in the air, which made Xiangxia's body sink. The man and the ape continued to punch with their fists, causing terrifying shadows to sweep across the area. Xianxia felt the pressure and her true origin surged out. A sacred crescent moon rose behind her and lit up the surroundings. Whoosh, bang. Bang, both sides attacked crazily. However, the ape demon and the hairy ancient ape had the upper hand. Their attacks were powerful and their defense was much stronger than Xianxia's. Xianxia's movement technique had the upper hand, but she lost the upper hand under the cooperation of the man and the ape. The 30th move, the ape demon and the hairy ancient ape attacked together and a huge black fist shadow surged out. Everything in front of them was crushed into powder. Bang, Xianxia was sent flying and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She landed at the edge of the square. The southern region had lost the first round. Haha. The devil ape let out a hearty laugh and walked to the upper seats, sitting on Xianxia's seat. The other 9 southern region cultivators looked at him with unfriendly expressions. This person's strength is at least in the top 5. Xianxia thought. The man and the ape worked well together and didn't have any obvious weaknesses. It was extremely difficult to win in a 2-on-1 situation. Next, it's time for me to fight. The white-scaled man slowly walked out from the 9-dragon sacred palace. Long Chen, one of the saints of the 9-dragon sacred palace. Venerable Yun said slowly with a serious look. Saint? The saint of the 9-dragon sacred palace will become a sacred palace lord in the future. Shinji looked serious. It seemed that Venerable Yun knew this person. The saint, Long Chen, would be an even more terrifying enemy than the demonic ape. Xianxia had lost the first battle. The geniuses of the southern region were embarrassed. Humph, the geniuses of the northern region only know how to bully the weak. Shinji looked at the demonic ape with disdain. Apart from Shinji, many others also thought so. Xianxia might be powerful, but she wasn't in the top 5 in the southern region. However, the demonic ape was ranked 5th on the northern region's prodigy ranking. There was indeed the suspicion of bullying the weak. Kid, if I knew you were so shameless, I would have challenged you just now. The demonic ape looked at Shinji coldly. Shinji didn't reply. He hadn't fully recovered from his injuries from the battle with Qianyu. If they really fought, he might lose more than he won. However, the white jade chair of the god of cookery feast was made of some unknown material that sped up his recovery. Swoosh, the 9-dragon sacred hall saint, Long Chen, slowly flew out. He had a dignified appearance, white scales, and a white jade horn on his head. He emitted an indescribable power. I'll pick a stronger one so that the people of the southern region won't say that I'm bullying the weak. Long Chen's arrogant gaze landed on the top seats. He saw Qianyu first, but he instantly looked away and glanced at the next person with the aura of a prodigy. It was the lightning prince, Duan Xiao. Then let me see what you're capable of. Duan Xiao didn't waste any time and jumped out from the chair, leaving a layer of dazzling white lightning behind him. Long Chen and the lightning prince Duan Xiao looked at each other in the air. Buzz, a pure white holy dragon's might and a world-destroying lightning might soared into the sky. They tore at each other, giving off soul-shaking sounds. The invisible battle between the two shook the hearts of many geniuses. I'm afraid this saint isn't simple. Qianyu's eyes narrowed as he carefully observed Long Chen and Duan Xiao. It was impossible to determine who was stronger from the clash of auras. There was no prodigy ranking in the endless ocean. Suddenly, Long Chen moved, and his eyes flickered. A white spear with dragon patterns appeared in his hand, and he stabbed forward. Roar, a sharp and domineering spear image transformed into a white-scaled light dragon. It gave off the terrifying might of an ancient sacred dragon as it roared and attacked. The spear was like a dragon, roaring in all directions. Duan Zhao's expression darkened, as a concentrated lightning rune burst out from his body. His eyes flickered with terrifying sparks, as his aura changed drastically. Boom, Duan Xiao lashed out with his palm. Lightning coiled around it as it transformed into a lightning palm that crushed forward in a domineering manner. Pung! Rumble, the two terrifying forces clashed with each other. The roar of a dragon and the lightning spread out in all directions. Just their battle prowess alone was enough to intimidate bystanders. This man is so strong. He's not any weaker than Duan Xiao. Shinji frowned slightly. In his mind, Xianxia was very strong, just below Venerable Fallen Moon. He never thought that a chosen of the 9 Dragons Sacred Hall would be able to hold his own against him. 9 Dragons Sacred Hall. As expected of the only 4-star force in the Endless Ocean. This battle isn't ideal, Qianyu shook his head and mumbled. On the surface, it looked like Long Chen and Xiao were evenly matched in the battle. However, Long Chen's true form was a white jade serpent dragon, which had a strong physique and abundant stamina. On the other side, floating in the eerie skull not far away, the skinny old man let out a sinister smile and said to the man and woman behind him, "You guys should go greet the geniuses of the Southern Territory too." Whoosh! Whoosh! The two jumped out from the skull and glanced at the geniuses of the divine feast. Who should we greet first? The leader was a green-robed man with a hideous centipede-like scar on his face. Senior brother, let me go first. I missed the Western Region Genius Ranking battle last time, so I can use the Southern Region Genius Ranking battle to test my strength. Next to him, a sickly green-haired woman slowly spoke. Then junior sister Tao will go first. However, the geniuses of the Southern Region are not to be underestimated. Be careful. The ugly man in a green robe took a step back. Thank you, senior brother. The green-haired woman said weakly, but she was not convinced. The man in a green robe was the head disciple of the Poison King sect and was ranked 4th on the Western Region Genius ranking. The green-haired woman thought that she was only slightly weaker than her senior brother, and if she participated in the Western Region Genius ranking, she would at least be ranked 5th or 6th. She glanced at the VIP seats of the Divine Feast with her cold and dim eyes. Huh? This person is only at the peak early stage of the Void Sea state, but he is so powerful. He must be a great genius of the Southern Region. The green-haired woman looked at Qianyu with a hint of envy and resentment. Qianyu's cultivation level was not high, but he had a shocking phenomenon. He must have been very lucky during the genius ranking battle. It would be very easy to defeat such an opponent, and she would also be able to gain more glory and prove her strength. Whoosh! After confirming her target, she slowly flew out. At the God of Cookery's banquet, Qianyu was watching the battle between Xiao and Long Chen. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, as if he was being stared at by a venomous beast. He scanned with his spiritual sense and found a sickly green-haired woman walking toward him. Someone from the Poison King sect. The expressions of many disciples in the low-class and middle-class seats stiffened. They did not want to fight with someone from the Poison King sect. Why don't you give up your seat? That way, you can escape? The green-haired woman stared at Qianyu. She had a sickly expression, but her words were filled with strong confidence. Someone from the Poison King sect? Shinji looked at the woman and couldn't help but smile. The people of the Poison King sect all cultivated strange and evil techniques. Their disciples were vicious and merciless. Even if they won against the disciples of the Poison King sect, they would rarely come out unscathed. If they lost, they would have to pay a greater price. If you leave now, you can also escape. Qianyu's lips curled up into a mocking smile. The woman was too confident and thought he was a pushover. She dared to ask Qianyu to give up his seat. Haha, you're quite arrogant. If that's the case, I'll use you to test out my new poison. A vicious expression flashed across the green-haired woman's face. Swoosh, Qianyu flew into the air and left his seat. A demonic aura rippled out. 1,000 spider poison hand. The green-haired woman reached out her skinny white claw and slammed it forward. A mass of dark green true essence and a mass of dark green poisonous mist fused together and revolved around the green-haired woman's hand as she threw it out. Whoosh 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 in the air, a poisonous palm shrouded in green mist flew toward Qianyu like a poisonous spider. Many geniuses at the God of Cookery banquet felt uncomfortable and nauseous from afar. They immediately circulated their ethereal force to block out the poisonous gas. The people of the Poison King sect are indeed vicious. Even if I can win against them, it won't be any better. A genius of the Southern Region was shocked. Junior brother, be careful. Tu Zhixiang was worried, but there was nothing she could do. Break! With a loud shout, Qianyu punched out, and a pitch-black ball of vibrating fist light fiercely smashed out, hitting the green gas poisonous palm. Pung! The green gas poison palm was smashed into pieces, and turned into a dark poisonous fog that drifted in all directions. Haha, do you think this will work? The green-haired woman chuckled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the poisonous gas spread out and corroded Xianyu's ethereal force defense. When it touched his skin, it turned dark green and slowly spread. As expected of a disciple of the Poison King sect. This is a real poison cultivator. The people who used poison that Xianyu had met before couldn't be compared to this green-haired woman. The woman's ethereal force contained poison and could merge with other poisons. It was extremely poisonous and difficult to isolate or neutralize. With Xianyu's powerful physique and poison resistance, he would be fine even if he swallowed a small amount of normal poison. What? The green-haired woman stared at Xianyu with a gloomy face. Her thousand spiders poison hand was not an ordinary technique. She had once killed a void sea state cultivator at the peak of the early stage. His body festered and he died from the poison. On the other hand, Xianyu only had some symptoms of poison on his skin. Did I use the wrong poison? While the green-haired woman was still in shock, the battle on the other side had ended. White Dragon Holy Might. The image of a white true dragon surged out from Long Chen's body, and a terrifying dragon might spread throughout heaven and earth. The spear swept out horizontally, and the white water light surged hundreds of feet high, whistling and churning. Above the white waves, a true dragon made of white light suddenly soared, riding the wind and waves as it crushed over. Duanzhao's face was pale. He gathered the power of lightning in his palm and attacked with all his might. Rumble, the white wave true dragon crushed over and extinguished the lightning. Bang, Duanzhao was knocked back and blood flowed out of his mouth as he fell to the ground. Duanzhao lost. The strength of the saint is too terrifying. Many onlookers were shocked. The geniuses of the southern region at the feast of the god of cookery gasped. The strength of the saint was probably on par with Master Falling Moon. Duanzhao had been defeated in less than 30 moves. I didn't expect the geniuses of the northern region and the boundless sea to be so powerful, and the disciples of the Poison King sect are so cruel. Xianyu is probably dead. This means that the southern region has lost 3 battles in a row. People were discussing among themselves. Suddenly, on the battlefield between Xianyu and the green-haired woman, a blood-red flame lit up the sky. Die. With a low grunt, Xianyu released the blood-glazed flame. Normal methods would not be able to block or isolate the poison, but the power of the blood-glass flame had a certain suppressive effect. Rumble, the green poisonous sea instantly turned into a blood-red sea of fire. This woman is too cruel. I'll kill her. Xianyu's eyes narrowed. He gathered fire and inner chi on his right index finger and shot it out. Blood-glass flame, the green-haired woman stared at the flames in front of her. Suddenly, she felt a sense of danger approaching. Right in front of him, a 4-inch thick blood-red beam of sword chi shot out explosively, scorching and fierce. The green-haired woman's eyes widened and she hurriedly dodged. Boom, the blood-red beam passed through, leaving a path of flames. Ah, the green-haired woman screamed in agony. Her left arm was missing, and there was a bloody flame burning fiercely at the spot where it was cut off. I'm going to tear you to pieces. The green-haired woman had a crazed expression on her face. She patted her storage pouch and took out a black jar. However, before she could open the jar, bang, a palm of light that flickered with a silver luster flew over and slapped the green-haired woman's body, sending her flying. Xianyu, 1. The disciple of the Poison King sect was defeated in just a few moves. That woman's poison is extremely powerful. How did she lose? Everyone was shocked and confused. The green-haired woman of the Poison King sect was indeed good at using poison. There were many poisonous creatures in the jar. But as long as she didn't have a chance to use poison, there was nothing to be afraid of. In fact, the green-haired woman had used poison from the beginning, but Xianyu was resistant to poison. Before she could use any other poison, Xianyu's quick thunder had defeated her. Xianyu's victory had greatly boosted the southern region's reputation, allowing them to regain some of their dignity. The faces of the geniuses at the feast of the god of cookery also looked a little better. Only Shinji snorted with a gloomy face and didn't say a word. Junior sister Tao. The green-robed man immediately rushed to the green-haired woman's side. Kid, how could you be so cruel to burn that severed arm? The green-robed man scolded. The hideous centipede-like scar on his face made him look like a demon. If it was only an arm, it could be reattached with the help of spirit medicine. But the Yangming sword finger was activated by the blood-glazed flame, which devoured all the blood and life in the severed arm, leaving only a piece of charred bone. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the green-haired woman's arm to be reattached. Death was inevitable in a sparring match. The green-haired woman had only lost a limb. If she hadn't dodged in time, she might have lost her life. The green-robed man, the venerable myriad poison, knew that Xianxia hadn't done it on purpose, so he lied through his teeth. I told you that if she had left just now, she would have avoided the disaster. Xianxia hadn't done it on purpose, so he wasn't afraid at all. This was the southern region. What could the Poison King sect do to him? The green-haired woman glared at Xianxia, as if she wanted to skin Xianxia alive. But she was the one who had challenged the Poison King sect. Now that she had lost, the experts of the southern region might use this as an excuse to drive the Poison King sect away. Junior Sister Tao, I'll avenge you. The green-robed man, the myriad poison venerable, looked over with a piercing gaze. Venerable myriad poison, ranked fourth on the prodigy list of the western region. I heard that he killed his opponent with poison in the final battle. Ho Chen wore a solemn expression. Not many people knew about the green-haired woman from before, but the green-robed man, the myriad poison supremacy, was a famous powerhouse on the prodigy ranking of the western region. In the last battle of the West region's Heaven's Pride ranking battle, venerable myriad poison's opponent, whose strength was similar to his, was directly poisoned to death. Could it be that the Poison King sect of the western regions is going to take turns fighting me? Tu Zhixiang asked. I, the myriad poison reverend, will naturally not do such a thing. I'll give you 2 hours to rest. Prepare to accept my challenge in 2 hours. I hope you won't be a coward then. Venerable myriad poison glanced at Tu Zhixiang, stood up straight, and said coldly. This guy, Xianxu's face darkened slightly. Venerable myriad poison was not interested in the southern region genius ranking battle at all, nor did he really care about his junior sister. His only goal was to obtain a top-tier seat. Among the top 10, only Xianxu's cultivation was at the peak early-stage Void Sea state. Venerable myriad poison found a dignified reason for himself to challenge Xianxia, so no one would say that he was arrogant. When Xianxia returned to the white jade chair, he felt a soft and warm sensation. A white mist was emitted from the chair and slowly shrouded Xianxia. The poison from the battle was quickly expelled from Xianxu's body with the self-healing ability of his physique and the miraculous effect of the white jade chair. Soon, the poison in Xianxu's body was completely neutralized. On the other side, venerable myriad poison carried the green-haired woman to the sex elder. Senior brother, how did I lose to that kid? The green-haired woman said while clenching her teeth, feeling extremely unwilling. Her ability to refine poison was one of the best in the sect, not much weaker than venerable myriad poison. A real battle can't be resolved with poison. Your ability to refine poison is not much weaker than mine, but what about your combat ability and experience? Venerable myriad poisons explained in an indifferent tone. Behind him, the skinny old man nodded slightly. What venerable myriad poison said was completely correct. In this regard, venerable myriad poison was extremely good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the Poison King sect's most outstanding disciple. As for the green-haired woman, she was completely immersed in the world of refining poison. Poison was, after all, a foreign object. Only by becoming stronger could one better utilize the power of foreign objects. You'll see how senior brother poisons that kid to death later. Venerable myriad poison's lips curled into a cruel smile. Death and injury were unavoidable in sparring. Moreover, if he could make Xianxia die of poison after the battle, the sects of the southern region wouldn't say anything. Senior brother, he seems to be cultivating. The green-haired woman looked at Xianxia at the god of cookery banquet. Just like before, Xianxia was tempering his mystic pattern demonic body. At this moment, he was even more certain that the white jade chair had the miraculous effect of nourishing and cleansing the body and soul. Combined with the tempering of the body, the effect was even greater. This person is a body cultivator. He's tempering his body. But that's more interesting. I can feed him more poison. Venerable myriad poison's smile became even colder and fiercer. Around the square, another genius from the Nine Dragons Sacred Temple appeared to challenge Luo Chome. The competition at the God of Cookery banquet was unusually fierce. The Guan clan will also join in the fun. A woman suddenly flew out from the crowd. She wore a light yellow dress and held a jade flute in her hand. Her posture was elegant like a classical beauty from a painting. The Guan clan of the 6 Middle Ancient clans. I heard this clan specializes in the sound Dao. Ho Chen looked at the classical beauty with interest. Sir, would you like to hear me play a song? The woman in yellow had an elegant temperament and a faint smile on her face. The Guan clan's opponent was Ho Chen of the Ho clan, another Middle Ancient clan. The Guan clan, one of the 6 Middle Ancient clans. How many forces did the God of Cookery banquet attract? Although the experts of the southern region tried their best to hide the news. But there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world, let alone the God of Cookery banquet. Like the 9 Dragons Sacred Temple, the Guan clan had arrived long ago, but they were hidden in the crowd. The 10,000 Beasts sect and the 10,000 Poison clan are just the beginning. The 9 Dragons Sacred Temple and the Guan clan aren't the end, not only that. Swoosh, from the west, a huge stone plate flew over. Formation runes spread out on the stone plate, and a layer of silver runes rapidly revolved around the stone plate. The celestial sect of the western region greets the God of Cookery. On the stone plate, a white-haired old man looked at the God of Cookery with excitement. There were 3 battles around the square. The most exciting one was the one between the woman in yellow and Ho Chen. The yellow-robed woman gently blew the jade flute. Waves of melodious and moving melody transformed into a pale yellow ripple of water that surged in all directions. Then, it unhurriedly enveloped Ho Chen. Ho Chen used the will of space and moved back and forth gracefully. Swoosh, his fingers danced, and streaks of flickering silver finger lights shuttled back and forth. The attacks were swift and fierce, and it was impossible to defend against them. But the woman in yellow used her melody to control her true essence, and a strange melody sounded. The faint water in front of her seemed to turn into a constantly changing landscape, blocking Ho Chen's finger technique. Interesting. Ho Chen's eyes lit up. The speed of his movement technique and finger technique increased to another level. I didn't expect the sound Dao to be so powerful. It's invincible in both attack and defense. Looks like Ho Chen is going to lose. But after a while, the woman in yellow suddenly stopped playing and sighed. Young Master Ho is indeed the genius of the Ho clan. I admit defeat. The result was unexpected. Ho Chen had won. The Ho clan's mystic void finger technique contains the profound truths of space. It can penetrate defenses and cut meridians. Situ chuckled. The woman in yellow didn't look injured, but dozens of meridians in her body had been cut. She slowly left the square. Why do I feel like there's an ancient bloodline at the God of Cookery banquet? The woman in yellow glanced at the people at the God of Cookery banquet. She had reached a very subtle level of control over her bloodline, and she was proficient in a secret technique that could sense the strength of her bloodline. The woman in yellow's gaze stopped on the superior seats of the God of Cookery banquet, but she still couldn't determine the origin of this ancient and mysterious bloodline. Haha, I've reserved a superior seat at the God of Cookery banquet. Among the crowd, a burly, red-haired non-human man let out a hearty laugh as he leaped out. This alien race man didn't announce his background, and no one recognized him. Isn't that the bragging guy from before? A square-faced man stared at the red-haired alien race man. He didn't think much of the red-haired alien race man's bragging. He thought it was a special hobby of the alien race man. But now, this red-haired alien race man actually planned to challenge the geniuses of the God of Cookery banquet, and he even said he wanted a superior seat. A few people in the superior seats looked over, but they didn't recognize the red-haired alien race man. Qin Yu, who was refining his mystic pattern demonic body, suddenly felt that the voice and the bragging tone sounded a little familiar. It's you. A surprised and angry voice came from Long Chen's mouth. It's him, Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze. This guy actually followed us. The other 2 Nine Dragons Sacred Hall disciples also recognized the red-haired alien race man. Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze? Jin Yu couldn't help but smile. Isn't this the Scarlet Blaze King? Although the other party liked to brag, he knew his place and didn't call himself a king. Instead, he changed his title. "That's right, it's me, Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze." The Crimson Flame King grinned and laughed wildly. Originally, everyone thought that this alien race man who suddenly appeared was a blockhead. But the geniuses of the Nine Dragons Sacred Hall, including Long Chen, seemed to recognize this Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze and seemed to have suffered at his hands. "How dare you appear in front of us and return the Deep Abyss medal to us?" A woman from the Nine Dragons Sacred Hall shouted angrily. "Come and take it yourself if you can." The Scarlet Blaze King said disdainfully, "Even your holy son can't do anything to me. How dare the few of you act so arrogantly in front of me?" As soon as these words came out, exclamations of surprise sounded from all directions. "Who is this person? He seems to be stronger than the geniuses of the Nine Dragons Sacred Hall. Even Long Chen is no match for him." Long Chen defeated the Lightning Prince, Duan Xiao, with ease. Even with his strength, he suffered at the hands of this Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze. Seated on the white jade chair, Jinyu could not help but shake his head. The Scarlet Blaze King was still the same as before. The more people there were, the more he liked to brag. The Scarlet Blaze King's appearance was undoubtedly the center of attention. Although no one knew who he was, they could tell from the words of the geniuses of the Nine Dragons Sacred Hall that this Scarlet Blaze King was extraordinarily powerful. Even Long Chen seemed to be helpless against this Scarlet Flame Heavenly Lord. There are many geniuses in the great cosmos realm. If it wasn't for the God of Cookery feast, I'm afraid they wouldn't have shown up. There's one more expert. As a foreign race, he should represent the Endless Sea. The southern region has one less spot. At the God of Cookery feast. The geniuses couldn't help looking at the Scarlet Blaze King with shock and solemnity. "Long Chen, do you know this person?" Venerable Fallen Moon asked curiously. "I've met him once. He once stole the treasures of the Sacred Hall's disciples." Long Chen frowned slightly on his proud and handsome face. It turned out that the Scarlet Blaze King had come into contact with the Nine Dragons Sacred Hall's disciples at Clearwater Bay and had stolen their treasures. Following that, the Holy Son Long Chen came over. However, even though he personally made a move, he was unable to do anything to the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Monarch, allowing him to escape safely. Doesn't this mean that this foreign race expert is stronger than Long Chen? Luo Chome felt a little pressured. Originally, the God of Cookery feast belonged to the southern region, so she would definitely have a seat at the top table. But now, geniuses from various regions had shown up, and Long Chen had even defeated Duan Xiao. And now, the Scarlet Blaze King was another unfathomable foreign race expert. "Who is this person?" Shinji asked. It was impossible for such a powerful foreign race expert to have no background. Long Chen shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't know. The Scarlet Blaze King enjoyed the gazes of the people around him and the geniuses at the God of Cookery feast. He had an arrogant and wild smile on his face. However, there was a gaze that was particularly different. It even had a hint of disdain as it glanced at the Scarlet Blaze King. "This guy must be jealous that I don't have to participate in the genius ranking battle." The Scarlet Blaze King glanced at Qinyu and thought. At this moment. On the other side, the Myriad Poison Supremacy suddenly said, "Qinyu, 2 hours are almost up. Are you ready?" Previously, Venerable Myriad Poison had promised to give Qinyu 2 hours to rest as a sign of fairness. The time was almost up. This Myriad Poison Supremacy is a famous genius on the Western region's prodigy ranking. His poison techniques are extremely powerful. If Qinyu were to face him, even if he doesn't die, he'll still lose a layer of skin. It's really unfortunate that he's targeted by the Poison King sect. If I were Qinyu, I'd just admit defeat. There's still hope for me to get a superior seat. But in this way, the Black Demon Valley of the southern region will lose all face. Many people on the third level of the God of Cookery's feast sighed or looked at him with pity. Of course, the preparation I'm talking about is whether or not you're prepared to admit defeat or to give up your seat. Venerable Myriad Poison's smile was sinister and cruel. The hideous centipede-like scar on his face trembled up and down, sending chills down people's spines. In fact, Venerable Myriad Poison was afraid that Qinyu would directly admit defeat. That would make it less fun. Hence, before the challenge had even begun, he had tried to provoke Qinyu. On the god of cookery's feast, a look of disgust flashed across Xianyu's calm face. But then, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he calmly said, 2 hours are almost up. I hope that venerable myriad poison will back down and give up the challenge. Everyone was shocked by his words. He was obviously using venerable myriad poison's words to provoke Xianyu. But where did Xianyu get the confidence to say such a thing? Venerable myriad poison was ranked 4th on the Western region's prodigy ranking. Even the person ranked 3rd was unwilling to fight him. Since he said he wanted to challenge Xianyu, how could he give up the challenge? Wouldn't that be slapping his own face? Moreover, defeating Xianyu would give him a superior seat. Logically speaking, venerable myriad poison would never give up the challenge. Haha, don't worry. I will definitely issue a challenge. Venerable myriad poison's eyes were cold and gloomy. Xianyu glanced at venerable myriad poison and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the dazzling Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze in front of him. Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze, I feel like old friends with you. Why don't you do me a favor? Xianyu suddenly said with a smile. Everyone's eyes fell on Xianyu and Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze. This kid is too good at bullsh**. It's our first time meeting, and he's already asking for help. Hee hee. The ape demon glanced at Xianyu and felt that there must be something wrong with Xianyu's head. Previously, he said such stupid things to venerable myriad poison, and now, he said such unreasonable things to Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze. If Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze agreed, he would call Xianyu his father. The Scarlet Flame King, who was enjoying everyone's attention, twitched his mouth and looked extremely unnatural. His red eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Xianyu. Kid, what are you trying to do? The Scarlet Flame King asked through voice transmission. I let you have fun outside for a while, and now you're not even willing to help me? Xianyu asked back. Tell me, what kind of help? The Scarlet Flame King took a deep breath and asked through voice transmission. Seeing that the Scarlet Flame King had compromised, Xianyu smiled and said loudly, I'm about to compete with Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze. It'll be great if I can know his background before the competition. So, I want to ask Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze to test Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze's background. Xianyu said those words in front of everyone, so everyone present could hear it. The other 99 geniuses at the Feast of Cookery were all dumbfounded. Xianyu must have lost his mind. Even Heavenly Lord Falling Moon, Guanao Xue, and the others were shocked and thought they had heard wrong. It was the first time the two had met. How could Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze help Xianyu test the strength of a strong opponent? Xianyu's behavior might even make Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze feel out and challenge Xianyu to take his seat. Ha ha ha, Xianyu, you're talking nonsense. Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze laughed after hearing that. He thought to himself that Xianyu was so naive. However, at that moment, Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze said, I feel like old friends with you. I'll agree to this small matter. Then, he looked at Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze and said impatiently, Kid, I'm going to give you some pointers. What? The surroundings were silent for a moment. Not far away, the few people who were competing were all taken aback. Their hands trembled and they almost made a mistake. Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze agreed to Xianyu's unreasonable request just like that. The demonic ape, who was sitting on the white jade chair, almost slipped. He actually King agreed. He was tongue-tied and blurted out. At that moment, the demonic ape was very glad that he hadn't said what he was thinking. Long Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. According to his contact with Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze, he was extremely arrogant and condescending. Why would he take the initiative to help Xianyu? You. Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze's face also stiffened. He turned to look at Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze with a gloomy expression. Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze actually agreed to Xianyu's request and came to challenge him. And he even said that he would give him some pointers. Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze felt like a volcano had erupted in his heart. His body couldn't help but burn with anger. Why? You don't dare? The Scarlet Blaze King looked at Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze King with disdain. If Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze King's challenge and went to challenge Xianyu, wasn't it obvious that he was bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Furthermore, Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze King's attitude was extremely unpleasant. Very well, then let me witness Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze's glory. Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze's voice was deep and cold. A terrifying dark green poisonous mist drifted out from his body and shrouded a radius of 100 feet. Whoosh, Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze took the initiative to charge forward. A dark green light surged on his palm and frantically devoured the surrounding poisonous mist. 100 Poison Divine Palm. Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze struck out with a dark green giant palm that carried a layer of dark green mist. An eerie aura of death spread in all directions. This is Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze's 100 Poison Divine Palm. This palm technique contains 100 types of strange poisons. Even someone skilled in defense can't resist it. Ho Chen squinted his eyes. Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze was definitely a powerful enemy. Child's play. The Scarlet Blaze King chuckled. The surrounding flames ignited and turned into a fiery qilin that revolved around him. Go! The Scarlet Blaze King waved his hand and a giant golden flame merged with the qilin, causing its size to multiply to 100 feet. The giant qilin let out a roar and charged forward with an imposing aura. Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze could sense that his opponent wasn't weak. Boom! When the huge fire qilin got close to the 100 Poison Divine Palm, it opened its huge mouth and swallowed it. Boom! The power of the 100 Poison Divine Palm exploded within the qilin's body, causing its figure to distort and crack. All of a sudden, the Scarlet Blaze King performed a hand seal. The qilin seemed to have melted and turned into a golden flame that continued to burn. In the end, the strange poisons in the 100 Poison Divine Palm were trapped by the flames and were quickly dissolved. How is this possible? Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze was dumbfounded. How powerful must one's mastery of the fire Dao be to dissolve his 100 Poison Divine Palm without leaving a single trace of poison? All of a sudden, a golden light flickered in the sky. Whoosh, a fiery sword with golden patterns flew over at an incredible speed, carrying a violent, dominating, fiery divine power. Seeing this, Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze immediately circulated his true yuan and sent out a dark green palm light. At the same time, he moved to the right. Poof, the golden patterned flaming sword pierced through his palm art and turned into a poisonous mist that shrouded Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze. Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze dodged the Scarlet Blaze King's attack and was about to counterattack when another 2 golden patterned flaming swords shot over. Damn it, Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze's face darkened. He could only continue to block and dodge, being in a passive position. However, the golden patterned flaming swords that he dodged did not disappear completely. Soon, there were 10 golden patterned flaming swords in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Hundreds of golden rays seemed to be circling around Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze. Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze was completely suppressed. His robe was already torn in a dozen places. According to Qin Yu's intention, it was to humiliate Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze and injure him. It was fine even if he killed him. The Scarlet Blaze King cursed in his heart. Even if Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze was killed, he would be the one who did it. It had nothing to do with Qin Yu. Sigh, you can only blame yourself for being blind. You could have provoked anyone, but you had to provoke that guy. The Scarlet Blaze King sighed in his heart. He seemed to empathize with Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze. He couldn't help but recall the time when he was forced by Qin Yu to sign the contract. Previously, many people had doubts about the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Lord's strength. But after this battle, all doubts were gone. Even Supremacy Myriad Poison, who was ranked 4th on the Prodigy ranking, was suppressed. How could the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Lord be weak? Elder, how could this be? Isn't Senior Brother ranked 4th on the Prodigy ranking? His ability to refine poison, battle skills, and experience are unparalleled in the entire Poison King sect's younger generation. The green-haired woman who had been defeated by Qin Yu looked at the situation before her in shock, so she asked the Poison King sect's elder. That's in the Poison King sect. This alien's battle skills and experience are many times more than your senior brother's. The old man, who was as thin as a match, was also somewhat surprised. The Scarlet Flame Heavenly Lord's mastery of the Tao of Fire was superb, and he was extremely powerful in battle. His control of the battle was even more subtle. Supremacy Myriad Poison's forehead was covered in cold sweat. How could this be? That was the only question left in his mind. He had always been extremely confident in his own strength. He thought that he wouldn't be in such a sorry state even if he were to fight Long Chen. But when fighting against the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Lord, he felt like he was completely restrained and couldn't use his strength. At that moment, the Scarlet Flame King's attacks became more violent. The golden flame light sword that shuttled around him set off a golden flame storm, and the terrifying flame power slashed across his body like a scorching knife. Supremacy Myriad Poison immediately used a defensive secret skill, and a dense dark green ethereal force surged out, forming a dark green skull to protect himself. I have to break through the encirclement. Supremacy Myriad Poison gritted his teeth and charged out, trying to break the stalemate. Swoosh! Swoosh! When he got close to the golden flame storm stirred up by the golden patterned light sword, the dark green skulls around him suffered continuous attacks and were quickly damaged and weakened. Relying on the defense secret skill, Supremacy Myriad Poison took out an ice elemental poison, integrated it into his ethereal force, and struck out two palms. Boom! Boom! A dark green poisonous palm shot out and punched a hole in the golden flame tempest. However, just as Supremacy Myriad Poison was about to charge out, get in! The Crimson Flame King let out a loud roar, as if he had expected it, and punched out. The golden flames turned into a pillar of light that shot over and struck the Myriad Poison Venerable's chest. It left a charred mark and knocked him back. Now! The Crimson Flame King's eyes narrowed. Qinyu's intention was to heavily injure Myriad Poison Venerable as much as possible. This had to be done in an instant. Otherwise, once the Myriad Poison Venerable's injuries reached a certain degree, he would immediately admit defeat and not continue to fight head-on. Whoosh boom, the speed of the golden sword suddenly increased, creating an even more violent storm of golden flames. The scorching and sharp wind of flame swept across a radius of several hundred zhang. I lost. Venerable Myriad Poison's miserable cry rang out. Not bad. To be able to last so long in my hands. The Scarlet Flame King waved his hand, and all the golden light swords returned to his hand. They turned into a ball of flame and entered his body. The Myriad Poison Supremacy's clothes were in tatters, and he was bathed in blood. He looked like a beaten-up beggar. His face was deathly pale. His originally ferocious face now looked extremely pitiful and miserable. Cough, cough, the Myriad Poison Venerable coughed twice and spat out some blood from his mouth. His body trembled, and he glared at the Scarlet Flame King with hatred and fear. He was about to return. However, at that moment, Qinyu's voice rang out, Myriad Poison Venerable, where are you going? 2 hours are up. I'm ready to accept your challenge. Qinyu stood up from the God of Cookery feast and looked at the Myriad Poison Venerable, who was about to leave. While flying, the Myriad Poison Venerate staggered and nearly fell. His stabilized body stiffened, and his face was filled with resentment and anger. He was the one who initiated the challenge. Before the time was up, he even mocked Qinyu and asked him not to be a coward. He also emphasized in front of countless people that he would definitely challenge Qinyu. However, the current situation did not allow him to challenge Qinyu. In the battle with the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Lord, he suffered a fierce attack from the latter at the end. His body was covered in countless wounds, and he was heavily injured in 3 places. Under such circumstances, he could only unleash about 50% of his strength. Qinyu was a genius who had condensed the light of prodigy. Even if his strength was not real, he could not be defeated with only 50% of his strength. If he were to challenge Qinyu in his current state, there was an 80% chance that he would lose. However, if he did not challenge Qinyu, it would be like slapping himself in front of countless people. At that moment, the Myriad Poison Venerable struggled with resentment, anger, and sorrow in his heart. In the end, he closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. I give up the challenge. After that, he quickly returned to the Sex Flying Tool and hid in the skull. Ha ha ha. Many people burst into laughter. The Myriad Poison Venerable, who had been extremely domineering and pressuring Qinyu, gave up the challenge and slapped himself in the face. Meanwhile, most people were looking at Qinyu with a hint of caution and solemnity on their faces. It seemed that the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Lord had defeated the Myriad Poison Venerable in this battle. However, the one who benefited the most was still Qinyu. He had defeated the myriad poison venerable without making a move, causing him to lose face and slapping himself in the face. Next, I will fight for the top seats. The Scarlet Flame King said proudly, enjoying the respectful gazes around him. He just fought with the myriad poison venerable, and now he wants to fight again for the top seats. This person's strength is not to be underestimated, the demonic ape thought. Among the 10 people in the top seats, many of them had a serious expression. Because they might all face the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Lord's challenge. Since the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Lord is so straightforward, I like to make friends with geniuses like him. Please give me some face and don't fight for the Southern region's genius's spot. Xianxia said with a smile. Originally, the participants of the Feast of the God of Cookery were the 100 geniuses of the Southern region who had passed the 3rd round. However, the sect forces from other regions suddenly intervened, causing the situation to develop into what it was today. Even Xianxia was challenged by geniuses from other regions and faced the risk of being kicked off his spot. If it weren't for these people, the Feast of the God of Cookery might have already started. Xianxia was still slightly bothered by this. You, bastard! The Scarlet Flame King cursed in his heart. Why is this kid so troublesome? Demonic ape, come and fight me. But it wasn't a big deal, so the Scarlet Flame King still followed Xianxia's instructions. The expression of the demonic ape sitting on the white jade chair immediately darkened as it glared at Xianxia, a ferocious glint flashing in its eyes. If it weren't for Xianxia, the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Lord would only have a small chance of challenging him. He didn't have much confidence in facing someone like the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Lord. However, he had already been challenged by someone. As someone with a superior seat, he couldn't refuse the challenge unless he gave up his seat. The demonic ape didn't say much and attacked right away, showing how much he valued the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Lord. Roar, he patted his storage bag and released the long-haired ancient ape. An earth-shattering roar accompanied by boundless anger surged in all directions. The demonic ape used a secret technique and his body grew 3 times bigger. His muscles bulged and his hair grew longer. Swoosh! Swoosh! The demonic ape and the long-haired ancient ape attacked the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Lord from both sides. In a one-on-one battle, the disciples of the Myriad Beasts sect all had war beasts and could attack from both sides to distract their opponents. However, after more than 30 moves, the demonic ape and the long-haired ancient ape were covered in bloody and charred wounds. No more, no more. I admit defeat. The demonic ape was terrified and ran far away with the long-haired ancient ape. The Scarlet Flame King walked up to the Feast of the God of Cookery with a proud smile and sat in the demonic ape's seat. I didn't expect to be able to participate in the Feast of the God of Cookery in this life. What treasure is this table made of? It seems even more powerful than a profound artifact. The Scarlet Flame King was excited and thought to himself. Profound artifacts were divine weapons above spirit artifacts. There weren't many of them even in the great cosmos realm. The birth of every profound artifact could cause a bloodbath. But the value of the Feast of the God of Cookery was above a profound artifact. The other geniuses in the upper seats couldn't help but size up the Scarlet Flame King and Xianxia. A few of them had already confirmed that Xianxia and Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame had known each other for a long time. Otherwise, Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame would never listen to Xianxia's orders. Except for Long Chen, everyone else knew nothing about Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame. But Xianxia knew Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame. If these people knew that the Scarlet Flame King was actually a spiritual pet that had signed an equal contract with Xianxia, who knew how they would feel? Damn bastard, Xianxia must know Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame. The demonic ape cursed. He wasn't a match for Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame, but was he not a match for Xianxia? Wait until I recover from my injuries, then I'll make you scram. The demonic ape glared at Xianxia with hatred in his eyes. On the other side, Myriad Poison Venerable also slowly regained his senses. Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame and Xianxia must have known each other for a long time. Damn it, I was tricked by them. Myriad Poison Venerable gritted his teeth. I will definitely take revenge for this. With a ferocious expression, he took out a gray jar and opened it. There was a black centipede in the jar, but this centipede was extremely long, like a snake. It was entrenched in the jar, and there were 18 eyes on its head. Just one look at it would make one's scalp tingle. Senior brother, this is the voodoo evil centipede? The green-haired woman stared at the centipede in the jar and gasped. Yes, it is the voodoo evil centipede. This is an extremely poisonous insect. I obtained it by chance and have been cultivating it ever since. It is extremely poisonous. If it is used to kill, the enemy will definitely die, but it can only be used once. Myriad Poison Venerable's lips curled into a sinister smile. Senior brother, this is the feast of the god of cookery. You can't kill. The green-haired woman immediately reminded him. Of course I know that. Have you forgotten? The voodoo evil centipede has another use. It can quickly heal injuries and increase combat power. Myriad Poison Venerable said in a low voice. But the side effect of doing this will make you suffer from the insect's poison for 3 days every month. If you can't endure it, you will die. The green-robed woman reminded him. If it were her, she would never use the voodoo evil centipede like that. The pain that senior brother suffered just now far exceeds the side effect of using the voodoo evil centipede. Myriad Poison Venerable had a crazed look on his face. He had already made up his mind. In the sky above the poor mountain ancient land, a tattered metal cube flew forward. On top of the metal cube, there was a puppet with clown makeup on it. It looked like a puppet. Brother Dong predicted that the prodigy ranking battle would be unpredictable. I didn't expect it to be at the god of cookery's banquet. I wonder if Brother Dong can make it in time. The clown suddenly spoke, a strong sense of anticipation appearing on his eerie face. Swoosh, behind the tattered metal cube, 2 powerful true essence energies suddenly shot out, increasing its speed by 50%. Soon, countless people and flying tools of various sizes appeared in the clown's vision. Further in, waves of true essence fluctuations and intense collisions could be heard. It shouldn't be over yet. The clown's eyes lit up, and he flew away on the metal cube. What's that? Get out of the way. Up ahead, many people suddenly sensed the commotion and turned to see a broken metal cube and a clown colliding toward them. They immediately dodged. Swoosh, the clown rode on a flying tool, broke through the crowd, and arrived at the prodigy ranking battle. Because his method was more direct, coupled with his appearance and some special flying tools, he instantly attracted many people's attention. What kind of weirdo is this? He actually dressed himself up like this. This is the god of cookery's banquet, not a masquerade ball. What's he doing dressed up like this? Ha ha ha. Most people were waiting for the clown who suddenly rushed in to make a fool of himself. The god of cookery's banquet. The rules of the god of cookery's banquet are 3 classes of seats. The clown's eyes shone as he looked at the white jade tables and chairs on the square. Save a class seat for Brother Dong. The clown immediately shouted and flew over. Behind him, many people were dumbfounded. Where did this weirdo come from? He looked crazy and strange, yet he asked for a class seat the moment he opened his mouth. There were only 10 class seats, and they were all occupied by the outstanding geniuses of the major regions. Could this clown actually sit in one of them? Many people at the god of cookery's banquet also looked over. This weird-looking clown actually wanted to fight for a class seat. They felt that there were not many real fools in this world, and those who dared to challenge them basically had some strength and confidence. However, to the crowd, this clown definitely did not belong to that category. He was more like the former. Isn't this Brother Chen? You're here too? While the clown was sizing up the VIP seats, he suddenly noticed Chenyu. Suddenly, the gazes of the geniuses at the feast of the culinary god landed on Chenyu. This silly clown seemed to have a close relationship with Chenyu. Chenyu was sitting in the best seats of the god of cookery banquet, and his strength was recognized by all. They didn't think that Chenyu would befriend a fool. The gazes of the geniuses on the upper seats changed as they looked at the clown. Their gazes were now filled with a hint of caution. Chenyu, where did this clown come from? How strong was he exactly? Weaker or stronger than you? Ho-Chen was very curious and asked a few questions at once. The others also looked over. You'll know soon enough. Chenyu was too lazy to explain one by one, so he said mysteriously. He didn't think it would be difficult for the clown to get into the top 10. The clown was proficient in too many things, including mechanisms, puppets, and formations. If he caught his opponent off guard, he would definitely be able to crush his opponent. Why are you keeping me in suspense? Luo Chome snorted and glanced at Qinyu with slight disdain. Originally, Qinyu planned to watch the battle in peace and refine his mystic pattern devil body. He didn't care about anything else. But Luo Chome's reaction made him slightly unhappy. As a defeated opponent, he still had an unconvinced look on his face. In fact, Luo Chome was indeed unconvinced. She felt that if she was at her peak, she would definitely not have lost to Qinyu, and her mark would not have been stolen. She was even more envious of Qinyu's current achievements. Brother Dong, let me analyze for you. Among the 10 people here, this person is injured and hasn't fully recovered. He should be easier to deal with. Qinyu looked at Luo Chome and said with a slightly evil smile. Luo Chome's almond-shaped eyes glared as anger rose in her. Oh? I don't know these people, so I'll just blindly choose. I'll listen to you. Brother Dong looked deeply at Qinyu. Then, his gaze stopped on Luo Chome. Bastard! Luo Chome snorted angrily. She stood up and walked out of the God of Cookery banquet. After the battle with Qinyu, her injuries worsened. When she passed the second round, she had only recovered 60% of her strength. But when she sat on the chair of the God of Cookery banquet, her internal injuries healed faster. The effect of the elixir increased, and she had recovered 80% of her strength. Even if she faced Qinyu, she still thought that she had a higher chance of winning. Make your move. Luo Chome let out a cold snort and immediately made her move. A chilling icicle appeared in her hand and streaked across the heavens and earth. Swoosh, a snow-white icy sword chi dragged out a majestic sword chi shadow. The piercingly cold sword chi caused a cold wind that was like ice blades to blow between heaven and earth. Bang, the sword energy collided with a loud bang. The power of extreme cold merged with the sword energy and spread in all directions. When the ice and snow dissipated, a short and fat puppet appeared in front of the clown. There was a metal plate the size of a door on its arm, protecting the clown and blocking Luo Chome's attack. A puppet master? A profession flashed in Luo Chome's mind. The next moment, the clown threw out more than a dozen puppets from his storage bag. Each of them looked extremely uncoordinated and had no sense of beauty. If they participated in the clown contest, they would be invulnerable. In an instant, more than a dozen puppets moved at the same time. Among them, 4 circular puppets shot out silver lines that connected with each other to form a formation, trapping Luo Chome inside. 3 square-faced puppets had 4 round holes in their chests. Silver flames shot out from the holes and attacked Luo Chome. Get lost. Luo Chome swept out with the icicle in her hand. A snow-white icy sword arc instantly burst out, and a bone-piercing sword aura swept out. At this moment, 2 puppets raised their door-sized shields and came over to block the attack. The spectators at the God of Cookery banquet fell into silence as they watched the battle. This person has strong mental control. He can control so many puppets at the same time. Venerable Fallen Moon said. There were not many people who could be praised by him. These puppets look shabby, but they are actually extraordinary. They are of different types, excellent performance, and excellent coordination. Ho Chen's clear eyes carefully observed the battle. If these puppets were made by the clown himself, then his puppetry skills would be beyond imagination. Coupled with his puppet control skills, he was simply a master-level puppeteer. Luo Chome's situation was not good in this battle. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. On the other side, the Ape Demon and Venerable Myriad Poison appeared at almost the same time. Qinyu, you despicable man, do you dare to fight me? Venerable Myriad Poison growled, his voice filled with endless resentment. The Ape Demon, who was about to challenge Qinyu, was startled and glanced at Venerable Myriad Poison. That glance made his hair stand on end. He had long hair to begin with, and now, every strand of hair was standing up like a hedgehog. There seemed to be something wriggling on Venerable Myriad Poison's face and body. He looked extremely ferocious, like a monster. Dark green mist floated around him, emitting a terrifying aura that could silence all things. I'll let him go first. The Ape Demon shrank his head and retreated. Even when he was in his prime, he was still a little wary of Venerable Myriad Poison, who had not turned into this. Qinyu looked at Venerable Myriad Poison with goosebumps all over his body. Little guy, this person used the voodoo poison Evil Centipede. Not only did it heal his injuries quickly, but it also increased his combat strength. The Crimson Flame King looked like he was watching a good show. If Qinyu had not asked him to deal with Venerable Myriad Poison, he might not be in this situation. Hence, the Crimson Flame King was gloating. At that moment, the winner of the battle between the clown and Luo Chome was decided. Luo Chome was completely crushed by the clown's puppets. The clown made a stunning comeback and obtained a superior seat. Brother Chen, you were right. Looks like this girl is the weakest among the 10 of you. The clown grinned. Everyone at the Feast of Cookery was speechless. Luo Chome's strength was definitely not the weakest among the top 10. After the defeat, Luo Chome almost fainted from anger. The clown defeated her, but he still insulted her. Brother Dong, I have a gift for you. The clown tossed out a glass bottle with a black pill inside. What's the use of this? Qinyu immediately asked. If the clown did not explain, he would not dare to eat it. Qinyu, are you afraid? Get out here. Venerable Myriad Poison roared. He paid a heavy price to use the voodoo poison Evil Centipede just to defeat Qinyu head-on and let him have a taste of death. If Qinyu was afraid and got cold feet, this was not the result Venerable Myriad Poison wanted. Swoosh, Qinyu flew up and stared coldly at Venerable Myriad Poison. Venerable Myriad Poison had used some unknown method to quickly heal his injuries, and he looked even stronger than before. However, Qinyu's physique was very resistant to poison, so he still had a certain degree of confidence. Kill. Seeing Qinyu step forward, Venerable Myriad Poison did not say a word and directly attacked. He stretched out his palm, and the dark green poisonous mist behind him churned, turning into a dark green poisonous palm that grabbed at Qinyu like the hand of death. Whoosh, on Qinyu's palm, a resplendent blood-glazed blood flame leaped out. He waved his hand, and a layer of blood flame flew out, landing on the huge dark green poisonous palm, and the blood flame spread. Extinguish. Venerable Myriad Poison roared, and an even more terrifying poison quintessential essence erupted from his poisonous palm, intertwining with the blood-glazed blood flame for a breath's time before extinguishing it. Boom, this palm suddenly descended, but it was suddenly shattered by Qinyu's heavy punch, turning into a dense poisonous mist that shrouded the heaven and earth. Whoosh whoosh, the poisonous mist churned, and ordinary wind power and quintessential essence could not disperse it. When a portion of the poisonous mist touched Qinyu's skin, it immediately festered, and a cold poison rapidly permeated his body, turning everything into something rotten. What a powerful poison! Qinyu was slightly shocked. Venerable Myriad Poison's Poison Dao ability was already very strong, but now, he had used some unknown method, and his poison was far stronger than before. Even with Qinyu's physique, the poison quickly invaded his body. If it were an ordinary mid-stage Void Sea cultivator, he would probably be poisoned to death by Venerable Myriad Poison in an instant. Just as Qinyu and Venerable Myriad Poison were fighting, Eight Swords Sacred Gate greets the culinary god. A deep and aged voice rang out. A huge ship flew over from afar, cutting through the surging sea of clouds. Eight Swords Sacred Gate. Isn't that a peak 3-star force in the eastern region? The appearance of the Eight Swords Sacred Gate attracted a lot of attention. After all, the arrival of such a powerful force would definitely change the seating structure of the Feast of Cookery. 3 people stood at the bow of the ship, looking into the distance. This is the god of cookery's feast? An elegant woman in a green dress had watery eyes. She was extremely moved. If she could obtain a superior seat and obtain a great fortuitous encounter, she might be able to catch up to Dongmen Jingyu. Beside the green-dressed woman, the silver-robed man, Dongmen Jingyu, stood proudly. His calm eyes flickered with a brilliant light. Wherever he was, he seemed to have become the focal point, involuntarily attracting the gazes of others. Dongmen Jingyu of the Eight Swords Sacred Gate is here. I heard that this person is ranked 3rd on the geniuses ranking list of the Eastern region. Looks like the top 10 will be snatched away by someone from the Eastern region. Dongmen Jingyu's appearance caused the expressions of the upper echelons of the southern region's sex to darken slightly. The faces of the geniuses at the God of Cookery's banquet became even more solemn. Another person was about to be kicked out of the top-class seats at the Feast of Cookery, Suddenly, a white-robed figure walked out from behind Dongmen Jingyu and the others. In that instant, more than half of the gazes focused on Dongmen Jingyu simultaneously shifted to the white-robed figure. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, and her clothes were whiter than snow. On her flawless face, there was a pair of crystal-like eyes that flickered with a cold and gentle light. This woman who had suddenly appeared was like a beautiful fairy in the snow, giving off a feeling of being 1,000 miles away. "So beautiful, who is this girl?" a dumbfounded man blurted out. "It should be the other geniuses of the Eight Swords Sacred Gate. The eastern region is far away from us. We've only heard of Dongmen Jingyu, who ranks high on the Heaven's Chosen list. We don't know many other geniuses." Another person replied. "This is the southern region?" Yi Luofeng looked down and quickly looked at the god of cookery's feast. Many young talents and the god of cookery were sitting at the fairyland-like banquet. However, there was no sign of him here. Yi Luofeng's eyes dimmed a bit. That's true. He might not be in the southern territory, and he might not even be in the great cosmos realm, Yi Luofeng thought. However, did she really have to search the entire vast cosmos realm? Search for other realms? As she thought about how far away it was, her heart suddenly turned cold, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. "Junior sister Luofeng, what's wrong?" Dongmen Jingyu was very observant, and he noticed the changes in Yi Luofeng. When Yi Luofeng saw the god of cookery feast, she felt a sense of joy, but then she felt a sense of loss. Why was she depressed? "It's nothing," Yi Luofeng said coldly. Suddenly, scram! A loud roar came from the dark green poisonous mist. The person who spoke was none other than Chen Yu, who was battling myriad poison supremacy. Hearing this voice, Yi Luofeng was in a daze for a moment before she suddenly reacted. Her eyes widened, and there was a flicker of watery light in them as she looked at the dark green poison mist. "How familiar," she murmured, her heart beating faster. Fu Yi Luofeng's spiritual sense penetrated the layers of poisonous mist and saw a vague figure. Instantly, as if she had been struck by lightning, she froze on the spot. Her jade-like hands lightly trembled as a layer of hazy mist appeared in her ice-like jade-like eyes. "It's him." In the poisonous mist, Chen Yu activated the mystic rune fiend body and used the fiend scale light shield. He waved his arms, and the fiend rune true essence and the blood-glazed flame turned into a black and red turbulence that spread out. However, myriad poison supremacy's poison art was extraordinary. It could corrode true essence, and it couldn't be dispelled by ordinary wind or true essence. Chen Yu's body seemed to have a magnet, and the poison in the surroundings continuously gathered toward him. His skin had started to fester, and a lot of the poison had already seeped into his body. "Ha ha ha, Chen Yu, this is the difference between you and me." Myriad poison supremacy roared at the sky, and then said with a cold expression, "I could easily defeat you in the past, let alone the current me." Now that he had used the voodoo evil centipede, his combat power had increased by far. On the giant arc of the Eight Swords Sacred Gate, Dongmen Jingyu observed the battle. What happened? Myriad poison supremacy used the voodoo evil centipede. Dongmen Jingyu was puzzled. Although myriad poison supremacy's opponent was impressive, he shouldn't have been able to force myriad poison supremacy to this extent. Judging from the current situation, myriad poison supremacy would definitely win. If he made a killing move, his opponent would definitely die. Of course, Dongmen Jingyu didn't care about that. He only cared about the first-class seats at the God of Cookery feast and Yi Luofeng. At the mention of Yi Luofeng, Dongmen Jingyu suddenly realized that there was something wrong with her. "Luofeng, what's wrong?" Dongmen Jingyu asked hurriedly. Something must have happened. Yi Luofeng was acting too strangely today. Dongmen Jingyu couldn't figure out what was going on. She was filled with complicated emotions. Clink, a 3.5-foot-long icy jade sword suddenly appeared in Yi Luofeng's hand, and a piercingly cold sword aura swept out. The world was cold, and the sword intent was bone-piercing. Icy sword aura floated around her, faintly forming a huge snow lotus. "This is..." The lady in the green dress at the side immediately shivered and looked at Yi Luofeng with a trembling expression. Dongmen Jingyu had said before that she wasn't Yi Luofeng's match. At that time, she thought that Dongmen Jingyu was helping Yi Luofeng. Now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Yi Luofeng's sword intent alone gave her a feeling that she couldn't contend with her. Dongmen Jinyu's eyes narrowed. He noticed that Yi Luofeng was watching the battle between myriad poison supremacy and Qinyu. She had even taken out her spirit weapon, looking like she was about to make a move. Luofeng, this is the god of cookery feast. Those two are fighting fairly. You can't interfere. Dongmen Jinyu immediately advised. Yi Luofeng's eyes were fixed on Qinyu, who was shrouded in a poisonous mist of death. At this moment, Qinyu was in a crisis, even she felt pressured by myriad poison supremacy's strength. However, she couldn't let Qinyu die. It had not been easy for her to find hope. If she watched Qinyu die before her eyes, her heart might die as well. Swish, Yi Luofeng put her sword back into her storage space. However, she kept her eyes on Qinyu. Once Qinyu was in danger, she would definitely make a move. Dongmen Jinyu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yi Luofeng put her sword away. However, his heart felt heavier. At this moment, he was certain that the person who caused Yi Luofeng to lose control and have such a huge emotional fluctuation was the person who was fighting myriad poison supremacy. Dongmen Jinyu looked at Qinyu with a solemn gaze, sizing up Qinyu from head to toe. Boom. Boom, myriad poison supremacy struck out 2 palms in a row. His attack was ordinary, but the poison within it erupted. Its lethality was enough to make people flee at the sight of it. At this moment, he believed that he would win without a doubt. Myriad poison supremacy didn't kill, and he couldn't. As long as Qinyu didn't admit defeat, he would slowly feed the poison to Qinyu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qinyu's defenses were rapidly eroded by the strange poison. In this situation, even if I use the bloodline of the golden-winged phoenix, his eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, Qinyu recalled something. Right, the pill that the clown gave me earlier. He recalled the pill that the clown gave him earlier. Although the clown didn't explain the effects of the pill, Qinyu already had a guess in his mind. The clown seemed unreliable, but he was still very reliable. He wouldn't give him a pill for no reason. At this thought, Qinyu immediately took out the glass bottle and swallowed the black pill inside. Brother Dong, don't trick me. Qinyu shouted in his heart. He hoped that he hadn't underestimated Brother Dong. After consuming the black pill, a sticky medicinal effect quickly spread throughout his body and flowed into his limbs, flesh, and skin. Finally, the medicinal effect seeped out of his body and turned into a dark membrane that covered Qinyu's skin. Most of the poison has been expelled. Moreover, this dark membrane seems to be able to resist the poison. Joy appeared on Qinyu's face. Indeed, Brother Dong wouldn't have given him any pill in that situation. This was a pill that could resist poison. Qinyu had personally experienced the strength of the myriad poison supremacy's poison. This showed how valuable this pill was. With this poison resistance pill and my own poison resistance, it's not impossible to defeat even the current myriad poison venerable. Qinyu suddenly raised his head and looked at the 2 palms that the myriad poison supremacy had executed. Buzz, a scorching and surging bloodline power suddenly surged out of Qinyu's body and spread throughout his entire body. Screech, a loud phoenix cry was accompanied by a scorching flame pressure that pressed down in all directions. In an instant, a layer of phoenix feather patterns appeared on Qinyu's skin. A ball of flames condensed behind his back and turned into a pair of flaming wings. Break! He shouted and mobilized his physique and activated the blood-glazed flame. With the support of the bloodline of the golden-winged phoenix, he threw 2 consecutive punches, boom. Boom, the momentum of the punches was shocking. It was like 2 balls of black and red intertwining and surging flames that smashed down in a straight line. Boom. Boom, Qinyu's punches instantly hit the myriad poison supremacy's 200 poison divine palms. This time, the 100 poison divine palms did not turn into a large cloud of poison mist. Most of its poison power was directly incinerated by Qinyu's attack. The blood-glazed flame and the bloodline of the golden-winged phoenix were able to suppress the myriad poison supremacy's poison path true essence to a certain extent. The sudden change caused the leisurely expression of the myriad poison supremacy to change. Damn it, he actually has a spirit pill that can resist poison and bloodline power. The myriad poison supremacy gritted his teeth and his expression darkened. He took out a pill from his storage bag and merged it with his poison path true essence before abruptly slapping it. He had thousands of strange poisons in his possession, including 5 that affected bloodlines. Boom, the ball of green and red intertwined light charged at Xianxia. Once it hit, the poison could suppress the bloodline power. Xianxia immediately took out the golden phoenix wings and combined it with the bloodline of the golden-winged phoenix. The wings released a fiery glow. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Xianxia flapped his wings, a wave of scorching flame energy instantly erupted, causing Xianxia to look like a flaming phoenix as he rapidly soared into the sky, dodging the attack. Yangming Sword Finger, Xianxia launched a counterattack. With the support of the bloodline of the golden-winged phoenix, the power of the Yangming Sword Finger had also greatly increased. Whoosh in the sky, a blood-colored beam of sword chi charged down with unparalleled ferocity. Before the sword finger could land, a scorching aura of extreme yang rushed over. The myriad poison supremacy's battle strength had increased, but it did not mean that he was not afraid of anything. Facing Xianxu's attack, he felt a sense of danger and quickly retreated. At the beginning of the battle between Xianxu and the myriad poison venerable, the latter had an absolute advantage. After using the voodoo evil centipede, his injuries had healed, and his poison arts had become stronger. Even the young master of thunder, Duan Shao, or the fairy of the extinctive sword, Guanao Xue, were not willing to fight such a poisonous person. Even if they could win, there would be serious consequences if they were accidentally poisoned. But suddenly, the situation changed. An ancient and scorching bloodline power spread in all directions, causing many people's blood to stagnate and their skin to heat up. Such a powerful fire bloodline. Long Chen's eyes glittered. As the king of the white jade water dragons, the density and strength of his bloodline could be said to be superior to everyone else. But Xianxu's bloodline made his white jade water dragon bloodline restless, as if it wanted to compete with it. Such a powerful bloodline. Which race does he come from? The demonic ape's eyes narrowed. The geniuses of the southern region had seen Xianxu's golden phoenix wing bloodline, but it was the first time for the people of the other regions to see Xianxu use the bloodline power. The strength of one's bloodline power had a great impact on one's battle strength. At least for now, the demonic ape had to re-evaluate Xianxu's strength and wouldn't recklessly challenge him. In the sky, a crimson pillar of fire shone down. Myriad poison supremacy felt a strong sense of danger and hurriedly dodged. But he didn't expect Xianxu to still have the bloodline power, nor did he think that he would be able to turn the situation around, so he was a little slower. Xianxu's Yangming Sword Finger was far faster than usual under the enhancement of the space intent power. It almost pierced through the sky in an instant. Poof, the crimson pillar of fire brushed past myriad poison supremacy's left arm and scraped off a large piece of flesh. The blood-glazed flame followed the wound and crazily ate away myriad poison supremacy's life force and the voodoo evil centipede. SSS myriad poison supremacy gritted his teeth and hissed. He looked at his wound with a face full of shock. The 5 poison evil centipede in the myriad poison venerable's body twitched and churned, causing his body to tremble and feel an even more intense pain. Venerable myriad poison looked at Xianxu soaring in the sky like a phoenix. The rage and hatred in his heart immediately ignited. Courting death. He let out a cold shout and took out 3 triangular darts from his bag of holding. The darts emitted a dark green glow and shot out. Xiao! 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 As the triangular dart flew, it set off a whirling blade and fused the poison into it. This greatly increased the range of the darts. Once the darts got within a certain distance, they would be injured by the poisonous whirlwind blades, and the poison would instantly invade their bodies. 3 triangular darts flew out in a triangular formation, increasing the attack range once again. Pu, the golden wings on Xianxu's back flapped rapidly, releasing a violent flame energy. The power of his bloodline was perfectly connected to the golden phoenix wing, allowing him to unleash the full potential of this flying item. Boom, there was a burst of flames in the sky. Xianxu turned into a stream of golden light and leaped out. So fast. Venerable myriad poison was shocked. In an instant, Xianxu dodged all 3 of his poisonous darts. Suddenly, a palm light flashing with a silver-red luster fell from the sky. Boom, Xianxu performed the second move of the black sky palm. This palm rapidly charged at venerable myriad poison at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. There was no way to dodge it. Venerable Myriad Poison was horrified. He could only instantly release a stream of genuine essence to block the attack and weaken its power. Bang! The palm light fell, smashing a dark green poisonous light and imprinted on Venerable Myriad Poison's body. Venerable Myriad Poison was wearing a defensive inner armor, but the power of this palm was extraordinary. It caused his internal organs to tremble violently and many of them were damaged. With a sinister glint in his eyes, he stared at Xianxia. While controlling the poisonous darts to attack, he constantly performed the 100 poison divine palms. Ordinary poisons could no longer affect Xianxia. Unless his poison attacks broke through Xianxia's defense and the poison seeped into his body. In reality, Venerable Myriad Poison was also extremely shocked and depressed. How could Xianxia's poison resistance be so strong? Even he, Venerable Myriad Poison, who tested poisons day and night and turned into a poison body, was only SOSO. Not good. Bang! Another spatial palm technique descended. Caught off guard, Venerable Myriad Poison was sent flying and vomited a large mouthful of blood. His blood was dark green and contained a lethal poison. Ordinary people would die upon contact. I didn't expect this person to have comprehended the power of the spatial intent. Long Chen's eyes sank slightly. Xianxia seemed to have endless trump cards as he displayed them one after another. Comprehending the power of the spatial intent would give one a great advantage in battle. Secondly, Xianxia's spatial palm technique was simply a perfect match with his explosive speed. This point could also be verified by Ho Chen. Ho Chen also possessed the power of the spatial intent. His movement technique was superb, and coupled with the mysterious Ho clan's secret technique, the mysterious void finger, the two complemented each other, and his combat power was extraordinary. The battle situation had completely changed. Xianxia occupied the advantage in speed and relied on the spatial palm technique to constantly injure Venerable Myriad Poison. As for the latter, he could do nothing to Xianxia and was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Arg! Venerable Myriad Poison's mouth was streaked with blood. His eyes bulged, and veins bulged on his forehead as he roared ferociously. Previously, he had already lost face in front of Xianxia. If he lost again, what face would he have left? 100 Poison Death Palm. Venerable Myriad Poison's expression was cold. He raised his palm, and a huge amount of quintessential qi surged non-stop. One could faintly see that there seemed to be countless snakes, insects, rats, and ants roaring within this dark green quintessential qi. It's actually the 100 Poison Death Palm. The Poison King Sex green-haired woman's expression changed as she cried out involuntarily. Isn't this the killing move of the 100 Poison Divine Palm? The ape demon's heart turned cold. The poisonous power of this palm was so strong that it could instantly wipe out all living things within a radius of thousands of miles. Even if it was him, there was no other way but to escape when facing this palm from Venerable Myriad Poison. Of course, even if he chose to escape, he might not be safe and sound. Boom! On the giant palm that was 60 to 70 feet high, there was a shocking poisonous gas, and there seemed to be countless poisonous creatures rolling and hissing in it. In the palm of this giant dark green palm, there was an extremely long shadow of a centipede. That was the poisonous power of the 5 Poison Evil Centipede. As soon as the 100 Poison Death Palm was used, Venerable Myriad Poison instantly weakened, and his skin turned pale. On the other side, a great pressure descended around Xianxia. The giant dark green palm was like the hand of death, grabbing at him. What a vicious guy. If I can't block this attack, I'm afraid I'll die on the spot. Xianxia's expression was cold. His mind seeped into the storage ring on his hand and took out the 9-bone demon spirit sword. Swish, a layer of demon chi and golden flame suddenly surrounded the dark and ferocious bone sword. Activating the transformation ability of the 9-bone demon spirit sword, the 9-bone spikes on the sword trembled rapidly. The next moment, the sword was enlarged by 5 times, and it looked like a black pillar. Demon chi wild slash. Xianxia swung the enlarged 9-bone demon spirit sword with both arms, injected power into it, and fiercely swept out. Boom! The shocking dark sword aura was attached with a layer of golden flames, and like a peerless demon, it burst out. Bang! The sword aura collided with the 100 Poison Death Palm, and the terrible force and power instantly exploded, splitting the giant poisonous palm into 2. The power of the 100 Poison Death Palm was the power of poison. In terms of attack power, Xianxia's attack was unparalleled. Boom! the 100-poison death palm instantly collapsed, turning into a dark green poisonous fog, and spread out in all directions. "Oh no, retreat! Be careful of the poison!" The spectators and the geniuses at the feast of the god of cookery were startled. "Humph, Poison King sect, this is the place where the ranking battle of the southern domains chosen is taking place. Furthermore, this is the feast of the god of cookery. Your disciple dares to use such a vicious poison. Are you planning to kill everyone here?" The evil moon sect elder with a wooden staff snorted coldly, and a solemn silver light burst out and swept across the sky. In an instant, the terrifying poisonous gas that was rapidly spreading in all directions dissipated like a drop of ink into the sea, disappearing without a trace. The elder with the wooden staff only attacked in an instant. When the poisonous gas dissipated, the crowd immediately saw a different scene. The remaining power of Qianyu's sword had hit venerable myriad poison. His inner armor was shattered, and there was a large bloody wound on his body. The 5-poison evil centipede in his body let out a shrill cry, and in the end, it was broken into a few pieces. Venerable myriad poison fell and smashed into the sacred region empty world formation. Bang! The sacred region empty world formation had a rebounding force, and it bounced venerable myriad poison up again. The wound was torn open, and blood spurted out wildly. Whoosh! The scrawny elder from the Poison King sect instantly appeared next to venerable myriad poison, and with a wave of his hand, a layer of green light wrapped around him. Humph, aren't the geniuses of the southern region the same? The elder from the Poison King sect had no choice but to use Qianyu as an excuse to refute the ruler of the southern region. The elder with the wooden staff frowned slightly. He glanced at Qianyu, and realized that Qianyu had used his advantage in speed to dodge the attack, and was not affected by the poison. Thus, he did not pursue the matter further. The battle had finally come to an end, everyone was shocked. The venerable myriad poison, who was extremely powerful in his poison art, had been defeated on the spot, and had fainted from severe injuries. If it wasn't for the ruler of the Poison King sect, he might have died. No matter what, venerable myriad poison was not fated to participate in the god of cookery feast. Meanwhile, Qianyu, who had fought against such a terrifying opponent, only suffered some light poison injuries, and they quickly healed. Whoosh whoosh, the bloodline phenomenon on Qianyu's body slowly dissipated. After the battle, he prepared to return to the god of cookery feast. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind blew past. "Who's there?" Qianyu immediately turned around and growled. He had just experienced a battle. Even if he wanted to challenge him, he should at least greet him first. What did he mean by charging straight at him? However, when Qianyu turned around and saw a beautiful figure that was as beautiful as ice, his heart seemed to be affected, and it suddenly jumped a few times. Qianyu was stunned for a moment, and his face was filled with astonishment. He did not expect to see Yi Luofeng again in such a manner. At that moment, Yi Luofeng seemed to be even more beautiful than the one in his mind. Suddenly, snowflakes fluttered in the surroundings, and a slim figure rapidly approached. Dongmen Jingyu was a little surprised to see Qianyu suddenly turn the situation around and heavily injure the myriad poison supremacy. Coupled with Yi Luofeng's strange behavior because of Qianyu, he had already developed a trace of hostility toward Qianyu. Suddenly, Yi Luofeng, who was beside him, flew out toward Qianyu. "No, junior sister Luofeng." Dongmen Jingyu was stunned as he watched Yi Luofeng fly toward Qianyu. What's going on? What's the relationship between the two of them? Dongmen Jingyu's mind was full of doubts. He knew nothing about Yi Luofeng's past, and he couldn't speculate. The surrounding spectators, as well as the geniuses of the culinary gods' feast, looked at this scene in confusion. What's this beauty from the eastern region's 8 swords sacred gate planning to do? Could it be that Qianyu defeated the myriad poison supremacy, and his domineering aura subdued her? Of course, this possibility was very small. Just from her appearance, it could be seen that this cold woman was not such a person. What kind of deeper story was behind all of this? Only the Crimson Flame King's lips curled up as he smiled and shook his head. Fate brings us together, who a cold wind blew. Yi Luofeng came before Qianyu, but it made him feel an inexplicable warmth in his heart. This sudden meeting without any preparation, the emotions and thoughts that appeared in his heart might be the most real. "You're here." Qianyu was pleasantly surprised, but also helpless. He didn't know what to say. He saw that the beautiful woman standing in front of him had a faint mist in her crystal-clear eyes, as well as resentment and anger. Resentment that Xianxia didn't look for her in the great cosmos realm, and didn't care about her. Resentment that Xianxia put himself in danger and almost died at the hands of the myriad poison supremacy. Thinking up to here, Yi Luofeng felt extremely wronged and resentful in her heart. She lightly bit her lips and stretched out her slender arms, looking like she wanted to vent her anger and beat someone up. But her hand froze in midair, and she couldn't bear to do it. "Lady Luofeng, I trust you have been well since we last met." Xianxia chuckled and quickly reacted by grabbing her outstretched hand. However, in the next moment, Xianxia cursed inwardly. He seemed to have acted too quickly. Yi Luofeng clearly didn't seem to be prepared to make a move. The moment he held the beautiful woman's hand, Xianxia felt a soft touch. There was a feeling of reunion after a long time, as well as another kind of emotional impulse, causing him to use a little more force. Yi Luofeng hadn't expected that Xianxia would suddenly grab her hand. At this moment, when she was forcefully pulled by Xianxia, she was caught off guard. Her body leaned forward and she unexpectedly fell into Xianxia's arms. Xianxia was also taken aback. He thought that this woman had taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms. His heart pounding, he wrapped his other arm around her. This scene caused the surrounding crowd to be dumbfounded. Right after an intense fight scene ended, a love scene immediately unfolded. It could be said to be a feast for the eyes. The only regret was that such a beauty was sent into someone else's arms. Behind them, Dongmen Jingyu froze on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. Originally, he was still hoping that Yi Luofeng and Xianxia were just old friends in a foreign land. However, the scene before him heavily hammered his heart, causing his mind to be at a loss. The moment Yi Luofeng felt another hand wrap around her, a crimson blush rose from her neck, spreading to her ears and cheeks, and her body stiffened. Her heart raced, and a trace of joy appeared in her heart. However, she suddenly remembered that this was the feast of the god of cookery, and there were countless spectators around. Her head was almost about to be lowered, and a shy voice rang out, "Let go of me." Xianxia felt a wave of satisfaction. After hearing this, he thought that Yi Luofeng was unwilling, so he immediately let go and took a step back. Yi Luofeng froze on the spot. She raised her blushing face slightly, and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. It was as if she was blaming Xianxia for being so decisive and letting go of her so quickly. Xianxia looked around and saw many envious and jealous gazes. He felt a warmth in his heart, and he also felt a little proud. Behind them, Dongmen Jingyu's expression was extremely gloomy. His slightly stiff face turned to look at the feast of the god of cookery, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "I have my eyes on your seat." His gaze landed on a man, and he suddenly spoke. A massive sword intent that was as powerful as a mountain and as vast as the sea crushed over. Many geniuses in the upper seats trembled, including Venerable Fallen Moon and Long Chen. They looked at Dongmen Jingyu seriously, and their hearts became a little heavier. Shinji, who was being looked at by Dongmen Jingyu, felt a great pressure, and his body sank slightly. At this moment, Dongmen Jingyu was like an unsheathed peerless sword. His entire body emitted a cold sword intent, and he yearned for a battle. Anyone who sat at the feast of the god of cookery could not refuse a challenge unless they voluntarily gave up their seat. Snatch it if you can, or scram if you can't. Shinji's demonic intent surged and shot into the sky. Although he spoke in a very domineering manner, Shinji had already regarded Dongmen Jingyu as an enemy even stronger than Xinyu. Whoosh, Xinyu and Yi Luofeng separated for a moment, and he returned to his seat. An extremely soft and warm sensation immediately came to him. The chair emitted a white haze that slowly enveloped Xinyu. The poison in Xinyu's body quickly healed with the self-healing ability of his body and the miraculous effect of the white jade chair. Moreover, he discovered that his arcane demonic body had actually improved after being corroded by the poison in the battle with Venerable Myriad Poison. He was only one step away from the next level. Perhaps I can really improve my arcane demonic body to the next level before the feast of the god of cookery ends. Xinyu's face lit up. He circulated his quintessential essence and began to refine his arcane demonic body. Of course, he also split a portion of his consciousness to observe the surroundings. At this moment, the only people who caught his attention were Dongmen Jingyu and Shinji. Dongmen Jingyu came from the same sect as Yi Luofeng, and he was ranked third on the Eastern region's prodigy ranking. Of course, Jingyu didn't know when the Eastern region's prodigy ranking had been held, so he could only use it as a reference. Secondly, there might be a difference in strength between the Eastern region's prodigy ranking and the Southern region's prodigy ranking. The battle began. Shinji was the first to attack. His entire body exuded a domineering demonic aura. Balls of black light floated out and intertwined to form the image of a giant demonic head and two giant arms. Boom! The demonic figure's arms condensed into a ball of surging demonic light and smashed down from the sky toward Dongmen Jingyu. Facing a powerful enemy like Dongmen Jingyu, Shinji's first move was a killing move. Mizar Sword. Dongmen Jingyu stood on the spot and suddenly yelled. An enormous golden sword aura soared into the sky. Amidst the sword aura that filled the sky, a large sword with golden runes soared into the sky, leaving a dazzling golden trail in its wake. Puff, the pitch-black demonic claw was pierced through by the golden rune sword. The powerful sword intent caused the entire claw to shatter. What a powerful attack! Inyu was shocked when she saw the attack. She took a deep breath. Even the solitary sword fairy, Guanao Shue, had a serious expression on her face. This sword strike was large in scale, and its imposing aura was peerlessly formidable. It pressed forward with an indomitable might, and it crushed everything in an upright manner. Kill! Shinji panicked for a moment, but he quickly suppressed it. He controlled the other demonic figure's arm to grab at Dongmen Jingyu. True Moon Sword. Dongmen Jingyu yelled again. Another sword flew out. The body of the sword was like a jade ruler, and it glowed like the moon as it drew an arc in the air. Bang! The demonic figure's arm was severed. Shinji's preemptive strike and his two attacks were easily nullified by Dongmen Jingyu. Solitary Sun Grand Opening. Dongmen Jingyu drew a line in the air with his index and middle fingers. This time, he launched an attack. The Mizar sword let out a soul-stirring sword cry. It flew into the air and spun, unleashing a dazzling golden sword intent as if it was going to flatten everything. Shinji's expression was solemn. He madly released his inner energy and formed another demonic figure's arm to attack. 2 days of pearls. Dongmen Jingyu yelled again, and the second sword danced in the air. 3 stars chasing the sun. The third sword suddenly appeared. 4 moons like frost. The 4 swords danced in unison, forming a mysterious and dazzling sword formation that enveloped Shinji. In an instant, the demonic figure behind Shinji dissipated. Dozens of wounds of varying depths accumulated on his body. Shinji was completely defenseless against Dongmen Jingyu's attack. Everyone at the Feast of Cookery shuddered at the sight of this. The people of the southern region were well aware of Shinji's strength. He was one of the top 5 cultivators. But now, he was completely suppressed by Dongmen Jingyu. Rumor has it that the 8-sword sacred gates has 8 branches. Among them, the Formation Sword branch is unprecedentedly powerful and has dominated the sect for thousands of years. Ho-chan took a deep breath and said slowly, Dongmen Jingyu probably cultivates the ultimate technique of the Formation Sword branch, the 9 Heavens Luminous Sword. A sword formation? Jinyu looked at the battlefield. Not only was Shinji injured, but he had also lost his will to fight under Dongmen Jingyu's terrifying attacks. The battle had only just begun, but Shinji had already lost his will to fight. This showed how much pressure Shinji was under. Jinyu, who had fought with Shinji before, knew how powerful Shinji was, so he could understand how powerful Dongmen Jingyu was. Lose. Dongmen Jingyu shouted coldly. Each of the 4 swords emitted a golden, sharp, and vast sword intent. Shinji used a rare defensive move, but he was still defeated and knocked unconscious. The battle ended just like that. Many geniuses at the Feast of Cookery were speechless. They had thought that it would be a fierce battle, but it turned out to be a one-sided defeat. Shinji had been easily defeated. Only Venerable Fallen Moon had the strength to do so. Swoosh, an elder of the Black Demon Valley immediately flew out to catch Shinji and treat his injuries. This was the Feast of Cookery, and it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as Shinji could wake up, there was at least a chance for him to win a seat, even if it was an inferior one. Swoosh, Dongmen Jingyu flew out and landed at Shinji's previous position. At the same time, his gaze naturally fell on Qinyu, who was standing opposite of him, and an invisible and massive pressure descended on him. He's too strong. The little demon king, Shinji, was easily crushed without any resistance. A sword formation made up of 4 high-grade king-grade treasures. It has endless variations and powerful attacks. His attainments in sword formations have reached the point of perfection. It was common knowledge that controlling multiple spirit weapons at the same time would distract one's attention. However, Dongmen Jingyu seemed to be able to control 4 spirit weapons at the same time with ease. The power of the sword formation made up of the 4 swords was even more extraordinary and amazing. I'm afraid this is the 9 heavens dazzling light sword of the 8 swords sacred gate. The evil moon sect elder with a wooden staff said after a moment of thought. It was rumored that the highest level of this sword formation was to control 9 powerful swords at the same time and burst out with more than 9 times the power to kill everything. It's the 9 heavens dazzling light sword. If Shinji can use the first heaven trampling of the demon descends the 6th heaven, he might be able to contend with it. A Black Demon Valley elder sighed. Shinji had only just comprehended the first heaven trampling and had no chance to use it against an opponent like Dongmen Jingyu. Once he used it, there would be too many flaws, and Dongmen Jingyu would not let go of the opportunity to win with one strike. At the God of Cookery banquet, Jingyu looked at Dongmen Jingyu, who was sitting opposite him. This person seems to be hostile to me. Jingyu thought. He did not know why. In fact, many people had seen Dongmen Jinyu's soulless look when Yi Luofeng and Chen Yu were putting on a love scene. It was obvious that Dongmen Jinyu was in love with Yi Luofeng. However, as the person involved, Jinyu did not pay attention to his surroundings at the time, so he did not see it. Congratulations, Brother Chen. Double happiness. Not far away, Sitolinyu said with a sinister smile on his face. The first happiness was the God of Cookery banquet. It was the greatest luck to be able to participate in the God of Cookery banquet and get a seat. The second happiness was Chinyu's relationship. Sitolinyu also knew Yi Luofeng. Both of them were from the Kunyan sacred ground, but they had never interacted or spoken to each other. With Brother Situ's demeanor, you can't get as much happiness as you want, right? Chinyu couldn't help but laugh. He was very happy in his heart as he joked. The appearance of the feast of the God of Cookery was indeed unexpected and pleasantly surprising. Yi Luofeng's sudden arrival was the same. At this moment, Dongmen Jingyu's eyes darkened. He asked, "Your name is Chinyu?" "Exactly." Chinyu replied. "Although our names both have the character Yu in them, that doesn't mean anything. If you want to be together with junior apprentice sister Luofeng, you have to pass through me first. As her senior apprentice brother, I will check if you have the qualifications to be together with her." Dongmen Jingyu wore a stern expression as an imperious aura burst out from his body. In the past, those who looked him in the eye would feel ashamed of their own inferiority and involuntarily obey his orders. Chinyu felt the influence of the invisible aura, and his mind was extremely firm. He narrowed his eyes, feeling displeased. Neither of them had spoken about the matter between him and Yi Luofeng. Now that they had just met, he felt that they had not reached that step yet. But who was Dongmen Jingyu? He was only Yi Luofeng's fellow disciple. What right did he have to interfere in Yi Luofeng's private affairs? What was Chinyu trying to do? Did he need to ask for his permission? Oh? How do you want to check? Chinyu raised his head slightly with a cold gaze. Not far away, Yi Luofeng was slightly taken aback by Dongmen Jingyu's sudden words, and her face instantly blushed. In the next moment, Chinyu did not refute. Did this mean that? Yi Luofeng's heart raced, and her cheeks turned even redder. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she didn't know where to put her hands. "Senior apprentice brother Dongmen." Yi Luofeng immediately called out, stopping Dongmen Jingyu from continuing. Dongmen Jingyu was slightly dazed when he saw Yi Luofeng's expression. He never thought that he would see Yi Luofeng like this. Unfortunately, all of this was not because of him. Dongmen Jingyu's heart was filled with grief and resentment. He knew that he was not inferior to Chinyu in any aspect. "Just you wait, junior apprentice sister Luofeng. I'll let you see how big the gap between us is." Dongmen Jingyu thought to himself. Yi Luofeng slowly returned to normal, and a cold aura emanated from her body. However, compared to before, her expression was much gentler. I want to challenge you. Her cold gaze landed on a seat next to Chenyu. The person sitting on that seat was Yinyu of the Evil Moon sect. Oh? Challenge me? Yinyu's lips curled up into a sexy smile. She said disdainfully, are you in such a hurry to flirt with your sweetheart? Yang Yu and Yinyu were twin sisters. When Yinyu heard that her younger sister was humiliated by Chenyu and Sitolinyu, she was enraged and had mobilized many Evil Moon sect disciples to search for them. She disliked anything that had to do with Chenyu. Since you dared to humiliate my younger sister, I shall ruthlessly trample on the woman of your heart in front of everyone. Yinyu's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. Swoosh, she leapt out, and a cold moonlight radiated from her body, spreading over a radius of 1,000 feet. This caused the day to become like the night. Under the illumination of the cold moon, the land was cold and silent. Yinyu had a certain understanding of the geniuses of the eastern region, and she had even studied the prodigy ranking of the eastern region. However, she had not found a person named Yi Luofeng. In her opinion, Yi Luofeng only wanted to sit next to Chenyu, which was why she had impulsively challenged her. Swoosh, she squatted down slightly and waved her arm. The moonlight on her skin burst forth, forming a grayish-white crescent hook that slashed horizontally. The cold moonlight seemed to turn everything into tragedy. Everywhere it passed, there was a grayish-white silence. Yi Luofeng stood on the spot, and the surrounding snow suddenly fell. In her hand, a 3-foot 5-inch long ice-tipped jade sword appeared. The instant the crescent hook flew over, she suddenly pointed out with her sword, and an extremely cold power suddenly erupted. The cold moon that the tip of the sword pointed at was instantly covered in ice, and its speed slowed as if it was about to be frozen. In the next moment, an incomparably powerful sword intent was unleashed together with the power of extreme frost. Everyone seemed to see countless ice-light swords flying out, piercing through the frozen cold moon. Boom, Yinyu's attack was instantly shattered. At the same time, a piercingly cold sword chi flew towards Yinyu. Before it arrived, a bone-chilling sense of danger spread from the soles of her feet. How is this possible? Yinyu's eyes widened, and shock flashed through her eyes. Facing Yi Luofeng, she actually felt such a sense of danger. This was somewhat unbelievable. The attack was already upon her, and there was no time to think. Yinyu circulated her true essence, and a cold moonlight radiated out, illuminating the surroundings. There seemed to be a huge cold moon rising behind her. Boom, Yinyu struck out with her palm, and its power multiplied, and a huge cold moonlight bloomed. After 3 consecutive palm strikes, Yinyu broke Yi Luofeng's sword intent and cold chi. But at this moment, Yi Luofeng suddenly swung out her sword. The icy sword light, as smooth as a mirror, flew out, freezing everything in its surroundings and piercing through everything in front of it. This sword is at least a top 5 attack of the Heaven's Chosen list. Yinyu's heart trembled. She didn't expect this woman who suddenly appeared to be so powerful. Why was such a powerful genius unknown? Why had she never heard of her? At the feast of God of Cookery, Chenyu was also a little surprised. But thinking about it, it was normal. He had his own opportunity to enter the 3.5-star force, Black Demon Valley. Yi Luofeng also had an opportunity. She was brought to the eastern domain by Luo Tianshang, and entered the peak 3-star force, the 8-sword Sacred Gate. Chenyu was also happy because of this. At first, he was really worried that the unreliable Shenluo sect people would leave Yi Luofeng alone. A woman had just come to the great world and had no one to rely on. There were too many things that could happen. Not far away, Yi Luofeng and Yinyu exchanged a few more blows. There was a bloodstain on Yinyu's arm, and her face was slightly pale. All around, a bone-chilling sword intent slowly eroded Yinyu. After a few moves, Yinyu was defeated. Too strong. This woman is so strong, why haven't I heard of her before? The 8-sword Sacred Gate had such a genius hidden. He should be from the Ice Sword lineage of the 8 swords. Whoosh, Yi Luofeng quickly arrived at the top seats. The surrounding people immediately looked over. Looking at this powerful man and woman, their hearts skipped a beat. At this moment, sitting next to Chenyu, Yi Luofeng was a little timid. Perhaps because there were too many people around, she didn't dare to look directly at Chen Yu's eyes. The feast of God of Cookery continued. There were also some sect forces that arrived one after another. Battles for the seats of the God of Cookery unfolded all around. Of course, these battles were mainly for the middle and lower seats. There were a total of 10 top seats, and those who occupied them were the top geniuses of the great cosmos realm. There weren't many who could compete with them. You arrived safely with that person from the Xianluo sect? Chen Yu took the initiative to change the topic. Of course, he was also concerned about this. Yes, we arrived in the eastern domain. After that, he helped me and recommended me to the Eight Swords Sacred Gate, Yi Luofeng narrated. Back in the spatial passage, why didn't he save me? Asked Chen Yu, who had a grudge against him. At that time, the spatial passage had suddenly become unstable, and spatial cracks had spread. But at the critical moment, the white-robed man, Luo Tianxiang, had given up on what was close at hand and saved Yi Luofeng first. Because, he's a neat freak. Yi Luofeng revealed a strange expression and gave a reason that left Chen Yu dumbfounded. He couldn't refute this. Suddenly, Chen Yu saw a white-robed figure appear in the distance. That person was dressed in white, without a speck of dust. His features were picturesque, and his face was like jade. Xiao Chen's handsome appearance caused the surrounding people to be greatly startled and ashamed. Many women's eyes were blurred, and they stared at him with infatuated looks. Isn't that the person from the Xianluo sect? Chen Yu was slightly surprised. Whatever he said, it would happen. Luo Tianxiang of the Xianluo sect greets the God of Cookery. The man lowered his head elegantly, and his hair fell on both sides of his temples. The Xianluo sect. He's from the Xianluo sect? The people around him immediately took a deep breath and looked at him with awe. A quiet atmosphere spread in all directions with Luo Tianxiang at the center. There was a moment of silence. Even the higher-ups of the various regions looked at the white-robed man, Luo Tianxiang. Is he the divine child of this generation of the Xianluo sect? The elder with the wooden staff and the other higher-ups of the Evil Moon sect sized Luo Tianxiang up. The Xianluo sect could be said to be the most special and mysterious sect in the great cosmos realm. Outsiders didn't know much about it. They only knew that the sect only had a few people, but it had intimidated the eastern region and even the great cosmos realm. The fact that a sect with only a few people could have such deterrence showed how extraordinary the sect was. However, the sect never recruited disciples. Everyone who entered the Xianluo sect was chosen by chance by the people in the sect. If that's the case, we'll have to give up another superior seat. The blue-haired woman sighed. The geniuses at the God of Cookery feast looked at the Xianluo sect seriously. This is the divine child of the Xianluo sect? The venerable fallen moon's face darkened. He didn't know Luo Tianxiang, but he looked as if he had met an unprecedentedly strong enemy. I didn't expect this person to have such an extraordinary identity. Chen Yu shook his head. Although he had been in the great cosmos realm for a while, he didn't know much about the Xianluo sect in the eastern region. Luo Tianxiang looked at the God of Cookery feast. That was his main goal. As a member of the Xianluo sect, he knew the basic rules of the God of Cookery feast. He looked directly at the top seats of the God of Cookery feast. Luo Tianxiang saw Chen Yu in an instant. His eyes froze, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. You're still alive? Chen Yu was rendered speechless. Could it be that in this fellow's opinion, he would definitely die the moment he left his protection? Also, wasn't this way of greeting too impolite? Thanks to you, I'm still alive. Chen Yu curled his lips with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Seeing Chen Yu talking to the divine child of the Xianluo sect, the other geniuses all turned to look at Chen Yu. This guy knows the ruthless person who came this time. Ho Chen muttered to himself. The Feast of the God of Cookery had so far produced many outstanding talents, including Heavenly Lord of Scarlet Flame, the Clown Mo Sandong, and Yi Luofeng. Most of the geniuses present knew nothing about these people. And now, even the Divine Prince of the Xianluo sect in the East region knew Chen Yu. Hee, it's good that you're still alive. Luo Tianxiang couldn't help smiling. His handsome smile conquered another group of women. Chen Yu felt slightly better. At least this guy still had some conscience. However, Luo Tianxiang's next words made him speechless. If you die, you will definitely die in the chaotic flows of space. In that case, I will not be able to fulfill your request to use the Divine Sieve medallion. Luo Tianxiang narrated calmly. What he was more concerned about was completing the request of the Shenluo token. This was the rule of the sect. Back then, Qinyu's request was to bring him to the great cosmos realm. Qinyu didn't say anything else. Luo Tianxiang's personality was a bit special, like a clown's. Luo Tianxiang didn't say anything else. He had only interacted with Qinyu once. Number 1 on the Southern Region's elite role, Master Fallen Moon, do you dare to come out and fight me? He asked calmly. However, these calm words were like a clap of thunder, shocking everyone and causing their bodies to involuntarily tremble. Challenging Master Fallen Moon, number 1 on the Southern Region's elite role, even Longchen of the Nine Dragons Sacred Hall wouldn't do so rashly. It seemed that Luo Tianxiang had purposely chosen an expert like Master Fallen Moon. Alright, I've always wanted to see the strength of the Divine Prince of the Shenluo sect. Venerable Fallen Moon stood up. His whole body exuded an indescribably powerful aura, as well as a soaring battle intent. He was speaking the truth. As the number 1 on the Southern Region's elite role, he was invincible among the younger generation, but he had a strong rival in mind, the Divine Prince of the Shenluo sect. He hadn't had a real fight in the ranking battle of the elite role. It was exactly what he wanted to have a fight with the Divine Prince of the Shenluo sect, Luo Tianxiang. Whoosh, Venerable Fallen Moon soared into the sky, and a tremendous aura that could suppress the world gradually spread out. With him as the center, the area within 1,000 feet of him was filled with broken dark yellow shadows. Bang, he suddenly made a move. It was as if he had hit the void. A ball of dark yellow light suddenly rushed out. The attack was ferocious and disdainful. No wonder he's the number 1 on the Southern Region's elite role. His strength is indeed extraordinary. Long Chen's eyes froze, as if he was weighing his chances of winning if he were to face Master Fallen Moon's attack. Even more people turned to look at Luo Tianxiang. They were curious to see if the legendary Shenluo sect really lived up to his reputation. Whoosh, Luo Tianxiang's true essence surged and his clothes fluttered in the wind. A powerful wave of true essence gathered in his palm and turned into a giant black and white palm shadow. The black and white light swirled in the palm shadow and formed a deep swirl. Master Fallen Moon's attack seemed to have fallen into a swamp. Its power was divided and eventually disappeared. So it was resolved in such an exquisite way. Long Chen's eyes glittered and he couldn't help but exclaim. That attack alone was enough to show Luo Tianxiang's level. If it had been an ordinary genius, they would not have been able to withstand a single move from Venerable Fallen Moon, let alone neutralize his attack. Go! Luo Tianxiang waved his arm and the giant black and white palm shadow flew out towards Master Fallen Moon. Seeing that Luo Tianxiang had resolved his attack, Master Fallen Moon's eyes shone brighter and his aura rose again. Shattering Sky Meteorite. Venerable Falling Moon let out a loud shout. He thrust both of his palms, and a chaotic dark yellow radiance swept in all directions. Boom! Bang! The storm of their battle swept across the area. Everyone sitting at the God of Cookery banquet was shocked. There were even some who felt extremely ashamed when they witnessed this battle. 10 moves, 20 moves, 50 moves. The battle between the two continued. Everyone around quieted down and held their breaths as they watched. Suddenly, Luo Tianxiang's expression changed and a terrifying aura came from his body. He stretched out his hand and shouted, "Shenluo token." A giant token appeared in the sky with a black and white sun on it. It spun slowly and emitted a terrifying aura that could suppress everything. At the same time, a silver light formation fell around Master Fallen Moon and confined him. Is this the unique skill of the Shenluo sect? Master Fallen Moon was shocked and another terrifying power was brewing in his body. Boom, bang, he let out a low roar, and a dazzling and chaotic dark yellow light shone out from his body. He spread his arms and broke free from Luo Tianxiang's restraint. But Luo Tianxiang's attack had already arrived. Master Fallen Moon didn't have time to dodge. He crazily mobilized his true essence and struck out with a domineering light. Boom, the giant black and white sun fell and collided with Master Fallen Moon's attack. A violent chaotic storm swept across the world. When the dust settled, Venerable Fallen Moon, who was standing upright, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and took 3 steps back. I've lost. Master Fallen Moon said calmly and accepted the result. He was very satisfied with the battle. You're strong too. Luo Tiancheng said calmly. He took a deep breath and flew to Master Fallen Moon. Master Fallen Moon was defeated. Yingyue and Yang Yu looked lost. In their hearts, Venerable Fallen Moon had always been an invincible person among his peers. After a while, the battle for the God of Cookery feast continued. The battle between Master Fallen Moon and Luo Tiancheng was exciting, but could it be more important than the God of Cookery feast? Yingyue, Yang Yu, Ape Demon and the others who had been defeated also challenged again. The top 10 were all monstrous. They had to lower their goals and fight for the middle seats. Night fell. The battle for the seats gradually cooled down. It seemed that the dust was about to settle. Master Fallen Moon had returned to the upper seats, while Ho Chen had lost to him and went to the middle seats. The God of Cookery feast will begin in 2 hours. The God of Cookery suddenly said. This was the first time he had spoken since the battle for the God of Cookery's seat began. The geniuses immediately glanced toward the door, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation. At this time, Dongmen Jingyu looked at Yi Luofeng, only to discover that her attention was completely focused on Qinyu. After closing his eyes, Dongmen Jingyu abruptly looked at Qinyu. Qinyu, do you dare to fight me? He said suddenly. His voice was deep and carried an invisible force. What? Many people at the God of Cookery feast looked at him in surprise. All the previous battles had been about the God of Cookery's seat. Dongmen Jingyu and Qinyu had already occupied the upper seats. Why did he still challenge Qinyu? Didn't he have nothing better to do? Even if he won or lost, the God of Cookery's seat would not change. Senior brother Dongmen, what are you doing? Yi Luofeng was also stunned. She frowned and said coldly. I want to verify if this person is qualified to be with you. Dongmen Jingyu's expression was extremely serious as he stared at Qinyu. Yi Luofeng's expression was cold, but she was also a little embarrassed. She and Qinyu had not mentioned who they were going to be with. Dongmen Jingyu's gaze was accompanied by a powerful aura that descended on Qinyu. Qinyu was slightly displeased. Dongmen Jingyu was not Yi Luofeng's parent. What right did he have to interfere in this matter? This was the second time Dongmen Jingyu had mentioned this matter. Moreover, this time, Dongmen Jingyu had specifically issued a challenge. This caused Qinyu to be unable to endure any longer. Seeing that Qinyu did not respond, Dongmen Jingyu said again, this is the God of Cookery feast. If I lose, I will give up my seat. The crowd was in an uproar. I'll keep you company. Qinyu said immediately. However, Dongmen Jingyu's sudden bet caught him by surprise. Was Dongmen Jingyu so confident that he would lose without a doubt? Correspondingly, if you lose, I don't need you to give up the God of Cookery's seat. I only hope that you will consider carefully whether you are worthy of junior sister Luofeng. Dongmen Jingyu stated the corresponding conditions. Everyone understood that Dongmen Jingyu's reason for challenging Qinyu was not for the God of Cookery's seat, nor was it because he had nothing better to do. It was for the beauty. However, would Qinyu dare to agree now? In the eyes of the crowd, although Yi Luofeng was beautiful, the value of a top-class seat in the culinary god's banquet was many times higher than a beauty. In terms of stakes, Qinyu had a huge advantage. If Dongmen Jingyu lost, he would have to give up his seat, but Qinyu didn't have to. In this regard, Dongmen Jingyu might have been afraid that Qinyu would reject the bet, which was why he offered such a favorable condition. However, everyone had witnessed Dongmen Jingyu's strength. The Nine Sky Luminous sword art that he cultivated was so powerful that it easily crushed Shinji, causing him to suffer a crushing defeat. In their eyes, it was impossible for Dongmen Jingyu to lose, so it didn't matter how great the bet was. After all, it wouldn't happen. It seemed to be advantageous to Qinyu, but in reality, it was just to lure him into a trap. Junior brother, there's no need to accept this person's challenge. Tu Zhixiang immediately transmitted her voice when she saw that Qinyu didn't refuse. Both of them were sitting in the culinary god's seat, so Dongmen Jingyu couldn't do anything even if he rejected the challenge. Senior brother Dongmen, what are you doing? Yi Luofeng's expression was tense and cold. She usually didn't interact much with Dong Menjingyu, so she was very surprised by his actions. As for the reason, she understood. Even if she didn't care about the outside world, it didn't mean that she couldn't sense the emotions of others. Junior sister Luo Feng, if he doesn't even have the courage to accept my challenge, then such a coward isn't worthy of you. Dong Menjingyu looked at Yi Luofeng with a serious and persistent expression. In his heart, Yi Luofeng was someone that no other woman could compare to. Only the most outstanding man was worthy of her. And he was that kind of person. A hint of anger flashed through Qinyu's narrowed eyes. If he rejected Dong Menjingyu's challenge, would he become a coward? In reality, this battle wouldn't benefit him at all. Even if Dong Menjingyu lost and gave up his seat, what did that have to do with Qinyu? However, Dong Menjingyu's arrogant attitude and bad temper had already angered Qinyu. In this world where strength reigned supreme, the best way to solve problems was still with one's fists. I said that I'll fight you to the end. Qinyu's voice was loud and clear. What? He agreed. Many geniuses at the God of Cookery feast looked at Qinyu with puzzlement and surprise. Even if Qinyu refused the challenge, he wouldn't lose anything. He believed that Yi Luofeng wouldn't lose her love for him because of this. If he accepted, he would be humiliated the moment he lost. In front of the woman he loved, he was defeated by another man, humiliated. Obviously, most people felt that this was an unwise move. A smile appeared on Dong Menjingyu's face. In his heart, he did not take Qinyu seriously at all. Just a simple provocation, and he agreed to this battle that he had no chance of winning. It was obvious that he was an impulsive and brainless person. In comparison, Yi Luofeng would definitely find out who was more outstanding. Then let's fight. Dong Menjingyu rose to his feet and slowly floated into the air. An intense and powerful sword intent faintly appeared and intertwined with one another around him. This battle was completely in line with his wishes. His level of joy could even be compared to when he obtained a first-class seat at the God of Cookery's banquet. Boom! The moment Qinyu left his seat, he activated his arcane pattern demonic body and the golden-winged phoenix bloodline. At this moment, he almost unleashed his full strength. A powerful aura rippled in all directions. Qinyu soared into the sky, creating a turbulent flow of black and gold as he slammed into Dong Menjingyu. Dong Menjingyu was slightly surprised by Qinyu's sudden attack and instantaneous burst of power. A wide sword with golden patterns flashed in front of him, blocking in front of him. Bang! In the next instant, Qinyu slammed into the sword, and a heavy metallic sound rang out. The treasured sword with golden patterns was sent flying by Qinyu, and it was sent flying backward. Freeze! Dong Menjingyu's face darkened. A gust of golden ethereal force and mental energy surged out from the depths of his fingers. Whoosh! The Kaiyang sword stopped 5 inches away from Dong Menjingyu. However, the aftershock of the attack hit his body, causing him to feel a stinging pain on his skin. Hee hee. Qinyu grinned smugly. You're courting death. A hint of anger appeared on Dong Menjingyu's face. He was at a disadvantage in their first exchange, and that made him, who had always pursued perfection, feel that there was a flaw in the battle. In fact, he had been careless and thought that he would definitely win the battle. That was why he did not take Qinyu seriously. But now, it would not happen again. Swoosh! A jade ruler-like sword edge flashed, flickering with cold golden light as it suddenly struck out. Boom! Another black longsword appeared out of nowhere, and a crazily powerful sword intent rippled out. Dong Menjingyu waved his finger, and 3 swords surrounded Qinyu. 3 stars chasing the sun. This was the sword formation of the 9 heavens brilliant light sword. The 3 swords emitted dazzling golden sword light and sped around Qinyu, slashing out powerful and majestic sword chi attacks. After the first strike, the second followed, and the third followed. Each sword attack was extremely powerful. Under such circumstances, any opponent would be busy dealing with the attacks of the sword formation and would not have the time to deal with Dong Menjingyu. Therefore, most of the time, Dong Menjingyu could deal with his opponents without being injured. The situation that Qinyu was facing was the same. Every strike of Dong Menjingyu's was comparable to the attacks of the top 5 on the prodigy roll, and the sword formation formed by the 3 swords was even more powerful. What a powerful sword formation! The attacks of the 3 swords were powerful and incisive. Moreover, they were continuous, not giving Qianyu the slightest chance to catch his breath. Die. Qianyu immediately took out the 9-bone demon spirit sword and swung it, unleashing a dark and violent demonic sword light. Clang, one of the swords was sent flying by Qianyu's attack, and a flaw appeared in the sword formation. For moons like frost. Dongmen Jingyu's expression was calm, and there was a hint of coldness. The fourth sword appeared and joined the sword formation, instantly making up for the flaw. In an instant, the sword formation changed. It seemed to have suddenly ascended, becoming even more ferocious and powerful. It was as if there were thousands of golden sword lights surrounding Qianyu, and the merciless and sharp sword attacks slowly eroded toward him with unstoppable force. In an instant, several sword marks were left on Qianyu's body. Demonic scale protection, demonic scale armor, the 2 demonic patterns on Qianyu's body surged, and 2 layers of defense intertwined. He instantly donned the demonic armor, and a layer of demonic scale light appeared around him. The bloodline of the golden-winged phoenix could strengthen one's life force, and Qianyu's current defensive techniques were also slightly enhanced. Clang! Bang! Bang! An incomparably dense wave of sword chi attacks spread out, causing everyone to be extremely shocked. With a crack, the demonic scale light shield on Qianyu's body suddenly shattered and disappeared without a trace. In this situation, I can't attack him at all unless I can withstand all the damage from the sword formation and trade blows. Qianyu thought about a solution. While he was thinking, the demonic scale armor on his body was already damaged in many places, and it wouldn't last for long. The power that the sword formation erupted was extraordinary. It would be very difficult for Qianyu to withstand all the damage. Moreover, who could guarantee that Dongmen Jingyu didn't hold back? Ding! Bang! Bang! In the sky, within the golden sword formation, Qianyu seemed to be covered in fiery feathers, and he held a sinister demonic sword in his hand as he resisted Dongmen Jingyu's sword formation. However, the power of one person was ultimately unable to withstand the power of the sword formation formed by 4 swords. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! Qianyu's demonic scale armor was broken, and the sword chi attacks cut on his mystic pattern demonic body, leaving deep and shallow wounds that quickly accumulated. What a powerful sword formation. It's almost flawless. Once caught in it, it'll be difficult to break free and can only wait for death. However, Qianyu is already very powerful. Xunji was instantly defeated by this sword formation and fainted, but Qianyu can still hold on. It's all thanks to his defensive abilities. Otherwise, he would have lost long ago. The spectators were all discussing among themselves. In the beginning, although Qianyu made Dongmen Jingyu suffer a little, the outcome seemed to have been decided. However, the outcome seemed to have been decided long ago. Qianyu was like a bird trapped in a cage when facing the 8 Swords Sacred Gate's ultimate sword formation technique. I won't kill you, but I advise you to surrender so that you won't be tortured. Dongmen Jingyu said calmly. If he killed Qianyu, Yi Luofeng would definitely be disgusted even if he displayed how outstanding he was. Qianyu. Yi Luofeng looked at Qianyu, who was in the sky with wounds accumulating on his body, and felt a tearing pain in her heart. Humph, still not surrendering? What a tough guy. Xunji snorted coldly. He had already recovered from his injuries, and he was sitting in the middle seat. He had fought with Dongmen Jingyu before, so he knew very well how powerful Dongmen Jingyu's sword formation was. Back then, he had suffered a crushing defeat when he used Frost April. But now, Qianyu was still holding on. This comparison made him angry and dissatisfied. The battle was still going on. The sword formation was especially bright in the night, and its power shocked all directions. Meanwhile, Qianyu, who was inside the barrier, continuously defended himself. However, he was already riddled with injuries. Just a little bit more. Qianyu gritted his teeth and endured the continuous sword attacks from all directions. Demonic patterns and true essence surged in his body, and the inscriptions on his demonic body flickered with a faint light. Wait, although this kid is constantly suffering from injuries, they aren't fatal. Also, his physical strength seems to be accumulating, as if he's about to break through. At the God of Cookery feast, Venerable Falling Moon's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, Qianyu's mystic pattern demonic body had already reached its limit, and he was only one step away from breaking through. At this moment, he was using Dongmen Jingyu's sword formation as an external factor to train himself, and he was squeezing out his own potential to find an opportunity to break through. At the same time, Dongmen Jingyu also realized this. His eyes bulged slightly, and a terrifying and oppressive aura suddenly burst out, showing the anger in his heart. 5 elements, 5 elements. With a flick of his finger, the 5th sword flew out and entered the sword formation. The next moment, the sword formation changed and formed a pentagonal sword formation. If one were to say that April was like frost, it was a continuous corrosive attack. As for the 5 elements and 5 elements, it was the ultimate killing sword formation that possessed explosive power. Buzz, in the sky, 5 treasured swords burst forth with a brilliance like that of the sun. The soul-stirring sword will attack shook heaven and earth. This sword caused all the geniuses in the high-class seats of the feast of culinary god to be moved, and Shinji's face was filled with fear. This sword is enough to kill me. He sighed in his heart. In the dark night, the 5 swords danced together as if they were one, slashing down at the same time. Under the threat of the peerlessly formidable sword insight, Jinyu's heart thumped fiercely as a surging and vast energy seemed to have broken through some sort of shackles and surged out, causing his entire body to undergo a transformation. Under the unprecedented pressure, the enigmatic demonic body suddenly broke through the shackles and reached the mid-stage Void Sea realm. The inscriptions on the surface of his body flickered with a dark light as if they were swimming. An extremely heavy pressure spread out, causing the world to darken. A breakthrough, Jinyu immediately felt his body become lighter. Every inch of his body contained even more terrifying pure power. He had a mysterious heart and a special constitution. The mid-stage Void Sea realm enigmatic demonic body displayed even more power on his body. Despite being far away, Dongmen Jingyu felt an instinctive fear and an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. His expression was extremely dark as he stared at Jinyu. He didn't expect Jinyu to succeed at the last moment. This way, even if he won this battle, it would be a victory with a huge flaw. I was originally worried that this attack would kill you, but now I can use it without worry. Dongmen Jingyu's eyes widened as he shouted. Ding! 5 dazzling golden sword auras merged into one and released a dazzling sword intent that slashed toward Jinyu. Looking at the combined attack of the sword array, Jinyu circulated all the power in his body, and the demonic patterns on his back surged. Boom! The demonic patterns were densely packed with demonic scale patterns. As a large amount of demonic true essence poured in, a black wall that was 40 to 50 feet wide suddenly appeared. After the breakthrough of the enigmatic demonic body, Jinyu was confident that he could block Dongmen Jingyu's sword array attack. Boom! The sword fell like a falling sun, smashing into the thick, pitch-black wall of demonic scales, causing a loud rumble. The people below only saw that the dazzling golden sword aura was covered by a huge black demonic wall. However, more people thought that the golden sword aura would pierce through the darkness in the next instant and reappear in front of him. Rumble! A series of explosions rang out, but the sky was still dark. How is this possible? Shinji was dazed in his seat. He was well aware of the power of the 4 moons, but the 5 elements and 5 elements were clearly more terrifying and had the power to kill him. Yet, Jinyu was able to block it. Just how powerful was his defense? Recalling Jinyu's self-healing ability, Shinji suddenly felt that Jinyu was not human. The surrounding crowd also sucked in a mouthful of cold air, unable to believe that Dongmen Jinyu's sword formation had been blocked by Jinyu. Dongmen Jinyu, who was hovering in the sky, also wore a look of shock and disbelief. Up until now, among those of the same rank, no one had been able to stop his 5 elements. Even cultivators at the peak of the middle stage of Void Sea Realm had been heavily injured by this attack. Not to mention that Jinyu's cultivation was a level lower than his. Rumble! When the rumbling stopped, the tattered demonic dragon wall also vanished. Dongmen Jinyu's expression changed drastically as he looked at Jinyu. At this moment, a hideous demonic pattern surged on Jinyu's pitch-black head. It bared its fangs and claws in the air, finally turning into the shadow of an enormous head. This head was covered in scales, and there were a pair of curved demonic horns on both sides. Its eyes were pitch-black like black holes. This was the demonic pattern formed when Jinyu's secret pattern demonic body broke through to the 7th level. Although his cultivation hadn't kept up, he could just barely activate and use the corresponding combat skill of the 7th demonic pattern, demonic sound howl. boom, the demonic black shadow opened its pitch-black mouth like a bottomless black hole, stirring up a shocking gust of wind. Roar, a demonic roar that seemed to come from the distant primordial world suddenly spread out with boundless domineering demonic might. It formed a distorted and dim light wave that shrouded the area in front of it. Oh no! Dongmen Jingyu's expression changed. Inner Yuan burst out of his body and formed a golden barrier in front of him. However, the moment the demonic sound swept over, the entire golden barrier trembled and seemed to distort. In the next moment, with a crack, it shattered and turned into dust. Boom, the pitch-black sound wave penetrated Dongmen Jingyu's body. His body trembled as he flew backward. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and blood flowed from the corner of his tightly shut mouth. The demonic sound hell was a sound wave attack. It had the power to vibrate, penetrate, and destroy. At the same time, the demonic sound contained a powerful demonic will that could destroy one's mind. If the opponent was too weak, a single roar from Chen Yu would be enough to scare them to the point of wetting their pants. Although the people below were not within the range of the demonic sound howl, the ancient and domineering demonic sound still shocked them. Thud. Thud, Dongmen Jingyu stomped his feet a few times before he managed to stabilize himself. His face was pale, and his chaotic aura was slightly weak. Chen Yu's demonic sound howl had broken through his defenses and penetrated his entire body. Although it didn't cause any fatal injuries, he was injured everywhere, including his flesh, bones, and mind. Swoosh, at this moment, a sharp and ear-piercing explosion resounded through the sky. Boom, a thick, pitch-black bone spear turned into a frightening beam of light and whistled through the air with a demonic will. This was the 9-bone demon spirit sword, which had transformed into a bone spear after using its second characteristic. Dongmen Jingyu immediately dodged the attack. At the same time, he controlled his 4 swords to attack Chen Yu. Only by attacking Chen Yu would he be able to regain the initiative. However, Dongmen Jingyu suddenly realized that there was an invisible pressure around him that hindered his movements. The power of the intent of space, Dongmen Jingyu's expression turned ugly. At this moment, the bone spear in the night sky descended upon him under the amplification of the power of the intent of space. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Dongmen Jingyu let out a roar. His true origin surged out and formed an ancient golden shield. Before the ancient shield could fully form, it was pierced through by the pitch-black bone spear. Bang! The bone spear pierced through Dongmen Jingyu's abdomen and sent him flying, crashing into the Saint Region empty world formation several hundred feet away. Due to the huge impact, it caused an even stronger backlash, and Dongmen Jingyu was sent flying again. Arg! He screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Yu stood in the sky and looked into the distance. His explosive heart slowed down, and the power of his bloodline slowly dissipated. You've lost. A cold voice rang in Dongmen Jingyu's ears. How did I? Dongmen Jingyu's eyes were filled with confusion and trembling. He lost. These 3 words were like thunder exploding in his mind, causing him to forget everything. Only these 3 words echoed in his mind for a long time. A gust of wind blew in the night sky, and a bone sword flew through the air and returned to Chen Yu's hand. Whoosh, he turned around and returned to the god of cookery's banquet. The people on the other seats all looked over with shock and astonishment. He actually won. How did senior brother Dongmen lose? The other 2 disciples of the 8 Swords Sacred Gate widened their eyes and looked at each other as if asking each other if it was true. The various factions of the Great Cosmos realm were equally shocked. Dongmen Jingyu, who was ranked 3rd on the Heaven's Chosen ranking, could even be ranked 2nd in the southern region. However, he had lost to Chen Yu. Yi Luofeng glanced at Dongmen Jingyu and sighed, ignoring him. How are your injuries? She looked at Chen Yu with a hint of gentleness in her eyes. It's nothing serious. Chen Yu's lips curled into a smile. Although Chen Yu seemed to have taken many blows in the previous battle, Dongmen Jingyu hadn't actually caused him any serious injuries. Ordinary injuries were nothing to Chen Yu, given his regenerative abilities. Thank you, Brother Chen. If no one wants this seat, I'll take it. Ho Chen looked at Chen Yu gratefully and ran out from the middle seat. Dongmen Jingyu had said that he would give up his seat if he lost. So at this moment, this seat was empty. Aside from Ho Chen, there were two other people who wanted to compete for this seat. After a round of battle, Ho-Chen won and returned to the top seat. There were still geniuses sitting cross-legged outside, trying to recover from their injuries before competing for a seat. However, the person who occupied the culinary god's seat was sitting on the white jade chair, and his recovery rate was much faster than theirs. The last 2 hours passed. Let the feast of the god of cookery begin. The culinary god, who was sitting in the eastern seat, suddenly smiled. His voice reverberated throughout the area, suppressing all other sounds as if they didn't exist. As these words spread out, countless people in the surroundings looked over at the same time. The 100 geniuses at the feast of the god of cookery all sat up straight, unable to conceal their excitement. Low-class seats, serve the dishes. Buzz, the space behind the culinary god suddenly twisted, and a layer of white ripples appeared. Whoosh, a figure suddenly walked out of the rippling white light. This person looked exactly like the culinary god, but he was expressionless. He held a white jade tray in his hand, and on it was a jade bowl. Following that, 59 identical figures walked out from within. Such a scene caused everyone to feel that it was inconceivable, and they were extremely shocked. These figures came to the low-class seats, went to the side of the 60 geniuses, and brought out the jade bowls. Xianxia couldn't help but look down. In the jade bowls, there was a green and blue watery light, and warm smoke floated up. Although he was watching from afar, he felt a sense of hunger. On the low-class seats, Tu Zhixiang took a deep breath, and her body suddenly trembled. She couldn't help but drink it immediately. At the same time, the others also started to eat. In their eyes, there was only the food on the plate, and they had completely forgotten about the outside world. What soup is this? Why is it so delicious? As someone drank, a sentence came out of his mouth, but it was unclear. Some people looked confused, as if they were worried that they had drunk too quickly, and there wasn't much soup left. This soup is taken from the green spirit spring water. The culinary god suddenly said. Green spirit spring water. Some people who were drinking the soup were so shocked that their bodies trembled. What? Green spirit spring water. The people outside could not taste the culinary god's dishes, but when they heard these words, they immediately took a deep breath, and their faces were full of shock. The green spirit spring water was also known as the water of the underworld. This spring water carried the aura of death and decay, and it could almost erase the soul in an instant. However, the culinary god said that the green spirit spring water was the main ingredient of the soup. Many people who were drinking the soup were almost scared to death. Everyone, please enjoy it. This soup has been refined by me, and the power of death and decay in it has been completely purified. Together with 125 other supplementary ingredients, this soup has the magical effect of cleansing the soul and improving it by leaps and bounds. Apart from that, the taste is also very special. I believe that everyone has experienced it. The culinary god's face was calm, and he slowly introduced. His eyes were shining, and it was completely different from before. It seemed that only things related to food could arouse his interest. My mental strength has a breakthrough. One of the geniuses was dumbfounded after drinking the soup. His mental strength had been in a bottleneck state, but after drinking the soup, he had a breakthrough. Moreover, he felt that there was still 90% of the magical effect left in his body, and it had not been fully exerted. He was not the only one. Among the 60 geniuses, at least 1 or 2/3 of them had a breakthrough in their soul after drinking the soup. The medicinal effect of this soup needs 3 days to be completely absorbed. The culinary god said again. 3 days' worth of medicinal effect. Everyone was trembling with excitement. After drinking the soup, many people's souls seemed to have been reborn, and they had a leap. And this magical effect could actually last for 3 days. The people in the middle and upper class seats were envious. This is just a dish from the lower class seats, but it has such a magical and powerful effect. Xianxia witnessed the scene, and he was also extremely envious. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. The miraculous effect of this bowl of spirit soup is 5 times, or even 10 times better than that of the profound soul pill. After a prodigy finished drinking, he had a look of longing on his face. Precious materials and spirit pills that could nourish one's mind and soul were rare and priceless. Among the pills that nourished the soul at the Void Sea realm, the Mystic Soul pill was extremely valuable. Normal late-stage Void Sea realm cultivators might not even be able to buy one even if they sold everything they had. On top of that, the effect of the spiritual soup was very easy to absorb and would last for 3 days. Although the effect would gradually decrease, it was still very shocking. Of course, what the culinary god said was only the main effect of this spiritual soup. There were many other secondary effects, and it would be too long-winded to introduce them one by one. The illness in my soul has healed, a white-haired male said in surprise. He had once fought with an enemy that specialized in soul attacks. Although he killed the enemy, his soul was severely injured, and normal spiritual pills couldn't heal it. And this time, the illness of his heart and soul actually took a turn for the better under the effect of this bowl of spiritual soup, gradually healing itself. As expected of the culinary god soup. The taste is unforgettable. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat anything else from now on. A female in blue put down the jade bowl. There wasn't a drop left inside. This is too amazing. This bowl of soup is comparable to many miraculous pills. And it looks very delicious. Everyone was staring at the delicacies on the lower-class seats of the God of Cookery feast. Especially when they saw the 60 prodigies sitting on the low-class seats have a purer soul energy and even break through. The spectators sighed and felt sorry. As expected of the culinary god. He can make the green nether spring water, which is also known as the water of hell, into such a spiritual soup. The effect is shocking. A king was also looking at the spirit soup on the God of Cookery feast with envy. The green nether spring water was harmful to kings. If it was made into a special poison, it could also threaten the lives of kings. On the other hand, this spiritual soup might be very beneficial to kings. There were countless people who wanted it, but no one dared to cause trouble. Because this was the culinary god's feast, a feast hosted by the culinary god. Even if everyone present worked together, they wouldn't be a match for a single finger of the culinary god. Time passed by. When all 60 prodigies finished drinking, middle-class seats, serve. The culinary god said with a smile. The 30 geniuses on the middle-ranked seats shuddered and held their breaths as their eyes flickered. From the space ripples behind the culinary god, another 30 figures walked out. They looked exactly like him. 30 identical dishes were placed in front of the 30 sky brides. There were numerous translucent jade-green leaves on the jade plate, and there was a bluish-violet coral on these leaves. A bluish-violet mist of light drifted out from it, and it transformed into 2 auras of warmth and coldness that interweaved and surged in the heavens and the earth. A dish from the middle-tier seats had already caused such a phenomenon. From this, it could be seen how shocking the value of this dish was. This is. Longchen took a deep breath as his gaze landed on the bluish-purple coral. The main ingredient of this dish is the frost fire coral from the bottom of the endless sea. The culinary god said with a smile. It's really the frost fire coral. Longchen could not help but widen his eyes. Frost fire corals were legendary treasures in the endless sea. Even in the sacred hall he was in, there were only 4. Frost fire coral? Jinyu took a deep breath. He had also heard of such treasures. The conditions to obtain frost fire corals were extremely harsh. They had to go 100,000 miles underground, where danger lurked everywhere. If one was not careful, they would never be able to return. Moreover, even if they went to the bottom of the sea, they might not be able to find such treasures. But at this moment, the culinary god had directly served 30 frost fire corals. In addition, there was another amazing thing. Aren't frost fire corals a mineral? This was what the ancient book Jinyu had read back then said. These frost fire corals are hidden deep in the sea and are shockingly hard. Aren't they the best main ingredients for forging Xian artifacts? They can be eaten? A challenger from the Azure Thunder Palace was also astonished. The few frost fire corals in the 9 Dragons Sacred Hall were also used as the main ingredients for forging Xian artifacts. Only the culinary god could turn the main ingredients for forging Xian artifacts into ingredients. So far, the spirit soup and dishes that had appeared on the culinary god's banquet were almost unique. Even the top cooking masters of the great cosmos realm couldn't replicate it. After learning about the origin of this dish, the geniuses in the middle seats couldn't bear to eat it. This is the main ingredient for forging a Xian artifact. Yang Yu couldn't bear to eat it. But the fragrance from the jade plate was so tempting that she couldn't help picking up her chopsticks and reaching into the plate. Xunji also couldn't bear to eat it. He reached for the green leaf next to him and swallowed it. Boom, his eyes widened as he felt a cool storm sweeping through his body, washing through every cell in his body. The injuries he had suffered in the previous battle healed at an amazing speed. In the blink of an eye, the external injuries disappeared without a trace. The main ingredient of this dish is frost fire corals, and the side dish is called glazed jade bamboo leaf. Eating both at the same time will make it taste better. Of course, the effect of this dish is not simple. It can make one's body be reborn, like breaking out of a cocoon and being reborn. If there is a certain opportunity, it can even form a special constitution. The culinary god introduced. My arm. After eating the glazed jade bamboo leaf and the frost fire corals, the green-haired lady from the Poison King sect felt that something was wrong with her body and immediately looked over. She saw that her arm, which had been cut off by Qinyu, was growing back. This scene caused her entire body to tremble, and she was extremely excited. And the hidden injuries left behind by her years of refining poison were gradually dispelled. Her complexion was bright again, and she no longer looked sickly. Instead, she exuded some youthful vigor. This is really a rebirth and a new life. Qinyu watched the changes of the 30 geniuses in the middle seats and secretly clicked his tongue. The temperament of these 30 geniuses all changed at this moment. Xunji's injuries were healed, and his body became stronger. And the arm of the green-haired lady was slowly growing back. The most shocking was Luo Qiumei. A faint purple frost aura slowly appeared on the surface of her skin, and the surroundings were filled with purple cold mist. In that instant, her life force and constitution began to change. Frost body. Qinyu blurted out. Was this what the culinary god meant by forming a special constitution? Oh my god, this dish has such a magical effect. The spectators were even more excited. Many people's eyes were bloodshot. If the culinary god was not here, they would definitely rush up to kill and steal the treasures. Sigh, the influence of the culinary god's banquet on the spectators is one of the greatest tests in life. The solitary blood king sighed. He was also very tempted by the frost fire corals and the glazed jade bamboo leaf and wanted to taste them. Not bad. The bloodline in Luo Qiumei's body resonates with the miraculous effects of this dish, allowing her to form a special constitution. The Dark Feather King stared at Luo Qiumei with a hint of relief. After a long time, the 30 geniuses in the middle seats finished all the dishes on their plates. Some of them even secretly licked their plates. Among them, only Luo Qiumei had formed a special constitution. There were 3 other people who showed signs of it. Whether they could form it or not was up to fate. The other people's life constitutions had undergone earth-shattering changes. Everyone's essence, qi, and spirit had almost reached the peak. If one's cultivation was at a bottleneck, they could break through in seclusion and increase their success rate by 30 to 40%. It's almost our turn. Ho Chen said impatiently. High-class seats, serve the dishes. The culinary god announced solemnly. 11 figures walked out from the space behind him. They came to the side of the seats and put down a plate. This time, there was a lid on the jade plate, so people could not see what was inside. It added a sense of mystery and anticipation. Even the culinary god is eating this delicacy at the same time as us. Qinyu glanced at the culinary god. There was also a jade plate in front of him. The culinary god took out a pair of chopsticks calmly. With a sincere smile, he reached out and opened the lid. Whoosh, suddenly, a rich meaty aroma spread in all directions like an explosion. The geniuses in the square could not help but salivate. Whoosh, Qinyu also immediately opened the lid. A thick meaty aroma rushed out and spread in all directions. When everyone opened the lids, the meaty aroma spread for tens of thousands of miles. From afar, Qinyu could hear the sound of people swallowing their saliva. After the meaty aroma dispersed, a fist-sized, crystal-clear piece of meat could be seen on the plate. If not for the meaty aroma, Qinyu would not have recognized that it was a piece of meat. What meat is this? Could it be the night-winged wolf? Qinyu couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Night-winged wolf? Does it deserve to be on the high-class seats? The culinary god said with a smile. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Of course, it was not disdain for Qianyu, but for the night-winged wolf. Then, he added, I made the meat of the night-winged wolf into a seasoning and used it on the dishes of the middle-class and high-class seats. What, seasoning? Qianyu could not help but click his tongue. The fate of such a rare sacred beast turned out to be a condiment in the end. Then what meat is this? Qianyu was even more curious and expectant. The geniuses at the feast of the culinary god looked over, dumbfounded. Qianyu was talking to the culinary god. Everyone present wanted to talk to the culinary god, even if it was just one sentence. But no one spoke. Even Ho Chen, who was familiar with everyone, did not know what to say when he looked at the culinary god. When I first came to the great cosmos realm, I met a bad-tempered red-winged saint dragon, so I killed such a food. The culinary god could not help but smile, as if he was lucky. Red-winged saint dragon. The kings of the evil moon sect were stunned. There was a forbidden land of death in the southern region called the Heavenly Fire Silent Plains. There was a high-rank sacred beast called the red-winged saint dragon. This dragon was ferocious and cruel. Every 20 years, it would hunt for food and kill 100,000 people. The evil moon sect had sent 2 kings to hunt it, but one of them was eaten. Could it be this evil dragon? When the people of the southern territory heard about the scarlet-winged saint dragon, they all gasped as they recalled the taboo existence in the Skyfire Silent Plains. Even people from the other regions had heard about the southern region's Skyfire Silent Plains. Scarlet-winged saint dragon, that's a rare high-level saint beast. In the great cosmos realm, the bloodlines of saint beasts were divided into different levels: quasi-saint beasts, low-rank saint beasts, mid-rank saint beasts, high-rank saint beasts, and top-rank saint beasts. Among them, some of the 3-star sect forces only had low-level saint beasts. Mid-tier holy beasts were extremely rare, and only a few 3.5-star and above forces had them. As for high-tier holy beasts, there were only a handful of them even after adding up all the rumors in the entire southern territory. As for peak holy beasts, there were only rumors of them 100,000 years ago. They could be said to have gone extinct. From this, it could be seen just how powerful a high-grade saint beast was in the vast cosmos realm. The entire heavenly fire silence had become a land of death because of the existence of the scarlet-winged saint dragon. It was said that a king of the evil moon cult had once died in the mouth of the scarlet-winged saint dragon. When the 10 geniuses in the upper seats heard this, they were momentarily stunned and did not move their chopsticks. Just a single piece of high-rank holy beast's flesh contains a boundless energy that is more than enough to make me explode. The shock in Ho Chen's eyes didn't fade. Probably not. Qianyu glanced at the culinary god. Under normal circumstances, a piece of meat from a holy beast like the scarlet-winged holy dragon could indeed make an ordinary void sea realm cultivator explode. However, this was the god of cookery's feast. If one were to eat the god of cookery's dishes and self-destruct on the spot, then the god of cookery's feast would have become the god of death's feast. He believed that the culinary god must have used a special method to prepare the ingredients to prevent such a situation from happening. For example, under the culinary god's uncanny craftsmanship, the emerald spring water turned from a murderous spring into a soul-nourishing soup. The meat of the scarlet-winged saint dragon. The crimson flame king's eyes were filled with excitement. If an entire scarlet-winged saint dragon's flesh was placed in front of him, the Scarlet Flame King was confident that he could return to his peak within a few years. The main ingredient for this dish is the flesh and blood of a high-tier holy beast, the scarlet-winged holy dragon. Before the meal, the culinary god introduced the dishes as usual. When he said it himself, it was undoubtedly even more shocking, and it instantly caused countless people in the surroundings to go into an uproar. If it was just meat, it definitely wouldn't be delicious enough. This sage meat also has heavenly jade reed fluid, blood jade wine, white salt frost. As the culinary god spoke, the people around him were completely dumbfounded. There's actually blood jade wine. Legend has it that this wine requires 36 different kinds of blood and can only be brewed in an extremely harsh environment. Among the many precious materials, most people had only heard of half of them, but they were still rare and precious materials. There were also some that they had never heard of and didn't know what they were. However, there were also a few very common, completely worthless materials. Heavenly jade reed fluid? Xianxia suddenly remembered that he had once obtained a precious material in the blood star sector that could change the aptitude of a spiritual body. It was called Heaven Jade Reed Bamboo. Back when he had consumed the Heaven Jade Radish Bamboo, his spirit physique had directly risen to the level of a middle-grade spirit physique. Was there a connection between the Heaven Jade Reed Bamboo and the Heaven Jade Reed extract? Top-class seats. Dongmen Jingyu sat in the middle seat and stared at the stage with a burning gaze. Originally, after eating the frost fire coral, he had felt less disappointed. But now that the culinary god was introducing the dishes in the top-class seats, the sadness and anger in his heart all returned, even more than before. Originally, he had a share of the meat of the high-rank holy beast, the scarlet-winged saint dragon. Lord Culinary God, may I know what magical effects this delicacy has? Xianxia took the initiative to ask. In the beginning, he didn't dare to talk to the culinary god rashly. It would be embarrassing if the culinary god ignored him. But Xianxia realized something. Previously, when everyone was fighting for the seats, the culinary god didn't react at all. He didn't say a word from beginning to end. But as long as it was related to ingredients and cooking, the culinary god was very interested and especially enthusiastic. So this time, Xianxia asked boldly. The magical effects of this plate of meat are enough for you to lay the foundation for becoming kings. If the 10 of you eat this plate of meat, there is an 80 to 90% chance that you will become star condensing kings in the future. As soon as the culinary god said this, there was another commotion in the surroundings. An 80 to 90% chance was already ridiculously high. Of course, those who could sit in the upper seats were all nature-defying geniuses. Their chances of becoming kings were several times higher than others. The breathing of the 10 people in the upper seats quickened, and their hands trembled slightly. The power of the scarlet-winged saint dragon's flesh and blood in this plate of meat is enough to make your life and physique go through earth-shattering changes. It may even strengthen your bloodline. In addition, I added many supplementary ingredients and fused them with the scarlet-winged saint dragon's flesh and blood. It also has the effect of changing your destiny and strengthening your spiritual body. These are the main 2 points. There are too many other effects, so I won't introduce them one by one. The culinary god introduced calmly, his words full of great confidence. At this moment, the surroundings were no longer boiling, but dead silence. Whether it was the 10 people in the upper seats or the surrounding spectators, all of them were looking at the top seats, at the 10 plates of crystal clear meat and blood. There was nothing else in their eyes. Even the star-condensing kings were no exception. The delicacies in the upper seats were also very useful to them. It was enough to change their talents and potential, allowing them to walk further on the path of cultivation. The culinary god moved his chopsticks first. He sliced off a piece of meat, picked it up, and put it in his mouth. He chewed with great enjoyment. The other 10 heavens prides also started to enjoy the delicacies. The culinary god's dishes had magical effects. Other than that, they were absolutely delicious. Xianxia put a piece of meat in his mouth and bit it gently. He felt as if the entire piece of meat exploded, turning into a torrent that surged up. He felt a heat and coolness alternating within his body, washing over his entire body. Every pore on his body opened up slightly. It was extremely comfortable. He picked up another piece of meat and put it in his mouth, once again enjoying the delicacy. After Xianxia was immersed in this feeling for a while, he opened his eyes slightly and found that there was only a small piece of meat left on the plate. Instantly, he revealed a look of disappointment, as if he had not had enough. At the same time, he glanced at the others. They all looked the same. Suddenly, Xianxia felt something strange. My body? He found that his life force, flesh, and blood were all transforming. It was as if they were cheering and jumping with joy. In reality, the moment he ate the crimson-winged saint dragon's meat, the changes in his body had already begun. However, the deliciousness of the dishes occupied all of Xianxia's attention. From this, it could be seen that the culinary god's cooking was mainly about taste, and the effects were secondary. Even so, the effects of the dishes he cooked were peerless treasures to everyone. Xianxia put down the chopsticks in his hand and activated the records of the heavenly demon. At the same time, the suction force of his heart suddenly erupted, helping Qianyu digest the vast power. Buzz, the inscriptions on the surface of his body flickered with a dim light. Every strand of inscription faintly exuded a domineering dragon's might, as if they were tiny swimming dragons. The crimson-winged saint dragon's meat could cause the life force of ordinary cultivators to undergo earth-shattering changes. To Qianyu, who was a body cultivator, the effects were even more powerful. The mystic pattern fiend body that just broke through is actually showing signs of improvement. While surprised, Qianyu revealed a helpless smile. It was not good to continuously improve in a short period of time. It would be best if there was a buffer period in between. Qianyu could only try his best to suppress the improvement of the mystic pattern fiend body, but he would not resist the powerful power of the holy dragon's meat. Apart from the transformation of his life force, Qianyu found that his blood had also changed. If I had the power of bloodline, the density of my bloodline would probably increase greatly under the effect of the holy dragon's meat. Qianyu felt slightly regretful. In this aspect, Saint Longchen was probably the one who had benefited the most out of everyone present. He was a member of the dragon race, and the power of the holy dragon's meat was enough to increase his bloodline power to another level. Qianyu's flesh and body felt hot, as if he was bathing in a hot spring. But his mind was peaceful, as if he was in a forest in a valley. The surroundings were peaceful and beautiful, with birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. He felt that his mind and soul had been cleansed, becoming clearer and purer. The taste of the culinary god's dishes is too strong. I can't carefully feel my body's transformation and growth. Qianyu sighed. If it was during normal cultivation, every step he took would leave a footprint, and he could clearly feel and see his improvement. But at this moment, Qianyu was completely immersed in enjoyment. His body was automatically transforming and improving, but he did not know to what extent. As time passed, that feeling of enjoyment gradually faded. Only then could Qianyu observe himself rationally. My life force has improved greatly. I only need to cultivate for a period of time, and my mystic pattern fiend body will be able to reach the peak mid-stage. Qianyu could not help but be shocked. This was under the situation where he tried his best to suppress it. Otherwise, the improvement would be even greater. Apart from that, he felt that his true yuan had become more powerful and domineering, and his cultivation had also improved. Of course, this was only a short-term effect. This plate of delicacies would also bring Qianyu long-term benefits, allowing his future path of cultivation to be smoother, more relaxed, and allow him to walk even further. As expected of the god of cookery feast that shocked the entire great cosmos world, Qianyu was shocked. At this moment, roar, a domineering dragon roar suddenly came from Longchen's body, shaking the heavens and earth and intimidating the heavens. There were red dragon shadows swimming on his white jade-scaled body, and dragon roars came from his body, emitting a terrifying and powerful aura. Longchen's physique and bloodline have been greatly improved by the sacred dragon's flesh. This way, among the 99 dragon sacred temples chosen, he will definitely be one of the best, or even the first. The dragon race elder from the sacred temple was pleasantly surprised, and there was a hint of envy on his face. This delicacy has the greatest effect on Longchen. I think it won't be long before he surpasses the other geniuses in the upper seats. There was a lot of discussion. The rest of the people in the superior seats also looked at Longchen with envy. What a powerful dragon bloodline. Qianyu was awe-inspiring. In the past, the golden-winged phoenix bloodline in his body could still compete with Longchen's bloodline. But now, it had been completely surpassed. Suddenly, boom, Qianyu suddenly thought of something, and his mind trembled, setting off a huge wave. This delicacy is the flesh of a high-rank saint beast, the scarlet-winged saint dragon. Then, does it contain the power of the scarlet-winged saint dragon's bloodline? The moment the thought appeared in his mind, his heart beat wildly, thump thump. Thump thump thump, a familiar suction force gradually spread out, causing Qianyu's body to tremble slightly. But that was all, and there were no other changes. It was as if all of this was just Qianyu's imagination. Qianyu looked at the remaining small piece of meat in front of him, and immediately picked it up with his chopsticks, swallowing it. Does it contain the power of the scarlet-winged saint dragon's bloodline? Does it? His heart was agitated, and he roared. When Qinyu swallowed the last of the sacred dragon's flesh, two torrents seemed to erupt in his body. One was cool and refreshing, and the other was scorching hot. At the same time, the heartbeat in his body became stronger. Thump thump. Thump thump thump, the heartbeat seemed to contain a mystical power, causing the power of the sacred dragon's flesh that he had swallowed to tremble slightly. However, there was still no unusual phenomenon. The power of the sacred dragon's flesh was being absorbed by Qinyu's body at an even faster speed. How can it not be? Qinyu was extremely unwilling to accept this outcome. He could also imagine that the culinary god's culinary skills were superb and could turn something rotten into something magical. The sacred dragon's flesh had become a delicacy in the world, and there was not a trace of the smell of blood. In addition, the culinary god had perfectly incorporated more than 100 supplementary ingredients into the dish, but there was no trace of them. Therefore, even if there was still bloodline power in the sacred dragon's flesh, it had long been completely integrated into the entire dish. Thump thump. Thump thump thump, perhaps sensing Qinyu's intense unwillingness and desire, the mysterious heart beat more and more forcefully, like the muffled sound of a hammer striking a war drum. The heart became transparent, looking deep and boundless. Its surface alternated between gold and silver, and at other times, it was a dazzling sight. The mysterious heart's color gradually matched the beating. Hum. Hum, as the heart beat, a dazzling and gorgeous color spread out with the heart as the center and spread to Qinyu's entire body. At this moment, Qinyu's body seemed to enter a rhythmic vibration, undergoing a miraculous change. At the same time, his flesh, blood, and bones emitted a domineering and terrifying aura of a dragon. This aura gradually gathered together and finally turned into a drop of crimson liquid. There was only one drop of crimson liquid, but it was as heavy as a mountain, causing a stifling pain in Qinyu's body. Fortunately, swoosh, under the mysterious heart suction, the drop of crimson liquid was quickly sucked into it and disappeared without a trace. The surrounding people all looked at the upper-class seats. After eating the delicacies cooked by the culinary god, the 10 geniuses seemed to have transformed from snakes to dragons, and they underwent a shocking transformation. All of them faintly exuded a domineering dragon might, as if they had already surpassed the other 90 geniuses at the God of Cookery feast. Among them, the most eye-catching one was Long Chen, followed by the Scarlet Flame King. Long Chen was a member of the dragon race, so he benefited greatly from consuming the flesh of the holy dragon. The Scarlet Flame King's true form, the Fire Qilin, was very similar to the Scarlet-Winged Saint Dragon's bloodline. As a result, it had benefited quite a bit. Roar, a domineering dragon roar could be heard coming from Long Chen's body, shaking the heavens and intimidating all living beings in the surroundings. Red dragon shadows could be seen swimming on his white jade-scaled body. Above its head, there was even a white jade dragon slowly soaring about. Its body was slightly red, and as it devoured the world's vital energy, it became larger and larger, its might intimidating. Guan Aoxue and Venerable Fallen Moon, who were next to Long Chen, felt a strong dragon pressure, and the blood in their bodies froze. This time, Long Chen obtained the greatest fortune, and his benefits will continue. In the future, he might even surpass me. Venerable Fallen Moon thought. Of course, no one could say for sure when it came to opportunities. Roar on the other side, a domineering and ancient roar came from the Scarlet Flame King's body. The surface of his body was red and blazing as if he was on fire. Powerful life and bloodline energy fluctuated from his body. I don't know where this kid came from, but after eating the holy dragon's flesh, his future is destined to be extraordinary. It would be even better if we could pull him into the 9 Dragons' sacred hall. The elder of the dragon race looked at the Scarlet Flame King. Suddenly, roar, a dragon roar that shook the heavens resounded, its dragon might overshadowing everything. This dragon roar made many people think that a holy dragon had descended. Look, Qinyu. This dragon roar came from Qinyu. Everyone looked over. Even the Crimson Flame King, who was currently enjoying his transformation, revealed a surprised expression as he looked at Qinyu. The dragon image above Long Chen's head that was devouring the origin energy of heaven and earth trembled when it heard the dragon roar. It stopped devouring the origin energy and curled up. Whoosh, a crimson fire mist rose from Qinyu's body, and within it was the blurry silhouette of a huge dragon. The dragon's might surged out. Suddenly, the dragon silhouette soared into the sky. A pair of red wings covered the sky, emitting a domineering aura. This is a crimson-winged holy dragon. Such a powerful crimson-winged holy dragon's bloodline pressure. What happened? Many people were shocked as they recognized the silhouette. Could it be that Xianyu's bloodline has evolved and he has obtained the crimson-winged holy dragon's bloodline power? Otherwise, why would such a phenomenon appear? How is this possible? Why would such a phenomenon appear on his body? Longchen opened his eyes and looked at Xianyu in disbelief. This kid has nothing to do with the crimson-winged holy dragon. Why would such a phenomenon appear? The Scarlet Flame King was also shocked and confused. Boom! Following a dragon roar, the dragon soared into the sky and disappeared. In the next instant, the phenomenon on Xianyu's body completely disappeared, and the dragon's might weakened significantly. It was no different from the others. This scene caused the crowd to be shocked and confused. That's it? What's going on then? Why did the phenomenon only last for an instant? If it's a mutation of his bloodline, it shouldn't have disappeared so quickly. At this moment, Xianyu looked exactly the same as before the phenomenon had occurred. It was as if everything that had happened earlier was just an illusion. Only the person involved, Xianyu, knew the reason. When his mysterious heart condensed the bloodline power in the sacred dragon's flesh and blood into a drop of blood, the strange phenomenon had appeared and shocked everyone present. But soon, the droplet of blood was absorbed by the mysterious heart. As such, the phenomenon instantly disappeared into thin air, resulting in the scene just now. Success! Xianyu's face was filled with joy. He had already consumed a lot of the holy dragon's flesh's power, but the mysterious heart had extracted the crimson-winged holy dragon's bloodline power from his body and refined it into a droplet of blood. Its ability to extract the bloodline seemed to have greatly increased, becoming even more incredible. And the reason for all this was the change of his heart. Xianyu could feel that his mysterious heart seemed to have undergone a transformation. Even his body was affected by it, and some changes had occurred. He still had no idea what kind of transformation it was. Not only did I obtain a droplet of holy dragon's blood, but my heart has also undergone a transformation. Xianyu exclaimed. He then sat down quietly to digest and stabilize the energy stored in his body. It was impossible to digest the energy in a short period of time, even with the mysterious heart. Besides, Xianyu didn't need it. He hoped that the miraculous effect of the delicacy would continue to take effect in his body, allowing his future path to be smoother. Not long after, the 10 geniuses finished all the dishes. Xianyu glanced at Yi Luofeng next to him. Her energy had reached its peak, and her body exuded an invisible and powerful aura like the Queen of Ice and Snow. The feast of the God of Cookery is over. The God of Cookery stood up. Instantly, all the geniuses present stood up and bowed to him. These 100 geniuses had all received a great transformation. Most of them were extremely grateful to the God of Cookery. The God of Cookery flew up and said calmly, "We'll meet again if fate allows it." The next moment, he turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance, disappearing. The tables and chairs of the feast of the God of Cookery are still here. These are all rare treasures. Many people outside stared at the white jade tables and chairs on the square. In an instant, thousands of people rushed out. Suddenly, the tables and chairs seemed to have a mind of their own. They floated up on their own and turned into white halos, flying into the distance. Buzz, a layer of spatial ripple appeared in the air. The white halos entered the ripple and completely disappeared. They flew away. These tables and chairs have a mind of their own. Amazing. Those who wanted to rush over to snatch the tables and chairs were either disappointed or emotional. The feast of the God of Cookery finally came to an end. The Southern Region Genius Ranking Battle also came to an end. Although there were no specific rankings in this ranking battle. First, it coincided with the feast of the God of Cookery. Second, it was because the geniuses from other regions had participated. However, the events of the Proud Son of Heaven ranking battles were enough to leave their names in history. I can imagine that once the news of the feast of the God of Cookery spreads, the entire great cosmos world will be shaken. Those geniuses who didn't arrive in time to participate in the feast of the god of cookery will regret it. The 100 geniuses who participated in the feast of the god of cookery will be famous in the great cosmos world in the future. As for the top 10 geniuses, once they grow up, they will become the pinnacle of the great cosmos world. The 100 geniuses stood proudly on the square. Everyone's aura had changed. They were all in high spirits, like dragons and phoenixes among men, dazzling. Rumble people were flying over from all directions. There were even some large flying props that were ready to go back to the sect. Swoosh, the solitary Blood King appeared above and looked at Qin Yu and Tu Zhixiang with a smile on his face. Let's go back to Black Demon Valley. Go back? Qin Yu glanced at Yi Luofeng. She walked to Qin Yu's side with a faint blush on her face. I'll go with you, she said in a low voice. The surroundings were too noisy, and it seemed that only Qin Yu heard her words. Okay. Qin Yu grinned and nodded. The two had just met, and he did not want to part ways now. But it did not seem appropriate for him to follow Yi Luofeng to the eastern region's Eight Swords Sacred Gate. But Yi Luofeng had already come to the southern region, and it should not be too much of a problem to stay here. At this moment, Dongmen Jingyu walked over. Junior sister Yi, let's go. He glanced at Qin Yu, as if he did not dare to look him in the eye. At the feast of the god of cookery, he had challenged Qin Yu and ended up being defeated. After being nourished by the god of cookery's delicacies, Qin Yu's improvement was probably even greater than his. But Dongmen Jingyu did not give up. He believed that with his talent, even if Qin Yu ate the flesh of a saint, he would still be able to surpass him in the future. Senior brother Dongmen, I plan to stay in the southern region for a while. You should go back with them first. Yi Luofeng hesitated for a moment and immediately said. What? Dongmen Jingyu stood rooted to the ground, stunned. Dongmen Jingyu originally thought that even though he had lost to Qin Yu, Yi Luofeng was from the same sect as him, and they often saw each other, so he still had a chance. Moreover, the Eight Swords Sacred Gate was very far from the Black Demon Valley, so it was not easy for Qin Yu to see Yi Luofeng. Unexpectedly, Yi Luofeng actually chose to stay in the southern territory. This was Yi Luofeng's own choice, and Dongmen Jingyu could not stop her. Senior brother Dongmen, since junior sister Yi wants to stay here, let's go back first. The woman in the green dress who had followed along smiled and said, Junior sister Yi, we will bring your good news back to the sect. During the feast of the god of cookery, she had completely recognized the gap between her and Yi Luofeng. She had to admit that Yi Luofeng was worthy of Dongmen Jingyu. However, Yi Luofeng already had someone she liked, so as long as she stayed by Dongmen Jingyu's side, there was a chance that they would end up together. In the end, Dongmen Jingyu and the other two returned to the eastern region with the Eight Swords Sacred Gate's elder. Meanwhile, Yi Luofeng temporarily stayed in the southern territory. Get ready to go back, junior brother. Tu Zhixiang shouted from afar with a slightly teasing smirk. Her gaze swept back and forth between Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng. He's here. Qin Yu said in a deep voice. However, he suddenly noticed the geniuses of the Evil Moon cult not far away from him. He immediately approached them as a thought crossed his mind. Yang Yu. Among the many geniuses of the Evil Moon cult, Qin Yu was the only one who had interacted with Yang Yu. When Yang Yu saw Qin Yu walking over, she frowned and her expression sank. It seemed that whenever she saw Qin Yu, she would think of some unhappy things. She said impatiently, What's the matter? Do you recognize this symbol? Qin Yu waved his palm, and his true essence surged out, outlining a blood moon symbol in the air. This was the symbol of the Blood Moon sect in Kunyan world, and it was somewhat similar to the symbol of the Evil Moon sect. I don't know, but who would be so daring to use such a similar symbol to the Evil Moon cult? Yang Yu shook her head slightly, looking even more displeased. You don't know him? A hint of surprise flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Originally, he felt that there must be some connection between the two. It seemed like he was thinking too much. But at this moment... Wait a moment. The elder of the Evil Moon cult who was holding a wooden staff suddenly said, and an invisible pressure spread out. Qin Yu looked at the old man with a hint of respect. The other party was the Evil Moon cult's Celestial Condensation King, one of the hosts of the Heaven's Chosen List ranking tournament. I have some impression of this symbol. The old man stroked his beard and said. Does Senior know the origin of this symbol? Xianxia asked tentatively. As for the specifics, I'll have to go back to the cult to find out. If you want to know, you can go to the Evil Moon cult to find me. The old man with the wooden staff said calmly. Then I'll have to trouble you, Senior. If there's an opportunity, I'll definitely pay you a visit. Xianxia bowed slightly and left without asking any questions. I didn't expect him to be from a small world. The wooden staff elder watched Xianxia leave and said thoughtfully. What? Elder, how do you know that he's from a small world? Xianxia was slightly stunned and immediately asked. At the same time, she still couldn't believe it. How could Xianxia be from a small world? According to the symbol, the wooden staff elder, Elder Huai, said calmly. Xianxia was puzzled. It seemed that Elder Huai knew the origin of the symbol. But Elder Huai didn't tell Xianxia just now. Let's go. Elder Huai waved his robe and flew away. Little junior brother, I didn't expect you to find such a beautiful and amazing sister-in-law. Tu Zhixiang teased Xianxia and Yi Luofeng with a smile. Senior sister, you're not young anymore. It's time to find one. Xianxia retorted without showing any weakness. Yi Luofeng's expression was a little unnatural when she saw that Xianxia didn't object to her senior sister's words, but she was secretly happy. I really didn't expect that the god of cookery banquet would appear in the Heaven's Chosen ranking battle. I didn't expect junior brother to be able to sit in the top seats. Third senior brother Feng Wuxue walked over with a gentle smile. As the third round approached, the news of the god of cookery banquet had spread among the major forces of the southern region. Therefore, many people rushed over to witness the rare god of cookery banquet. Feng Wuxue also rushed over. As the major forces of the southern region left. In the crowd, a gray-robed man looked at the others in the sea of people and secretly transmitted, "Get ready. Hee, these forces must still be immersed in joy. This is a good opportunity to hurt them and kill their geniuses." A man wearing a bamboo hat curled up the corners of his mouth. The appearance of the god of cookery banquet could be said to be a great opportunity. If there were no accidents, the great cosmos domain would usher in a golden age within 100 years. But this was a bad thing for them. In particular, those geniuses who made it to the god of cookery banquet must be eradicated. Elder, the Black Demon Valley team is not easy to deal with. They're riding the Demon Horn battleship. One of the black-robed elders looked at the battleship of the Black Demon Valley leaving, his eyes full of worry. The Demon Horn battleship's defense was extremely outstanding, difficult to break, and it also had a strong offensive ability. Xianxia has the mystery of the young ancestor's life and death. This matter must be investigated. Moreover, with his performance on the Heaven's Chosen list and the god of cookery banquet, we must eliminate him. The cold voice of the gray-robed man bombarded the black-robed elder's mind, making him tremble all over. Yes. The black-robed elder dared not say more. And you don't have to worry about the Demon Horn battleship. The gray-robed man added. The Demon Horn battleship set off on the journey back to the Black Demon Valley. Almost all the geniuses who participated in the Heaven's Chosen list had entered a state of seclusion. Most of them were physically and mentally exhausted or injured after the Heaven's Chosen list ranking battle. And Xianxia, Tu Zhixiang, and Xinji were here to consume the delicacies they had eaten at the god of cookery banquet. Even the spirit soup on the lower-class seats had a medicinal effect that lasted for 3 days. The frostfire coral on the middle-class seats and the holy dragon flesh on the high-class seats would have a longer medicinal effect. If they did not make good use of it during this period, it would be a reckless waste of God's gifts. And Xianxia's mysterious heart could speed up the absorption of any precious materials and medicines, so it was even more so not to waste it. Inside the secret chamber, Xianxia sat cross-legged, operating his cultivation technique, mobilizing his true essence, and calmly cultivating. According to the god of cookery, the holy dragon flesh had 2 main effects. First, it could transform the physique and even strengthen the bloodline. Second, it could change the aptitude of the spirit body. Xianxia's physique had indeed undergone a transformation. He felt that his physical strength had increased by at least 30 to 40%. It should be said that he had just broken through the mysterious pattern demon body before the god of cookery banquet. In addition, when Qinyu completely absorbed the energy of the holy dragon flesh, it was unknown to what level he would reach. The speed of absorbing the heaven and earth yuan qi is a full 50% faster than before. Qinyu was secretly shocked. There was only one result in this situation, and that was the transformation of the spirit body's aptitude. In Qinyu's storage space, he took out a crystal ball. This ball had the function of testing the aptitude of the spirit body. There were more than a dozen round bumps on the crystal ball. Qinyu held the crystal ball in his hand. After a while, the crystal ball lit up on its own, releasing a layer of white halo that became more and more intense. The bumps on the crystal ball lit up one after another, and finally stopped at the 9th round bump. This is a superior grade spirit body. Qinyu's face lit up with joy. He had been a middle grade spirit body before, but now it had directly improved to middle grade. He also found that the 10th bump on the crystal ball was emitting a faint light, as if there was a possibility of further improvement. In addition to these two effects, the delicacy had many other miraculous effects. For example, at this moment, Qinyu felt that his cultivation was extremely smooth, and the effect was excellent. If he directly went into seclusion for a year and a half, there was a great chance that he would break through to the mid-stage of Void Sea, which could be said to be a rapid improvement. I wonder if I can participate in the second feast of the god of cookery in this lifetime. Qinyu sighed. The opportunities contained in the feast of the god of cookery were really amazing. Of course, the food cooked by the god of cookery was also extremely delicious and memorable. Time passed. In another 4 or 5 days, I can return to the sect. Qinyu inwardly estimated the time. Suddenly, rumble, a deafening sound rang out around him, and the room where Qinyu was in shook. What's going on? Qinyu immediately left the room and walked out. What happened? In the other rooms, some people ran out of the room in panic just like Qinyu. In the next room, Yi Luofeng also walked out. Let's go out and have a look. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng left the cabin together. Bang, as soon as they came out, a terrible battle storm swept over, causing everyone to be shocked, and they all retreated. Enemy attack. Enemy. A burst of exclamations came from all around. On the right side of the demon-horned warship, there was a huge hole, emitting thick smoke. And in the sky, 2 imposing figures were vaguely seen fighting. One of them was Jinyu's master, the solitary Blood King. When they came, the demon-horned warship was commanded by the Valley Master of the Chilly Wind Valley, but when they returned, the other Valley Masters went ahead, while the solitary Blood Valley Master commanded the demon-horned warship. Die. On the right side, a black-cloaked figure suddenly jumped out, holding a blood-colored scythe, and slashed. Swoosh, a blood-red and frightening crescent moon shot out and directly cut a Black Demon Valley disciple into 2. The blood-red crescent continued to slash backward. A female disciple saw that the person in front of her was directly cut in half, and her face turned pale with fright, trembling all over. She was about to meet the same end. Suddenly, a dark and tall figure appeared in front of her, emitting a powerful and domineering dragon might. Bang, Qinyu waved his arm, smashing the blood-red crescent into pieces. Black Demon Valley disciple, kill the enemy. Feng Wuxue suddenly rushed out, his face grim. He held a red wooden sword, and as he waved it, a layer of dark red sword light enveloped the sky, killing a masked man and repelling the other 5. Third senior brother is so strong. It was Jinyu's first time seeing Feng Wuxue in action, and this sword was comparable to Dongmen Jingyu's 5 elements. Be careful. Yi Luofeng's low voice sounded. 2 black-cloaked figures suddenly appeared in the distance, one emitting an extremely cold aura, and the other emitting a monstrous evil aura. Just a glance was enough to tell that these 2 people were extraordinary. At this moment, the 2 people went straight for Qinyu. In the sky, the 2 kings clashed fiercely. The world darkened, and the aftermath of their battle shook the surroundings. Who are you? How dare you attack the Black Demon Valley team? The solitary Blood King's deep and dignified voice reverberated throughout the world, causing everyone's eardrums to vibrate. The person fighting was wearing a blood-red robe. His body was shrouded in a blood veil, and his face could not be seen clearly. Hee hee. The blood-red robed man only smiled sinisterly without saying a word. He suddenly stretched out his palm, and a crimson bloody light erupted from it. The next moment, hundreds of blood-red flowing lights shot out like a blood-red meteor shower toward the solitary Blood King. Such profound attainments in the blood path, could it be, the blood race? A guess emerged in the solitary Blood King's mind. Not good, the blood race had a grudge against Xianxia. Could the blood race have attacked the returning team from Black Demon Valley to target Xianxia? However, the solitary Blood King was currently restrained by the blood-red-robed man, and the other party's strength was not inferior to his. In the demon-horned warship, the disciples of the Black Demon Valley were fighting with a group of unknown people. Swoosh! Swoosh! Amidst the chaos, two black figures leaped out and headed straight for Xianxia. One of them wore a white mask and exuded a cold and sinister aura. With a wave of his hand, a sharp awl appeared and turned into a grayish-black aurora that charged toward Xianxia. The other person wore a black mask and was clearly a woman. She exuded an astonishing murderous aura, and it was unknown how many lives she had slaughtered. Swish, she held a blood-red sword that exuded an astonishing murderous aura. As the sword fell, a chaotic black-red sword light flew out. These two people were at the mid-stage of the Void Sea realm. Judging from their aura alone, their strength was extraordinary. When they joined forces, they could fight against a peak mid-stage Void Sea realm expert. Kill! A vigorous and enormous power burst out from Xianxu's body. Boom! Roar! He threw out a simple punch. The astonishing pitch-black fist light exuded a powerful dragon might, and a deafening roar resounded. Ever since he had eaten the holy dragon's flesh, Xianxu was already in a state of saturation in all aspects. At this moment, this punch directly erupted with peak power. In fact, after throwing this punch, he felt much more comfortable all over his body, and his intuition told him that he was completely satisfied. Boom! The pitch-black fist light crushed forward and smashed the black and red sword light into pieces with a destructive force. The other grayish-black aurora was also sent flying. How could this be? The black-masked woman exclaimed in surprise when she saw this. Their joint attack was actually broken by a single punch from Xianxu. They knew that Xianxu's strength would increase after eating the holy dragon's flesh at the Feast of Culinary Gods. But at that time, the feeling that Xianxu gave off was that he didn't receive much benefit, aside from the scarlet-winged saint dragon phenomenon. Who would have thought that a casual punch from Xianxu would make them, who were in the middle stage of the Void Sea state, feel threatened? Let me help you. Yi Luofeng took out her sword and walked forward. There's no need. I alone am enough to deal with these two small fries. Xianxu reached out to stop Yi Luofeng. When he looked at the two masked men, a hint of battle intent burst forth in his eyes. After eating the holy dragon's flesh, he had been feeling too full. Now that he exercised, not only was it more comfortable, but it also helped to digest the power of the holy dragon's flesh. Small fries? The white-masked man's cold words were tinged with anger. You're courting death. The black-masked woman was equally angry. The murderous aura on her body grew thicker, turning into a thick black mist that roared and rolled. The woman instantly charged out, the blood sword in her hand slashing out beams of black and red sword chi that swept across, filled with murderous aura. At this moment, the nearby disciples of the Black Demon Valley retreated, many of whom had wounds on their bodies that kept bleeding. The white-masked man controlled the sharp awl and assisted from the side. Break! Xianxu roared, the power in his body moving out, and a dragon might spread out. Boom! 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 He punched out 3 times in a row. It was as if there were 3 huge black dragon heads charging out, roaring and crushing everything. In an instant, the two's attacks were once again neutralized. The 3 powerful fist lights directly charged toward the black-masked woman. What a powerful force. I didn't expect this boy to change so much after devouring the holy dragon's flesh. The black-masked woman was secretly shocked. The two of them had seen Xianxu's battle at the Feast of the God of Cookery and thought that they could definitely win if they joined forces. But they underestimated Xianxu's transformation. Bang! The black-masked woman raised her sword and fiercely swung it. Violent essential essence poured out, and a black and red sword light slashed down, breaking Xianxu's 3 punches. You want to assassinate me when you're so weak? Xianxu's mocking voice came from the right. Demonic runes surged on his left arm as he displayed the cloud-swallowing demonic fist. With a punch, a shocking fist light 50 or 60 feet wide burst out, and its power was unparalleled as it charged toward the black-masked woman. Not good. The black-masked woman's expression suddenly changed. Before, Xianxua's attack only made her feel threatened, but at this moment, she felt a strong sense of crisis. As she slashed out with her sword, her other hand formed a seal and outlined a blood seal in front of her, turning it into a blood shield. Boom, the sword chi was crushed, and the cloud-swallowing demonic fist moved forward and smashed on the blood shield. In less than half a breath's time, the blood light shield was broken through with a cracking sound. Bang, the black-masked woman's figure flew out and hit the deck of the demonic horn warship, and some blood dripped from under the mask. Damn, I was defeated so easily by him. The black-masked woman shouted angrily and unwillingly. However, this task should be completed. In their team, although he was the main attacker, it was often the man with the white mask who took the enemy's life. Whoosh, a black shadow leaped out. His palm fiercely slapped the sharp awl, causing it to explode in an instant. It set off a grayish-black airflow, like a slender dark aurora. It carried a dense chill as it pierced through. So fast, Xianxua's heart skipped a beat. In the battle just now, the man with the white mask had been supporting from the side, and his combat power was relatively weak. This made Xianxua think that the black-masked woman was the main force. Unexpectedly, the white-masked man hiding in the dark was the real strong man. At this moment, this sudden attack made Xianxua feel a chill down his spine, and he felt a sense of crisis. The opponent's timing was extremely precise, and the attack was extremely fast. This attack could be called a fatal blow. Even a middle-stage empty sea realm expert might not be able to block this attack. Xianxua's body was tense, and he operated the power of the concept of space to block in front of him, trying to slow down the enemy's attack. At the same time, he moved and dodged. He saw, buzz, the dark aurora that seemed to be able to penetrate everything suddenly encountered an invisible obstacle, and its speed slowed down. Just like this, Xianxua had enough time to dodge this attack. My concept of space seems to be stronger than before. Xianxua was a little confused. The power of the concept of space depended on one's own perception. But Xianxua did not have much perception recently, and the power of the concept of space had increased out of thin air. He could not help but think that his spatial talent seemed to be due to the mysterious heart. At the feast of God of Cookery, his mysterious heart had undergone some unknown transformation, and the result was unknown to Xianxua. But now that Xianxua knew this, his control over the power of space had become even stronger. Swish, the dark aurora brushed past Xianxua and pierced the deck. What? The white-masked man cried out in surprise. The attack just now was his fatal blow, and its penetrating power was extremely strong. Even if it was Xianxua's defensive means, he was confident that he could break it. So far, when he used this move, he either took a life or seriously injured the enemy, and there had never been a situation where his attack was dodged. Why did you miss? The black-masked woman suddenly shouted with dissatisfaction. Originally, victory was in sight. But his companion had actually failed. Retreat, we can't kill this person. The power of the concept of space he has mastered is extraordinary. The white-masked man immediately transmitted his voice. His tone was full of fear. He had already used his fatal blow, and if he could not kill Xianxua, then there was no chance. Swish, when the white-masked man transmitted his voice, he immediately retreated without hesitation. The black-masked woman then retreated. Want to leave? Xianxua sneered, mobilized the power of space, and performed the black sky palm. He seemed to push out two palms slowly, but the moment these two palms were formed, they shot out at an incredible speed, as if they were unhindered. Bang, the black-masked woman was hit by a palm, and all her bones were broken. She fell on the demon horn warship, and her breath was gone. Under the nourishment of the holy dragon's flesh and blood, Xianxua's strength became more terrifying, and his physical strength alone was enough to suppress ordinary middle-stage empty sea realm. At this moment, the black-masked woman lost her life under Xianxua's palm. The white-masked man twisted his body like a python. He was extremely flexible, and he managed to negate a lot of damage. His figure rolled into the distance. Seeing his companion die, he gasped, immediately got up, turned around, and fled. Stay here. When Qinyu performed the first two moves of the black sky palm, he suddenly felt something. At this moment, he slowly raised his palm and clawed in the air. The third move of the black sky palm was performed. An invisible space power descended around the white-masked man, quickly condensed into a translucent dark silver hand, and grabbed him. What is this? Let go. The white-masked man struggled with all his might, but the effect was minimal. Die. Without showing any mercy, Qinyu threw a punch at his opponent. At this moment, the white-masked man was like a fish on the chopping block, and he could only watch as Qinyu's attack came. He looked horrified, terrified, and regretful. But the mask covered everything, and others could not see his expression. Bang! The heavy and enormous fist aura smashed over, crushing the white-masked man into a pile of minced meat. They're all dead. Qinyu couldn't help but take a breath. He didn't know that his overall strength had undergone such a transformation, at least about 40%. The two people who attacked Qinyu were killed in an instant, and even their escape failed. The scene was chaotic, and Yi Luofeng had also joined in the battle. Only a few people witnessed the scene of Qinyu killing two mid-level Void Sea experts. Amazing, Qinyu is much stronger than before the feast of the god of cookery. A Black Demon Valley disciple exclaimed. This was reasonable. The feast of the god of cookery was a great opportunity to change one's fate and be reborn. Just as Qinyu was about to take the initiative to attack and eradicate the other enemies. His heart raced, and an invisible sense of crisis suddenly descended. Whoosh, a black figure suddenly flashed out from behind the demonic warship, and a vast and boundless blood path power spread out, forming a blood-colored sea. Ah! Help! Two Black Demon Valley disciples nearby were instantly sucked dry of their blood, turned into dried corpses, and fell to the ground. Die! A black-robed old man approached Qinyu. In the void, 100 feet long withered blood claw stretched out from the blood sea, exuding a terrible power and bloody aura, and grabbed at Qinyu. At this moment, a tremendous pressure descended around Qinyu, binding him. Not good, this momentum. Late-stage Void Sea expert. Qinyu felt the opponent's attack, and his mind trembled. Break! He operated the power of the concept of space to contend with the tremendous pressure, pushing it away. At this moment. Boom! The 100 feet long withered blood claw fiercely attacked. Almost at the same time, Qinyu flew backward and successfully dodged. But there was still a violent wave of blood chi that slapped on Qinyu's body, giving him a feeling of corrosion. Several wisps of blood path. Essential essence penetrated into Qinyu's body, devouring his vitality and corroding his internal organs. Qinyu immediately operated the essential essence to suppress the force that had infiltrated his body. Coupled with his powerful physique and self-healing ability, this ordinary injury rapidly healed. He dodged. The black-robed old man spoke in a hoarse voice, slightly surprised. The voice sounded familiar to Qinyu, but he couldn't remember for a moment. Late-stage Void Sea expert doesn't seem to be as strong as I thought. Qinyu shook his head. In fact, it was not that the Void Sea expert wasn't strong, but that Qinyu's strength had risen too fast recently, and he hadn't clearly felt it, nor had he clearly defined his strength. Courting death. The black-robed old man coldly snorted when he heard Qinyu's words. His robe fluttered, and essential essence gushed out. Boom! In the void, a giant crimson claw carrying a monstrous wave of blood slammed down. This attack was even stronger than the previous one. Moreover, it also sealed off Qinyu's escape routes. In order to not to Qin Sea expert, the black-robed old man's Qin Chen had already been killed. When he discovered that he had underestimated Qinyu, to avoid another mishap, he went all out this time. He believed that with Qinyu's defense and survivability, Qinyu wouldn't die so quickly. It would be easier to capture him alive. What a terrifying attack. Chen, run. There were two Black Demon Valley disciples nearby who were going to help Qinyu, but they were scared out of their wits after seeing the black-robed old man's attack. And when Yi Luofeng was about to return to help, she was also pinned down by a powerful enemy. It's not that easy to kill me. Qinyu took out a pair of golden wings from his storage space and injected essential essence into them. Puff. Puff, the wings flapped, and a layer of black golden flames erupted. Yu, like a black golden phoenix, soared into the sky. The next moment, the huge blood claw crushed down like a sea of blood. Yu, who couldn't dodge, used the golden phoenix wings and the power of the will of space to evade the black-robed old man's attack. Boom! Activating the power of the will of space, Yu displayed the second move of the mysterious sky palm and attacked the black-robed old man. A palm light flashing with a silver gleam in the dark gray light descended rapidly. Bang! Waves of blood surged around the black-robed old man, blocking the space palm technique. But there was nothing to be happy about. As a late-stage Void Sea expert, he should have quickly crushed a junior at the peak of the early-stage Void Sea realm. But Yu was unscathed under his 2 rounds of attacks. If Yu had fled directly, the black-robed old man would have felt a little better. But Yu had launched a counterattack. Wasn't it obvious that he was looking down on him? No wonder you can kill Lu Ling. I have indeed underestimated you. But I won't show mercy next. The black-robed old man's cold and hoarse voice sounded. Lu Ling. Yu had never heard of this name. But at this moment, after hearing the black-robed old man's words, he finally remembered where he had seen him. Blue Water Bay, Blood Orchid Ancient Stronghold. After Yu's mysterious heart absorbed the descendants of the Devouring Blood clan, he had pretended to be the junior patriarch and snatched a 5,000-year-old demonic wolf fruit and a sea transformation pill from the black-robed old man. A blood clan. Yu's face darkened. Since the black-robed old man's identity had been confirmed, Yu had already guessed who Lu Ling was. So far, apart from the junior patriarch of the Devouring Blood clan, he had only killed 1 blood clan member. I'll let you see the power of the blood clan. The black-robed old man snorted coldly. Lu Ling was from the Blood Skull clan, and he was a blood clan member. The black-robed old man spread his arms, and a vast sea of true essence surged out, forming a real sea of blood around him. Gurgle, gurgle, suddenly, a blood man slowly stepped out of the sea of blood, his entire body blood-red. The blood man roared and leaped out toward Yu. But in the next moment, the entire sea of blood boiled, and one blood monster after another leaped out. In the blink of an eye, Yu was faced with hundreds of enemies. Yu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The Blood Clan was a terrifying race that struck fear into the hearts of all flesh and blood beings. Their strength wasn't just for show. Previously, the black-robed old man had wanted to hide his identity, but now he directly used the Blood Clan's secret technique. Die. Yu circulated his secret pattern demonic body with all his might. Demonic runes surged on his body, and the demonic scale battle armor appeared. Demonic runes wrapped around his right hand, and as he waved it, a sinister-looking demonic claw lashed out. Bang! The demonic destruction claw pierced through a blood man, leaving a giant hole in his body. But the blood man didn't seem to be affected. He continued to charge toward Yu, and the giant hole in his chest was slowly being filled with blood. This is practically an undying body. Yu's brows furrowed. Haha, these 500 blood clones don't know what fatigue is and will attack you endlessly. Surrender, Yu. The black-robed old man laughed loudly as if victory was already in his grasp. Yu realized that after the black-robed old man used this technique, he didn't attack himself. Perhaps there was some special reason. Roar. Roar. The blood clones' roars came from all directions, and they all pounced at him in an instant. Scram. Yu roared and punched out with his palms and fists, creating a series of violent fist radiance and palm shadows. These blood clones were very weak, but as long as they came into contact with living beings, they could quickly devour their blood and life force. Apart from that, they were almost indestructible, although the blood-glazed flame could restrain blood cultivators to a certain extent. The black-robed old man's cultivation level was higher, so this restraint was very weak. In addition, Yu also realized that as the blood men continued to close in, they actually formed a giant encirclement. Front, back, left, right, up, down, there were all blind spots. Moments later, these blood men turned into a huge pool of viscous blood that enveloped Yu. Just as Yu was about to use the golden-winged phoenix bloodline and the 9-bone demon spirit sword, and other trump cards, he suddenly remembered something. When he encountered the descendant of the blood-devouring clan, Yu's mysterious heart had directly absorbed the descendant of the blood-devouring clan. This was already very strange and difficult to understand. Could it be that his mysterious heart had some kind of restraint on the blood clan? Thump thump. Thump thump thump, Jinyu activated his heart, causing it to beat and emit a strange suction force. The next moment, the blood men that had gathered in all directions suddenly trembled, and their blood flowed down their bodies. Whoosh, and within these blood men, crystalline red blood threads condensed and entered Chinyu's body. Haha, Chinyu has eaten the delicacies of the god of cookery, so he should not have completely digested them yet. When I catch him, I can first absorb the power of the holy dragon's flesh and blood. Seeing that Chinyu was completely trapped, the black-robed old man smiled evilly, making his own plans. But suddenly, he was cut off from the blood men. My bloodline power. The black-robed old man found that his bloodline power had suddenly disappeared. He looked up. The giant blood ball in the sky had actually melted, turned into countless drops of blood, and rolled down. Inside, Chinyu slowly appeared, a trace of astonishment on his face. At that moment, his mysterious heart had extracted a trace of bloodline power from the blood men around him. Without this bloodline power, these blood men could not maintain their form, which led to this scene. The perilous situation just now collapsed in an instant. Chinyu suddenly realized that his mysterious heart seemed to be the natural enemy and nemesis of the blood clan. The descendants of the devouring blood clan, a powerful clan that was regarded as royalty by the blood clan, were directly sucked away by the mysterious heart. And now, the mysterious heart had also disintegrated the killing move of the old man from the blood clan. How is this possible? The black-robed old man's body trembled, and his face was pale. His secret skill was broken, and he also suffered a certain degree of backlash, so he was extremely weak at the moment. Kill. Chinyu raised his finger, and the blood-glazed flame was formed. He suddenly pointed his index finger. Swoosh, a beam of crimson flame shone down from the sky and instantly landed in front of the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man's pupils contracted, and the blood waves around him surged as he tried to block it. Poof, but in an instant, Yang Ming's sword finger pierced through the blood waves and hit the black-robed old man's shoulder, leaving a bloody hole. Huh? After these bloody people died, he actually became a bit weaker. Chinyu was slightly taken aback. His space palm technique had been easily blocked by the black-robed old man. But at this moment, his strength seemed to have weakened. Yang Ming's sword finger easily pierced through his defense and hit the black-robed old man. Damn it! The black-robed old man gritted his teeth, feeling humiliated and angry. At this moment. Buzz. Whoosh, a series of roars came from inside the demonic horn battleship, and many formation patterns flickered. The demonic horn battleship has been repaired. Great! We must make these attackers pay a heavy price. The Black Demon Valley's demonic horn battleship was not an ordinary flying tool. If the battleship was fully activated, its attack could even severely injure a star condensation king. The operation of the demon horn battleship made the blood race assailants panic. Retreat! Someone among them gave the order. The demon horn battleship not only had an offensive formation but also a defensive boundary. Once they were trapped inside, none of them would be able to escape when the other experts of Black Demon Valley came to support them. Moreover, their purpose this time was not to fight to the death with Black Demon Valley, but to weaken them and hunt down the outstanding geniuses of the Heaven's favorite ranking battle. Bastard! The black-robed old man was even more infuriated when he saw this scene. At the same time, his eyes flashed with panic and fear. His target this time was Chinyu. But he had already failed. Previously, when the young ancestor came to his stronghold, he was captured by Chinyu and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Lu Ling, whom he sent out, was also killed by Chinyu. Now that he personally took action, he failed and was injured by Chinyu. When he returned, not only would he lose face, but he might also be severely punished. Unfortunately, he was in a weak state at the moment, and the Demon Horn battleship was in operation. He had no way to capture or kill Chinyu alive. It's more important to stay alive. The black-robed old man glanced coldly at Chinyu and chose to retreat. Where do you think you're going, old thing? Chinyu bellowed, the golden wings on his back flapping as he took the initiative to attack. The black-robed old man's body trembled slightly, anger erupting in his heart. Logically speaking, shouldn't Qinyu breathe a sigh of relief and rejoice at the fact that he had retreated, but this little bastard dared to chase after him. Although the black-robed old man was in a weak state, with his advanced Void Sea Realm cultivation base, he was not afraid of Qinyu at all. What he was afraid of was the Demon Horn battleship. This bastard. The black-robed old man suppressed the shame and anger in his heart. Boom. 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 Behind him, a group of pitch-black fist shadows, exuding a domineering dragon power, crushed down. The black-robed old man's body surged with waves of blood, rising into the sky and turning into a blood-colored light curtain to block Qinyu's attack. When the pitch-black fist shadows smashed in, like a stone sinking into the sea, they were slowly swallowed up by the blood-colored light curtain. But when the second punch, the third punch, the 10th punch came, the blood-colored barrier finally couldn't hold on any longer. It didn't have enough time to dissolve all the power and exploded, turning into a snowstorm that rained down from the sky. The black-robed old man immediately turned around and swung his claws. A chaotic wave of blood light shot out. Rumble, the layers of fist shadows were all dispersed. Just at this moment, the black-robed old man saw Qinyu behind him brandishing a sinister-looking bone sword. Boom, an incomparably pitch-black sword wave suddenly descended with a devastating demonic aura and powerful dragon might. Qinyu used all of his strength in this attack. Even the mysterious heart entered a state of explosive power. Not good. The black-robed old man immediately sensed that Qinyu's attack was extraordinary. He waved his claws, forming a bloody streak of light. The next moment, the two attacks collided. Boom, an explosion rang out, and Qinyu's attack was blocked. However, within the shockwave of the explosion, a black sword wave pressed towards the black-robed old man. Bang, the black-robed old man's eyes widened as he was swept by the demonic sword wave and retreated dozens of feet. After he stabilized his figure, he glared at Qinyu angrily. His eyes were bloodshot, and a terrifying killing intent spread out. "You're courting death." The black-robed old man was furious, and his killing intent surged. If not for the fact that his secret technique was temporarily disrupted and he was in a hurry to escape, how could he be chased by Qinyu? How could he be humiliated by a junior? However, the demonic horn battleship's array formation had already been activated, and many people had already evacuated. Swoosh, the black-robed old man suppressed the anger in his heart and turned to flee. "Old thing, don't run. If you have the ability, continue fighting with me." Qinyu's provocative voice came from behind. "In the sky. Stay here for me." The solitary blood monarch shouted. His white hair fluttered, and a bloody light shot into the sky behind him, turning into a wave of blood light that bombarded forward. At this moment, the sky was dyed red. The countless blood light waves charged towards the blood-robed old man at lightning speed. "If I want to leave, you can't stop me," the blood-robed old man said in a cold and slightly disdainful voice. His blood-robe fluttered, and a violent wave of bloody light swept out, colliding with the solitary blood monarch's attack. Then, the blood-robed old man turned to leave. Before leaving, he glanced at the demonic horn battleship below with his spiritual consciousness. Their surprise attack was to weaken the Black Demon Valley's power and kill the Heaven's Pridelings in the Heaven's Prideling ranking battle. There were many corpses on the battleship, and most of them were from the Black Demon Valley. Seeing this, the blood-robed old man was quite satisfied and nodded slightly. The next moment, he saw Qinyu, and Qinyu chasing after the black-robed old man. The latter was furious, but could only swallow his anger and retreat from the demonic horn battleship. "Trash!" The blood-robed old man immediately snorted. Angrily. The sky and earth suddenly darkened, and the wind and clouds rolled back. When a king was angry, the sky and earth changed color. The next moment, the blood-robed old man stretched out a claw, and a ball of red violent blood light quickly condensed on it. Boom, the blood-robed old man suddenly attacked, and his target was Qinyu. "Oh no!" The solitary Blood King's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the blood-robed old man to attack Qinyu before leaving. As a king, he actually attacked an early-stage Void Sea Realm Junior. It was simply despicable and shameless. Boom, the solitary Blood King immediately attacked, sending out a dark blood light wave to intercept the attack. However, it was still half a step too late. This dark blood light wave only affected the blood-robed old man's attack and did not completely destroy it. Boom, swish. Swish, swish. The blood light exploded and turned into countless blood starlight beams that rushed downward. After forcing the late-stage Void Sea Realm blood race expert back, Jinyu felt refreshed. He taunted him a few more times and prepared to return. But suddenly, his heart beat rapidly, and he felt a strong sense of danger. He looked up and happened to see the scene of the blood-robed old man attacking and the solitary Blood King stopping him. The next moment, the blood starlight beams that filled the sky fell down like a vast blood-colored meteor shower, smashing toward him. Damn! Jinyu's eyes widened as he gasped. A star condensation monarch actually attacked him personally. At this moment, Jinyu felt like heaven and earth were enraged, and a terrifying disaster was descending that wanted to shatter everything. The immense might and absolute pressure caused one to tremble and freeze on the spot, unable to summon the will to resist. Thump thump. Thump thump thump, Jinyu's heart beat rapidly as he activated the eruption technique. A vigorous vitality energy surged out and flowed through Jinyu's body. Swish, Jinyu suddenly soared into the sky and retreated rapidly. At the same time, he mobilized spatial energy and gathered it in front of him. At this moment, Jinyu unleashed his full speed. He was like a pitch-black stream of light, and his figure could not be seen clearly. However, the blood starlight beams were even faster. A few of the blood starlight beams pierced through everything and stabbed toward Jinyu. Swish, swish. Swish, when these blood starlight beams were within 100 feet of Jinyu, they instantly let out a series of sounds. This was the sound of space being torn apart. Is this the power of a king? The spatial intent is actually useless, and it was directly torn apart. Jinyu was overwhelmed with shock. Although Sovereign Kong Hai controlled the power of intent, a star condensation king controlled an even more powerful and pure profound energy. Boom, in the next instant, Jinyu activated the power of the golden-winged phoenix's bloodline. A loud phoenix cry came from his body, and a blazing flame burst out. His speed increased once again as he retreated. Boom, Jinyu dodged most of the attacks, and only 2 blood starlight beams descended. At the last moment, the demonic runes on his back surged and turned into a huge pitch-black scaled wall, blocking in front of him. Pung! Pung! The blood starlight beams descended, piercing through the thick wall, and streaked across Jinyu's body. His abdomen and shoulders were grazed by the 2 blood starlight beams, and everything was destroyed, leaving behind 2 gashes. Rumble, on the blood starlight battleship, a vast storm of blood starlight appeared. Just this might alone sent many people flying, and they vomited blood. At the center of the explosion, Jinyu crawled up and looked at the terrifying wounds on his body. It was as if a piece of flesh had been ripped off his abdomen and shoulders. It had been a long time since he had suffered such injuries. This is an injury caused by a king. Even with my body's regenerative ability, it's impossible to recover in a short period of time. Jinyu thought to himself. He had once heard that an early-stage Void Sea had been hit by the shockwave of a king's power, and a trace of origin energy had remained in his body. Just a trace of king's origin energy was unable to be expelled, and he had been tortured to death. The blood-robed person's power had an aura that could destroy everything. The wounds on Jinyu's body were devoid of life, and everything was deathly silent. However, a shocking scene occurred. The flesh and bones of the wounds were rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? Standing stiffly in place, Jinyu took a deep breath. Even if it was just a normal injury, his heart should have entered the berserk state, and the self-healing speed should not have been this fast. Moreover, this was an injury caused by a king. No, this isn't self-healing. Jinyu grasped the crux of the matter. The flesh and bones around his wounds did not heal by themselves. It was as if they had grown out of thin air. Just as he was thinking, the wounds on his body had recovered by 50 to 60%, and the horrifying incomplete appearance from before no longer existed. Could this be the legendary indestructible physique? Jinyu suddenly thought of a book that he had once read. It described the special physiques that had appeared in the great cosmos realm before. Among them, there was a physique that was ranked among the best. It was extremely special and powerful, and it was called the indestructible physique. No matter how great the injury of the indestructible physique was, as long as the body was not completely destroyed, it could rapidly recover. At this moment, what was happening to Qianyu's body was somewhat similar to the indestructible physique. However, why did his body possess such power? You! The solitary Blood King's shocked voice rang out, and a vast energy spread out. He immediately charged toward the location of the explosion. As long as Qianyu did not die, he had to save him. Master! When Qianyu heard the solitary Blood King's voice, he immediately walked out. The solitary Blood King's anxious expression froze on the spot. Then, it turned into a dumbfounded expression as he stared at Qianyu. Why are you fine? The solitary Blood King was extremely puzzled. Qianyu was instantly speechless. He thought to himself, could it be that Master wants something to happen to me? In the distance, the blood-robed man, who had escaped after unleashing that attack, narrowed his eyes, and a trace of disdain appeared on his lips. However, when he saw Qianyu walking out alive and well, he nearly stumbled. How is this possible? The blood-robed man thought that he had seen wrong. He opened his eyes wide and looked carefully, only to discover that it was the truth. The attack of a king had not been able to kill Qianyu. Having failed to kill Qianyu, the blood-robed man did not stay any longer. At this moment, the solitary Blood King was beside Qianyu, and he had no chance. Once the demonic worship was completely repaired, coupled with the solitary Blood King's power, it could even threaten his life. On the other side, the black-robed elder of the blood race also stared at Qianyu as if he had seen a ghost. Even the king couldn't kill him. Even if this kid has the survivability of the blood race, he should be dead by now. The black-robed elder exclaimed. All along, the blood race had been feared for their powerful self-healing and survivability, as well as their ability to store things. They were also known as the immortal blood race. Swoosh, the black-robed elder also immediately retreated. Even the Lord King had failed. This made his failure not as humiliating as it had seemed. The blood race's sneak attack came suddenly and also left quickly. Are you okay? Yi Luofeng quickly came over. Her face looked calm, but her eyes were full of concern. She had also seen the scene just now and was scared out of her wits. But she couldn't help in time and could not do anything in the face of the king's attack. Fortunately, Qianyu was fine. But it seemed that Qianyu's condition was a little too good. In the distance, Shinji, who had been injured in the sneak attack, saw that Qianyu was still alive, and his expression immediately darkened. If not for the solitary Blood King weakening the enemy king's attack, you would have died long ago. He coldly snorted in his heart. In fact, it was not only because the solitary Blood King had weakened the blood-robed man's attack. Qianyu's desperate struggle had only caused him to be injured by a small part of the attack's aftermath. And there was another reason: his body seemed to have formed a special constitution similar to the indestructible body. After some reorganization, the demonic worship started up again and quickly returned to Black Demon Valley. The blood race's sneak attack had caused serious losses in Black Demon Valley, and many outstanding elites had been killed. Fortunately, the most talented people of the Black Demon Valley were all safe and sound. Among them, Qianyu had even narrowly escaped from the attack of a king-level expert. After returning to his room, Qianyu began to check his body. At this moment, his injuries were completely healed. One had to know that even if it was just a minor injury inflicted by a king tier, ordinary Void Sea Realm cultivators wouldn't be able to heal themselves. They could only watch as their injuries worsened. If the fact that Qianyu had recovered from his injuries were to spread out, it would probably scare a bunch of people to death. Could it be that I've really formed an indestructible body? Qianyu's heart was beating wildly. The legendary indestructible body was extremely heaven-defying. However, what caused him to have such a special physique? Feast of the God of Cookery. Qianyu shook his head. The holy dragon's flesh he had eaten had nothing to do with the indestructible body. Suddenly, he thought of the time at the God of Cookery's feast. The mysterious heart had undergone a special transformation, and it had also caused changes to his body. Could it be the mysterious heart? As Qianyu was deep in thought, a disciple knocked on the door and informed Qianyu that the solitary Blood King had summoned him. After arriving at the solitary Blood King's residence, let me take a look at your injuries. The solitary Blood King stared at Qianyu and spoke calmly. An injury left behind by a king tier could not be healed by an ordinary Void Sea Realm cultivator. They could only watch as their injuries worsened and eventually die. This disciple's injuries are more or less healed. Xianxia did not hide his indestructible body and spoke truthfully. Healed? The solitary Blood King asked softly without much surprise. In reality, when he was outside, he had already sensed that something was wrong with Xianxia's body, but he did not point it out. This disciple suspects that I've formed a special physique similar to the indestructible body. Xianxia took the initiative to explain. After all, such a physique was too shocking, and it was impossible to hide it. Let me verify it. The solitary Blood King's eyes flickered, and he seemed to be interested. Swish, he suddenly extended a finger and tapped lightly. A dark red starlight burst out and turned into a thin line that pierced through. The solitary Blood King suddenly attacked at such a close distance, so Xianxia could not dodge at all. Pfff, his shoulder was directly penetrated by this thin thread, leaving behind a small round hole. Pain pervaded his entire body. But immediately afterward, this small hole slowly healed until not a single scar was left behind. Seeing this scene, the solitary Blood King's eyes flashed with joy. An ordinary Void Sea Realm cultivator was unable to heal from an attack from a king tier. Even some spirit pills could only suppress the injury and could not completely heal it. However, the wound that the solitary Blood King had left on Xianxia's body completely healed in a few breaths without leaving a single mark. This phenomenon could only be explained by the fact that Xianxia had a special physique similar to the indestructible body. This disciple guesses that the formation of this special physique might have come from the god of cookery's feast. In reality, he was almost certain that the formation of this special physique came from the mysterious heart's transformation. The mysterious heart was originally undying. Whether it was the invasion of poison or the stabbing of swords, it could not be harmed at all. It was an indestructible object. During the god of cookery's feast, Xianxia's heart had erupted with unprecedented power, and it had undergone an unknown transformation that had also brought changes to his body. At the time, Xianxia had not sensed anything. But after this battle, he finally understood the changes in his body. He had actually formed a special physique, however, he definitely could not tell the truth to others and could only blame everything on the god of cookery's feast. The god of cookery's feast? The solitary Blood King closed his eyes and seemed to be thinking. Normally speaking, consuming the flesh of a holy dragon could form a special physique, but it would only be a dragon-type or fire-type physique. Forming an indestructible body was a bit ridiculous. However, that piece of holy dragon flesh had been processed by the god of cookery. It had been fused with more than 100 other types of natural treasures, and its effects had also become various. Moreover, the solitary Blood King could not think of any other explanation, so he could only blame it on the god of cookery's feast. Your special physique is indeed an indestructible physique, but it is still far from the true indestructible physique of the legends. At most, it can only be considered an early-stage indestructible physique. The solitary Blood King muttered. Of course, even if it was only an early-stage indestructible physique, it was still shocking enough. The indestructible physique was a legendary powerful physique. As long as the body was not completely destroyed, it could rapidly recover. Such a physique had not appeared many times in the history of the great cosmos realm. Every person with an indestructible physique was either an almighty who stood at the peak of the great cosmos realm or a fearsome evil spirit. The blood race had a special physique. They had extremely strong self-healing abilities and many means of survival. At their peak, they even called themselves the undead blood race. However, compared to a true indestructible physique, even the blood race's special physique was far inferior. I didn't expect it to really be an indestructible physique. Xianxia was wild with joy. Previously, Xianxia had only been guessing, but hearing it from a king himself, he was more convinced. It seems that you have the greatest fortune in this god of cookery feast. The solitary Blood King sighed. He looked at Xianxia and felt that it was surreal. He still remembered that before the prodigy ranking battle, he did not have high hopes for Xianxia. He thought that it would be good if he could make it into the top 50 at most. However, not only had Xianxia formed the light of prodigies, but he had also sat in the top seats, severely injured the myriad poison sovereign, and defeated Dongmen Jingyu, who was ranked third on the prodigy ranking. At the god of cookery feast, Everyone thought that the ones who had the greatest fortune were Saint Long Chen, Heavenly Monarch Scarlet Flame, Luo Chome, and the others. However, Qinyu had actually formed an elementary indestructible body. Although the injuries left behind by a king seem to have healed, there is still some yuan qi left in your body. Even the indestructible body can't help you get rid of it, the solitary Blood King said calmly. The solitary Blood King said calmly. Then, he stretched out his palm, and a soft dark red starlight spread out. This layer of dark red starlight did not have any malicious intent, and it seeped into Qinyu's body. Not long after, this layer of dark red starlight came out with another blood-colored yuan qi. At this moment, Qinyu suddenly felt refreshed. It seems that even with an elementary indestructible body, I can't get carried away and underestimate a king. Qinyu sighed softly. If this king's yuan qi remained in his body, it would definitely hinder his cultivation. Moreover, the next time Qinyu was within a certain range of the blood-robed person, he would be detected, and it would be very dangerous. An indestructible body doesn't mean that you can't die. Furthermore, you only have an elementary indestructible body. If you face a direct attack from a star condensation king, even if you have a true indestructible body, you will still die without a grave. The solitary Blood King chuckled. After getting rid of the remaining king's yuan qi in his body, Qinyu returned to his residence and started to cultivate. This god of cookery feast had brought him great fortune, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. The increase in his spatial intent allowed him to successfully use the third move of the mystic sky palm. However, he was still not familiar with it, and he needed more practice. The third move of the mystic sky palm was called the air capturing hand, and it could be considered a true spatial technique. When it reached the great perfection stage, he could capture anyone within a radius of 1,000 feet. He could take the head of an enemy general among tens of thousands of people with just one move. With the awakening of his spatial talent, Qinyu would spend more and more time on it. In addition, Qinyu's spirit body aptitude had increased to a high-grade spirit body. Coupled with the residual power of the holy dragon's flesh and blood, he was confident that he could break through to the middle stage of the Void Sea realm within a year. In fact, among the 100 people who had participated in the God of Cookery feast, there were a few who showed signs of a breakthrough on the spot. And most of them had the hope of breaking through a level within a year. This was the God of Cookery feast. Every time it appeared, 100 people would be reborn and advance by leaps and bounds. A few days later, the demonic horn warship returned to Black Demon Valley. On the same day, several higher-ups of Black Demon Valley held an emergency meeting. The Blood Race had taken the initiative to attack the Black Demon Valley team. This matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The Blood Race is so arrogant that they dared to openly attack the Black Demon Valley team. The Chilling Wind Valley Master stood up and snorted angrily, and suddenly there were gusts of chilling wind around. The other Valley Masters were also extremely angry. The geniuses and elites of Black Demon Valley were almost all wiped out, which was enough to make Black Demon Valley decadent for hundreds of years. There's another point of doubt. The solitary Blood King said again. The demonic horn battleship had its defenses activated while flying. But before the Blood Race's surprise attack, the defenses were turned off, and the demonic horn battleship suffered heavy damage. This proved that there was a traitor in the demonic horn battleship at that time. However, Black Demon Valley had suffered many casualties in this battle, and the traitor might have already escaped. This matter must be investigated. All those who came back alive must be carefully searched. All the higher-ups were extremely disgusted with the traitor, and their attitude was the same. They all knew the capabilities of the Blood Race, and they had to be on guard. There's another matter. This time, Qinyu has awakened the elementary indestructible body because of the opportunity of the God of Cookery feast. The solitary Blood King revealed a faint smile. The indestructible body was of great importance. The solitary Blood King said at this moment, firstly to show off. To show off his disciple in front of the other Valley Masters, especially the Demon King Valley Master. Secondly, to raise Qinyu's status in the sect and give him some benefits. After returning to Black Demon Valley, Qinyu, Yi Luofeng, and the others who had participated in the God of Cookery feast immediately went into seclusion. The opportunity of the God of Cookery feast had made them reborn. At this time all the participants had more room for improvement. In particular, the frost-fire coral for the middle seats and the sacred dragon flesh for the top seats had longer magical effects and could not be wasted. In the past few days of cultivation, Qianyu's life force had suddenly increased, and he had even formed an elementary indestructible body. This caused his life level to increase rapidly. As long as Qianyu wanted to, the arcane pattern demonic body could even increase to another level within half a year. After all, the main function of the sacred dragon flesh was to strengthen one's life force. However, the arcane pattern demonic body improved too quickly, and his cultivation level was not high enough, so it was difficult to coordinate the two. Therefore, Qianyu focused most of his energy on cultivating the heavenly demon secret pattern record, temporarily putting his body training aside. A few days later, Qianyu went to the secret cultivation room. He had plenty of contribution points, so he directly went to the third-level secret cultivation room. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi was extremely rich here, which could double the effect of cultivation. Moreover, through the formation, it could form the power of intent for the cultivator to comprehend, and it could also simulate the pressure of a king to temper one's will. This time, Qianyu tried to use the formation of the third-level secret cultivation room to simulate the pressure of a king. Boom, the formation activated, and starlight appeared at the top of the secret cultivation room, gradually turning into the figure of an old man with a dignified appearance. It was the solitary blood king. I didn't expect that the simulated king in the third-level secret cultivation room would be master. Qianyu was slightly surprised. But when he thought that his master was the Valley Master of Blood Demon Valley, this could not be more normal. Rumble, the phantom only had the appearance of the solitary blood king, but it had nothing to do with him. He looked coldly at Qianyu, even with a hint of hostility. A vast and boundless king's aura suddenly swept over like a shocking tsunami, as if it wanted to swallow Qianyu. At this moment, Qianyu seemed to be against a king, and the other party seemed to be mercilessly attacking him. Qianyu let out a muffled groan and fell backward. He immediately channeled the rune Mo body to stabilize himself. Is this the might of a king? Looks like I was really lucky to be able to escape from that king's attack. Qianyu gritted his teeth and couldn't help but smile. Back then, the scarlet-robed man had attacked Qianyu from afar. Furthermore, the solitary blood king had weakened him. Presently, Qianyu seemed as if he was facing a king head-on. Merely the terrifying might that was hostile towards him caused Qianyu to feel extremely tiny, as if he was carrying a few mountains on his back, and his body felt extremely heavy. Looks like Master was right. Even the elementary immortal body is useless against a direct attack from a king. Qianyu nodded and sighed. He had thoroughly offended the blood race. This time, they had sent a late-stage Void Sea Realm elite to deal with Qianyu. The next time, it might even be a half-step into the Celestial Condensation Realm or even a Celestial Condensation King. Moreover, the means of the blood race were treacherous and unpredictable. They could reside in the body of others and move about freely in the appearance of a human. This made Qianyu feel a sense of crisis. Currently, he had no power to resist a king. However, after participating in the God of Cookery feast, Qianyu was in a stage of rapid progress. Within a year, my cultivation base will definitely break through to the mid-stage Void Sea Realm. Qianyu's eyes were firm. 10 days later, he left the Level 3 secret cultivation room. During these 10 days, in addition to experiencing the might of a king, sharpening his will, and cultivating the heavenly demon secret pattern record, he often practiced the combat skill corresponding to the 7th demonic pattern, Demonic Sound Howl. The Demonic Sound Howl was a large-scale sound wave attack. It had the power of vibration and was more lethal. It was much more profound and complex than the Bronze Lion Roar that Qianyu had cultivated before. At the same time, the Demonic Sound Howl contained a powerful demonic will that could destroy the enemy's mind and will. To a certain extent, the stronger Qianyu's demonic will was, the stronger the deterrence of the Demonic Sound Howl. This was also the reason why Qianyu used the Level 3 secret cultivation room to simulate the might of a king and sharpen his will. As soon as he came out, Qianyu found that many people had gathered in all directions of the Blood Demon Gorge. Most of them were from the Blood Demon Valley, but there were also many people from the other 4 valleys. What's going on? Qianyu was a little puzzled. On the day he returned to the Black Demon Valley, the achievements of the Black Demon Valley's Heaven's Pridelings were all announced. Chen Yu became famous overnight and became the most dazzling heaven's prideling of the Black Demon Valley. At that time, Chen Yu was not present. The next day, countless people came to visit, and the people of the Chinese and Yu tribes even gave him big gifts. But because Chen Yu was cultivating in seclusion, he refused all of them. Unexpectedly, at this moment, when he came out of the level 3 secret cultivation room, there were so many people gathered outside. Could it be that these were all his admirers? I heard that Chen Yu's performance in the Heaven's Prideling ranking battle was amazing. He defeated Luo Qiumei of the Sky Jade sect and the Little Demon King of the Valley, Xianxia. Not only that, but he also sat in the top seats at the feast of the God of Cookery. Sigh, it's a pity that I didn't arrive in time. I don't even know what the God of Cookery looks like. Without seeing it with my own eyes, I find it hard to believe that all this is true. The quiet blood demon gorge suddenly burst into discussion. Chen Yu. A low and loud voice, with a domineering demonic will, came from the opposite gorge. Raising his head, Chen Yu saw the Little Demon King, Xianxia, standing up slowly. A demonic aura radiated from his body, giving off a scorching sensation. In the Heaven's Prideling ranking battle, I was defeated by you. Today, I, the Little Demon King, will wash away the shame. Let's fight again. The Little Demon King shouted with an imposing manner. I heard that after the Little Demon King participated in the feast of the God of Cookery, his strength has greatly improved, and he has successfully comprehended the first level of the demon descends to the 6th heaven. I also heard that the Little Demon King's physique seems to have changed, and may have formed a special retroactive physique. The surrounding onlookers looked expectant. They had gathered here because Xianxia wanted to challenge Chen Yu. Chen Yu also instantly knew the reason. It turned out that these people were just here to watch the show, and not his admirers. Not interested. Chen Yu glanced at Xianxia and said very coldly. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Xianxia had been defeated by him, and after the feast of the God of Cookery, Chen Yu's strength had greatly improved, so he was even less interested in this battle. You. Are you afraid? Afraid that I will take away your honor? The Little Demon King was infuriated by Chen Yu's answer. He did not expect that Chen Yu would look down on him so much that he did not even accept the challenge. He had never been so despised and insulted in the Black Demon Valley. Chen Yu, it doesn't matter if you don't accept my challenge, but I will challenge you every few days. If you want to hide in your shell for the rest of your life, there's nothing I can do about it. The Little Demon King said exasperatedly. After the feast of the God of Cookery, his strength had greatly improved, and his cultivation base had completely stabilized and improved further. He had also become more proficient in the first level of the Black Demon Valley's unique skill, the 6 heavens of demon spirit. However, the Little Demon King did not underestimate Chen Yu. He had seen with his own eyes that Chen Yu narrowly escaped death with the king's attack. He did not have a great chance of winning against Chen Yu, but his goal was not to defeat Chen Yu, but to tie. After all, Chen Yu had defeated him, sat on the top seat of the feast of the God of Cookery, and defeated Dongmen Jingyu of the Eastern Domain. In terms of reputation, he had completely crushed the Little Demon King. As long as he tied with Chen Yu, Xianxia would be considered to have washed away his shame, and his status in the Black Demon Valley would be on the same level as Chen Yu. This guy. Chen Yu glanced at Xianxia with some disgust. Xianxia's character was indeed too overbearing and annoying. I take back what I said just now and accept your challenge. Hurry up and start. Chen Yu changed his mind and urged. Okay. Seeing that Chen Yu did not take him seriously, Xianxia was angry but also a little happy. His goal was to tie with Chen Yu. If Chen Yu underestimated him, wouldn't he have a chance of winning? Let's use your strongest attack to determine the victor. Chen Yu said again. He had no interest in Xianxia at the moment, but if the other party used the first heaven trampling from the 6 heavens of demon spirit, it would be a little interesting. You. Xianxia scowled and gnashed his teeth. Chen Yu had underestimated him so much that he wanted him to use his strongest attack. However, Xianxia did not refute. He was extremely eager to do so. Back in the second round, the first heaven trampling that he displayed was not complete. Xianxia had always thought that if he fully displayed this attack at that time, he would definitely be able to defeat Chen Yu. And everything after that would be rewritten. First heaven trampling. Xinji's momentum suddenly changed, and a terrifying demonic power suddenly broke out, as if endless, pouncing in all directions. Rumble, above the sky, black demonic light rolled and slowly turned into a giant foot. An incomparably heavy demonic pressure spread between heaven and earth. At this moment, countless people in the Blood Demon Gorge trembled and retreated in panic and fear. What a terrifying power, what move is this? The Black Demon Valley's unique skilled demon spirit descending to the six heavens, the little demon king has really mastered it. The people gathered in the Blood Demon Gorge all retreated thousands of feet away in an instant, for fear of being affected by Xinji's attack. Lose for me. Xinji roared, lifted his foot and stomped down. In the sky, the giant demonic foot also came crashing down, as if to crush everything into powder. At this moment, he was overjoyed. He had fully displayed the first heaven trampling, and even Xinyu would certainly not be able to withstand it. He had won this battle. As expected of the unique skill of the Black Demon Valley, the complete attack that Xinji has displayed is about 40% more powerful than the previous one. In the Level 3 secret training room, Xinyu had been honed by the king's coercion for 10 days. At this moment, in the face of the powerful power of Xinji's move, Xinyu did not feel much. Swoosh, his body flickered with a dim light, and his essential essence burst out, turning into a dark shadow and slamming into Xinji. The little demon king was slightly surprised. He thought that Xinyu would respond with defense, which he was best at, and did not expect him to also plan to attack. Boom, just as the giant demonic foot landed, a layer of demonic scale armor appeared on the surface of Qinyu's body. At the same time, he punched out at Xinji with all his strength. Damn, you dare to attack, aren't you afraid of death? Xinji's mind trembled. He was really afraid of killing Xinyu. After all, Qinyu's current status in the Black Demon Valley was different from the past. Boom, in the face of Qinyu's punch, Xinji revealed a look of panic. Having just displayed a unique skill, he was in a short period of weakness. Rumble, the sound of an explosion shook the world. Xinji was directly sent flying dozens of feet away by Qinyu's punch, spurting out a mouthful of blood. What a strong attack. Xinji got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and immediately revealed a smile. But, you have lost this battle. If Xinyu had used all his strength to defend, he might have had a chance of winning, but unfortunately he was too arrogant. The next moment, Xinji saw Xinyu at the edge of the explosion, saw that his body was covered with wounds, and a few of his fingers were broken. Just as he was about to laugh, he found that the wounds on Qinyu's body were healing at an incredible speed, and those fingers had directly grown out. In order to end the battle in one move, Xinyu also wanted to test his current defense and survivability. Therefore, he did not fully defend against Xinji's first heaven trampling. Instead, he defended while ensuring that he could attack. As a result, he was injured by the edge of the demonic giant foot. The magic scale battle armor on his body was completely shattered, and there were many injuries all over his body. This was not a big problem for Xinyu, who had an elementary indestructible body. His body could repair itself from the previous attacks of a king, let alone Xinji's attack. Unless it was an extremely serious injury, an elementary indestructible body would not be able to repair itself in a short period of time. And Xinyu had already achieved his goal. His all-out attack had sent Xinji flying backward and vomiting blood. This. Your injury. Xinji's mind was blank, and he was somewhat dazed. Although he had been injured by Xinyu, as long as Qinyu's injury was more serious, he would have won this battle. But Qinyu's injury had healed out of thin air. This recovery speed was simply unheard of. The surrounding onlookers swept their spiritual senses over to observe the outcome of the battle. Xinyu is actually fine. Didn't he resist the first heaven trampling move of the demon descending on the sixth heaven? How can he be fine? Xinji has already used his strongest killing move, but still can't do anything to Xinyu. What happened just now? Everyone gasped, as if the scene in front of them was somewhat unreal. Your physique. Xinji finally reacted. As if he had thought of something, his eyes widened. Qinyu's injury recovery speed was too shocking. It was no longer self-healing, but direct repair. This situation could only be explained by a legendary physique. Although the solitary Blood King had told the other Valley Masters that Xianxia had an elementary indestructible body, they did not publicize it. Xianxia was a genius disciple of Black Demon Valley, and there was hope that he could replace Feng Wuxue as the young Valley Master and inherit the position of Blood Demon Valley Master in the future. Hiding some of Xianxia's situation was also for his own good. "You've lost," Xianxia said calmly, interrupting Shenji's words. Shenji was stunned for a moment, and then his face was filled with disappointment. He had lost to Xianxia again. Originally, Shenji thought that with the great increase in his cultivation and understanding of the first heaven trampling technique, he wouldn't be defeated by Xianxia. In fact, the possibility of him fighting Xianxia to a draw was even greater. Just now, Xianxia had even given him the upper hand, allowing him to execute his strongest attack. But you had still lost. This time, he couldn't find any excuses. He had lost completely. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice reverberated between the heavens and earth, "Come to my cave dwelling." Many people trembled, and showed respect. Many of the people present could not help but tremble as they revealed respectful expressions. However, the solitary Blood King did not seem to be nearby, nor did he appear. Xianxia left the Blood Demon Gorge and headed straight for his master's residence. Inside the palace, the solitary Blood King seemed to be in a good mood. He looked at Xianxia with admiration. The battle just now was beautiful. The Blood King smiled. He had defeated the little Demon King in one move. It would not be long before this matter would spread throughout the Black Demon Valley. Xianxia rolled his eyes thoughtfully. The reason why Master was happy was that he had humiliated the disciple of the Demon King Valley Master. "What do you think of the Black Demon Valley's unique skill?" the solitary Blood King asked with a serious expression. Xianxia had stayed in the Black Demon Valley for so many years, so he naturally knew the unique skill, Demon Descents to the Sixth Heaven. Just now, the little Demon King had used the first level of First Heaven trampling in front of him. "Very strong," Xianxia said concisely. Although the little Demon King had used the First Heaven trampling, he still lost to Xianxia. But this did not prove that the Demon Descents to the Sixth Heaven was not strong. If Shenji used that move on other geniuses of the same level, he would be invincible and unstoppable. On the other hand, Shenji had just learned it and had not completely mastered the first level. The solitary Blood King nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he revealed a faint smile. "You have performed well in the God of Cookery's banquet in the Proud Son of Heaven ranking battle. I have specially requested the other Valley Masters to give you the demon descending on the Sixth Heaven." "Thank you, Master." Xianxia immediately bowed and thanked him. As far as he knew, the Demon Descends to the Sixth Heaven was a unique skill of the Black Demon Valley, and not just anyone could learn it. First of all, it had to be a disciple of the Valley Master. It also required a huge amount of contribution points, and one had to go through a forbidden area to obtain the Demon Descends to the Sixth Heaven. Xianxia only met the first requirement, and did not go through the rest. He had made an exception to obtain the Demon Descends to the Sixth Heaven, which was rare in the history of the Black Demon Valley. Suddenly, while black light text floated out of the Blood King's eyes, densely arranged in the void. It was all the content of the Demon Descends to the Sixth Heaven. Before Xianxia could read it, the mysterious black light text directly surged into the space between Xianxia's eyebrows. Xianxia felt a piercing pain in his spirit, and new information constantly appeared in his mind. A moment later, the black light text in the air disappeared. Xianxia closed his eyes and browsed through the new information in his mind. His heart trembled. As the Valley Master of the Black Demon Valley, the Demon Descends to the Sixth Heaven was undoubtedly powerful. If cultivated to perfection, the 6 steps could split the earth and the sky. There was a rumor circulating in the Black Demon Valley that the terrain of the Black Demon Valley was a huge footprint, which was left by a supreme expert who displayed this unique skill. The possibility of this rumor being false was greater, but it was enough to show the power of the Demon Descends to the Sixth Heaven. Moreover, Xianxia found that this unique skill had a certain requirement on the physique. Although it was not very high, it would affect the power of the move. "Master, is there a transboundary array in the Black Demon Valley?" Xianxia asked. He had been in the great cosmos realm for some years. He did not know how the Kunyan realm was now. There is a transboundary array in the Black Demon Valley, but it can only teleport to small domains controlled by the Black Demon Valley. If you want to travel to a domain near the Great Cosmos Realm, you need to go to a specific location in the Great Cosmos Realm. The Blood King thought that Xianyu wanted to go to other domains for adventure. I can only teleport to a small domain controlled by the Black Demon Valley? Xianyu was slightly disappointed. The solitary Blood King could tell that he had guessed wrongly, so he continued, moreover, the transboundary passages around the Great Cosmos Realm can only transport people to the nearby realms. For realms that are too far away, one would need to travel through several realms. I want to return to my hometown to have a look. Xianyu did not hide it. Although the Blood King did not have a good temper, he was protective and took good care of Xianyu. He was Xianyu's backer in the Great Cosmos Realm and also his master. How did you come to the Great Cosmos Realm? The Blood King asked. Logically speaking, Xianyu could return the way he came. Therefore, Xianyu told him about the Shenluo token. Shenluo sect, no wonder. The Blood King's doubts were resolved, and he frowned at the same time. The Shenluo sect had spent a Shenluo token to bring Xianyu here. The value of a Shenluo token was immeasurable, and the Shenluo sect naturally would not help Xianyu a second time for no reason. Even the Blood King might not be able to do anything. The Shenluo sect was too special. In the Black Demon Valley, there is a spatial warship that can travel through the spatial turbulence between domains. However, this ship is extremely precious, and the price to drive it is astonishing. The sect will not sacrifice this treasure for you. The Blood King sighed. Also, Xianyu did not know where the Kunyan realm was in the vast universe. Even if there was a spatial warship, he would not know where to go. I will take my leave first. Xianyu's doubts were answered, and he prepared to leave. Wait. The Blood King suddenly said. There seemed to be hesitation in his eyes, but after a moment, his face became firm. The Blood King flipped his hand and took out an item from his storage space. Boom, black gas roared, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. Xianyu's expression changed, and he looked at the item in the Blood King's hand with shock. It was a pitch-black divine weapon that was 30 feet long. It had 3 points and 2 blades, and it was extremely domineering. Sky halberd, there was a layer of dense scales on the halberd, and the cold crescent-shaped blade flashed in the void. There were black flames burning in the void, emitting a forbidden power that made people's hearts palpitate. The entire heavenly halberd was surrounded by black flames, as if there was a phantom of a black flaming dragon appearing, its tyrannical might overlooking all directions. Master, this is? Xianyu looked at the sky halberd in shock. This divine weapon was not only domineering, but it was also extremely powerful. The aura it emitted alone could produce such a phenomenon, making Xianyu feel danger. Could this be the legendary mystic weapon? When you participated in the Prodigy ranking battle, I made a bet with the Heavenly Jade Sect's Dark Feather King. The Blood King told him about the matter. Xianyu was stunned. He did not expect that he had won a mystic weapon for his master. It's all thanks to you that I was able to win the bet. Your performance in the Prodigy ranking battle has exceeded my expectations. This mystic weapon is your reward. The Blood King said slowly, and then he suddenly threw the sky halberd in his hand. In fact, there was another reason that the Blood King did not say. He felt that Xianyu was about to leave the Black Demon Valley, and he was worried, so he gave this mystic weapon to him. What? Xianyu was shocked. He did not expect his master to give him such a valuable mystic weapon. This was a mystic weapon that even a star condensation monarch would covet. Swoosh, there was no time to think. The sky halberd had already descended, and it emitted a domineering flame that could suppress the world. As it streaked across the void, it made a shocking whistling sound that made one's heart tremble. As soon as Xianyu grabbed the pole, he felt a cold sensation and a sense of resistance, nearly causing him to loosen his grip. At the same time, a huge force suddenly descended. So heavy. Xianyu felt that the sky halberd in his hand was like a mountain, and even with his huge strength, it felt heavy. He immediately reached out with his left hand and grabbed the other end, and then he caught it firmly. Boom, Xianyu waved his arms, and the sky halberd spun in the void, drawing out a shocking black flame that charged in all directions, causing the sky to change color. Feeling that it was too heavy and difficult to control, he put down the halberd, and the end of the spear fell to the ground. Bang! A loud sound was heard, and the ground trembled. A crack spread out in all directions with the end of the spear as the center. "Kid, are you planning to destroy my cave abode?" The Blood King's voice was slightly angry as he spoke. "I didn't expect the power of a profound artifact to be so strong." Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. He had not refined the halberd yet. He just waved it casually and the power was already so shocking. Most mid-stage Void Sea Realm cultivators could only retreat. If it was completely refined, it was hard to imagine how powerful the halberd would be. Solitary Blood King looked as though it was a matter of course and revealed a trace of pride, as though he was very generous. "With your current ability, it will be extremely difficult to refine this profound artifact. Only a Star Condensation King could fully exert the power of a profound artifact. The profound artifact contained the power of heaven and earth. Given Qinyu's state level, it would be difficult to make it yield. If it was an ordinary early-stage Void Sea Realm cultivator, it would be almost impossible to refine." Thinking of the various miracles that Qinyu had created, Solitary Blood King overestimated Qinyu and did not say too much. "However, you don't need to completely refine it. You can also exert some of the power of this profound artifact. At the critical moment, it will be enough to reverse the situation." Originally, he planned to wait for Qinyu to break through the late-stage Void Sea Realm or even reach the half-step Star Condensation Realm before giving him the halberd. Considering the possibility that Qinyu might leave, and there was no telling how long he would be gone for, the road ahead would be filled with danger. Therefore, Solitary Blood King decided to give this profound artifact to Qinyu now. "Thank you, Master." Qinyu bowed. He naturally knew the value of a profound artifact. Even if he took out all the things in his storage space, he might not be able to exchange for a profound artifact. Of course, if he took out the treasures hidden in his heart space, it might not necessarily be the same. The value of the Blood Star Saint Pill was probably not lower than a profound artifact. After leaving his master's residence, Qinyu did not refine the profound artifact, nor did he cultivate the demon descending to the sixth heaven. He came to Yi Luofeng's residence and told her about the situation. "I already know about this." Yi Luofeng's expression was calm. When she came to the Great Cosmos Realm alone, she also thought of returning to the Kunyan Realm. Compared to the Great Cosmos Realm, she had deeper feelings for the Kunyan Realm. She didn't know many people in the Great Cosmos Realm, and there weren't many people she had a good relationship with. After Qinyu came to the Great Cosmos Realm, he wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. He was too weak, so he had never thought of returning to the Kunyan Realm. That was why he was asking about the way back. If that's the case, we can only stay in the Great Cosmos Realm. In the future, when our strength reaches a certain level, we might be able to return. Yi Luofeng gazed at Qinyu with a wisp of warmth in her eyes. Previously, she wanted to return to the Kunyan Realm. But at this moment, she had already found Qinyu. Living together with him in the vast Cosmos Realm was also something that she yearned for. Thinking of this, Yi Luofeng's beautiful face blushed. Miss Luofeng doesn't miss her hometown at all. It looks like she's very happy to stay here with me. Qinyu had a smirk on his face as he sized up the beauty in front of him. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yi Luofeng felt uncomfortable being stared at by Qinyu. Her cheeks turned red, and she lowered her head and shouted coquettishly. Looking at Yi Luofeng like this, Qinyu could not help but be tempted, and he wanted to pull her into his arms. However, it was time to talk about serious matters now. There's still a chance to return. Qinyu's expression changed slightly, and he said seriously. Yi Luofeng was puzzled. Suddenly, she thought of something and said, "You mean the Evil Moon Sect?" She was beside Qinyu at the God of Cookery feast, and she heard the conversation between Qinyu, Yang Yu, and the Wooden Staff Elder. It was obvious that the Elder of the Evil Moon Sect might know something about the Blood Moon Sect in the Kunyan Realm. In fact, when Yi Luofeng saw the symbol of the Evil Moon Sect, she also felt that it was very similar to the symbol of the Blood Moon Sect. "Let's go to the Evil Moon Sect after some time." Qinyu made up his mind. Yi Luofeng nodded. "If even the Evil Moon Sect can't do anything about it, We can only stay in the vast cosmos realm and return to Kunyan in the future. Chenyu looked up and sighed. It had been more than 6 years since he left the Kunyan realm. He wondered what the situation was like in the Kunyan realm. Was it still under the control of the foreign races? He also wondered if his parents in the northern Shu kingdom were doing well. In the following days, Chenyu first started to cultivate the demon descends to the 6th heaven. Since Shinji was able to execute this ultimate technique, then Chenyu was able to execute it as well. It was too difficult to refine a magical weapon, and it would not be effective in a short period of time. However, Chenyu still underestimated the difficulty of the unique skill. Ever since the Black Demon Valley was established, there were only a few people who could cultivate the demon descends to the 6th heaven. Even the talented little devil king, Shinji, had to study it for a few years before he could make some progress. This cultivation lasted for half a year. In the cultivation mystic realm. First heaven trampling. A shocking demonic intent suddenly burst out from Chenyu's body. The power of his intent realm merged with the heaven and earth, forming a terrifying force of heaven and earth. In less than half a breath, the shadow of a giant demonic foot appeared in the sky, covering a radius of 100 feet. It's here. Chenyu was overjoyed. This was the smoothest success in the past 6 months. Chenyu's right foot seemed to overlap with the shadow of the demonic foot in the sky, and he suddenly stomped down. Boom, a deep pit appeared on the ground, and cracks like a spider web spread in all directions. At the same time, the giant demonic horned shadow in the sky also descended. The absolute power was shocking, like a giant mountain falling from the sky. Boom, the earth trembled, and sand mixed with demonic chi flew in all directions. When the dust settled, there was a giant pit of 100 feet in length and width, and one could clearly see the outline of a footprint in it. At this moment, at a glance, one could see that there were countless large and small pits nearby, all caused by Chenyu's cultivation of the demon descending to the 6th heaven in the past 6 months. It seems to be a bit more powerful than Shinji's first heaven trampling. Chenyu murmured. The same move, when performed by different people, would naturally be similar. Chenyu's cultivation was lower than Shinji's, but in all aspects, he was no worse than him, and even a bit better. This cultivation technique had a certain requirement for the physique, and in this aspect, Chenyu completely crushed Shinji, not to mention that he had formed the elementary immortal body not long ago. Perhaps it was because of this that his cultivation was relatively smooth, and his speed of entry was much faster than Shinji's. If Shinji was there and saw Chenyu's first heaven trampling, he would probably vomit blood in anger. In the past, he spent 2 years to enter the first level, and after the opportunity of the God of Cookery banquet, he only grasped the first level of heaven trampling. After some achievement, Chenyu left the secret cultivation realm. In the secret cultivation realm, the disciples of Black Demon Valley could practice some cultivation techniques and battle skills without worry. If Chenyu practiced the 6th heaven demon descends in his own residence, his courtyard would have long been razed to the ground. It's time to go to the evil moon cult. After bidding farewell to his master, Chenyu came to Yi Luofeng's residence and left Black Demon Valley with her. Through the transmission formation of Black Demon Valley, they were teleported to the Cultivation Spiritual Hall on the outermost periphery of the territory of Black Demon Valley, and prepared to go to the evil moon cult. Wait, let's go to a place to take a look first. Chenyu suddenly thought of the Yang family that he had stayed at when he first came to the Great Cosmos realm. That was his first place of residence, although some unpleasant things happened during that period. But Chenyu relied on the Yang family to gain a foothold in the Great Cosmos realm, and it was because of the Yang family's ancestor that he had the opportunity to enter Black Demon Valley. Ever since he came to Black Demon Valley, he did not care about the Yang family. Back then, the Yang family had gone through a battle and suffered heavy losses, with only a few hundred people left. He did not know how the situation was now. Yes. Yi Luofeng very considerately agreed. When Chenyu came to the Great Cosmos realm, he was not as lucky as her. Under the recommendation of Luo Tianshang, he directly entered the Eight Swords Sacred Gate. Ever since the Yang family in the North Water region was attacked by the 13 Blackheart bandits, they took the initiative to give up a lot of territory and developed in a low-key manner. But they were still looked down upon by nearby families, and some of their interests were swallowed up. Fortunately, several disciples of the Yang family successfully entered Black Demon Valley, including Yang Fenghe, after several efforts, entered the inner valley, and the situation of the Yang family improved. At this moment, the Yang family was thriving, and it was developing rapidly in all aspects. It would not be long before the Yang family returned to its former state. But in the past few days, several strangers came to the Yang family and sealed off the entire Yang family. In a hall, many high-level members of the Yang family, including the Yang family's ancestor, were gathered. "Elder, what should we do? We can't go out, nor can we contact Fenghe, Yuhuan, and the others." One of the elders had an anxious expression on his face. The Cui family has gone too far. They actually sealed off the entire Yang family. Another silver-haired old woman had a gloomy face and a lot of anger in her heart. Sigh. The Yang family's ancestor sighed and was about to say something. Suddenly, two figures appeared outside the hall. One of them had a beautiful figure, was dressed in blue, had a noble temperament, and a pair of phoenix eyes with a hint of ridicule. The other was a young woman in a silver dress. She was beautiful, and there was a faint arrogance between her brows. "Hee, elder, don't you think you've gone too far? Our king clan, the Cui clan, has taken the initiative to pay a visit and even offered generous gifts in hopes that the Yang clan can tell us some information." The blue-cloaked woman laughed. The hall instantly fell into silence. They dared to speak ill of the Cui family behind their backs, but not to the face of the Cui family. The Cui family had stood tall in the southern region for tens of thousands of years, and had once produced a king. How could they, a small three-star family, provoke them? If not for the fact that the Yang family had some status in the Black Demon Valley, the Cui family would not have said a word and directly used force to solve the problem. "As long as you tell us the origin of Xianxia, we will leave immediately and not hurt a single person of the Yang family." The smile on the blue-clothed woman's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a cold expression. "Otherwise, the Cui family can't guarantee how long the Yang family will exist. Even if the Cui family did not do it themselves, they could instigate the nearby families to destroy the Yang family. And these families would also be very happy to please the Cui family and attack the Yang family. We don't know the origin of Xianxia." The Yang family's ancestor's attitude was calm. "Old patriarch, you've said that from the beginning. I've heard this sentence more than 10 times, and my ears have grown calluses. Don't think that I can fool you just because I have a good temper." The blue-clothed woman shouted coldly, and a powerful sea of power pressed forward. The hall suddenly fell into a dead silence. All the members of the Yang family were trembling, cold sweat pouring down their backs, as if there was a sharp sword hanging over their heads that could take their lives at any time. Even the old patriarch at the top had a solemn and anxious look on his face. He was only at the early stage of the Sea of Void, while the blue-clothed woman was an elder of the Cui family. Her cultivation was at least at the middle stage of the Sea of Void. If they really fought, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand one move. Just then, boom, there was a tremor outside, and the boundary that enveloped the Yang family suddenly trembled and then shattered. The frozen atmosphere in the hall was instantly broken. The senior members of the Yang family could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Many of them even discovered that their clothes were completely soaked. The cultivation of this venerable of the Cui clan is really terrifying. I'm afraid even the old clan leader would not be able to withstand 3 moves from her. It's too terrifying. I thought she was going to kill us just now." The senior members of the Yang family discussed among themselves. After getting rid of the crisis, they were even more curious about why the formation barrier set up by the Cui clan had been broken. The Cui clan was a king clan. Even if the Cui clan did not have a king to oversee it, its strength was still far superior to ordinary 2.5-star clans. Who dared to provoke the Cui clan? The people of the Yang family did not think that someone had come to help them. After all, they did not send out a distress signal at all. Perhaps some hostile clans that were preparing to attack the Yang family accidentally broke the barrier. If that was the case, the situation of the Yang family would be even worse. "Who? How dare you break the formation set up by the Cui clan?" The lady in blue suddenly turned around. Her face was cold as she flew out. Beside her, the beautiful woman in the silver dress also followed them out. "This lady is the genius of the Cui clan, Cui Yan. She's really a genius. I heard that this lady almost rushed into the top 100 in this year's Prodigy ranking battle. The eyes of the senior members of the Yang family sized up the silver-dressed lady, Cui Yan. Compared to her, the younger generation of the Yang family was simply like a firefly under the bright moon. Elder Cui. A disciple of the Cui clan crawled in front of Elder Cui with a panicked expression. Why are you panicking? What a scandal. The lady in blue immediately shouted and then said with a sullen expression, who on earth broke the barrier set up by the Cui clan? I'll make him pay a heavy price. It's Xianxia. The disciple of the Cui clan hurriedly shouted with a panicked expression. Xianxia. Just these two words caused the high-spirited and domineering lady in blue to immediately stop and frown. She did not expect that Xianxia would actually rush to the Yang family at this time. Cui Yan, who was at the side, also revealed a panicked look. If it had been in the past, she would definitely have rushed over to Xianxia in an imposing manner. However, at this moment, she was somewhat unwilling to see this person. Back then, she and Xianxia had participated in the entrance examination at the same time. Xianxia had amazed everyone with his points on the slaughter list. From then on, Xianxia created miracles again and again. His performance in the Prodigy ranking battle was even more dazzling. Then please tell me the details. What is the price? I don't know if I can afford it. A loud and disdainful voice could be heard. After that, two figures appeared in the sky. One of them had a tall figure, wore black clothes, and had a heroic bearing. The other was a woman with icy skin and a peerlessly beautiful appearance. She was like a snow fairy. This man and woman were none other than Xianxia and Yi Luofeng. So, behind him, more than 10 figures were rushing over, but they did not dare to get close. The situation immediately fell into a stalemate. At this moment, the upper echelons of the Yang family also walked out from the hall. When they saw the newcomer, each of them widened their eyes and immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. It's Xianxia. Ever since the old ancestor of the Yang family sent Xianxia to participate in the Black Demon Valley test, Xianxia had never asked about the Yang family's affairs. Everyone thought that Xianxia, who had amazed the world with a single feat, had completely cut off all ties with them and that they would no longer have any contact with each other from now on. Unexpectedly, when the Yang family was in danger, Xianxia had once again rushed over. At this moment, Xianxia was no ordinary Black Demon Valley disciple, but a prodigy ranked 4th on the prodigy ranking of the southern region, an existence that was the focus of attention. Although the prodigy ranking battle had completely changed due to the interference of the other regions. But it was impossible for the prodigy ranking to remain empty. The rankings on the ranking were roughly arranged according to the performance of the southern region geniuses in the 3 rounds. Xianxia was ranked 4th, Venerable Fallen Moon was still 1st, Guan Aoshua 2nd, Duan Xiao 3rd. This ranking could not be said to be completely accurate, but it was close enough to be used as a reference for strength. At this moment, the appearance of Xianxia made the experts of the Cui clan not dare to approach in the slightest. The elder of the Cui clan wore a grave expression. The prodigy of the Cui clan lowered his head, not daring to look at Xianxia. Xianxia, why did you destroy the formation of my Cui clan? The woman in blue berated coldly. In fact, she hated Xianxia to the bone. Back on the stairway to heaven, Xianxia made the Cui clan lose face. Later on in the Stone Cloud world, Xianxia killed the genius of the Cui clan, Cui Ming. Oh? Is this the territory of the Cui clan? Xianxia asked lazily with a smile on his face. I have something to discuss with the Yang clan, so I set up a formation to prevent outsiders from disturbing me. I didn't expect you to be so uneducated and directly destroy the formation. The woman in blue's words were sharp and sarcastic. She turned to look at the people of the Yang clan and asked with a sullen face, everyone from the Yang clan, do you think I'm right? When she said those words, the threat in her eyes was very obvious. Just this gaze alone made the senior members of the Yang clan tremble in fear and unease. We'd better admit defeat. Xianxia just came to take a look. If we offend the Cui clan, they can kill us at any time. The senior members of the Yang clan secretly communicated with each other. However, their patriarch suddenly stood up and said with a determined face, the elder of the Cui clan is too good at mixing up black and white. It was the Chui clan that sealed the Yang clan and forced us to reveal information about Qinyu's origin. As soon as this was said, the senior members of the Yang clan were horrified, but it was too late to stop it. The Yang family old ancestor, who had said this, also felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The Yang clan had wronged Qinyu before. How could they continue to help the Chui clan now? Even if they did so, the Chui clan would not let the Yang clan go. Old thing, what nonsense are you talking about? The woman in blue's eyes narrowed, cold light flashed, and killing intent spread. Boom, she waved her hand, and the wind and clouds rolled in all directions. A blue storm instantly formed, turned into a blue light tornado, and rushed down. That berserk might, that terrifying blue whirlwind, caused the people below to tremble in fear and unease. Even the Yang clan's patriarch, after seeing this move, felt powerless. It's the peak of the mid-stage empty sea state. He had a bitter face. Facing an expert of this level, he was afraid that he would not be able to block a single move. Boom, the huge blue light tornado fell rapidly, as if it was going to strangle the Yang clan's patriarch into pieces. The woman in blue actually wanted to kill. Humph. A cold snort suddenly sounded, and the eardrums of the people nearby trembled. Swish, a pitch-black shadow flashed by, and Qinyu instantly swept to the side of the Yang clan's patriarch. The moment the blue light tornado fell, he formed a claw with his hand and tore at the void. Whoosh, the blue light tornado in the sky was directly torn apart by Qinyu's claw, turning into countless blue tornadoes and disappearing without a trace. The Yang clan only felt as if they had taken a trip to the gates of hell, and their legs were weak. The blue-clothed woman was inwardly shocked. Her attack had actually been effortlessly shattered by Qinyu. Even the strength of the fourth place on the prodigy ranking couldn't be so strong. Get lost. Qinyu opened his mouth and shouted. The Chui clan was simply too reckless. Not only did they seal the Yang clan and investigate his background, but they also killed the Yang clan's patriarch in front of him. Did she think he was heir? This voice was cold and domineering, and it stunned the woman in blue. As an elder of the Chui clan, the upper echelon of the Heavenly Jade sect, only a monarch would dare to have such an attitude towards her. But at this moment, a junior told her to get lost in front of countless people. If the woman in blue did as he said, she would lose face in the future. The Yang clan felt extremely satisfied, and they also wanted to scold the other party like Qinyu, but unfortunately, they couldn't be Qinyu. Junior, don't be presumptuous. The woman in blue raised her eyebrows and shouted angrily, and a translucent blue crystal whip appeared in her hand. Swish, a blue light flashed, and an extremely sharp whip shadow struck at Qinyu like a long snake, like lightning. This attack was so fast that no one could react at all. But the next moment, Qinyu raised his hand and grabbed the blue crystal whip. This scene caused the blue-robed woman to be dumbstruck. The surrounding people were all dumbstruck. His strength, Cui Yenner couldn't help but take a deep breath. During the prodigy ranking battle, she had witnessed Qinyu's glory and knew how strong Qinyu was. But the strength that Qinyu displayed now was not only a little bit stronger than before. Was this the opportunity and fortune brought by the god of cookery banquet? Was this a true prodigy? You, let go. The woman in blue tugged hard on the whip, but felt as if she was pulling a mountain, and it was futile. Qinyu, who was holding the other end of the whip, didn't move at all. Exasperated, the woman in blue's true essence surged out along the whip and rushed at Qinyu. Qinyu didn't care. He circulated his spatial power and suddenly raised his other hand. Air capture hand, an invisible spatial power descended around the woman in blue, condensing into a translucent dark silver hand, and grabbed her. This is spatial power? The woman in blue struggled with all her might, and her true essence erupted in an attempt to break free from the spatial hand. At this moment, Qinyu moved. He turned into a gust of wind and flew around the woman in blue a dozen times in an instant. When Qinyu came to a stop, the woman in blue was tightly bound by a blue whip, and her hands and feet couldn't move. Her breasts and buttocks were protruding, and her face was full of shame and anger. At this moment, she didn't look like a venerable, but more like a female slave. Get lost. Qinyu, who was standing behind the blue-clothed woman, immediately sent a kick at her raised buttocks. Immediately, the woman in blue, who was bound by the spirit artifact, was sent flying by Qinyu's kick. She tumbled a dozen times before smashing into the ground in the distance. "You, shameless thief." After climbing up, the woman in blue's face was red, and her breasts violently shook. That scene just now was the biggest humiliation of her life. Although she was cursing, she clearly knew that Qianyu's strength was not something she could fight against. "Let's go." The woman in blue turned around and left. "Stay." Qianyu's cold and domineering voice suddenly sounded. The woman in blue immediately froze, not daring to continue retreating. The woman in blue was ashamed and angry, but she did not dare to disobey Qianyu's orders, so she could only stop. With the strength that Qianyu had shown just now, it was impossible for her to escape. It was better to be obedient and avoid suffering. The people of the Yang family behind, watching the scene in front of them, all of their eyes almost popped out, and a cold wind rushed into their mouths. Before Qianyu and the woman in blue fought, they thought that with Qianyu's ability as the fourth on the prodigy list, he should have a chance of defeating the Cui family elder. But in the blink of an eye, the Cui family elder, who was overbearing and aggressive just now, was kicked away by Chen. "You." At this moment, he was even more obedient to Qianyu. If they did not see it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe that all this was true. His strength has reached such a level. The Yang family's patriarch was shocked. He remembered that when Qianyu first came to the Yang family, his strength should be similar to his. After a few years, Qianyu had grown to such a level. The Cui family elder, who could crush the Yang family's patriarch with one move, was kicked away by Qianyu. At this moment, he was extremely grateful for his previous choice. "Qianyu, what do you want?" The woman in blue turned around, her eyes filled with hatred and coldness. "What do I want? You came here to investigate my background, I should be the one asking you what the Cui family wants, right?" Qianyu walked over slowly, and the huge oppressive aura hit her face, causing the woman in blue to tense up. The woman in blue bit her lips slightly, frowned, and remained silent. "You don't want to say? Then none of the Cui family members here today can leave." Qianyu did not ask, but glanced at the crowd coldly. Those who were stared at felt as if they were being stared at by a pair of eyes from hell, and fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. Cui Yan'er took a step back, her delicate body cold, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Qianyu. "You don't want to say?" Qianyu coldly glared at the blue-clothed woman. He lifted his palm, and a massive black line true essence fluctuated, exuding a thick killing intent. At this moment, the woman in blue shuddered. She felt an intense sense of danger from Qianyu. "I'll talk," the blue-clothed woman immediately said. "The Black Demon Valley and the Tianyu sect are enemies, and your previous actions have offended many people from the Tianyu sect. The Heavenly Jade sect views you as a thorn in their side after your brilliant feat in the prodigy ranking battle." The blue-clothed woman said everything at once. In fact, the entire Heavenly Jade sect wanted to target Qianyu. The Cui clan took the initiative to ask for permission to investigate Qianyu's background and find a breakthrough point. Qianyu was glad that he hadn't mentioned the Kunyan realm after coming to the great cosmos world. Now that he was more knowledgeable, he knew that in the vast universe, there were many small domains that were controlled by some big domains or big sect forces, and the people inside were used as tools and slaves. For example, the Stone Cloud realm, where he participated in the assessment, was originally a foreign race domain, but now fell into the hands of the Black Demon Valley and became a training ground for the disciples of the valley to enter and adventure. "Qianyu, I will persuade the higher-ups of the Cui clan to no longer be enemies with you." The blue-clothed woman had already explained everything and was now seeking a way out for himself. "Will the entire Cui clan change their attitude just based on your one-sided words?" Qianyu sneered, killing intent emerging in his heart. At this moment, all the people of the Cui clan present seemed to have fallen into the abyss, and there was only despair left in their hearts. "Qianyu!" The Yang family's ancestor suddenly shouted, and the rest of the higher-ups also looked panicked. If the Cui clan, including the genius Cui Yan'er, and the venerable elders died in the Yang family, Qianyu would be fine in the Black Demon Valley, but the Yang family would definitely suffer. With the ability of the Cui clan, destroying the Yang family would be a piece of cake. At this moment, the blue-clothed woman also clearly felt Qianyu's killing intent. She was shocked and did not doubt Qianyu's courage in the slightest. After all, Qinyu was a true disciple of the Black Demon Valley, and his master was a star condensation king. Wait, if you let me go, I promise to persuade the entire Chui clan to no longer be enemies with you. The blue-cloaked woman looked terrified and said in a somewhat flustered tone. She also hated Qinyu very much, but compared to death, it was nothing. Living was better than anything else. Humph, if there is a next time, I will kill every Chui clan member I see in the future. Qinyu snorted coldly and put down his arm. Killing the Chui clan members here would completely fall out with the Chui clan, and would indeed bring disaster to the Yang family. At this moment, the Chui clan members all breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the joy of escaping from death. Go. The blue-clothed woman said in a low voice, turned around and retreated. The rest of the Chui clan members also fled, afraid that Qinyu would suddenly change his mind. Qinyu, I didn't expect you to come back here. The old ancestor of the Yang family greeted him with a gratified expression. The rest of the higher-ups, facing Qinyu at this moment, did not even dare to interrupt. Today was different from the past. Qinyu was now standing at the top of the younger generation of the entire southern region. I also came to take a look. The Yang family has been developing well in recent years. As Qinyu walked, he knocked around. The Yang family had now recovered 30 to 40% of its yuan qi. If it continued to develop like this, it would not take more than a few decades to return to its original state. After a few words, Qinyu was ready to leave. Old Ancestor Yang, you can go to the Black Demon Valley and tell them my name. From then on, you can rely on the Black Demon Valley. Even the Chui clan will not dare to bully you. Before leaving, Qinyu left a sentence. He did not want to bring trouble to the Yang family because of himself. But for the Yang family, this simple sentence from Qinyu was a great opportunity. From now on, the Yang family could enjoy the protection of the Black Demon Valley and develop more steadily. Even if the Chui clan still refused to change their attitude, they could not wantonly attack the Yang family. I really did not expect that a nobody that I casually brought back to the Yang family would reach such a level. He really is a great benefactor of the Yang family. A golden-robed old man watched as Qinyu left, his heart filled with emotion. A month later. Swoosh! Swoosh, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng floated down to the ground, and a silver river flowed down beside them. At the source of the river, there seemed to be a huge moon embedded in the earth. If it was a night when the moon could not be seen, it might be mistaken for the moon in the sky falling here. The Evil Moon Sect, a 4-star force of the southern region, was built on this strangely shaped mountain peak that was shaped like a moon. As they approached, they could clearly see the various buildings on it. Like a palace on the moon, it was solemn and cold, causing people to be in awe. Just as they arrived in front of the mountain gate of the Evil Moon Sect, Qinyu saw two beautiful figures standing there. It was the yin-yang twin moons. When the two sisters looked at Qinyu and Yi Luofeng, they did not have a good expression. Among them, the Yang moon had suffered a loss in the hands of Qinyu, while the Yin moon was defeated by Yi Luofeng and left the superior seat. I did not expect the yin-yang twin moons to personally welcome me, Qinyu said with a smile. The yin-yang twin moons glared at Qinyu and did not say much, because they were indeed here to welcome Qinyu. There was a perception boundary thousands of feet around the Evil Moon Sect, and the upper echelons of the Evil Moon Sect would know if any living being stepped in. The elders sent the two of them out to welcome him, so they could only come out. Then, under the guidance of the yin-yang twin moons, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng entered the Evil Moon Sect unimpeded. Senior Sister Yin. Along the way, many people of the Evil Moon Sect saw the yin-yang twin moons and greeted them. He is Qinyu, ranked 4th on the Heaven's Chosen list. What a beautiful woman. I heard that this woman easily defeated Yang Yu at the God of Food banquet and occupied the superior seat. As the yin-yang twin moons spoke, they began to talk. Not long after, the four of them came to a cold and solemn palace. On a wooden chair in the palace sat an old man with a beard that reached the ground, peacefully sipping tea. Greetings, King. Upon seeing this old man, Qinyu immediately bowed and greeted him. The other party was not only the elder of the Evil Moon Sect, but also a high and mighty celestial condensation king. Moreover, Qinyu had something to ask of him. Little friend Shen, Mishi came here to ask about the symbol, right? The old man held the wooden staff, stood up, and went straight to the point. The yin-yang twin moons did not leave and stood quietly listening. Yes, I wonder if Senior has found anything? Qinyu asked unhurriedly. This symbol is indeed recorded in the evil moon sect. The old man with the wooden staff said slowly. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng were delighted. The Blood Moon sect was of force in the Kunyan realm. They did not expect the evil moon sect to have records of it. There must be a connection between the two. Senior, please tell me. A hint of gratitude appeared on Qinyu's face. A few hundred years ago, the evil moon sect's expedition team discovered a new realm and entered it. They established a sect and ruled over the entire realm. This force is called the Blood Moon sect. The old man did not keep them in suspense and directly revealed the connection between the Blood Moon sect and the evil moon sect. Elder, could it be that the expedition team, the yin-yang twin moons, looked a little strange? That's right. The leader is Xianxia. The old man with the wooden staff sighed. Grandfather. Yang Yu's expression changed as she recalled something her father had mentioned. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng exchanged a glance with each other, both of them feeling slightly surprised. Wasn't Yan Shuetian the sect master of the Blood Moon sect? I didn't expect the Blood Moon sect to be from the Evil Moon sect. In that case, the Evil Moon sect might have a way to send us back to the Kunyan realm. The two of them communicated telepathically. However, the Blood Moon sect only sent a simple message back and then cut off contact with the Evil Moon sect. The old man changed the topic. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng had some guesses about this. The Kunyan realm was probably controlled by the Blood Moon sect at the beginning, but they were defeated by another group of people, and the sacred ground was controlled by a foreign race. Can you find the realm where the Blood Moon sect was? Qinyu asked anxiously. If the Evil Moon sect could find the Blood Moon sect and the Blood Moon sect, they should have found it long ago. The yin-yang twin moons also looked over. They did not know if the senior from the Yen family could return. The Evil Moon sect tried to search for it previously, but there were no clues and they had forgotten about it. However, 7 years ago, the Evil Moon sect suddenly sensed something and has been searching for it for the past few years. The old man with the wooden staff revealed a smile. 7 years ago? Qinyu and Yi Luofeng exchanged a look. They left Kunyan realm and came to the Great Cosmos realm 7 years ago. Could it be that when the Shenluo token opened the space tunnel, the senior members of the Blood Moon sect sensed it? Also, this elder knew about the origin of the Blood Moon sect from the beginning, but he did not say it at the God of Gastronomy banquet because it was too confidential, and it would affect the reputation of the Evil Moon sect if it was spread out. It seems like you two came from that realm. Can you tell us what happened there? The old man with the wooden staff asked. There was no need for Qinyu to hide anything. Moreover, he had to rely on the Evil Moon sect to return to Kunyan realm. Kunyan realm was occupied by a foreign race, and the Blood Moon sect was defeated. Qinyu gave a brief explanation. He wanted to go back to take a look because he was worried about this. I see, the old man with the wooden staff pondered. The universe was vast and there were countless realms. There were also many forces that were constantly exploring and expanding their territories. Coincidentally, after the Blood Moon sect occupied Kunyan realm, it was suddenly invaded and replaced by a foreign race. Can you send us back to Kunyan realm? Qinyu asked immediately. This was the main point. If the Evil Moon sect did not agree, then everything would be useless. In reality, Qinyu felt that the Evil Moon sect was more likely to refuse. It would take 7 years to find a realm in the vast universe, and one could imagine the amount of manpower and resources needed. Secondly, they had to pay a price to send Qinyu and Yi Luofeng back to Kunyan realm. This is not a big problem, but you have to agree to 2 conditions. The elderly said immediately as if he had already thought about it. What conditions? Qinyu was not angry but happy. As long as the Evil Moon sect mentioned the conditions, there would be room for negotiation. However, if the conditions were too harsh, he might not agree. The first condition is that the foreign race must be expelled, and the Kunyan realm will still be ruled by the Blood Moon sect. The elderly said solemnly. This was very important. If not for the resources of a small realm, the Evil Moon sect would not even bother to look for the Kunyan realm. Qinyu hesitated. Letting his hometown be ruled by another power was not a good feeling. But in reality, even if he didn't agree, the evil moon sect would still be able to take over the Kunyan realm. Even the Black Demon Valley did not dare to confront the evil moon cult head-on. If you promise not to kill the people of Kunyan realm, I can promise you that. Xianxia pondered for a while and said. From another perspective, the rule of the evil moon sect was also a form of protection. There's no problem with that. The old man with the wooden staff replied as if he had already expected it. In fact, only a small number of crooked forces would wantonly slaughter the inhabitants of a small world under the control of a large force. For example, a powerful force like the evil moon cult would only treat the foreign race's realms as a training ground, completely disregarding the lives of the living beings within. What about the second condition? Xianxia asked. Secondly, my sect's master Yun would like to spar with you. The old man with the wooden staff smiled when he saw that Xianxia didn't understand what was going on. He seemed to have expected this. In fact, when Master Yun passed the second round, he found that Xianxia had walked out at the same time as him, so he made Xianxia his next opponent. After that, he didn't have a chance to take action at the God of Cookery feast. And at the God of Cookery feast, Xianxia's performance was outstanding. The scene where he defeated Dongmen Jingyu made Master Yun feel that Xianxia was extraordinary. This made Master Yun regard Xianxia as an opponent from the bottom of his heart. You don't dare? Xianxia had a faint smile on her face. She, who had suffered at the hands of Xianxia, wanted to see Xianxia suffer. It would be even better if he was defeated by a disciple of the evil moon sect. That's not a problem. Xianxia said. He was just curious why Master Yun would want to spar with him. Alright, it's settled then. The old man with the wooden staff smiled and then said seriously, at this stage, our sect's expedition team has not returned yet. You can stay in the evil moon sect for the time being. I'll inform you once there's any definite news. Then I'll wait for your good news. Xianxia was in a good mood. He bowed slightly and left. Then, the yin-yang twin moons arranged 2 rooms for him and left without saying a word. Soon, the two returned to the residence of the old man with the wooden staff. Elder Huai, why did you give such simple conditions? The 2 conditions that Elder Huai gave were indeed insignificant compared to the price that the evil moon sect had to pay. If we ask for an exorbitant price, do you think he will agree? The old man with the wooden staff, Elder Huai, asked with a smile. What can he do if he doesn't agree? Yin said disapprovingly. This person is not someone to be trifled with. If we can befriend him, why should we befriend him? Elder Huai asked back. In fact, in the eyes of the evil moon sect, Xianxia was more valuable than the entire realm. Xianxia, who had participated in the God's Feast, would definitely become a king in the future. Kunyan realm, on the other hand, had thin essence qi. There probably hadn't been a king since ancient times. Furthermore, in a normal prodigy ranking battle, the top 10 would enjoy great privileges in the Southern Territory. Because there was a high chance that these 10 people would become the pillars of the Southern region in the future. The yin-yang twin moons didn't say anything else, but they were a little jealous. They didn't expect Elder Huai to think so highly of Xianxia. Elder, can we go? The 2 asked at the same time. If the Kunyan realm has a big loophole, you can go if you want, but it won't be of much help. Elder Huai pondered. Elder, you're too biased. The 2 were a little dissatisfied. Exploring the outer realm wasn't something that could be achieved in a day or 2. The evil moon sect had also searched for 7 years. Perhaps the search effort was not great. Xianxia lived in the evil moon sect with peace of mind. His residence and cultivation environment were no worse than in the Black Demon Valley. He stayed for half a year. Xianxia's mind was mainly spent on the demon descents to the 6th heaven and refining the magical weapon. Even so, his cultivation had reached the peak and was about to break through to the mid-stage of the Void Sea realm. It could be imagined that if he had focused on the heavenly demon secret patterns for the past 6 months, he would have broken through by now. If there is still no news in another 6 months, I will break through to the mid-stage of the Void Sea realm in the evil moon sect. Xianxia made a decision in his mind. On this day, his soul sense merged into the half of the jade pendant on his body, and a layer of white and flawless holy brilliance appeared on it, exuding a bright and holy aura. The white holy brilliance enveloped and permeated Qianyu's body, giving him a warm feeling like he was bathing in a hot spring. After a while, Qianyu's mental strength was rapidly consumed, and the white holy brilliance on the half of the jade pendant was about to disappear. And his own body, flesh and blood, cultivation method, true qi, and soul consciousness had become a little purer. "Qianyu, Elder Huai summons you." Yinyu's voice came from outside. "Got it." Qianyu nodded in response. He then stood up and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Hua, the jade pendant he was wearing, suddenly glowed with a strong light and floated up. As if it had sensed something, half of the jade pendant floated in a certain direction. This scene made Qianyu's mind churn, and he froze in place. This jade pendant, given to him by his adoptive parents, Qianyu had been wearing it. Because this jade pendant was related to his life experience. But at this moment, the jade pendant suddenly reacted, which had never happened in all these years. Could it be that my biological parents? Qianyu's eyes were dull as he murmured. He didn't have much hope before, until the jade pendant suddenly reacted. Qianyu realized that there might be clues about his life in the great cosmos realm. "Qianyu, hurry up." Yinyu's urging voice came from outside, sounding a little impatient. "Let's go." Qianyu opened the door and said absent-mindedly. A moment later, he and Yi Luofeng arrived at Elder Huai's residence. The location of the Kunyan realm has been confirmed. It's very far from the great cosmos realm. Also, the Kunyan realm's defensive measures are very stable, and the evil moon sect can only send 2 to 3 people there at a certain price. Elder Huai still went straight to the point. Hearing this, Qianyu and Yi Luofeng couldn't help but be happy. "So, if you want to go, you can go now," Elder Huai said again. "Before that, we need to complete the second condition." Smiling, Qianyu took the initiative to speak up. He clearly remembered the 2 conditions that Elder Huai had put forward. Now that he had finally confirmed the location of the Kunyan realm, he was confident that he could send them there. The agreement between Qianyu and the evil moon sect began to be carried out. "That's right." Elder Huai saw that Qianyu seemed to be ready, so he got up and led the way. After a while, they left the territory of the evil moon sect and came to an uninhabited place. Halfway up the mountain, there was a man in a gray robe. He seemed to have been waiting for a long time. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head, and a pair of dark yellow eyes shone brightly. This man was Master Yunyu, the number 1 on the elite roll. "Let me see how much you've improved after the God of Cookery feast," Master Yunyu said. As Venerable Fallen Moon spoke, a gush of battle intent accompanied by a tremendous might that could suppress the world gradually spread out. With him as the center, the surrounding 5,000 feet was filled with dark yellow broken phantoms. Qianyu blinked. It had been more than a year since the God of Cookery feast, but Master Yunyu's level was still at the mid-stage of the Void Sea state. It was strange that he hadn't broken through. "I'm looking forward to fighting with you, but it'll be too boring if I break through." Noticing Qianyu's confusion, the Falling Moon Venerable revealed a faint smile. If Qianyu broke through in the evil moon sect within the next 6 months, Master Yunyu would also choose to break through. Otherwise, he would be too embarrassed to challenge Qianyu if his level was 2 levels higher than Qianyu's. But to Qianyu, there was a hint of provocation and contempt in his words. "Then let me see the strength of the number 1 on the elite roll." Qianyu also got into the zone and his eyes shot out 2 beams of light. End of chapter 774. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.